Being a celebrity isn't always easy. Forget the fame and fortune. Being constantly recognized in public would be super stressful, right? Believe it or not, there are plenty of famous faces that you probably wouldn't even recognize anymore if you passed them on the street, whether they've partied a little too hard, gone under the knife one too many times, or simply let themselves go. Here are some of your famous celebrities who are unrecognizable today. Pamela Anderson. If you were to travel back in time to the 1990s and look up the phrase blonde bombshell, you'd probably see one woman's photo, Pamela Anderson. The buxom Canadian-American movie star first rose to fame after being selected as the Playmate of the Month for Playboy magazine in February 1990. In fact, this bleach blonde bunny now holds the record for the most Playboy covers by any person. That's one impressive accolade. Almost as impressive as her excellent pair of eyes. But, of course, Pamela Anderson is most known for her iconic role as C.J. Parker in the action drama series Baywatch. I mean, she practically owns the red bathing suit look as far as Hollywood is concerned. Anderson has enjoyed an incredible career in Hollywood since hanging up her swimsuit in 2001. And she even briefly returned to the beach in the 2017 movie Reboot. As you can see, Pam has totally still got it. But there's no denying that natural aging process has also taken its course. After all, she is 53 now. In more recent paparazzi snaps like this one, the natural lines on her face reflect an action-packed Hollywood lifestyle, although her signature dark eye makeup and bleach blonde locks remain intact. But things might not be as au natural as they seem. In 2017, Pam sparked online debate when she appeared to have miraculously turned back the hands of time at the Cannes Film Festival. With barely a wrinkle in sight, she turned heads with her updated youthful glow. But London plastic surgeon Dr. Maureen O'Joffrey speculated that she may have had a number of subtle procedures, including a mini facelift, cheek fillers, and forehead Botox. She may not be the undisputed hottest babe in Hollywood anymore, but it's safe to say that Pamela Anderson grabbed life by the cajoolies. Aging? Never heard of it. Celebrities and plastic surgery go hand in hand, but you can be rest assured that Be Amazed is all natural. You won't catch me pulling the wool over your eyes in any of the mind-blowing content I put out. To make sure you stay in the loop with all things weird and wonderful, all you gotta do is smash those like and subscribe buttons. It's really that easy. Now, let's check out some more shocking transformations. Matthew Perry. Actor Matthew Perry has one of the most recognizable faces of 1990s TV. Or should I say, one of the 6 most recognizable faces. Whether you love it or hate it, Friends, which ran from 1994 to 2004 for a total of 236 episodes, is one of the most popular TV sitcoms of all time. By 2002, it was even reported that each member of the main cast was making a whopping $1 million per episode. Matthew Perry, who played Chandler Bing, was just one of the lucky actors cashing those checks. But whatever happened to Chandler once the show went off air? Other cast members like Jennifer Aniston and Lisa Kudrow have continued to appear on the big screen over the years. But Matthew Perry has kept a relatively low profile. Besides being the co-creator, writer, executive producer, and star of the ABC sitcom Mr. Sunshine, which ran from 2011 to 2012, it's unlikely you've seen Perry's face much over the last decade. So, when Courtney Cox Instagrammed a reunion selfie with her on-screen hubby in November 2019, fans were shocked to see just how different he looked. But people couldn't quite put their finger on it. Had Perry fallen into the plastic surgery trap like so many former stars? Or was this simply a waxwork figure of the actual actor? It turns out Perry has actually just let himself go a little. In 2018, Perry suffered a gastrointestinal perforation that left him bedridden for 3 months. On top of that, he suffered a lengthy and candid battle with addiction, including multiple stints in rehab. As a result, Perry's slack-jawed face now looks pretty weathered by life's experiences, and he's developed quite a paunch. Then again, the guy is in his 50s now, and no one can be a lovable teenage heartthrob forever. Lil' Kim. Before Nicki Minaj and Megan Thee Stallion, there was Lil' Kim, and if you're around in the 90s, you'll know that the American rapper was a pretty big deal. Her 1996 debut studio album, Hardcore, was certified double platinum and has since sold more than 6 million copies worldwide. Besides being a straight-up rapstress, Lil' Kim has also been hailed as a fashion icon thanks to her colorful hair and risk-taking looks. Since hitting her musical peak, Kim has been on quite a rocky road and even served a 1-year prison sentence in 2005. But it's her changing appearance which shocked the most. The truth is that Lil' Kim has been steadily changing her face since at least 1999. It began with blue contacts and a blonde lace front wig, and quickly developed with various plastic surgeries. Here she is in 2003 with a seemingly thinner nose and possible breast implants. In 2004, she was seen rocking suspiciously fuller lips in New York. By 2010, her face shape was drastically changing, and she was using a notably lighter foundation. And by the time she appeared at the MTV Music Awards in Brooklyn in 2013, she was almost completely unrecognizable. But the real shock came in April 2016, when the rapper debuted a series of since-deleted selfies on Instagram. With a paler face and bright blonde hair, it appeared that the once cocoa-skinned beauty had been bleaching her skin to achieve a lighter tone. On multiple occasions, Lil' Kim has opened up about her self-esteem issues stemming back to toxic relationships in her past.
When I was younger, I've had a lot of relationships where men used to tell me, I wasn't all that and I was ugly and...
Like millions of other dark-skinned women, it's entirely possible that Lil' Kim has been conditioned to equate lighter skin with false beauty standards. As a result, she's indulged in expensive surgeries to change herself into someone entirely different. Lil' Kim, if you're watching this, you're one badass woman just the way you are. Aubrey O'Day. It's no surprise that Aubrey O'Day has changed a lot over the years. At just 21 years old, she was selected by rapper P. Diddy to become a member of his girl group Danity Kane, who enjoyed moderate success, despite disbanding and reforming more times than I care to mention. But as the years progressed, O'Day made headlines not for her musical output, but for her ever-changing looks. When she first joined the band, O'Day was a pretty blonde with a distinctly natural look. But within 10 years, she was practically unrecognizable, having swapped her modest hair and makeup for all the makings of the modern-day Instagram influencer. To turn herself into a bronzed goddess for her socials, O'Day has been open about her use of filters, confessing, "I know all the tricks and I use them." But a little bit of extra concealer and a Facetune subscription probably aren't the only things responsible for O'Day's striking transformation. When comparing old photos to the ones posted on her Instagram, it doesn't take a genius to see that her lips are noticeably fuller, her nose seems thinner, and her butt seems to have undergone a transformation worthy of 1,000 squats. Although she had denied surgery rumors in the past, she admitted to a few non-invasive procedures, including lip fillers and Botox. But the now 36-year-old O'Day shocked the world once again when she debuted a drastically different look featuring her ample assets at the premiere of Marriage Boot Camp in October 2019. Now compare those shots to these unfiltered paparazzi snaps from 2020. And, well, I think the only person who really knows what Aubrey O'Day looks like is Aubrey O'Day. What do you guys make of celebrities and so-called influencers who rely heavily on photo editing tricks and sneaky cosmetic surgeries to achieve their look? Do you think it needs to stop, or should they just be more open about it? Let me know in the comments below. I'm genuinely curious to hear your opinions. Now, let's get back to it. Mickey Rourke. Early in his career, actor Mickey Rourke was known as one of the silver screen's most handsome stars. In 80s flicks like Diner, Rumblefish, and The Pope of Greenwich Village, his modest swagger and mysterious pout made him a total Hollywood heartthrob. But it seems like it wasn't built to last. Even at his peak, Rourke had a difficult relationship with his own career. He struggled with the pressures of fame and earned himself a bad reputation for his demeanor on sets and reckless spending habits. So, he started to channel his energy into professional boxing. But it was this career move that began his unbelievable transformation into the unrecognizable man we see today. Within just a few years of boxing, while acting intermittently at the same time, Rourke had broken his nose twice, snapped his cheekbone, and damaged his ribs and toes. To appear unharmed on screen and continue cashing his acting checks in movies like Iron Man 2, Rourke had quick surgical fixes for his injuries. But all that breaking and repairing began to take a toll on his once handsome face. Although he initially denied ever going under the knife, Rourke eventually confessed in 2009 that his physical transformation was all down to a botched facial surgery. It's probably best explained in his own words. "I went to the wrong guy to put my face back together." Ouch. As Rourke tried to revive his acting career, he had even more surgeries, including a hair transplant, to try and restore his former beauty. But by 2019, plastic surgeon Hala El-Ghmadi speculated that his face is in an almost permanently paralyzed state from constant Botox. Let this be a lesson, kids. Look after your face. It's the only one you've got. Amanda Bynes. Amanda Bynes' life so far is the classic tale of a troubled child star gone wrong. Bynes made the transition from commercials to television while she was still young, and audiences loved her bubbly personality and comedic timing so much that she quickly landed roles in popular Nickelodeon shows like the children's sketch comedy All That when she was just 10 years old and The Amanda Show when she was 13. From there, she racked up several Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards and starred in popular comedy movies throughout the 2000s, from She's the Man to Hairspray. It seemed like Bynes was destined for superstardom, and then it all went wrong. In 2010, she announced her early retirement from acting as she struggled with various personal problems. But her attempt to retreat from the spotlight only resulted in a highly publicized public breakdown. Between 2012 and 2013, when she was often pictured looking worryingly bedraggled or wearing colorful wigs, she was arrested multiple times for an array of scandalous incidents, which culminated when she was accused of setting a fire in a residential driveway in California. As a result, Bynes entered a psychiatric facility for evaluation. During her court appearances at the time, Bynes looked like a shadow of her former self in a messy blonde wig with noticeably puffier features. She has since expressed remorse for her previous actions and seemed to be reformed. But she took the internet by storm again in 2019 when she posted selfies featuring what appears to be a tattoo of a wonky heart on her face. Whether this is the start of another downward spiral remains to be seen. But we can only hope to see Bynes return to the big screen sometime soon. Meg Ryan. If you're a fan of the romantic comedy genre, the chances are you've seen Meg Ryan before. The former doe-eyed blonde first began her career acting in a slew of supporting roles in mid-1980s movies like Top Gun. But her big break came in 1989, when she landed the leading role in the cult classic When Harry Met Sally, which earned her a Golden Globe nomination. From there, she quickly established herself as one of the most successful actresses in the 1990s and early 2000s, which was recognized in 2018 when she was awarded the Leopard Club Award at the 71st Locarno Film Festival as an icon of romantic comedy. But Ryan stepped away from the Hollywood spotlight after reaching her peak, later explaining in 2019 that she felt totally burnt out and isolated living life as a full-time actress. So, where is she now? Ryan has kept a low profile in recent years, but she made quite a splash in 2016 when she debuted a dramatically different look as she took to the stage to present at the Tony Awards. While her blonde hair, now cropped, looked just as glam, her complexion looked suspiciously taut and slightly puffy. And at a rare appearance at Paris Fashion Week in 2019, it seemed like not a day had passed, let alone 4 years. In fact, some would say that Ryan is slowly working her way back to her glory days with her appearance. The actress had previously denied any surgery rumors, expressing how much she loves the aging process. But all may not be as it seems. According to the keen eye of Dr. James Southwell Keeley, Meg may have undergone a facelift, upper blepharoplasty, that's eyelid construction to you and me, and lip fillers. Whether or not she has gone under the knife remains to be seen. But one thing's for sure, I'll be jumping for joy if I look that good at 59. Macaulay Culkin. If you haven't seen the Home Alone movies, you've either been living under a rock for the last 30 years or you just really hate the holidays. Of course, the franchise would be nothing without its star, 8-year-old Kevin McAllister, who was portrayed by actor Macaulay Culkin. Culkin first started acting at just 4 years old in TV before landing the starring role in Home Alone in 1990 and its sequel in 1992. At one point, he was regarded as the most successful child star since Shirley Temple, but that hasn't stopped people from asking the inevitable since. Whatever happened to Macaulay Culkin? In 1994, Culkin announced that he was taking a break from acting to live a normal life after suing his parents for a cool $17 million and divorcing them as his legal guardians aged just 15. He had a few minor TV appearances in the early 2000s, including a guest star on an episode of Will and Grace in 2003. But former fans were shocked when he was photographed in 2012 looking a little worse for wear. As you can see, his former impish charm had been swapped for a gaunt frame, sunken cheeks, and a general aura of homeless chic. Within no time, Culkin was plagued by rumors of some pretty heavy substance abuse. Although he denied such talk, Culkin later admitted that he played with some fire but never went to rehab. In 2013, he reintroduced himself to the world by co-founding a pizza-themed comedy rock band, the Pizza Underground, which broke up in 2016. Bizarre musical ventures aside, Culkin now seems to be on the straight and narrow, and looking healthier and happier than ever. Home Alone 3, anyone? Jonah Hill. Jonah Hill is one of the biggest personalities in comedy. Over the past 2 decades, the 36-year-old actor has appeared in a slew of iconic movies, including Superbad, Forgetting Sarah Marshall, Get Him to the Greek, 21 Jump Street, and its sequel, 22 Jump Street. At his peak, Hill ranked 28th on Forbes magazine's ranking of the world's highest-paid actors from June 2014 to June 2015, bringing in a whopping $16 million. There's no denying that it's Hill's larger-than-life personality that made him such a well-loved Hollywood star. But his weight has fluctuated massively over the years since his early appearances in flicks like Get Him to the Creek and Moneyball. While Hill slimmed down slightly for 21 Jump Street in 2012, the weight had started to creep back on again by The Wolf of Wall Street in 2013 and 2014's 22 Jump Street. But back in 2017, he was almost unrecognizable when he debuted a significantly fitter look in LA. So, how does this Oscar-nominated funny man manage to get so trim in such a short space of time? According to Hill, it was mostly down to making changes in his diet, including ditching his beloved beer. After filming for War Dogs Rat, Hill said that he called former Jump Street co-star Channing Tatum and said, "Hey, if I ate less and go to a trainer, will I get in better shape?" To which Tatum replied, "Of course you will. It's the simplest thing in the world." I don't know about you, Channing, but a transformation as remarkable as this is probably easier said than done. Elsa Patton. Take one look at a recent image of Elsa Patton, and it's hard to imagine there was ever a quote-unquote normal-looking woman beneath. You're probably not familiar with her unless you happen to be a total reality TV junkie. Patton, more affectionately known by her on-screen name Mama Elsa, is best known for her regular appearances on all 3 seasons of The Real Housewives of Miami, alongside her daughter Marisol Patton, who was a main cast member. The show aired between 2011 and 2013, and Mama Elsa was such a hit that she even landed herself her own reality web series, Havana Elsa, which followed her as she embarked on launching her own coffee line. Besides her hilarious on-screen personality, there's one relationship that was even closer than Elsa and Marisol's, and that's Elsa's relationship with her cosmetic surgeon. Throughout her appearances on the show, it was clear that Elsa was addicted to going under the knife. She mentioned her multiple procedures on many occasions, and even referred to her surgeon as the man who ruined my face. She said it, not me. But what did Elsa's face used to look like? In one 2013 episode of the show, fans were stunned when Marisol brought out a collection of old family photos which showed a significantly more natural-looking Elsa with a youthful glow and full pouty lips. The specifics of Elsa's surgical journey throughout the years remains unclear. But her daughter, who seems to be well on the way to following in her mother's footsteps, has even stated that Elsa had her eyelids done in the 80s, which left her with hematomas on her eyes for 3 years. Sadly, Mama Elsa passed away in May 2019, aged 84, leaving her reality TV legacy behind. I hope there's a good plastic surgeon in heaven. Janice Dickinson. Now 65-year-old Janice Dickinson is the self-declared world's first supermodel. She was renowned for her classic brunette beauty and bold red lips, and was one of the most successful models of the 1970s and 80s, appearing on the cover of Vogue a grand total of 37 times. Her renowned status earned her a spot on the judging panel of America's Next Top Model for 4 cycles in 2003 to 2006. While she opened her own modeling agency in 2005 as part of her own reality show. But as the decades went by, Dickinson decided that aging just wasn't for her. Quickly realizing she couldn't just stop the hands of time, she reached for the next best thing, the number for the best plastic surgeon she could find. By the time she appeared on hit reality TV shows like I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here in 2007 and Celebrity Big Brother in 2015, it was plainly obvious that she had gone under the knife more than a handful of times. The former supermodel looked like a mere caricature of her former self. But was it all worth it? Absolutely not. In 2013, Dickinson was forced to declare herself bankrupt, owing almost $1 million in unpaid taxes and cosmetic bills. At the time of filing, she owed $8,000 to Beverly Hills dermatologist Arnold Klein and over $8,000 in debt to the Beverly Hills Anti-Aging Center. She admitted to having a breast enlargement, tummy tuck, neck and facelifts, liposuction, and Botox, and was even branded the worst patient by Dr. Terry Dubrow when she appeared on an episode of Botched in 2015. Thankfully, 2 years later, she debuted a more demure look at a fashion show in West Hollywood. Let's hope this is the start of a return to Dickinson's roots. Caitlyn Jenner. Of all the celebs we've seen, no one has changed quite as much as Caitlyn Jenner. The Olympic champion, formerly known as Bruce Jenner, became a household name in 2015 when she broke the internet by unveiling her now iconic Vanity Fair cover, which announced her gender transition. But long before the official news rocked the world, Caitlyn's changing face was already a topic of conversation as part of the globally famous Kardashian reality TV empire. When 26-year-old Bruce won gold at the Olympics in 1976, his appearance embodied the stereotypical hunky all-American hero image, which can be seen in his famous Playgirl cover from 1982. But by 1984, Bruce's gradual transition had begun as he started to thin out his eyebrows and even got his first nose job and facelift in an effort to look more groomed. Caitlyn later confessed that she had also started hormone therapy at this time and was undergoing electrolysis to remove facial hair. But a full-scale transition was put on pause when she started dating Kardashian momager Kris Jenner. Before the year 2000, Bruce admitted that he had undergone at least 6 procedures on his face, including more nose jobs and facelifts, which were later corrected in 2009 with another revisionary facelift. Bruce pierced his ears in 2011, and as the years went by, fans of Keeping Up with the Kardashians noted how he would grow his hair to shoulder length, manicure his nails, and continue to feminize his face with various cosmetic surgeries. In 2014, he sparked transition rumors when he famously had his Adam's apple shaved down and was pictured with what appeared to be breasts. just a few months after it was reported that he had undergone breast augmentation surgery. Of course, all that speculation would culminate when Caitlyn announced herself to the world, having undergone gender reassignment surgery and a 10-hour facial feminization surgery that reportedly cost $70,000. But no amount of money can buy the happiness that Caitlyn has found, as she now lives her best life as a lavish woman in her bougie pad in Malibu. What a living legend! So, who do you think has changed the most? If you love a bit of good old showbiz gossip, why not check out this video next? It's about celebrities who now work normal jobs. As always, thanks for watching, guys.
The genius of our world's finest designers is difficult to overstate, but for every piece of ingenuity, there's a design that leaves your face firmly buried in your palms. From the intentionally devious to the utterly dumb, let's check out the work of some of the world's worst designers. Amazing. Clamshell packaging. It's something we've all had the displeasure to encounter at some point or another. It's almost impossible to open without something sharp, and you usually cut yourself in the process. While this product is designed specifically to offer a sharp solution to our clamshell woes, it misses quite an obvious issue. It comes in clamshell packaging itself. Oh, clamshell knife, you've become the very thing you swore to destroy. Moving on up now to when bumbling architects in London paid homage to Bond villains by inadvertently creating a death ray in 2014. This concave skyscraper on Fenchurch Street was constructed at such an angle that it actually focused sunlight onto the street below, with the same effect as a magnifying glass. Architects failed to take this into account in their design, resulting in street temperatures of up to an astounding 243 degrees Fahrenheit at the height of summer. Luckily, after parked cars began literally melting in the heat, they installed an awning to stop the streets turning into hell on earth. But it was too late. The blunder was already in the history books as one of the worst design errors of all time. This next entry is almost as bad for anyone with an obsessive need for architectural order, because this block of houses is totally misaligned from the rest of the town. This likely occurred because the original neighborhood was constructed in alignment with true east and west, while the rest of the town was later built parallel to the coastline. But with the frustration this site causes to perfectionists worldwide, I doubt the explanation makes it any better. While most software is available via online download today, some people prefer a good old-fashioned installation disk. But the designer behind this software case decided to infuriate both CD lovers and downloaders alike. A CD case existing solely to announce there's no disk needed has to be one of the most egregious wastes of packaging I've ever seen. While it may be an attempt to use up old stock they had lying around, they could have easily sold the cases to other companies who could use them for, actual CDs. For anyone who likes to eat jelly beans by the handful, I present these individually wrapped abominations. These jelly beans have been painstakingly wrapped one by one, supposedly to stop them sticking together when subjected to warm temperatures. But if that's a concern for you, you're obviously not eating your jelly beans quickly enough. Don't be misled by the claims plastered on the front of wet wipes like these, which are deceptively labeled flushable. Though it'd be reasonable to assume the term implies they're environmentally safe to flush, flushable in this case is actually much more literal. Harmful to aquatic life with long-lasting effects is written on the back label, revealing that while the wipes can technically be flushed without clogging your pipes, you probably shouldn't. Although if you do flush a couple, you don't have to worry about alligators in the sewers ever again. Moving on from aquatic hazards to genuine risks to human life, this Michael Fassbender endorsed ad encourages people to walk backwards to test their vision. Only doing so at this particular location would eventually land them directly in the train tracks. Michael Fassbender, you should be ashamed. Unless maybe this is an intelligence test disguised as a vision test? Let's hope so. Speaking of serious hazards, these crosswalk lights, colors, and symbols are reversed. The walking man means stop, while the stationary man means go. Now this wouldn't be too bad for most people to figure out, but for colorblind people who go by the symbol rather than the color, it could be a death sentence. While this is likely a case of faulty installation, the sheer risk to vulnerable folks lands whoever's responsible for this failure a spot in the deepest pits of the underworld. Some designs take being literal to the next level. Case in point, this box with pictures that imply you're getting 2 wireless earbuds when it actually only contains a single one. I mean, come on, who sells a single earbud? I suppose they're being honest though, in a way. When they say music earphone, they certainly aren't lying. When it comes to product design, the Deception Olympics can be put to bed with these misleading bed sheets. While the package seemingly proclaims to be an 1800 thread count Egyptian cotton sheet set, only the most eagle-eyed consumer would spot the teeny tiny side note. The small print reveals the product, actually a microfiber sheet, is merely comparable to the feel of those luxurious items it displays in its golden centerpiece. These unscrupulous hacks basically sell their product based on what it's making you miss out on instead of what you actually get. But it doesn't get much more misleading than this, found roughly 100 miles before the actual highway exit to Niagara Falls. Doubtlessly the cause of countless infuriated people searching for re-entry to the highway, it lures people to an unofficial information center, hoping they won't spot the ultra-thin middle text. If you're ever on this road without Google Maps to hand, make sure you don't Niagara Fall for this one. This brownie company had the brilliant idea to post gluten-free and organic on the front of their product, and then plainly confess to their own chicanery on the back. This misleading tagline is not only annoying, but also potentially harmful depending on the severity of a person's gluten allergy. Man, if you can't trust a delicious snack, who can you trust? This restaurant seems to be offering a kind-hearted, money-saving option for their elderly clientele. Until you look at the fine print. Aside from being a trap to those with poor eyesight, a required accompaniment of both parents for the over 80s means this is a promise they'll probably never have to deliver on. Unless the local over 80s take their revenge by filling the restaurant with coffins and urns? Scam designs aren't limited to the elderly though. This glitter bottle is sure to give any young woman a dose of disappointment so hefty, only her wedding night will match it. While it's sitting on a shelf in store, the buyer would be none the wiser to the con at play, until they took the bottle home and rotated it 90 degrees. At least you can cover those tears with glitter. Similarly, this pot of pomade was designed to make it look like you're getting a lot more product than you actually are. In another attempt to squeeze consumers for every dollar possible, the falsehood only becomes apparent once you're already halfway through the tub. If you're unlucky like Reddit user TGITC, you might encounter the tech world's equivalent of the previous scam products. TGITC's colleague picked up a cheap hard drive that turned out to be cheap for a reason. The drive's creator had the audacity to hot glue a stripped USB thumb drive inside an empty hard drive case and sell it under the guise of legitimate hardware. They even put metal weights inside to try and legitimize the illusion. I can't fault the ingenuity, but I can fault the moral character of the creator. To hell with you! These flight information screens at Tenerife Airport are guaranteed to enrage because they intermittently display full-screen adverts, concealing the important flight info. Of all the incredibly inconvenient places to put an ad, this has to be the worst. You might miss your flight waiting to see your gate number, but at least you won't miss the new Whopper. Certain news sites have recently begun following a similar methodology. Publications will share articles that you can apparently read for free. Until after you've scrolled down a bit and got hooked into the article, your reading is rudely interrupted. At this point, a paywall will cover the page, not letting you finish reading until you buy a subscription. What a tease. Some designs aren't so much evil as they are astoundingly stupid. Like this advert, where a clothing company decided to promote their plus-size leggings, not by using a suitably large model, but by having a skinny model pose in just one of the legs. Talk about adding insult to injury. This wolf mug was lovingly sculpted into an adorable drink receptacle for all ages. But there's one crucial drawback. Every time you lift it to your lips, you gouge your eyes out. The lesson is clear. Never mess with the wolves, not even in mug form. Have you ever been swimming and thought, you know what would make this better? A giant floating female hygiene product. No? Well, perhaps you're not the market the makers of this pool float had in mind. Or more likely, the designers totally missed the obvious resemblance to sanitary towels because they're terrible at their jobs. Whatever the case is, this hilariously bad work of art is certainly a period piece. Tin cans are many things, but being sensitive to exposure to air is not one of them. Yet this jaw-droppingly stupid waste of plastic was snapped in a Chinese supermarket where it would seem Coca-Cola can be found in the produce aisle. That's right, among the other fresh fruits and veggies. For every effort to reduce plastic waste, never forget that somewhere in the world, people are doing stuff like this. If you hate being comfortable on flights, this company's design for super low budget alternative airplane seating is just the ticket. These so-called standing seats are essentially glorified versions of those uncomfortable leaning benches and are proposed as a genuine standing up trade-off for cheaper flights. Because who needs to be able to move or experience comfort when you could cram more people into the cabin like sardines? Luckily, no one's adopted them yet, but knowing airlines, it's only a matter of time. Another anti-comfort design are these food court benches, which are intended to keep people from sitting in them for too long. With the intentionally tiring, uncomfortable design, they can keep a flow of customers constantly moving in and out. More money for the cafe, bigger calf muscles for the visitors. It's a win-win, right? While you're sat on the benches from hell, why not tuck into this scam sandwich? Like a washed-up supermodel, the outside looks half-decent, but it's hollow and empty on the inside. If this is what it looks like with those sneaky extra slices, I shudder to think what it looks like without. Either way, it's still not as bad as this one, which besides being one of the worst food scams ever, is just plain repulsive however you look at it. If you're hungry for dessert after your scam sandwiches, how about a cup of ice cream that looks twice as full as it actually is? Someone needs to tell these disgraces to the noble ice cream industry that stacking scoops high above does not excuse failing to fill the proper space below. To hell with you too, soft serve Satan. Hope your ice cream doesn't melt. Recently, building multiple rear cameras into a smartphone has become a big selling point. And as with all trends, some unscrupulous sellers have hopped on board the multi-camera express, ripping people off along the way. This phone from the exterior appears to have 3 different cameras, but removing the casing reveals only one real camera, with the others just being glass facades. This is surprisingly common among cheap knockoff phone manufacturers who will snap you up as a sucker before you can even say cheese. So I'd hold off on multi-camera knockoffs if I were you, at least until the iPhone 40 comes out. Have you witnessed any truly awful designs you'd like to share with the world? I'd love to hear about them, so send them my way at stories@beamazed.com. Thanks for watching. The world's greatest designers have brought us some amazingly sleek stuff that's easy to take for granted, but not all designers are so gifted. In fact, a lot of them are downright awful. From horrifying creations to unbelievable scam attempts, let's check out the works of some of our planet's very worst designers. Some of the most infuriating design choices of the modern world come in the form of unnecessary packaging. And it doesn't get much worse than this. Clearly, no one informed this designer that bananas come ingeniously pre-packaged with their own protective layer. These shrink-wrapped apples, meanwhile, raise more questions than answers. Maybe the supermarket's investors are plastic barons? Or maybe the fruit company feels like pesticides just don't cut it anymore. How about this abomination? Jeez, if only there was some way to seal and transport orange slices without plastic. If the plastic wrapping on your fruit wasn't enough to keep allergens at bay, you'd better think twice before buying allergy relief medicine. This single Claritin tablet is like a Russian doll. It comes in a case, inside a pouch, inside a plastic-paneled cardboard box. That allergy relief better be worth it. Worse yet is this package ordered from Sephora Cosmetics. And that sizable box is a big bundle of packaging paper and bubble wrap, all for the protection of this single tiny 0.05 ounce makeup container. No amount of makeup could conceal the ridiculous waste of resources on show here. This McDonald's menu, shared by Gus Johnson on Twitter, is an even worse design. Every minute or so, all the menu screens switch to an advert, meaning you have to sit through an advertisement for the privilege of giving McDonald's your money. Designed by Satan himself, I can only assume. Worse still are the rage-inducing fake adverts for games you may have come across on social media platforms. Usually an ad like this will pop up, showing you an intriguing, well-produced, satisfying game that's only a tap away to download. Seems fair enough. Only if you follow the link to your phone's app store, the game turns out to be nothing like what's advertised and is instead just a generic Bejeweled clone or town builder. More often than not, the advertisements are just animations carefully designed to lure you in, usually barely related to the real game, if at all. It's shocking that so many app developers are able to get away with this tactic, and it's about time somebody called them out. So if you've encountered these misleading ads, feel free to rant about it in the comments below. Being misled is annoying, sure, but being sneakily conned by a hotel you're paying to stay at is arguably worse. That's exactly what happened to Redditor Totally a Dragon. Their hotel bedroom's computerized minibar fridge would automatically charge the occupant's account not only when an item was taken, but even if it was just slightly moved. Any detected movement counted as a purchase, even accidental. So with this kind of con at play, I certainly hope there were no earthquakes during their stay. To make matters worse, if Totally a Dragon wanted to eliminate the risk of an unfair charge, they'd have to pay a €15 removal fee. After all that nonsense, they probably needed a strong drink from the minibar anyway. When you go to unsubscribe from a service you don't like, the last thing you need is to be guilt-tripped about it. But a lot of companies use this tactic to try to manipulate you into staying. Like this Linux news site that forces you to kill the crying Linux penguin to unsubscribe. Or this one that straight up calls you a fool. It's a bold move, I'll say that much, but it's hardly the best way to address customers. An even more devious example can be found in this spam text for a comedy event. It claims to unsubscribe, you need only reply, stop. What's not so clear though is that the O in stop is actually a 0 digit. The likelihood of the average person spotting that and successfully unsubbing is extremely slim, and that's exactly what they're counting on. The sneakiest attempt at stopping you from unsubscribing comes from the website For Keeps Hair Loss Treatment. Their subscription modification page is specifically programmed so that whenever you hover your mouse over the unsubscribe button, it moves the screen before you can click. Luckily, hitting tab a few times will function as a workaround, but it's still incredibly sneaky to intentionally program something like this. Making unsubscribing difficult is one thing, but this Ferrari license agreement places the difficulty on signing up. Breaking the folder seal means agreeing to the terms, which you can't actually read without breaking the seal. And because the documents are technically available in some obscure corner of Ferrari's website, this is technically legal. The worst kind of legal. It doesn't get much more shameless than preying on high school grads anxiously waiting to find out whether they got accepted into their chosen college. But that didn't stop Providence College sending out an email with the highly misleading subject line, your college acceptance. In reality, the email was little more than an advertisement for one of their website's articles. The senders knew full well that students would see the subject and open it right away, only to be disappointed, as if the student debt they'd soon be racking up wasn't bad enough. It's not just soon-to-be college students being swindled, though. This deceptive sticker book targets younger kids, claiming to house 1001 Disney Princess-themed stickers. Opening it up, however, reveals the irritating truth. Of those 1001 stickers, 768 of them are these tiny colored squares. Come on, Disney. I'm sure kids would be happy with 233 Disney stickers. Why you gotta feed them lies? Sometimes bad design strays pretty confidently into fraud territory, as is the case with so-called pest repeller listed on Amazon India. It claimed to deter insects and rodents using ultrasonic waves, but when reviewers opened it up, it was another story entirely. They soon realized the circuit board inside only functioned to light up the LEDs on the front of the device. There was no sound emitter of any kind, meaning the whole thing was little more than an overpriced Christmas tree decoration. If you're scamming people who already have an infestation problem, you should probably ask yourself who the real rodent is. Keeping on theme of fraudulent design, it doesn't get much worse than this. This type of device is a card skimmer and can sometimes be found placed over the card slots of ATMs. It steals your card info, allowing whoever put it there full access to your money. To avoid the trap, give the card slot a good hard shake before you try to take out cash. If it comes loose, call the 50. You could save more bank accounts than just your own. Not all bad designs are evil though, some are just hilariously stupid. Like this World War II memorial plaque, for example. Either the designer didn't know their Roman numerals, or we all missed out on a lot in history class. My favorite World War was number 5, but I hear they went downhill after number 9. If you thought there was a limit to how shameless app developers can be, think again. Several developers keen for users to play their apps regularly have begun adding fake notification symbols into their app icons. That's pretty low, but I'll bet it works the first few times. Other apps have taken to straight up lying to their users in the form of phony notifications like this one. Sorry Hopper, but false alarm is not a valid reason to falsely excite your customers with better deals than you'll ever offer them for real. Devious design goes beyond apps though, and sometimes the phone itself can be one big scam. Some cheap knockoff smartphones claim to feature fingerprint scanners, which, in reality, are purely cosmetic. Removing the casing reveals there's really nothing underneath in the way of functional hardware. I guess you get what you pay for. If your phone comes with a real fingerprint scanner, you'd better avoid apps like this one at all costs. Here's why. The developer slipped under Apple's quality assurance radar by initially uploading a reasonably functional Diet Tracker app to the App Store. But after amassing some users, they modified the app to include fingerprint recognition, claiming it'd be used to personalize user data. But the moment the user scanned their fingerprint, this happened. That's right, the app attempted to charge almost $100 to the user's account. Luckily, this time the account wasn't fully linked to the user's bank card, but it very easily could have been. Thankfully, the app has now been removed from the store, but there are countless others out there waiting to defraud you using your own fingerprint approval. If after all that you're feeling like throwing your phone down the toilet in frustration, you'd better avoid this bathroom at Toronto Pearson Airport. Depending on which set of signs you go by, your entrance could be met with a lot of screaming. If you made your way into the toilet successfully, you might come across something that looks like this. While it looks like someone's dog has mixed up toilet time and dinner time, it's actually supposed to be an advert for funnel cakes, which are being sold at a market. But with that crappy promo hanging above, I'd be surprised if they sold any at all. On the topic of uncomfortable designs, they don't get much more hellish than this hideous light switch cover.
Fashioned out of polymer clay, acrylic paints, and gloss varnishes by Morgan's Mutations, these eldritch abominations will ensure nightmares whenever you turn out the lights.
That is, if you can bear to touch the switch at all. What with those hyper-realistic teeth, eyes, and tongues. As if the dentist wasn't already unpleasant enough, this one decided to hang a mascot up for the kids. Only with hyper-realistic teeth, a wrinkled face, and blood-red mouth. It's not a comfort so much as a warning. Brush your teeth, kids, or I'll come take them from my personal collection. If you're feeling a little unnerved after that last one, why not calm down with a nice, innocent unicorn pen? Unfortunately, your calmness wouldn't last long if you purchased this pen, because despite costing $5, the amount of ink inside is barely enough to write a sentence. Food packaging can feature some of the sneakiest design tricks of all. Take this tasty looking pate, for example, which seems to be a perfectly sized portion for your next dinner party. Until you remove the cardboard sleeve and see what it was hiding. Split into 2 smaller packets, the real thing is almost 1/3 smaller than it initially seems. This pizza is even worse, concealing an oversized crust behind the packaging in an attempt to cut cost. This one's worse still, with a measly 3 pieces of pepperoni. Although to be fair, you couldn't call it false advertising. What you see is, literally, what you get. Some terrible designs are really just a matter of poorly planned out construction, like this excessively bumpy bicycle lane in Hungary. Despite how it may look, the Hungarian government doesn't have a vendetta against cyclists. The bumps are actually ramps leading down to the driveways of houses on the side of the road. Still, you'd better make sure you're not carrying any fizzy soda if you ever take a ride down this path. You could end up in a very sticky situation. But when it comes to terrible construction design choices, it's hard to beat hiding a toilet behind a cubicle wall of glass. The frosted effect really does nothing to keep you out of sight during your most vulnerable moments. And it looks like the man in this photo has spotted us, so let's get out of here and return to the land of clean, elegant design. That's better. Have you encountered any unbelievably awful design choices of your own? I'd love to hear about them at stories@beamazed.com. If yours is horrendous enough, I may feature it in a video. Thanks for watching.
Hey everyone. Due to some circumstances, I'm going to be today's narrator. Thanks for your understanding, and please reply to the pinned comment below if you think I did a good job. Have you ever encountered a piece of architecture, a product, or even technology that was so bad you wondered how it ever got past the design stage? Well, it turns out our world is full of awful design choices, and if you ask me, it's about time someone called them out. So from outrageously misleading product packaging to straight up dangerous town planning, here are some designers who should go to hell for their ideas. In our modern world, most of us use computers daily in some form or another, be it for work or enjoyment. Considering how often we use these things, you'd think the companies that design them would put some thought into making them as intuitive as possible. But that's not always the case, as evidenced by one laptop by HP, which sported a keyboard design with one face-palm-worthy error. Instead of placing the power button in an area where it'd be unlikely to be accidentally pressed, HP decided to put it here. Being right in the middle of some of the most commonly used keys, delete and backspace, means this power button is guaranteed to regularly cause some fury when pressed by accident. Nice job, HP. But bad design isn't always a matter of not being intuitive. Sometimes a design is bad because of how irritating certain aspects of it are for people who like things to look perfectly neat. Take this misaligned ceiling light one web user spotted at their workplace, for example. Whether it had been moved there to leave room for piping in the ceiling or some other reason was not revealed, but it didn't matter. No explanation could have possibly justified such a violation of the worker's human rights. The human right of not having to be subject to irritatingly ugly design, that is. For a similar reason, one Reddit user was mildly infuriated by this mistake they spotted on their laptop's built-in speaker. That slight imperfection is undoubtedly one of those things that, once noticed, can never be unseen. But let me ask you this. If you purchased a laptop and found a mildly infuriating error like this, would it be enough justification to return it to the store? For yes, slap that like button in anger, and for no, calmly click subscribe. Or just do both if you'd like an easy way to counteract the rage-inducing designs of our world with the fun, fascinating entertainment we upload daily. But now, back to some terrible design choices. While that misaligned laptop speaker dot may have been a manufacturing fault, there are some pieces of mildly infuriating design that pass through several quality checks and still somehow slip through. Some of the most infuriating examples of this have been shared online in the form of DVD and Blu-ray box set displays. And fair warning, these box sets are a perfectionist's personal hell. Like this Harry Potter box set, which sports one of the pictures of the protagonist at the bottom of the DVD case's spine, despite all the others being at the top. What's more, not even the images at the top of the DVDs are printed at a consistent height. That type of inconsistency is even worse in this Sherlock box set, which would require a master detective on Sherlock Holmes's level to decipher what on earth the designers were thinking. Even if these original DVD cases were designed separately, would it really have been that difficult or expensive to have adjusted them for the box set release? As infuriating as a bad box set design might be, though, they're very minor issues compared to bad design choices that actually affect people's daily lives. And an exceedingly bad example of this was shared with the internet in 2020, after being spotted by a Redditor walking in downtown Los Angeles. An insanely bright LED billboard had been put up on a building, advertising products with enough intensity to completely illuminate the opposite building. Whether the building across the road from the billboard is apartments or offices, I highly doubt the people living or working inside were too pleased with this eyesore burning brightly through their windows. After all, neither working nor sleeping would be easy with that thing out there. Now, I'm all for some colored mood lighting, but typically, I like to be the one choosing the colors, not some monstrous glowing billboard in the street outside. The only way to make this slightly less awful would be if someone hacked the billboard screen to play Netflix for all their neighbors. That I could get behind, as long as I had the remote control. Intrusive advertisements are only one of the ways the spaces of towns and cities can provide examples of terrible design. A lot of the time, equally bad instances occur as a result of lazy, just straight-up dumb town planning. Like this bridge, which was constructed with no thought for what might happen to it when it rains. With no drainage and a design that slopes downward toward the middle, the bridge badly floods in heavy rain, forcing those who need to use it to shimmy across. Now, this might be fun for someone desperate to try out their new kayak, but not so much for elderly folks who have enough trouble walking on solid ground. But those problems didn't seem to matter to the devilish designers behind this pathetic excuse for a walkway, who seemed to forget that a bridge over water is generally supposed to keep your feet dry. Arguably even less convenient than a soggy bridge is an ATM that's built too high on a wall to use. But this is a problem witnessed outside a surprising number of banks in various locations around the world. This occasionally happens as a result of measuring errors in the planning stage, sometimes resulting from the banks being located on sloped roads with high walls that aren't double-checked before constructing. It's a perfect example of how hilariously bad certain designs can turn out when communication, or just common sense, is lacking at a specific stage in the process. Before banks can get these errors fixed, people are forced to turn to creative approaches to get their money with hilarious results. Now, that's a sign of a true friend, someone willing to literally pick you up when you're feeling low. Low compared to the ATM, that is. But sometimes bad infrastructure design goes beyond merely inconvenient and into the realm of legitimately dangerous. And if these next examples are anything to go by, it's often bicycle users who get dealt the roughest hand. Like this Dutch bike path, which leaves a very fine line between cycling and swimming in the canal. Either this was a joke, or Dutch people have superhuman balance to be able to ride along there. Even worse is this elevated bike lane, which seems to suggest the city planning division doesn't deem cyclists quite as worthy of a safety railing as their walking pedestrian counterparts. Or maybe the city's safety codes count canal water as a soft enough landing to be considered a satisfactory safety measure, or maybe they just don't care at all. This bicycle lane, meanwhile, seems to have actually been built with cyclist safety in mind, though the execution is laughably bad. It features bumps seemingly designed to keep cars from barging into the cyclist path. But given that the bumps are painted white rather than a more distinguishable color, they run a serious risk of being collided with. Considering most people using the lane will be traveling at speed, you can easily imagine a bike slamming straight into one of these, sending its rider over the handlebars, possibly even into the road. Plus, even though cars shouldn't be using the lane, one that did could sustain some serious damage from not noticing the hard-to-spot humps. It seems a little harsh to me. But town planning committees aren't the only ones guilty of hilariously bad design choices. People make just as many within the spaces of their own homes, like the contractors responsible for building the bathroom in one Reddit user's dad's house. At 6'1", the Redditor was way taller than the ceiling, something he'd rarely encountered before. But the house's builders, seemingly operating under some kind of vertical restriction that prevented them from making the room any higher, decided to dig a head hole into the ceiling for any extra tall urinators. Better than nothing, I guess, and definitely better than the placement of this toilet, which was built right in the middle of an apartment staircase. With limited space and very specific restrictions on where the waste pipes could go, this was seemingly the only spot in the cramped apartment for a bathroom. Luckily, the stairs-turned restroom were within an enclosed apartment, rather than being in a public stairwell. Not that it would make it any less unpleasant to pass by your roommate on your way out while they're relieving themselves. Moving on from physical obstacles that prevent pleasant and convenient usage to virtual obstacles now, in a video about awful design, I'd be remiss not to mention dreadfully designed digital adverts. You know the ones I'm talking about, the ones that pop up on your screen and make it almost impossible to do anything without accidentally clicking a link you never intended to. Like this one someone encountered in the Sonic the Hedgehog mobile app. The developers made the diabolical decision to place the advert activation button overlapping the movement controls, meaning accidentally tapping it was almost inevitable while playing. As if taking damage in-game and losing all of Sonic's rings wasn't already infuriating enough. Other seemingly fun apps serve their contract with Lucifer by deceiving users, usually kids, into spending money. Like in the Pokemon Go app, where you can purchase 100 Pokecoins, the in-game currency, for 99 cents, or 550 Pokecoins for $7.99. The creators of this swindle rely on the fact that very few people would take the time to work out that you could actually purchase 7 of the 99-cent packs and get 700 Pokecoins for $7. That's 150 more Pokecoins for $1 cheaper than the 550 Pokecoins offer. This sneakiness continues all the way up, with it still being cheaper to purchase 145 of the individual 99-cent packs, receiving 14,500 Pokecoins for $143.55 than it would be to acquire the same number with the $159.99 offer. While paying for virtual money in apps is arguably not a smart choice to begin with, that doesn't give developers the right to prey on people unable to notice they're being swindled. But even when you're on the receiving end of virtual sleight of hand of this kind, you're still technically getting what you pay for. The same can't be said for when you buy a decent-seeming product in real life, only to find it had been designed to save the company costs while sacrificing quality. One Redditor encountered a particularly infuriating example of a company cheaping out on product materials, only for the consumer to pay the price in 2019. While enjoying a bowl of tasty leftovers, the plastic handle of their spoon broke. Now, this wouldn't have been so bad, except it turned out the spoon's handle had been artificially weighted with sand to make it seem higher quality. This resulted in not just a broken spoon, but a tragically ruined dinner for this unfortunate owner. Couldn't the devious company responsible at least have filled it with salt and pepper? A similar case occurred for another Redditor back in 2011, shortly after they purchased a punching bag from China. After sustaining a disappointingly small number of punches, the bag split, revealing what it had been filled with. Trash. Yep, literal garbage was spilled all over the floor of their garage. For this deceptive form of recycling, not mentioned in the product description, the company had acquired all sorts of random shredded junk and used it in place of proper padding. That likely made it super cheap to produce, as did the clearly inferior quality of the plastic fabric holding the whole thing together. All in all, it was an awful punching bag, but a slightly better piñata. While that punching bag may have been pretty useless for its intended purpose, at least it could be punched a couple of times before disintegrating. This kickball, again from China, was arguably worse. While the text on its surface labeled it as kickball, the back of the ball also had written on it in tiny text, "Not for kicking." Talk about false advertising. Maybe this company makes other products like chewing gum that's not for chewing or boots that aren't made for walking. Then there's these hilariously dumb earphones, another of China's finest, which claim to have Bluetooth functionality while also never needing to be charged. How's this possible? Well, because they require being plugged into your iPhone to use. Now, you may assume these are simply standard wired headphones with a fake Bluetooth label to increase sales. But it's even dumber than that. These earphones actually do connect via Bluetooth. The cable's there for power supply only. But seeing as Bluetooth audio quality, which is transferred via radio waves, is almost always inferior to audio from direct cables, these always plugged-in insults to the audio industry are the worst of both worlds. But hey, at least they can claim the title of Bluetooth earphones that never run out of charge. From useless products, now we move to unbelievably wasteful packaging. Various examples of this have been shared online, like this tiny micro SD card, for which the standard packaging was already unnecessarily large, but the shipping box was simply ridiculous. The same could be said for this box, which looked like it had been hastily and lazily stuffed with packing paper, all to transport this tiny bottle of nail polish. And while this seems ridiculous, and it arguably is, this kind of ridiculously oversized packaging has to do with the shipping company's automated systems. When the system calculates that a transport van won't be filled up enough to stop packages sliding around and damaging the products inside, they package smaller items in larger boxes to fill the gaps. So technically, it's in the interest of the customer, but that doesn't change how eye-roll worthy it is to receive so much more cardboard packaging than you need. But not all unnecessary packaging is justified. One Reddit user, for example, ordered a single metal bolt and received all of this packaging. As nice as the thank you card is, it's hardly necessary, and neither is the rest of the excess card, paper, or plastic bagging. Even worse is this lip balm, which comes in non-recyclable plastic packaging 12 times its size. While this may be a theft prevention measure, reusable theft prevention boxes do exist, and would be a much more environmentally friendly alternative. The company should certainly consider it because this much wasted plastic isn't just lame, it's lamer. The same excuse of theft prevention is used for these teeth whitening strips, which take up an unbelievably small percentage of the space inside the box. I can't help feeling like the size of the box may also have something to do with making customers feel like they're getting their money's worth, given that this box costs an eye-watering $50. But if you want to avoid having bad teeth, You could just eat these Chinese strawberry-flavored cotton candy snacks to satisfy your sweet tooth. Sounds counterintuitive, I know, but you won't need to worry too much about the sugar content because when you open the packet up, you soon realize how little you actually get inside. Infuriatingly, there's only just enough to fit in the packaging's window. The rest of the intentionally oversized packaging is nothing but plastic, clearly intended to trick potential buyers into thinking they'd get more for their money. The manufacturers of this novelty-sized tube of Warhead sour candy, meanwhile, didn't even bother to fill its empty space with anything else. Instead, the manufacturers simply filled the tube up to the letter E and deemed it enough to justify that extra-long packaging. It seems the candy is only a fraction as sour as the people who make it. Equally scandalous is the inside of this sweet poppy seed pastry from Eastern Europe, which couldn't be more disappointing when compared to the generous filling advertised on the packaging. Let's just hope that was a manufacturing error, shall we? The deception in the packaging of this banana-flavored milk, meanwhile, is most definitely not a manufacturing error. In fact, the packaging has been specifically designed to mislead people into thinking they're getting a full cup's worth of milk. But all is revealed when the cup is turned upside down or emptied out, revealing it was only 2/3 full to begin with. With a tinted top, this shameful deception leaves a very bad taste in your mouth. You'd better hope the banana flavor is worth it. But despite the quantities of those products being abysmally lacking, at least you get some of what you pay for. That wasn't the case with the unfortunate customer who purchased a personal pizza from Subway after seeing tasty-looking adverts like these. What they actually received, however, looked more like someone had tried to mop up old curdled milk with a tortilla. On the bright side, at least after seeing that, they probably weren't hungry anymore. But it's not just in food and drink products that this type of misleading design is used. An almost identical tactic is used in a lot of skincare and hygiene products. Take this brand new bottle of gel face wash, for example. Looks like you're getting a good-sized bottle of this stuff, until you tear the label off and see what it's hiding. The bottle's actually only half full, but the oversized container is designed to make you feel like you're getting more value for your money, encouraging you to spend more than you might on a smaller bottle. Similar instances of companies using labels to cover up empty space that consumers would reasonably assume to be filled with more of the product are often found in shaving razor packaging, like these razor packs, whose label hides the empty slots where you might assume extra replacement heads would be. The worst part is, both products actually have the spaces in their plastic storage cases for more replacement heads, though I guarantee if you ask the company for their official stance on the matter, it'd go something like, "We like our customers to be able to bring their own replacements. After all, we know and respect how important independence is." Sounds pretty reasonable, right? We've seen a lot of awfully designed products aimed at adults, but even children encounter their fair share of devilish designs. Like the girl who asked her parents to buy her this sizable-seeming swimming pool for summertime. The look on her face upon taking it out of its packaging and seeing how small it actually was just says it all. False advertising is one surefire way to give a kid trust issues. Other bad designs aimed at kids, meanwhile, just wind up being plain disturbing. Like this Pokemon backpack, which looks perfectly fine from this angle, but when multiple of these cute plush toys were presented on a store shelf, they ended up looking more like Pokemon protagonist Ash had undergone a Kim Kardashian-level butt enlargement surgery. I mean, if you've got it, flaunt it, but maybe not in the kids' aisle. Even more likely to traumatize kids, though, is this nightmare-inducing Dora the Explorer ride at a fairground. I doubt many kids would enjoy the idea of their favorite cartoon adventurer having her back scooped out for them to sit inside. Who did this to you, Dora? Who did this? Sometimes, though, the full weirdness of bad design aimed at children is only apparent to adults. That's the case with this slide, which most kids probably see as a simple source of fun, while adults would probably feel uncomfortable crawling into a giant statue's rear end. I sure hope it's clean in there. But that slide is far from the worst example of lighthearted characters used as a way to make everyday things a little more fun that went terribly wrong.
No, God!
That title falls to this absolute crime against humanity found at a roller skating arena, which is intended to look like Superman is holding up a water fountain. Unfortunately, that's not all it looks like, but I'll leave it to your imagination to figure out how this might be perceived as inappropriate. The only thing more embarrassing than being seen near that monstrosity would be being caught in public wearing these jeans. With a bleached and dyed effect running up the outside of the leg, it seems the designers neglected to consider what the inner leg would look like when left in the jeans' original dark color. Look, I know high fashion is all about pushing boundaries, but I refuse to believe the "I just peed my pants" chic is in this year. Putting the badly designed attire back into the dresser now, it's time to take a look at some of the more devious designs of all. Misleading price cards. I'm referring to the big, bold text you see printed and hung inside and outside stores, intended to lure you into a purchase. They seem to promise bargains, only on closer inspection, you find the real truth. Usually some kind of catch hidden in small print. Like this sign, for example. Everything 99 cents sounds amazing until you see it actually says everything 99 cents and up or less. That hilariously vague choice of words means literally every price can be covered from 1 cent to $1 million and beyond. At least they covered all bases. Similarly, this parking garage in Los Angeles seemed to offer a pretty good deal with $4 parking. Though still expensive, in a major city, that's not a terrible price per hour. But of course, it wasn't per hour. The teeny tiny small print on closer inspection revealed that they were charging $4 every 10 minutes. Given that the text was so small it was unlikely to be spotted by motorists looking for a space, the designer responsible for this has truly earned their place in hell. What's the most unfriendly or just plain bad piece of design you've ever encountered? Let me know in the comments below, and as always, thanks for watching.
Human beings are a little inconsistent when it comes to the quality of our design ideas. While some of our finest minds have come up with stuff like this, others have come up with stuff like this. Unfortunately, it's the bad design ideas that really stand out when we encounter them in our everyday lives. Some design fails are so bad they're funny, but most of the time, they're either infuriatingly inconvenient or just plain awful. So, for your entertainment and education, let's check out some of the works of our planet's worst designers. While the current trend of companies producing more eco-friendly products is certainly a good thing, some companies do the whole movement a massive disservice through terribly designed products. And while many companies claim to care about the environment, some are infuriatingly hypocritical in not practicing what they preach. Like National Geographic magazine, for example, who printed this issue on the global ecological threat that single plastics posed, which came wrapped in not one, but 2 single-use plastic bags. Then there's these biodegradable sponges, sold by a company who proudly labeled them as made entirely from recycled materials. Unfortunately, it seems like this pro-environment message was lost on their packaging department, who decided to wrap the sponges in a plastic packet, as well as being individually wrapped in plastic too. But the biggest hypocrites in the world of allegedly eco-friendly design have to be Apple. The $2 trillion company recently made the controversial move to stop supplying earphones and charger wall plugs in the box with their new iPhones. Apple claimed the change was an attempt to be more environmentally friendly by producing less packaging and electronic waste, built on the assumption that most people have a charging plug already. Now, this wouldn't be such an awful idea were it not for one important detail. The charging cables Apple supplied with their new iPhones only connect to USB-C ports. These types of ports are only found on the latest charging plugs Apple have released, meaning those with old standard USB charging plugs can't even use them. So anyone with these older plugs would need to buy additional items for the basic task of charging their phone. For an official Apple wall charger and earphones, consumers could look forward to paying $40 extra for stuff other phone companies still provide as their standard. What's more, buying those accessories would land you with this much packaging waste in addition to the iPhone box itself. More waste than if the stuff came included as standard. On top of that, the additional emissions required to deliver this stuff to stores and people's houses means this so-called environmental effort actually works out worse for the environment. Reportedly, this move made each iPhone sale 1% more profitable for Apple. Some theorize this was intended to offset additional costs of producing 5G-ready phones. But considering how profitable iPhones already were, with the iPhone XS Max reportedly making 200% profit versus production costs per sale, it's still hard not to feel like consumers are being cheated, and all in the guise of saving the environment. Pretty outrageous, right? Well, if you want to balance out these devilish designs with something pleasant, be sure to like this video and subscribe to Be Amazed. With amazing fact-based content posted daily, it's a guaranteed way to counteract life's frustrations with hearty entertainment. But now, let's get back to some very unfriendly design, of which some of the most devious can be found in the apps we use every day. One of the most recent sneaky design changes was delivered by Instagram with the intention of getting users to spend money. How? Well, Instagram's developers attempted to manipulate our muscle memory to try to get us to use their shopping features. They did this by releasing an update that sneakily changed the user interface in a subtle but very much intentional way. All the way from 2011 through to mid-2020, the notification tab had always been along the bottom of the in-app interface. But this update moved the notification tab to the top right corner, replacing its previous position with a tab devoted to Instagram's equivalent of eBay. This clearly intended to get users to misclick due to the muscle memory of where to go for their notifications in hope they might be drawn into buying a purchase. These purchases, in turn, would earn Instagram a fee. For those who noticed the sneaky attempt to capitalize on user habits to increase profits, it felt pretty sleazy to say the least. Though, if you're like me, this only served to make me determined never to buy stuff from Instagram. But the selfie center of the world isn't the only app guilty of some seriously devilish tactics designed to get users to spend. Food apps are some of the guiltiest parties when it comes to coaxing cash from you. Like the McDonald's delivery app, which uses fake notification alerts which claim your order will be delivered soon in big text, with small text underneath that continues soon after you finally place it, order now, with a winking emoji. One Reddit user received the McDonald's notification in question while they were struggling with money and had to suffer a moment of genuine distress and panic before they realized they'd been maliciously tricked by the app. If that's not a reason to uninstall out of spite, I don't know what is. Moving away from the cesspit of sneaky app design now and into the real world, it's time for some seriously bad designs from the world of town planning. Be it through unbelievable oversight or just plain disregard for citizens, town planners really fall short sometimes in the design department. Like the genius who thought it'd be a good idea to place street lights bright enough to light a stadium along this residential street in Cleveland, Ohio. Good luck sleeping at night with a miniature sun outside your bedroom window. Then we have this monstrosity. Whether the pole got built before the ATM or vice versa is unclear, but the end product is one heck of an eyesore regardless. On the bright side, at least you get something to lean on while you wait for your transaction to process. But sometimes, terrible town planning designs completely ruin a construction's intended purpose, like this basketball court, the designers of which took cutting corners to a whole new level. While this bizarre court shape is likely due to piping or wiring underneath the cornered area that regulations prevent building on, you'd have thought the planning division would have considered that beforehand. After all, how difficult could it have been to plan the court 10 feet to the left? Some of the worst failures of urban design clearly have good intentions, but are delivered with such a lack of thought, it's hard to believe they ever got approved. Like the stop and alarm buttons on this bus. Pretty easy to differentiate for most people, but for the visually impaired, not so much. And not just because they wouldn't be able to see the different colors. The main issue is both buttons say stop in Braille, rendering the addition useless and potentially embarrassing for the very people its dim-witted designers had tried to help. But sometimes helping the vulnerable is the opposite of what town planning departments attempt to do. Such is the case with these benches in Philadelphia's subway system, which are designed to be too awkward and uncomfortable for homeless people to sleep on. However, in making them intentionally inconvenient for the homeless, the designers inadvertently made the benches completely uncomfortable for anyone who tried to take a seat on them. Now, with no real purpose, they just sit there, looking like the aftermath of the Hulk taking his anger out on a radiator. Moving from poorly thought out public spaces to disastrously designed personal possessions, we have this soldering iron shared by Reddit user Stim Jerling. Looks pretty normal at first, until you realize that the screw in the handle is so poorly placed that it touches the heating element inside. As soldering irons get very hot, with temperatures sometimes exceeding 800 degrees Fahrenheit, with a metal screw conducting heat to the finger of the user, this design fail isn't just dumb, it's dangerous. Staying on the topic of burningly stupid designs, we have this candle, purchased by another Redditor. The designers were so focused on producing something at low cost, they forgot to consider one important factor: the heat resistance of the plastic candle holder. For that reason, when lit, the candle melted its own container. If the candle wasn't scented before, it was now, with a strong fragrance of toxic burning plastic. Hooray! Many of the bad designs people encounter are more deceptive than dangerous, like this listing on Amazon, appearing to advertise a unique dinosaur-themed pillowcase for kids. Seems like harmless fun, right? Well, for those who ordered it, this is what they received. Not only was the pillowcase not dinosaur-shaped, the kid from the picture was also printed onto it. Creepy. A similar case of pathetically poor printing was on show with this Amazon listing, which appeared to advertise coffee mugs that changed their appearance when filled with hot water, as demonstrated with before and after pics. However, what arrived was actually just a mug featuring a picture of the other two mugs. Both of these abysmal printed products were clearly scams, capitalizing on the success of the original product they were feebly attempting to imitate, and both were removed from sale shortly afterwards. Not all bad designs are quite so deceptive, though, whether it be due to a lack of creative talent or some serious oversights in the manufacturing process. Some designs are just plain bad, like this advert in the shampoo section of a store. While it's supposed to show a woman with her hair up in a towel, the brightness of the white just makes it look like she's got a remarkably unfortunate haircut. If that's how those shampoos make your hair look, I'd be surprised if they made a single sale. That is, unless Tintin's a regular at the store. Of course, laughably bad design isn't restricted to the world of commerce. People make equally awful design choices in their own homes, like the homeowners responsible for putting their fridge slap bang in the middle of their kitchen at a jaunty angle. It looks like the interior designer forgot a kitchen needs a fridge, then added to the plans last minute. Perhaps they convinced the unwitting homeowners that middle-of-the-room fridge cupboards were a hot new trend.
I want it. It's everything.
But when it comes to poor taste, it doesn't get much worse than this utterly cursed sight. A bathroom with a carpet all the way up the side of the tub. Putting aside the questionable color, it's not hard to shudder at the thought of what kind of filth, odor, damp, and mildew has accumulated in that carpet over the years.
Don't be ridiculous. Think of the smell. You haven't thought of the smell!
Not to mention the skin-crawling sensation of squelching around on the dampened surface after taking a bath. But there's one type of restroom that's even worse than a carpeted one. A restroom with clear glass toilet stalls. It's like something out of a nightmare. While the reason behind this choice is unknown, it's certainly a guaranteed way to make people hurry up their business. After all, would you stay there for long if someone was making eye contact with you while waiting impatiently for their turn? I think not. While laughably bad designs are often a matter of taste, other times they're the result of a total lack of logic, like this electrical button panel an internet user shared online. While you'd usually expect the numbers to ascend from left to right, continuing on each line, these read from top to bottom. That is, until we reach the number 9, which is followed by 12A. Then 12, then 16, 10 finally appears, randomly squeezed between 6 and 16, but 11 doesn't pop up until after 15. It all finishes with 18 and 17 in the wrong order. And for some reason, 17 is given 2 buttons. Whoever wired this thing either took some serious creative liberties with the approach or just made several mistakes. Either way, looking at it makes you feel like you're losing brain cells by the second. Unlike obviously bad designs, some design fails are only apparent from certain perspectives, like this set of stairs, which looks perfectly safe and you might even say pleasant when approaching the door. But for those stepping through the door, looking down, they blend into what can only be described as a broken ankle waiting to happen. For a literal step-by-step guide on how to get sued for dangerous decor, look no further. Staying on the topic of designs whose danger lies in how you look at them, take a look at these. At a glance, with packaging that references candy both in its general style and in the images it features, you'd be forgiven for thinking these were packets of tasty, juicy jawbreakers. But you'd be wrong. These are all bath bombs and are merely scented like candy. While they do say bath bombs on their label, I can't help feeling these are merely one half-distracted parent away from a child tucking in and having a very unpleasant surprise. But the big question is, do you think manufacturers intentionally made these look like candy to trick people into buying them? Or do people really like bathing in candy aromas? Let me know what you think in the comments below. Of course, not all poorly designed packaging is dangerous or misleading. Some of it is bad simply because it benefits the manufacturers at the expense of the consumer's convenience. Like an unforgivable change the manufacturers of the classic brick tower game Jenga made to their packaging design. In order to fit more boxes on the shelves and hence sell more volumes of the product, Jenga's manufacturers changed their box design to a wider, more attention-grabbing form factor. This replaced the old, perfectly square-topped box that fit the fully formed Jenga tower, that could be pulled out and played immediately and stored neatly away afterwards, ready for next time. The new design sported a rectangular base and was shorter, meaning it no longer fit a full tower, forcing purchasers to assemble it from scratch every time. Never before has a nostalgic toy betrayed us so badly. Now, crummy packaging that inconveniences the user of a product is one thing, but packaging that intentionally misleads consumers about its contents, particularly in terms of quantity, is a whole other kettle of fish. Unfortunately though, this is something that happens all the time, as is the case with the dark secret inside what appears to be a considerably large container of superglue. Seems like a decent size, but when the front plate is removed, the truth is revealed. It's just a regular-sized glue packet in fancy clothing. But not only is this sneaky deception, which is carried out in a number of varieties, a waste of plastic, it's also sold by weight. This means many people assume they're getting more than the regular amount of glue, only to find they've just paid for more packaging. While this packaging claims to make applying the glue slightly easier, with all that empty space inside, you think they could have at least made the tube a little bigger. Not to mention the fact that a lot of glue would be wasted, considering this oversized plastic casing isn't as good as your fingers at squeezing out the last few drops. So when it comes to glue, just stick to what you know. Cosmetic products are some of the worst offenders when it comes to egregious, unnecessary packaging. If you haven't experienced it firsthand, let me enlighten you with this. Seems like a fairly standard box holding a tub of moisturizer, right? Well, look how much you actually get when you pull it out. All that cardboard is wasted on nothing but empty space. Some companies claim these kinds of tactics are to help with theft prevention. But even if that is true, I can't help but feeling it's a little too convenient that this technique also tricks people into believing they're getting more for their money, with the added marketing benefit of a bigger box being more likely to catch people's attention. I definitely smell some deception. But while cosmetic products can make spotting deception difficult until they're out of the box, there is a way to avoid being misled by packaging of a different kind. If you ever spot a container that's supposed to be filled with lots of items of a single type, like this box of pens, be sure to look close at the label. If it says something like 150 pieces rather than 150 pens, or whatever the specific item's meant to be, there may be trickery afoot. Pieces is a super vague word, and in the case of pens, can refer to everything, including the pens themselves, their pen lids, the box, packing cardboard, any instruction sheets, and so on. And that's exactly the trickery here. 150 pieces lands you with less than half that amount of pens in a cardboard padded box with the swindle hidden behind a big sticker. Not to mention the fact that most of the colors are just repeats. Maybe the hole in the middle is just a space to store your disappointment? While we're on the topic of outrageous scams that don't give you your money's worth, there's no better example than American universities. While college in the USA is ludicrously expensive in general, I'm talking specifically about college books. These tomes of knowledge, which are never included in the extortionate university fees, often cost poor students upwards of $100 a pop, and don't usually cover much more than a term's worth of learning. But here's the worst part. The publishers of these oversized learning manuals, laughing from their thrones of cash, sometimes don't even bother to bind the books. Increasingly commonly, textbooks like these ones, with prices ranging from $110 to $240 per book, arrive as merely a collection of hole-punched sheets. With these unbelievable textbook costs, not to mention the huge debts tuition fees rack up, the future can often seem uncertain for newly graduated students. But post-college life was intended to be painted in an optimistic light in this next university-related design fail, with disastrous results. This ad for graduation photography was supposed to imply that there was a bright future on the horizon, but it ends up having some darker implications. The graduate walking on the train tracks with a light in the near distance makes it look like an approaching train is about to provide a very morbid solution to those college debts. I guess this is what people mean when they say, man, life really hits hard after school. But you know what's good for cheering yourself up when life gets tough? Cake. That is, so long as your local baker doesn't have any dishonest tactics baked into their products. Unfortunately, some cake mixers utilize a pretty shocking tactic of stuffing their cakes with polystyrene foam or cardboard to make them look bigger than they actually are, as various people have shared online. The devious ploy usually involves half the cake being made up of the filler material, but hidden behind a wrapping of fondant. While this practice is actually legal, seeing as there is technically a full cake inside, the risk of swallowing some of the inedible filling sends this bad design ploy straight to Danger Town. But when food's concerned, nothing proves looks can be deceiving more than the use of a technique I like to call deceptive arrangement. This is when an item is placed in its packaging in such a way that it looks like you're getting a good-sized, high-quality serving. But once you buy it and open it up, you realize you've been woefully swindled. Like this pizza, for instance, where the sparse toppings have been tactically arranged to peek out of the transparent panel on the box, leaving the rest of the pizza embarrassingly bare. Clearly, those meatballs wanted a window seat. And how about these cookies? Looks like a very generous serving of jam on the packet. But, oh dear. Either there was some issue on the production line, or that's some flagrant false advertising. Let's hope it's the former, but regardless, those cookies are about 1,000,000 miles away from how they're presented on the packet. Some of the most common food scams of this kind come in the form of convenience store sandwiches, or as I like to call them, scamwiches. Now, no one expects culinary mastery from a convenience store snack, but this is just too much. From the front, these scamwiches look pretty well filled, but with the filling taking a front seat only, it proves to be all just an illusion. Even so, at least you get some variety in that scamwich, unlike this one, which, once disassembled, reveals the feeblest attempt at a salami and pickle combo the world has ever seen. If 2020 was a sandwich, you're looking at it. And if there was ever a hotel where room service would be likely to bring you the scamwiches you just witnessed, it'd be the one visited by Reddit user Official Fobs in 2019. When booking a room at the hotel, the Redditor paid extra for a room with a bigger TV. However, when he got settled in and went to switch the TV on, this was what greeted him. Instead of shelling out for bigger TVs in certain rooms, the hotel instead placed large wood and plastic casings around small TVs. It's certainly one of the most creative forms of deceptive design I've seen, but that doesn't make it any less of a betrayal. After the Redditor realized that the small screen that appeared wasn't just an issue with the TV settings, they had a good laugh at the trickery. But how would you react if this happened to you? Let me know in the comments. We now move from small screens to small print, which is something you should always check if you want to avoid design tactics aimed at tricking you into buying stuff. One specific example, which may be the most literal naming of a product I've ever seen, was encountered by people attempting to buy wireless earphones on Amazon. Now, any sane person would assume that, judging by the box for these earphones, they'd come as a pair, right? 2 earphones are pictured, and who sells single earphones? Well, it seems like buyers are expected to look closer at the packaging, which says wireless music earphone rather than wireless music earphones. It isn't a typo. This company meant it literally. One singular earphone comes in the box, along with its humorously small charging cable. Thankfully, after a rush of complaints, this desperate attempt to trick people resulted in the seller being forced to change its Amazon listing to specify the whole single earphone truth. And while I'd argue a total removal from the store would have been better, a little honesty about a sneaky earphone design choice is still music to my ears. What's the worst example of terrible or devious design you've ever encountered? Let me know in the comments below for the chance of a shout out in a future episode. And as always, thanks for watching.
Despite all the advancements of modern society, people still find ways to fall through the safety nets and put themselves in danger. Some people are so dumb, no amount of health and safety regulations can keep them around past their self-inflicted expiry date. So without further ado, let's marvel at the unfortunate souls who selected themselves out of the gene pool, winning a posthumous Darwin Award in the process. Geocaching out. For those with a love for the activity, geocaching is a great way to get outdoors and put their exploration skills to the test. The rules are simple. Use some form of GPS alongside other navigational techniques to find hidden geotag containers in the great outdoors. Once the container is found, you assign the logbook inside and hide it ready for the next geocacher to find. Sounds enjoyable, but for 4 geocachers in the Czech Republic in 2018, their lack of common sense turned fun into fatalities. According to reports, weather warnings of storms and torrential rains weren't enough to stop this group heading out on their exploration, which wouldn't be so bad had their destination not been this extremely long underground waterway. I wouldn't even go in there in the sunshine. But the group still ventured in, and when the storm pushed a huge wave through the tunnel, the extent of their mistake quickly became apparent. While 2 of the explorers survived being swept down the tunnel, the other 2 weren't so lucky. Carried away into a powerful river, they soon drowned and were later found washed up along the shoreline. Worst of all, they never found the geocache. Going on a treacherous trip like that, they should have known they were taking a one-way path to geocaching out. Corona Kiss. If you're a normal, sensible person, you probably understand that people with infectious diseases are probably best given some space. But a man from the Indian state of Madhya Pradesh chose to reject this approach completely after he started telling people he could heal illnesses like coronavirus by kissing their hands. Unbelievably, superstitious folk began taking him up on the offer by the dozen. But with the contact between the healer's lips and countless hands, it wasn't long before, unbeknownst to him, the healer caught coronavirus. And with each hand he kissed, he unwittingly began passing the virus on to other people. Ultimately, 19 people were infected after coming into contact with the deluded healer, though they didn't have to wait long for justice to be administered. By the time the 19th person had been diagnosed, the healer had died from the virus. As far as I can tell, no amount of kissing is going to bring him back. And hopefully, nobody tries. Sanitized sipping. With all the delicious drinks available in our modern society, this next story will leave you asking, just why? That's because in June 2020, a number of people in Santa Fe, New Mexico decided to try drinking hand sanitizer, likely as a substitute for alcohol. Now, it goes without saying that hand sanitizer isn't good for you. But unlike most sanitizers, this particular brand happened to contain methanol, a highly toxic substance. Out of the individuals who were found to have consumed the sanitizer, one was left permanently blinded by methanol poisoning, 3 were in critical condition, and 3 more died almost immediately. So unless you want an agonizingly painful death where your insides feel like they're on fire, opt for a tequila shot, not a sanitizer slammer. Eccentric tastes. Ridiculous deaths are nothing new for humans. Indeed, the ability to die in a ridiculous manner seems to go beyond any particular era. This is proven by the story of one man who died on July 14, 1908 in Goldfield, Nevada. The man, whose name remains unknown, was found dead in the street next to an empty tub of library paste. This was a type of glue-like adhesive used to bind paper and was mostly made of water and flour. Apparently, being unable or unwilling to acquire an alternative food source, he tucked into the paste, eating most of it. Unfortunately, though, the batch that this fellow had fished out of a trash can appeared to have turned bad, or possibly even solidified in his body while he ate it. Not that it's advisable to consume library paste in the first place, but this guy's meal choice ultimately cost him his life. His unusual demise is commemorated in a gravestone referred to by Goldfield's locals as the Paste Eater's Grave. While truthfully the guy was probably just super hungry, it doesn't change the fact that this is one seriously embarrassing way to be memorialized. Needing to vent. When the staff at 17th Street Market in Delhi in Knoxville, Tennessee opened up shop one morning in June 2019, they expected a day like any other. However, when they turned the in-store stove on, ready for the day's hot food, they never expected the screaming that began coming from inside the building's ventilation duct. When police arrived soon after, they were able to figure out who the source of the screams were. It turned out a heavily intoxicated man had climbed onto the store's roof the night before and attempted to climb down the vent and into the store. But horrifyingly, the vent proved to be too small to fit through and he became thoroughly wedged. When the morning crew came into work and started the cooker, the heat transferred up the vent, making the metal walls incredibly hot. By the time the police pulled him out, he was already badly burnt and unconscious, and he expired in the hospital a few days later. Whatever's waiting for him on the other side, at least it can't be much worse than the way he went out. Spray paint pariah. You don't have to be smart to be a criminal, but it certainly helps if you're planning to stay alive for a while. But smarts were not the strong suit of a man from South Carolina who robbed a Sprint phone shop back in 2009. Moments before the robbery took place, the man spray painted the entirety of his face in an attempt at a disguise. Naturally, there's a reason robbers tend to favor balaclavas and masks over this unique approach. Neither of those two other options are lethal to breathe in. And while the burglary itself went off without a hitch, the spray-painted robber began having trouble breathing once it was over. Before long, he was dead, having been choked out by the noxious paint fumes. You'd think it'd be obvious, but if you're getting your robbery fashion tips from this guy, you're asking for trouble. Final trick. If you ever find yourself inclined to make the claim that you're immortal, you should think twice before attempting to prove it. If you don't, you might end up like one psychic medium from Chiang Mai, Thailand. His downfall came during an attempt to carry out so-called proof that he couldn't be killed by plunging a sword into his chest. Now, it transpired that he'd performed this supposedly supernatural feat a number of times before and had made it out alive. But that was only because he was actually a big phony and used swords that were designed to break on impact, making it appear like his skin couldn't be pierced. But when he tried the trick again in April 2017, the weapon failed to break and instead penetrated straight into his chest. Unsurprisingly, the human body doesn't tend to appreciate that sort of thing, and he died shortly after in the hospital, making both his fakery and stupidity public all at once. But at least he didn't have to face the embarrassment, I guess. Fashion no-no. Now, it should obviously be commonly accepted that women can wear whatever makes them feel good. But for one Taiwanese woman in 2019, a slightly more practical outfit would undoubtedly have led to a different outcome than the one she met. Known online as the Bikini Hiker, the 36-year-old made a name for herself hiking mountains around Taiwan wearing only bikinis. While her outfits may have been great for the beach, they don't offer the protection of standard climbing clothes, something the Bikini Hiker learned the hard way on several occasions. But the grazes to her legs she sustained after a tumble in 2018 were nothing compared to the fall she took in January the next year. Hiking alone in Yushan National Park in the snowy coldness of winter, she fell down a ravine and was unable to climb out. She called for help on her satellite phone, but poor weather caused delays in the rescue, and by the time help arrived, she was frozen to death. It goes to show, if you want to get online attention, try to avoid doing something with a high risk of becoming a human ice cube, unless you're the real Ice Cube, of course. No stealing. When some people leave this mortal coil, they leave behind a mystery so bizarre, it truly does seem stranger than fiction. Like when a resident of Calhoun County, Alabama, spotted a skull in their front yard in 2019. Initially, it was unclear where it had come from, until a burnt to a crisp headless body was found at the bottom of a utility pole, badly decomposed, a fifth of a mile away. Though initially baffled, the police soon put the puzzle pieces together, revealing the utterly crazy truth. The man had been attempting to illegally wire up his home to the street's electricity to get it for free. Unfortunately, though, he didn't seem to have the first clue what he was doing, nor did he understand how dangerous playing around with power lines was. At some point during the attempt, the man made contact with the live wire, shocking himself to death. But how did his head end up so far down the road? Here's the weirdest part of all. The neighbor who discovered the skull claimed his dog has dragged it there, apparently having torn it from the electricity-fried body. Pretty shocking, right? Pain for fame. In the world of online entertainment, it takes a lot of work to make great content and get it seen by as many people as possible. Trust me, I know. And sometimes you have to take risks to reap the rewards. But one Spanish YouTuber tried to reach too high too soon by taking a risk that most definitely didn't pay off. Breaking into a cement factory in the dead of night with a friend, the YouTuber hoped to kick up his numbers from the 6 subscribers he had with an extreme stunt. While wearing a parachute, he climbed to the top of a 165-foot tower, and when the moment was right, he jumped. But disaster struck as he realized his parachute wasn't opening. With nothing he could do, his friend watched on in horror as the reckless attempt at online recognition ended with a loud thud. Ouch. The YouTuber didn't survive, so obviously that's not a good way to get subscribers. But if you're interested in learning more about how to avoid a humiliating demise, subscribing to Be Amazed is the best way to do it. With daily content and regular updates to the Darwin Awards series you're currently watching, I guarantee you won't regret it. Sting operation. In life, some of the things we assume are universally understood to be bad ideas are occasionally seen as great ideas by the dimmer folk among us. Like how if I were to ask you to swallow a mouthful of wasp spray, you'd probably think I'd lost my mind. But in 2019, Boone County, West Virginia saw the rise of an alarming trend. People had begun using wasp spray as an intoxicant, and it turned out to be about as safe as you'd expect. While some reports emerged of milder symptoms after use, including extreme swelling and redness of the hands and feet, as well as erratic behavior, other cases were more serious. 3 people died after the harmful spray triggered allergic reactions following repeated usages, proving to whoever was too dumb to see it before. You don't inhale wasp spray. Shouldn't that be obvious? Go-kart departure. When you think of motor racing accidents, you probably picture high-speed sports cars flipping over a load of times and exploding. But as this next story proves, not all demises on the track are so morbidly mesmerizing to behold. One night in August 2019 at the Showtime Speedway in Florida, two people snuck in and started racing around the track in go-karts. But while zooming along, one of the rookie racers failed to spot a guardrail across the lane he was driving in, and he crashed into it at full speed. Wearing no helmet and with no safety harness on his go-kart, he took the full force of the impact and was later declared dead in the hospital. As far as badass ways to die go, death by go-kart has to be last place over the finish line. Taking a tumble. Sometimes generally smart people make incredibly stupid decisions. And in the case of one Philadelphia medical student, one awful decision came at an extremely high price. For reasons unknown, the student had decided it'd be a good idea to jump between the rooftops around his apartment in the northern side of the city. But after several successful jumps, his luck ran out. On his final leap, he came up short and fell 2 stories to the ground below. Though the fall might have seemed survivable from afar, he hit his head on the way down, which proved fatal almost immediately. The unfortunate incident provides an important lesson. It doesn't always take plummeting from 160 feet for a fall to be fatal, and making the foolish decision to mess around at even a slight elevation can prove fatal. You'd think a medical student would know this, but perhaps he hadn't reached the jumping across rooftops part of the course yet. 'Tis only a flesh wound. Some people love to live life on the edge, like these guys, who captured themselves performing a practice known as car skiing, whereby a car turns sharply at speed, allowing it to drive on 2 wheels. 2 of them even made the brazenly stupid decision to lie in the road during the stunt. While these fellows will likely meet a deadly end if they keep it up, their love of risk-taking hasn't caught up with them yet. But in August 2019, one Brazilian man's disastrously dumb, drunken risk-taking did indeed catch up to him. When he and his friends stumbled across an orange snake with white and black stripes, instead of heeding nature's natural color warning, they did the opposite. With the misplaced confidence only excessive drinking can afford, the man picked up the snake in his bare hands and waved it around, mocking the creature. Reportedly, this was normal behavior for the man, and something he'd often be seen doing after a few too many beverages. But the reptile would have the last laugh because it just so happened to be a coral snake, one of the most venomous species in the world. Eventually, it decided enough was enough and bit the man on the hand. At first, he laughed it off and continued to hold the snake, but mere moments later, he was on the ground fighting for his life as the venom made its way around his body. By the time he made it to the emergency room, it was already too late. I don't know what they taught this guy in school, but I can tell you one thing, first-hand experience is absolutely not the best way of learning about how snake venom works. Don't make a scene. For many people who have done bad things in their life, there's often a turning point at which they begin to seek redemption. On the other side of the coin, some people are total pieces of work right up until their final moments. Like one unpleasant man from Cornamont, France, whose drunken plan to hassle the customers and staff of a kebab restaurant one evening in May 2019 proved a fatal mistake. After shouting obscenities, insults, and threats at the people in the restaurant, he proceeded to punch through the front window, severely injuring himself in the process. His lacerations were so bad that within minutes he was on the floor, quickly growing pale. But even as his final moments of consciousness slowly faded away, he continued his barrage of verbal abuse of the people around him. Going out with a bang is a desire for many people, but I wonder how many hope that bang's followed by the smashing of glass and a dictionary's worth of swear words. French swear words at that. Sacre bleu. Weight problem. It's a very real fear for many people that one day they'll bend over and their pants will split from having gained too much weight, or that a chair will collapse when they sit on it. Of course, neither of those are necessarily fatal, but what one unfortunate Canadian tourist experienced in his final moments in Chiang Mai, Thailand can be described as true fatal embarrassment. Disaster struck for the Canadian when he attempted to ride a zip line across a forested creek. While the recommended max weight for zipliners at the spot was 275 pounds, the man reportedly weighed upwards of 300 pounds. It remains uncertain whether he disclosed his full weight or whether the organizers decided to turn a blind eye to his obesity. But regardless, the outcome proved a man of his size should never have been allowed to take the plunge. That's because the moment he leapt from the platform, the rope and safety locks pulled tight and immediately broke, sending him plummeting 160 feet into the forest below. As you can imagine, it was far from a soft landing and ultimately proved fatal. Of course, the accident wasn't entirely this man's fault. There was clearly some serious negligence on the part of the people running the zip line, but there's no denying, being obese enough to snap a harness and fall to your death is one of the most humiliating ends imaginable. A dangerous mix. It doesn't take a genius to know that mixing flammable compounds together without understanding the effects is an outrageously dumb idea. But unfortunately, that realization never occurred for one man from New Zealand back in 2018. In an attempt to improve the efficiency of his metal welding setup, the man decided to try his hand at a little chemistry. Modifying a gas container, he attempted to mix oxygen with acetylene, a highly flammable gas. Usually, these two are kept in separate containers, though of course that doesn't keep them completely safe when there are fate tempters like this around. But in the case of the New Zealand welder, his DIY redesigned container meant that the usual measures for controlling gas flow and stopping too much oxygen being added were absent. This meant that when he attached a welding torch to the container and sparked her up, boom! In a flash, the shed he'd been working in was flattened to the ground and he was killed in the explosion. Rule number 1 of explosive compounds? Don't use them as your personal chemistry experiment. Questionable cure. If someone commanded you to guzzle down a mouthful of bleach, you'd probably throw it right back in their face. But unfortunately, religion can make people do some crazy things in the name of faith, as demonstrated by a disturbingly stupid event that occurred in Zambia in 2019. At a particularly faith-focused church, the congregants gathered one April day for what they assumed would be a normal service. But soon their clergyman, who referred to himself as a prophet of God, proposed a new way of purging his congregation of their demons. Insisting it would be an act of faith, he commanded his followers to drink from a bottle of bleach. And with the pressure of their faith overpowering any senses of reason or self-preservation, an alarming number of the congregants drank up right on command. As a result of blindly following a man who, by all means, appeared to be insane, 27 of the churchgoers died, and another 18 were put in critical condition. The lesson here is clear. If your local spiritual leader asks you to do something this dangerous, tell him where to stick it. Call the police and find yourself a new way to worship that doesn't involve guzzling cleaning products. Angle grinder investigation. If on your travels you found a metal object that looked kinda like a bomb, you'd probably get as far away from it as possible, right? Well, when one man from the Polva municipality of Estonia stumbled across an old rusted cylinder that looked remarkably like an artillery shell, he failed to make the connection. Instead, his curiosity was piqued, and he nonchalantly picked the object up and took it home for investigation. But rather than taking the utmost care to avoid triggering the thing, his seemingly total unawareness of what it might be led him to a much more invasive approach. Firing up his angle grinder, the man set to work on cutting the thing open to see what was inside. But seeing as the object was indeed a bomb from a war of the past, the inside became the outside very quickly, because it exploded, killing the man. The phrase "curiosity killed the cat" comes to mind, though I don't imagine the person who coined that phrase envisioned the cat being killed in the fiery explosion. But then again, cats don't tend to make the supremely bad decision to cut open bombs with angle grinders. That kind of stupidity is reserved solely for us humans. Have you encountered any tales of people removing themselves from the gene pool in spectacularly stupid ways? Let me know in the comments section below, or hit me up via email at stories@beamazed.com for a chance to be featured with a shout out in a future episode. And as always, thanks for watching, and stay safe out there.
Despite all the advancements of modern society, people still find ways to fall through the safety nets and put themselves in danger. Some people are so dumb, no amount of health and safety regulations can keep them around past their self-inflicted expiry date. So without further ado, let's marvel at some of the unfortunate souls who've selected themselves out of the gene pool, winning a posthumous Darwin Award in the process. Dumpster Drank. Of all the places you should never gather a nice refreshing drink from, a landfill site is pretty high on the list. Or at least it should be. But for one couple from Belarus, a landfill seemed just as good as a convenience store for acquiring drinks back in October 2020. While scouring the local dump, as you do, a man found this bottle, filled with a mysterious murky liquid, and took the bottle home to share its contents with his wife. It seemed the pair assumed it contained some perfectly safe-to-drink homemade hooch, and like a nice bottle of wine after a hard day's work, popped it open to share. Unsurprisingly, the next day, the couple became extremely ill, and while emergency services were called, it proved too late. The concoction in the bottle, it turned out, had indeed been homemade alcohol, but its owner had seemingly disposed of it after realizing it wasn't very good at all. In fact, it was completely poisonous. As a result, the couple kicked the bucket together after what might be considered the worst romantic dinner of all time. Pretty dumb, right? Well, I'll tell you what most certainly isn't dumb: doing yourself the favor of liking this video and subscribing to be amazed. With fascinating and funny content posted daily, it might just be the smartest thing you do today. Now, back to some folk who are the opposite of smart. On the fence. Some people will go to great lengths to protect their personal possessions, but one Brazilian man's desperation to keep his car safe from thieves back in 2010 proved to be his downfall. As robberies were becoming increasingly frequent in his local area, the fellow decided to keep his car protected by building a miniature electric fence around it. Only this wasn't any old touch it and get a slightly uncomfortable warning shock kind of fence. This one was amped up and designed to hurt a lot. For a while, it seemed to work well, seeing as nobody stole the car. But things soon came to a shocking conclusion when, on one occasion, he forgot he'd left the electric fence turned on when he attempted to move it aside to get into his car. He was electrocuted, and he'd built his contraption with such a high current that it killed him. Talk about being your own worst enemy. A refreshing swim. How far would you go to save your phone? Would you be crazy enough to dive into an icy, partially frozen river to retrieve it? Well, one man from Detroit did exactly that in February 2020. While fishing through a large hole he'd cut out of the ice, the fellow accidentally dropped his phone into the water. Clearly lacking in any notion of self-preservation, he dove straight into the hole after it. Unfortunately, he failed to realize that sudden submersion in ice-cold water can be pretty bad for the human body. It can send you into shock, can instantly paralyze your muscles if you haven't received training beforehand, and can even cause a heart attack due to intense constriction of your blood vessels. Whether one of these physiological problems took hold or whether he simply became disoriented under the ice remains unclear. All we know for sure is that he didn't re-emerge until several hours later, when emergency responders pulled his lifeless body from the water. We can only assume he must have had a glorious collection of cute animal pics on his phone to make jumping into icy doom seem worth it. Lesson not learned. As the COVID-19 pandemic came into full swing in 2020, it brought a lot of Darwin Award contenders out of the woodwork. One example occurred at a Serbian Orthodox church in November 2020, following the death of a high-ranking bishop. The bishop's death had been caused by coronavirus, yet the funeral held at the church showed no regard at all for the types of conditions that led to such an infection. The funeral was essentially a checklist of everything you shouldn't do if you want to avoid the disease. There was large crowds in an enclosed space, countless people being fed Holy Communion from the same unwashed spoon, and, of course, countless people kissing the hand of the recently deceased, who, I must reiterate, died of coronavirus. On top of that, there were only a handful of people wearing masks. In a twist you probably saw coming, almost immediately after the funeral, the church patriarch who'd organized and led the event also became seriously ill with COVID-19. He too died, having willingly failed to respect the advice of scientists on one of the most serious health disasters of the past 100 years. I just hope his funeral was a little more restrained. Clotheslined. There are many dangers facing motorcyclists on the road, but one of the greatest of all is a rider's own recklessness. This was proven one morning in 2008, when one motorcyclist took the ride of a lifetime near Manasota Key in Florida. Witnesses reported seeing the risky rider, wearing nothing but swim trunks and sneakers, speeding towards the Manasota Key drawbridge, which was in the process of being raised up. He ignored the flashing red lights warning drivers to stay away from the bridge and instead attempted to accelerate, hoping to jump the ever-growing gap. Newsflash, he didn't make it. He'd failed to spot the safety gate arms, which had already descended. He crashed head first straight into one of the gates and was instantly swept from his bike and onto the asphalt, while the bike itself continued up the ramp across the gap to the other side. While the rider failed to survive the ordeal, at least one of them made it across. Proving a point. On May 19, 1885, a man named Robert Emmett Odlum set out to be the first man to jump into New York City's East River from the Brooklyn Bridge. His reasons for this strange aspiration were surprisingly well-meaning for the most part. First and foremost, he sought to prove that, against the commonly held beliefs of the time, people did not die by simply falling through the air. He hoped this demonstration would encourage people to be willing to jump from burning buildings into a safety net in the incident of a fire, as people were too distrusting of this idea at the time. He also hoped to achieve some fame in proving it was safe. But unfortunately, any hopes he'd had of reassuring people about the safety of leaping from great heights were soon dashed when it came time to jump. As Odlum leapt from the bridge's roadway 130 feet up, he attempted to stay straight in the air, but a strong wind blew him into a diagonal angle of descent. This meant when he eventually struck the water, the angle of impact caused some serious damage. Slapping the water at approximately 62 miles per hour, it exerted enough force to rupture his spleen, liver, and kidneys, and break several of his ribs. The official cause of death, however, was declared to be concussion. On the bright side, people now know that rapidly falling doesn't kill you as much as the landing. In the words of British TV legend Jeremy Clarkson, speed has never killed anyone. Suddenly becoming stationary, that's what gets you. Hazard prevention. Sometimes you really have to wonder about people's sense of logic. Case in point, two guys who suddenly landed on the sense of hazard awareness after doing something incredibly dangerous and stupid back in 2002. In a farm field in Pennsylvania, two friends were practicing their marksmanship by shooting, not at bottles or cans, but the electrical insulators holding power lines aloft overhead. After shooting 6 of the insulators off of 2 utility poles, a live, high-voltage wire fell to the ground, risking setting the entire surrounding field ablaze. Suddenly seized by an uncharacteristic sense of health and safety, one of the men rushed over to the wire and attempted to pick it up to move it to prevent danger. The instant he seized it in his hand, the powerful current passed through him and he was fatally electrocuted. The lesson? If you're going to suddenly grow a conscience, maybe try doing it before you do something lethally stupid. Safety first. The saying, "practice what you preach," has never been more ironically fitting than in the case of one man who met his untimely demise in Australia in 2017. While filming a forklift safety video, the owner of a safety training school was thrown from the forklift he was driving and fatally crushed by his payload. An investigation revealed that despite what the intentions of the video had been, the man had broken several crucial rules to forklift safety. He was driving over rough, uneven terrain at high speed, all while not wearing a seatbelt. Alongside an unhealthy sprinkling of driver error, it proved that sometimes you really should listen to your own advice. Don't go chasing waterfalls. As most rational people can easily conclude, safety advice displayed at dangerous locations tend to be there for a reason. Not so bright people, however, often seem to have problems grasping this idea. This was proven by one woman on a pleasure trip to a natural waterfall at a tourist hotspot in Cauca, Colombia in January 2020. While searching for the perfect selfie angle, the woman ignored safety warnings about wandering too close to the edge of the waterfall. Paying more attention to her phone than where she was headed, she ended up plummeting over the waterfall's edge, straight down into the boulder and rock-filled pool below. The hard landing caused enough damage to her skull to set her expiry date to right there, right then. How many misguided lives will be lost before people finally learn selfies are never worth dying over? Vending fatality. At some point, you may have heard you shouldn't shake a vending machine because it might fall on you, but nobody ever believes that's ever actually happened, right? Well, as it turns out, it actually did happen back in 1984 in Safety Harbor, Florida. As a newspaper article from the time recounts, a man had been attempting to get a can of soda from the vending machine in his apartment complex's recreation center. Whether he paid his cash and the machine failed to dispense his goods, or whether he just decided to shake it to try and get a free drink, remains unclear to this day. All that's known for sure is that an hour later, the thirsty fella was found utterly crushed with the vending machine on top of him. Yeesh. Going by this tale, if you want to stay safe, Safety Harbor is not the place to go, especially if you're thirsty. Troublesome transport. In 2020, a poorly chosen seating arrangement on a bus resulted in the unexpected demise of several people in Manitou, India. While being transported to a wedding venue on a very overcrowded bus, several of the guests climbed up onto the rooftop for the ride. This was, of course, already a very risky idea, from the risk of falling off alone. But it wasn't a fall that proved to be these rooftop riders' ruin. Their downfall came, instead, in the form of some high-tension, relatively low-hanging electrical wires. At their lofty perch, the riders were at head level with the wires, and before they had the chance to react, 3 of them struck the exposed wire directly and were electrocuted. One was killed instantly. Another succumbed to his injuries later, while the third survived, albeit thoroughly fried. Next time, I've got a feeling he'll just wait for the next bus to come instead. Watching the skies. If an opportunity presented itself for you to communicate with extraterrestrials, would you take it? And if so, how far would you go to make sure you didn't let the chance pass you by? Well, one woman put the chance to commune with little green men above her own safety back in 1982. Believing she'd been contacted by some type of intergalactic power, she convinced a willing companion to accompany her in carrying out the instructions of her alien contacts. She claimed they'd commanded her to drive out to an isolated location in the northeastern Minnesota wilderness and await further instruction. Assuming this would be a hugely significant moment in the interstellar advancement of humankind, the pair did exactly that, despite the extremely snowy winter weather. Once parked up in the designated location, they dutifully awaited the arrival of their extraterrestrial acquaintances. And they waited, and waited, and waited. Unfortunately, their food supplies ran out after a week, and they lost access to water when the nearby lake froze over. Still, they refused to leave their post on the off chance that the aliens appeared while they were gone. Putting total faith in the idea that the aliens would appear before anything bad happened to either of them, they stayed in the freezing cold with nothing to eat or drink. Eventually, frozen, starving, and fatally dehydrated, the woman died. Shortly after, the man accompanying her, in his much weakened state and with the car having been rendered unusable by the icy conditions, crawled through a quarter-mile of snow to save himself. He survived, but his alien contacting partner did not, and their little green guests never showed up. I guess the aliens must have got the wrong address. Best seats in the house. For as long as there have been sports events requiring tickets, there have also been people trying to find ways to watch for free. This unfortunate tendency to save a bit of cash proved to be the quite literal downfall of a number of football fans in San Francisco back in 1900. To avoid the ticket fees, between 400 and 500 supporters clambered onto the roof of a glass factory so they could view a game taking place at San Francisco's nearby Old Recreation Park Stadium. But in a twist of fate that somehow occurred to none of them as a possibility, the factory roof proved incapable of supporting all that weight. 20 minutes after kickoff, not only did the roof collapse, but it also sent the revelers falling directly onto the blazing hot brick cover of a furnace vat filled with molten glass. To paint a picture of how hot this furnace was, several of the men who fell onto the cover instantly caught a blaze. 22 of the participants in this ill-thought-out plan were sent shuffling off this mortal coil from the incident, while 100 more suffered serious injuries. While people today may still not have learned their lesson to always pay for tickets, they seem to have learned not to pile en masse onto factory roofs in the years since. Deadliest catch. Being a magician can be a dangerous job at times, particularly if you specialize in risky-looking illusions. While many classic nail-biting tricks are often much safer than they seem, some of them are genuinely hazardous if not followed correctly, like catching a bullet tricks. Now, obviously, tricks of this category, under normal circumstances, are never actually supposed to involve real bullets being fired by a magician's assistant. But in 1889, an early performer of this trick had a serious mishap on stage. Magician and cabinet maker Michael Huttall took to the stage, promising his audience he could catch a speeding bullet using nothing more than the American flag wrapped around his body. He called an assistant up to the stage and asked him to pick 2 pieces of ammunition from an ammo box for Huttall to load into a rifle. At this point, Huttall would usually switch out the rounds for blanks, but on this occasion, he accidentally swapped the real ammo for more ammo. The volunteer took aim and fired, delivering a fatal blow to the unfortunate performer. Luckily, Huttall survived just long enough to take responsibility for the blunder, clearing the volunteer's name on his deathbed. On the bright side, he certainly gave the audience a performance they'd remember. Man vs. Cactus. Staying on the topic of firearm mishaps now, we have the story of one man who lost a shootout against a stationary target. In 1982, a couple of petty criminals headed out into Arizona's Sonoran Desert for a decidedly dumb purpose, shooting at cacti. Their targets of choice were the local saguaro cacti, which can grow well over 40 feet tall, a fact which should have probably raised some alarm bells. But it didn't, and the tremendous size and weight of each cactus only made them more appealing targets. The first cactus was shot down without incident, thanks to the powerful blast of a 16-gauge shotgun. But the second target was larger, at almost 30 feet tall. One of the cactus vandals moved into point-blank range to deliver the kill shot, pulled the trigger, and brought huge chunks of the 2-ton spiky behemoth raining down upon himself. He was killed almost instantly by the weight of the spiky chunks that landed on him, while his buddy lived to share the tale. I suppose the moral of the story is, don't bring a gun to a cactus fight. Something to lean on. In August 2020, an attempt to pose for a picture in an unusual spot ended very badly, showing just why you should be careful what you lean on. The photo opportunity in question occurred for one man at a large statue of a cross in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The man climbed up the central concrete column of the cross and onto one of the arms, where he posed for a picture giving a thumbs up. However, he overestimated the strength of the upper beam, which he leant against while the picture was being taken. As he leant on it, the beam came loose and toppled right over, sending it and the man falling straight down to the ground. A particularly nasty landing waited for him at the bottom, and to make matters worse, the heavy beam landed right on top of him, with the man's religious photo opportunity ultimately proving fatal. If there is a God, it looks like he doesn't appreciate selfies. Alligator affection. Sometimes, the universe seems to have a funny tendency of punishing people who put too much faith in their own good luck, particularly those who willingly put themselves in unbelievably dangerous situations, like one woman who put too much faith in her ability to not get eaten by hungry wild animals in Kiowa Island, South Carolina in May 2020. While in a drunken state, the woman decided to get waist-deep in a local pond, which she knew was home to an alligator. This was despite the friend who watched from horror at the shore warning her the gator had been observed chowing down on a live deer a few days earlier. Instead of taking that as a sign of the gator's killing power, the woman instead retorted, "I don't look like a deer," and waded over to pet the reptile. The gator, of course, wasn't too keen on this idea, and grabbed her with its powerful jaws. Miraculously, the woman managed to break free and began wading back to the shore, telling her friend, "I guess I won't do that again." And she was technically right, because she wouldn't have the chance. Why? Because the gator grabbed her again while she was retreating and dragged her below the water to her demise. Unfortunately, one very important realization came all too late to this woman. You don't mess with alligators. a dangerous mix. In the world of lethal combinations, there are few dangerous pairings more obvious than water and electricity, but some people totally fail to grasp that fact. Like one man in New York who grew impatient after a storm damaged some power lines along his street, leaving him without electricity. Somehow, he'd landed on the idea that he'd be able to fix the problem easily if he could just remove the downed wires and replace them himself. Assuming he knew better than the emergency workers guarding the downed wires to keep the public safe, the man repeatedly attempted to gain access to them. But after being shooed away several times, he decided to wait until the cover of darkness, at which point he returned to the site. With plastic bags on his feet for what he must have assumed was total protection from any electric threats, he began his idea of a fix. Attempting to fast-track the repairs, he tried to cut off part of the downed wire with an industrial power saw, while absent-mindedly standing on the wet, puddle-covered floor left by the storm. As his saw reached the metal core of the wire, which he'd failed to realize was still live, his body and the wet puddle his feet were in provided the perfect circuit to the ground. He was electrocuted with a full force of 4,800 volts. Needless to say, while his determination to help was commendable, a human body just wasn't made to endure that kind of a shock. In a moment of lethal stupidity, the DIY moment proved fatal, well and truly earning this man a Darwin Award. Have any Darwin Award winners made headlines in your local area? Let me know in the comments below, or email me at stories@beamazed.com for the chance of a shout-out in a future video. Thanks for watching.
When Charles Darwin developed his theory of evolution, he discovered animals bred selectively, so the strongest and fittest of the species were more likely to mate and pass on their DNA. Darwin called this natural selection, but every day people do stuff so stupid they actually die, and so no longer have the ability to pass their DNA to future generations. Long after he died, the Darwin Awards were created as a tongue-in-cheek way to remember those people who have removed themselves from humanity through their own stupidity. Coming up are the 20 dumbest of the dumb Darwin Award winners. Number 20. Livewire. When inmate Michael Godwin had his death penalty commuted to a life sentence, he was grateful to be able to walk away from death row. But it seems that karma had other plans. One night in 1989, he discovered the television in his cell was broken, and deciding to fix it himself, embarked on a little DIY. Foolishly, he thought it would be a great idea to use his teeth instead of a wire cutter. Biting down on a live wire, he electrocuted himself, not helped by the fact that he was sitting on a metal toilet at the time. Godwin may have escaped the electric chair, but it seems destiny was intent on seeing him die by electrocution. Number 19. Airless Airhead. When a Brazilian farmer discovered a beehive on his property in 2002, he knew precisely two things. Bees can sting, and they need to be removed with fire. No one knows why he decided that fire was his best option. All we do know is that he fashioned a makeshift helmet from a plastic bag to save himself from both the smoke and the bee stings. But besides all his careful planning, he didn't bother to think that he might have to breathe, and failed to poke air holes into the plastic bag. When he didn't return home, his wife set out to find him and soon discovered him suffocated beneath the beehive. He was untouched by the bees though. Number 18. Chimney Grenade. One afternoon in 2005, Marco decided to clean the chimney in his workshop, but when he tried to use a simple broom, he realized it was too small for the job. Clearly, he had to improvise. He decided what he needed was a chain to pull the broom through the chimney and a heavy object to weigh it down. Looking in his workshop, he thought he'd found the perfect thing: a grenade. All he had to do now was weld it to the broom and chain. Except he failed to think about what could happen as he switched on his welding equipment. As soon as the flame met the grenade, it exploded, killing him instantly. The chimney, however, was left completely untouched by the blast. Number 17. Behind Enema Lines. Texas shop owner Michael was an alcoholic, but not an ordinary one. Due to a painful throat condition, he couldn't drink through his mouth. This meant he had to find other ways to consume his liquor, and his wife said he soon became addicted to enemas. This popular method is far more dangerous, as alcohol is absorbed directly through the capillaries in the rectum. So one night he wanted to get blind drunk and decided the only way to do it was to pour 100 fluid ounces of sherry up his rear end. What he didn't know was that after he'd passed out, the alcohol kept absorbing and he was dead by the morning. The toxicology report stated he had a blood alcohol level of 0.47%, meaning he'd pretty much embalmed himself. Number 16. Parking brake fail. When we're constantly reminded to recycle, plastic bags can be a source of annoyance. So when a 58-year-old Australian woman was driving to the grocery store and thought she'd forgotten her plastic bags, she promptly stopped her car to check the trunk. If only she was more worried about her parking than she was about her grocery bags, she would have remembered to put the handbrake on. As she checked the trunk, the car began rolling backwards, crushing her to death. Somehow she managed to run herself over. Number 15. Irresponsible. A Romanian man in 2002 decided he would skip checking the local train schedules and instead deduce if the train was coming through the power of his own ears. Lying on the railway line, he pressed his ears to the tracks to hear if the train was approaching. Clearly his hearing wasn't all he thought it was, because he never heard it coming. He was hit by an oncoming express train and died immediately. Number 14. Lava La Vida Loca. Don't you just hate it when your lava lamp doesn't heat up quickly enough? Well, 24-year-old Philip did. After plugging in his lava lamp and waiting a few minutes, he was disappointed to see that nothing was happening. Eager to get it working, he decided to speed up the process by placing it on a hot stove. But with the contents of a lava lamp only being designed to withstand temperatures of up to 40 degrees, it quickly overheated and exploded. Poor Philip was killed when the glass from the lamp shattered and penetrated his heart. Not so groovy. Number 13. Under pressure. Two bored comrades in a Romanian aluminum factory decided to have some fun with an air hose actually used for industrial machinery. When blowing dust off their clothes became boring, they cranked things up a notch and decided to remove their clothes entirely. Things quickly moved below the belt when one of the guys decided he was going to see what happened when he pumped 6 bars of atmospheric pressure into his anus. Not only did he break employment regulations, but he also broke right through his intestinal tract and he died within minutes from severe internal hemorrhaging. Number 12. Danger Zone. In 2017, 2 United States Navy pilots got a little too carried away with Top Gun when they decided to completely abandon safety regulations to perform daredevilish stunts. Reaching astonishing speeds while flying as low as 210 feet, a good 300 feet below their minimum permitted altitude, things were bound to take a downward turn as they swapped controls back and forth. Descending too low and slow, one of the pilots traded off controls to his co-pilot, but it was too late. The T-45C Goshawk crashed before they could safely eject themselves. Instructing pilot Lieutenant Birch was fond of the phrase, "There are old pilots and there are bold pilots." He failed to mention that there are also outrageously dumb ones. Number 11. Cruise control. The fastest human can run over 27 miles per hour, but that's only after accelerating during a run-up. A Dutch teenager in 2004 thought he could do better than that and get close to that speed straight away. In a bid to impress his friends, he set his car to cruise control at 20 miles per hour and told them he was going to jump out and run alongside the car before jumping back in and driving away. But his shocked friends could only look on as he stepped out the moving car and immediately smashed his head on the tarmac. He died the following day. Number 10. Treasure Hunt. Described as the world's largest treasure hunt, the geocaching app allows people to follow online clues and find small treasure boxes, known as geocaches, hidden in their area. Sounds like harmless fun until someone decides to head down a flooded waterway in search of trinkets. When meteorologists warned the Czech Republic of impending rainstorms, most people paid attention. But not this group of geocachers who thought it would be clever to climb into an underground waterworks tunnel. Although 2 members of the group survived, 2 others were swept away, with 1 young man still reported missing. Number 9. Dying for a smoke. Nobody likes long bus journeys. They're cramped and boring, not to mention you're basically sharing a tin can with dozens of strangers and their farts. One Scottish woman especially hated the idea of spending 12 hours stuck on a coach from Glasgow to London without a cigarette. Passengers reported that she grew increasingly agitated and watched in horror as she began throwing herself at the passenger door. The bus was traveling at 60 miles per hour when she tumbled out into the road before falling under the wheels of the bus. Smoking really does kill.
Number 8. Footrest. Most people go to the movies to see the drama unfold on the screen, not beside them. When a local man booked tickets in the VIP area of the cinema complex, he was hoping for a good time. What he got instead was a ticket to the Darwin Awards. After dropping his phone beneath his seat, he tried to retrieve it, only to get his head wedged inside the footrest. If this wasn't bad enough, he then suffered a cardiac arrest and died in hospital. Number 7. Victoria Falls. 50-year-old Michael was a clever man. Not only was he a college headmaster, he was also a respected geography lecturer on the conferences circuit. While on a trip to the Victoria Falls Bridge, he was happily taking photos of his girlfriend when he dropped his glasses over the edge. Thinking he wouldn't be able to enjoy the view of the glorious Victoria Falls without them, he tried to retrieve them, only to fall 40 feet to his death. Number 6. Killer Whalebone. This historic entry into the Darwin Awards sees another clever man, founding father of the USA, Gouverneur Morris, come to an untimely end through an eye-watering DIY medical procedure. When Morris began suffering from a blockage in his urethra, he took matters into his own hands. Inserting a whalebone into his urethra, all he managed to do was give himself a deadly infection. He died November 6, 1816, probably feeling pretty silly. Number 5. Distracted driver. 58-year-old Clifford Jones was driving without a seatbelt. He was also driving without pants. When a regular drive just wasn't interesting enough, he decided to watch a bit of adult content on his phone and have some fun. If only he'd kept his hands on the wheel. With the blood rushing away from his head, he grew increasingly distracted and lost control of his car. As it crashed, he hurtled through the sunroof and died on impact.
Number 4. Posing with a grenade. Faking a smile, posing with angry animals, posing with a primed grenade. All things people will do for attention online. Yes, you heard me right. In 2017, Alexander Sasha Chechik from Russia pulled the pin out of a hand grenade while in his car and posted photographs of himself holding it to his girlfriend, probably as a way to show off his balls of brainless steel. A source who spoke to the Russian news service reporting the incident said, "The guy didn't manage to insert the hand grenade pin back in. The pin is the safety mechanism. It's the lever on the side of the firing mechanism that activates the grenade when released. However, it's still not worth risking it by removing the pin." Police categorized his death as an accident and not suicide, as they believed he thought it wouldn't explode as long as he didn't throw it. Number 3. Bear selfie. Prabhu Bhattara from India was on his way home from a wedding when he spotted a black bear. Seeing this as a great photo opportunity, he got close to the bear and attempted to take a selfie with it. As he did, the bear mauled him. He died shortly after due to his injuries. My advice, stay far away from bears. They may be cute, but if you photograph them at an angle that makes them look fat, it's game over.
Number 2. Sawing into a grenade. 2 pathologists at a German symposium dinner told the tale of a man who stumbled across a World War II grenade. Instead of staying well clear, he wanted to open it up to see how it worked. Back home, he placed it inside a vise and tried to saw it perfectly in half. The saw detonated the grenade and the man died from a fatal head injury. Upon post-mortem, it was discovered there was very little brain matter left inside his skull, although the 2 pathologists joked that there couldn't have been much to start with. Before we get to our number 1 Dumbest Darwin Award, here are a few honorable mentions. There's this man who planked on a tiger. There's no way he walked away from that one. Then there's this guy who bit a tiger's tail. Wait, is that the same guy? Poor tiger. Oh, and this woman who got something stuck in her handgun. Nice. Okay, so back to the final award in our countdown. Number 1. Smoking Hot. Gary Banning from North Carolina was at his friend's house when he spotted a mysterious jar of tasty-looking liquid. Assuming it was hot sauce and without bothering to check, he flipped off the lid and started to drink it. But he soon discovered it wasn't hot sauce at all, but a jar of gasoline. The shock of chugging gasoline was too much for Gary, so he spat it out, then tried to calm down with a cigarette. As soon as he lit it, he caught fire and died the next day from his injuries. So which of these Darwin Award winners do you think is the dumbest? Let me know in the comments.
Natural selection is Mother Nature's way of making sure people get smarter. But even after 200,000 years of human evolution, some of us are still making really terrible choices. Let's take a look at some of the most foolish examples now. Number 20. Way too hot spring. Have you ever fancied a dip in a hot spring? I know I have, especially when clothing is optional. Maybe this is what Colin Scott was thinking when he strayed off the trail at Yellowstone in 2016 to go swimming in one of its famous hot springs. This activity is forbidden by park rules, but Colin, a former nature reserve volunteer, thought he knew better. That is, until he slipped into the Norris Geyser Basin, a thermal bath of boiling acidic water with below surface temperatures of up to 459 degrees. I've heard that some like it hot, but that's just ridiculous. Sadly for Colin, the only remains found were his wallet and flip-flops. Number 19. Safety first. If there's one thing I know about safes, it's that they're heavy. I guess someone should have told this hapless burglar from Indiana, who broke into a man's garage and tried to lift an antique 900-pound safe suspended on a floor jack. When the homeowner returned to check his garage, he found the unlucky thief crushed to death. The owner of the safe said that stealing the safe would have been pointless because it was completely empty, crushed to death by an empty safe. I'm sure there's a lesson here somewhere, and I think it's safe to say this burglar learned it. Number 18. Don't forget your pen. There are few things more satisfying than when bullies get what they deserve, especially big ones. Cambodian military policeman Kim Sakhorn, nicknamed Big Giant, got exactly that when he tried to extort money and crystal meth from a local dealer. To scare the dealer, Kim pulled the pen from a grenade. Unsurprisingly, this tactic worked, and the dealer handed over the goods. Kim then put the live grenade back in his pocket. Did it ever cross Kim's mind how dumb this was? By the time this massive mobster reached his motorcycle, the grenade exploded, blasting the Big Giant into tiny little pieces. Number 17. Runway cyclist. Unless you've got ET in your basket, you probably shouldn't be cycling on an airport runway. This advice never reached Brazilian cyclist Marcelo, who was crossing an airfield near Sao Paulo while listening to his Walkman. Yes, it was 1997, but that's no excuse. The 25-year-old was totally clueless as he collided with the propeller of a landing plane, mangling the blades and damaging the wing in the process. I'd usually say, wear a helmet, folks, but in this case, I'm not sure that would have helped. Number 16. Fast food fatality. In an attempt to rip off their workplace, two managers at Burger King cooked up a whopper of a plan. Staging a fake robbery and arson in order to steal over $4,000 from the restaurant, 22-year-old night manager Lisa was bound with duct tape and shut into the walk-in cooler by her accomplice. Unluckily for Lisa, the fire department didn't show up until the morning when she was found freezing and semi-conscious. She later died in the hospital from hypothermia. According to investigators, Lisa could have easily freed herself from her bindings and escaped the unlocked refrigerator, which is exactly why she makes the list. Number 15. Tiger toy. Playing with your food is an unattractive habit, but some creatures just can't help it. A mugger in South Africa found this out the hard way after robbing a couple at knife point. The mugger fled the scene and clambered over a nearby fence. What he'd forgotten was that he was at Bloemfontein Zoo, and the fences were there for a reason. Suddenly, an ambush of bored Bengal tigers was upon him, and he quickly became their new plaything. After the body was found, a zoo spokesperson said the tigers had been fed the previous afternoon. Otherwise, there would have been nothing left. Number 14. A head for chemistry. In the age of pipe blockages and fatbergs, we should know by now not to mess with the sewers. In 2008, a biology teacher from Sofia, Bulgaria was driving home with two friends. Bystanders saw her car come to a sudden stop, and all three passengers got out and started pouring leftover jars of chemicals down a manhole. These noxious chemicals included diethyl ether and methanol, both highly flammable liquids. The cocktail of chemicals in the enclosed space of the sewers caused an explosion so powerful that the manhole cover was launched into the air, instantly decapitating the polluting teacher. The moral of the story?
Don't mess with chemicals, or you could lose your head. Number 13. Flaming rodeo. If this isn't an example of you should have known better, I don't know what is. In Washington in 2010, during the American Sprint Car Series, 2 crew members dreamed up an insane thrill ride. They poured 4 gallons of methanol into a 55-gallon barrel, sat on the barrel, then lit the bung hole. These 2 bright sparks thought the barrel would shoot across the parking lot like a rocket in some kind of fiery rodeo. What they'd actually created was a makeshift bomb, which quickly blew them sky high. Both men ended up in the hospital and one of them died. Not sure I want to think about the aftermath between their legs. Number 12. Suddenly sluggish. Most people wouldn't have the guts to eat a slug. Turns out this guy didn't either. A young rugby player called Sam from Sydney, Australia was at a party in 2010 when the slug sped across the table. His friends dared him to eat it, and he did. Not long afterwards, Sam contracted a rat lungworm, a parasitic worm spread by rodents. The parasite infested Sam's brain, putting him in a coma and leaving him paralyzed. Several years later, he died as a result of this prank gone wrong. I'm not sure I even have to tell you this, folks, but seriously, don't eat slugs. Number 11. Headless chickens. In 1997, a group of co-workers in Holland were on a tour bus, and some of the bolder employees stuck their heads out of the window to enjoy the air. You'd think you'd notice a tunnel approaching down the road, but 2 men kept their heads out as the bus entered a viaduct, and by this point, it was too late. The 2 men were not decapitated, but suffered severe head trauma and snapped necks, killing them both instantly. Way to ruin the field trip, guys. Number 10. Fatal footsie. We've all heard stories of idiots playing Russian roulette, but this one tops them all. In 1999, Cambodia was littered with all kinds of discarded weaponry after decades of armed conflict. In a place called Svay Rieng, 3 friends had spent the evening drinking. After hours of arguing, one of the men pulled out a 25-year-old unexploded anti-tank mine he'd found in his backyard. The man then tossed it under the table, and the 3 men began taking turns to first drink, then stomp on the mine. Other villagers fled in terror, and minutes later, an enormous explosion occurred, killing all 3 men. Personally, I think the gene pool might have benefited from this one, don't you? Number 9. Domestic disturbance. Arguing with your partner can be an emotional roller coaster, but this man's reaction was shocking. In Buenos Aires, Argentina in 1998, a man decided that the best way to win an argument with his wife was to pick her up and throw her off the balcony. They were 8 floors up, but bizarrely, the woman became entangled in the power lines below. In what may have been an effort to save her, or maybe finish her off, the man leapt from the balcony, aiming for the wires. The airborne abuser missed the wires completely, plunging to his death. Somehow, his wife managed to swing to a nearby balcony and was subsequently rescued. I'm no Buddhist, but that's karma. Number 8. Gaso-Clean. Keeping box fresh trainers clean is a must, but this method might be going too far. In 1998, 67-year-old Texan Reva Nix was washing her tennis shoes. Wait for it, with gasoline. When the shoes, which she was still wearing, were ignited by a nearby candle. Reva had to run with flaming feet to her neighbor's house, who quickly doused her feet with a hose. It was too late, however, and Reva later died from her burns. The local sheriff warned others against using gasoline in this way, since it was apparently common practice. Well, I guess that's Texas for you. Number 7. Considerate car thief. Some people have pretty twisted moral codes, but this car thief from Pittsburgh had a bit of logic to his larceny. Randy Nestor stole plenty of cars, and whenever a stolen vehicle became hot, he'd torch it, reasoning that the fire damage would help the owners collect on the insurance. Pretty thoughtful, right? It turns out Randy was the victim of his own virtue when he set fire to a van that he was still inside. On trying to escape, Randy found that the driver's side handle was broken and the door locked. Randy burned up inside the van and was pretty much killed by his own kindness and stupidity. Number 6. Floridian pigeon. It seems that idiots are drawn to power lines like moths to a flame.
Here, the infamous Florida Man returns with a tale that would have Thomas Edison facepalming in his grave. When Elian Garcia Rivera's pet pigeon decided to perch on a power line, he thought the best way to dislodge his feathered friend would be to retrieve a 20-foot-long aluminum pool pole and jab it into the high-voltage wires. This Floridian only succeeded in turning himself into a human superconductor and was killed instantly. If only this Florida man had listened a little more in science class. Number 5. Time Zone Terrorists. Daylight savings time causes a lot of confusion, but in this instance, it proved fatal. In 1999, Israel turned the clocks back a day early, but Palestinians refused to accept this Zionist time, except for 4 terrorists who'd planned a bombing that day. Their bombs were set to go off at 6:30 p.m., but poor communication meant the would-be bombers were an hour behind schedule. The explosives detonated while the terrorists were en route, preventing any further bloodshed. I think we can say these dummies got what they deserved, a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Number 4. Faithful Flotation. I'll admit, I've tried to walk on water. Anyone who says they haven't taken a run at a pool with the hopes of making it across is probably lying. So when in 2016 a Zimbabwean pastor promised he would walk out into a river and rise above the water, his congregation were intrigued. After fasting for a week, the pastor waded 30 meters into a river known as Crocodile River. You'd think the name might have put him off, but no, Pastor Jonathan was devoured by 3 hungry crocodiles before he even had the chance to perform his miracle. So much for divine intervention. Number 3. Peeping Tom. People love to catch a glimpse of something they're not supposed to see, like this Calgary man who died in a shopping mall last year. Though his motives were unknown, I think it's pretty obvious what this guy was up to when he climbed through a vent in order to access the area behind a wall in the women's bathrooms. The man became trapped there and was found dead 3 days later. Police have not revealed the cause of death, but it's safe to say this peeping Tom got a little more excitement than he bargained for. Number 2. Just buy a ticket. There are smart ways to save money, and there are dumb ways to save money. And then there's this guy. Mr. Zhang was visiting Ningbo Younger Zoo in China with his family when he realized he couldn't afford the $20 to buy a ticket for himself. So he doubled back and decided to scale the fence in order to access the zoo. After a successful climb, Mr. Zhang landed in the tiger enclosure and was set up by a trio of tigers who quickly ripped him to pieces. I guess he paid the price after all. Number 1. Stings in the tail. The Asian giant hornet is the world's biggest hornet, and it's the stuff of nightmares. Large, aggressive, and venomous, a swarm of these insects can kill a human, and they do. Around 40 people are killed in Japan each year by hornet stings. So the last thing you should do is bug them. In this hilarious yet shocking video, a Chinese man is shown dancing with a hornet's nest and throwing it about after removing it. If you want to elicit stings from dangerous flying creatures, tearing their house down and juggling with it is a sure way to do it. Even with his protective suit, the man suffers multiple stings and is later shown being carried off on a stretcher, his body stiff and full of venom. I think he needed a better suit. So which Darwin Award winner would you give the number 1 trophy to? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. And remember, if you're going to do something life-threatening, make sure you get someone to record it so you can get a posthumous Darwin Award. Thanks for watching. Over time, natural selection takes its toll and omits the dumbest people from the gene pool. It's not great news for the people whose head whistles in a crosswind, but for us, it's fantastic, as we can keep entertained by the amusing tales of people with a room temperature IQ who perish due to a lack of intelligence. Let's get to it with more Darwin Award winners. Number 16. Death by Beard. Hans Steininger served several terms as mayor of the small Austrian village of Braunau-Emmen. He had a 4.5-foot long beard, which he kept neatly rolled and stuffed in a pocket. When a fire broke out in his village in September 1567, Steininger found himself at the center of panicking townspeople. His beard loosened from its pouch and unraveled as he tried to suppress the commotion. Steininger was too rushed to re-roll his beard, so he pushed it out of the way. His decision proved to be fatal when he tripped over his beard at the top of a flight of stairs and tumbled down the steps, breaking his neck along the way. Number 15. Crushed by a cactus. One day in 1982, two young and presumably bored roommates named David Grunman and James Sukochi decided to wander the desert near Lake Pleasant, Arizona, with shotguns. During their walk, Grunman opened fire on a 10-foot saguaro cactus. It quickly toppled, and Grunman then shot 2 rounds into a 27-foot tall cactus, causing a large and heavy arm of the plant to fall off. Grunman was crushed to death by the spiny, long saguaro arm. Saguaros are only found in the Sonoran Desert and are protected by Arizona law. In the case of David Grunman's unlawful behavior, he received a death sentence, courtesy of the cactus he shot. Number 14. Fatal Test Run. As the aviation age took off, a tailor named Franz Reichelt decided to pursue a dream that was far beyond the scope of his profession. In 1911, the aspiring inventor entered a contest to create a safety parachute. He created a parachute suit, which was a standard flight suit improvised with rods, rubber lining, and a silk canopy. Reichelt broke his leg during early tests and blamed the chute's failure on the short height he jumped from. After a year of lobbying for permission to test the parachute suit from the Eiffel Tower, Reichelt was given the green light. Police and onlookers expected him to use test dummies, and when they realized he intended to test the product himself, they tried talking Reichelt out of jumping. He was so confident in his parachute suit, however, he took the 187-foot plunge and died on impact with the ground. Number 13. Shopping Cart Catastrophe. One day in 2008, 18-year-old Cameron Bieberly took a joyride in a shopping cart that was attached to the bumper of a car. When the car hit a speed bump, the Florida teen was catapulted 27 feet and landed on his head when he hit the pavement. He died shortly after. Bieberly's parents became adamant campaigners against car surfing, a trend among teens that has become increasingly popular in recent years. Apparently, a growing number of today's adolescents and young adults need to be shown evidence of a tragedy to avoid dangerous driving behaviors that could kill them. Number 12. Motorcycle helmet protest death. In the summer of 2011, 55-year-old Philip A. Contos attended a protest against New York State's motorcycle helmet requirement. Around 550 motorcycle enthusiasts rode together without their helmets in a show of solidarity against the safety law. During the demonstration, Contos' 1983 Harley-Davidson fishtailed when he hit the brakes and he was thrown over the handlebars. He hit his head on the pavement and was pronounced dead at the hospital. The medical expert who pronounced Contos dead believed he would have undoubtedly survived the accident if he had been wearing a helmet. Abate, the organization that sponsored the ride, maintained their view that motorcyclists should have a choice of whether or not to wear a helmet. Number 11. Multitasking misadventure. 20-year-old Kalita Hicks was driving her 1986 T-Top Monte Carlo along a dark Kentucky highway at 3 a.m. one morning in August 2010. She had a passenger named Thomas May with her, and they decided to switch seats, and apparently saw no need to pull over. As Hicks attempted to climb over the T-top and into the passenger seat, her foot hit the steering wheel, causing the car to veer left. May grabbed the steering wheel and turned it sharply to the right. The swerving caused Hicks to be thrown from the roof of the car. She hit her head on the guardrail as she landed on the pavement. Hicks was flown to the University of Kentucky Medical Center and died during surgery. Number 10. Self-decapitation. In 1995, a group of Polish men decided to measure their masculinity, and evidently their intelligence, or maybe lack thereof, by playing drinking games. One of the competitors amputated the end of his foot using a chainsaw. In an effort to one-up him, 30-year-old farmer Krzysztof Asninski swung the chainsaw toward his neck and cut his own head off. We all know that drinking games usually never lead anywhere good. But when it comes to winning the award for collective inebriated stupidity, this one's a no-brainer. Number 9. Party boat. In 2018, a 21-year-old man decided he needed more attention on the booze cruise he was on in Boston Harbor. So he decided to perform vertical push-ups on the railing of the ferry. The crew ordered him to stop, which he did briefly until they turned their backs. Soon enough, he faltered and toppled overboard. Several life rings were thrown to within several feet of the man, and a crew member got into the water within 5 feet to assist, but he was unable to stay afloat and eventually drowned. Number 8. Self-defenstration. A Toronto attorney named Gary Hoy was incredibly proud of the strength of the windows in his skyscraper. So proud, in fact, that he was known to show off the durability of his 24th floor office windows by throwing himself against them. One day in 1993, he decided to impress some incoming students by body checking himself against the glass. The first time, the window held, as it always had before. Hoy took another run at the glass, and it popped out of the frame. The lawyer plunged to the pavement below and died from his injuries. Peter Lawers, managing partner of the firm, told a local newspaper that Gary was one of the best and brightest. If that's true, I suggest you hire a different firm. Number 7. DIY death. In 1996, Mark Gleason made a last-ditch effort to quiet his snoring, so his girlfriend, Tracy Lambert, could sleep. Doctors had told Gleason that his snoring, which was caused by sinus problems from a car accident, was incurable, but the Scottish couple were determined to get it under control. After taking a few sleeping pills and drinking some wine, Gleason stuffed tampons into his nostrils. He fell asleep on Lambert's sofa, and the next morning, she discovered his lifeless body. Gleason died from asphyxiation caused by both the tampons and the sleeping pills, which furthered his breathing difficulties. Number 6. Accidentally proving an accident. In an Ohio courtroom in July 1871, lawyer Clement Vallandigham argued that his client Thomas McGeehan was innocent of murder. McGeehan was accused of killing a man named Tom Myers during a bar fight. Vallandigham maintained that Myers accidentally killed himself with his own pistol. To prove it, he used an unloaded gun to demonstrate to the jury how Myers could have done this. That evening, the lawyer set a loaded pistol next to the unloaded one on a table at his hotel. In the process of demonstrating to fellow lawyers how Myers may have shot himself, Vallandigham picked up the loaded gun from the table and shot himself in the abdomen. He was mortally wounded, but his demonstration apparently worked, and McGeehan was acquitted. Number 5. Fatal nutrition. British scientist and nutrition fanatic Basil Brown consumed a gallon of carrot juice daily and 70 million units of vitamin A over the course of 10 days. The combination of toxins produced the same effect on his liver as alcohol, and he died from cirrhosis. When he died, his skin was bright yellow. While some people may not know how dangerous a vitamin A toxicity can be, it's common knowledge that overconsuming anything can lead to disastrous results. Number 4. Obvious but optional boundaries. In March of 2018, a New Jersey man named Anthony G. headed to his father's house to shovel snow from his driveway. Along the way, Anthony encountered a series of cones warning drivers of a downed wire ahead. He didn't want to waste time on a detour, so he proceeded around the cones. Anthony, who was employed as a New York City electrician and should have been well aware of the hazards of downed wires, paid the ultimate price for his foolishness. When police arrived at the scene, his vehicle was engulfed in flames and he was dead. Number 3. Daredevil Dummy. Wang Yangying was a famous Chinese daredevil known for his death-defying stunts atop skyscrapers. Some of his famed acts included doing push-ups on the side of a skyscraper, walking along rooftops, and hanging from high-rise buildings. Eventually, Yangying's risky behavior caught up to him, and he fell from a 62-story skyscraper. His body was found the next day, along with the camera that filmed him losing his grip. The moral of Yangying's tragedy is that there are much safer ways to gain stardom, success, and an adrenaline rush. Number 2. Crushed by car. When you're fixing a heavy object, don't sit under it if it's propped up precariously. One slight wrong move, and it's game over. Sarunas Masionis learned this lesson the hard way. In mid-2018, he attempted to repair his car while propping it up on a tire and a jack with a wooden block underneath it. The car crushed Masionis. His partner noticed he was blue, and a neighbor unsuccessfully tried lifting the car. Efforts to save the man's life were in vain, and he died from asphyxia caused by the fatal chest compression. Number 1. Wheelchair elevator tantrum. A wheelchair-bound 40-year-old South Korean man known only as Mr. Lee threw an explosive tantrum when he approached an elevator at a shopping center as the doors closed and couldn't get in. Instead of waiting for the next one, he repeatedly rammed into the closed elevator doors, and in an apparent underestimation of his own strength, thrusted them open. Mr. Lee fell into the elevator shaft and plummeted 19 feet to his death. Instead of cautioning the general public against the potential consequences of violent anger, shopping center officials promised to strengthen their elevator doors. So which of these stories do you think deserves the #1 Darwin Award? Let me know in the comments down below. Thanks for watching. The advancement of civilization has given a fighting chance to those whose lack of awareness might have got them killed in the past. But there are some people that make such terrible decisions, even the achievements of the modern world can't keep them alive. Let's dive into some unbelievably dumb ways people died, earning themselves a Darwin Award for natural selection. Garbage day. No one likes having to take out the trash for collection. But we don't usually expect to find ourselves carried off alongside our garbage. But for Diego Matta, a combination of heavy drinking and dumpster diving led to exactly that one fateful evening in March 2019. CCTV footage taken on the night in Rosemont, Illinois' entertainment district captured the 31-year-old drunkenly climbing into a dumpster around 4 a.m. An hour later, the garbage truck arrived, tipping the contents of the dumpster, including Matta, into its powerful mechanical jaws. Matta's body was later recovered from a sanitation facility where he was found to have been crushed to death. What a rubbish way to go. That was a dumb death. But you know what's not dumb? Playing Raid Shadow Legends, our sponsor for this video. It's a finalist for Google Play's Best of 2019 User's Choice Award for a reason. It's an immersive RPG game that's totally free with awesome 3D graphics, PvP battles, and hundreds of champions to collect. Check out my awesomely powerful Epic Shaman character, who I've seriously upgraded, helping me take down the clan boss. To level up, I sometimes run battles on auto mode on my phone while I do something else, and I also compete in the weekly tournaments and events, which are always great fun. Best of all, if you go to the video description and click on the special links within 30 days, new players will get 100,000 silver, 2 clan boss keys, 10 mystery shards, and this free badass champion. All this treasure will be waiting for you here. Good luck and have fun. Now let's get back to it. Water hazard. It seems like common sense that if you don't know how to swim, you should probably learn before doing ocean water sports. Unfortunately, this didn't occur to Jerry Device in July 2019, when he took to the sea in the jet ski he'd purchased mere hours earlier. Despite his desire to have a wild time in the water, Device never learned to swim, so when he lost control and flipped his new toy, he was thrown into serious peril. Within moments, the sea had overwhelmed him and he drowned. When you're in Poseidon's house, it pays to be respectful, because he can be one remorseless son of a titan. Deadly hydration. Tina Christofferson was an extremely intelligent woman with a reported IQ of 189. Unfortunately, irrational fear affects even the smartest minds, and a specific fear of stomach cancer was responsible for Tina's demise. She'd seen her mother suffer an agonizing death from the disease, which drove her to obsess over avoiding that fate for herself. She became convinced that she could avoid stomach cancer by intermittently fasting for extended periods, in which she would only consume water. During these fasts, she would drink as much as 4 gallons of water a day. The extended strain of this practice pushed her kidneys into failure, causing water to migrate to her lungs. Despite being on solid ground, the water in Tina's lungs caused her to drown. In the end, her neurotic desperation to avoid death had, in fact, killed her. So remember kids, stay hydrated, but not too hydrated, okay? Black Death dining. Luckily, most of us will never have to suffer the disease that wiped out around half the European population in the 14th century. I'm talking, of course, about the Black Death, or bubonic plague, which is caused by a bacterium called Yersinia pestis. The disease is spread by fleas carried by rodents, and while we can treat it with antibiotics now, its symptoms spread fast and are extremely painful, deadly, and highly infectious. Over the years, we figured out that, among other methods, to avoid ending up covered in oozing buboes and gangrene, it helps to avoid touching wild rodents. But not only did a Mongolian couple miss the memo in May 2019, they took their ignorance to the next level by consuming the raw kidney of a rodent known as a marmot. Believing the meat to be good for their health, consuming it actually gave both of them bubonic plague. Not only did they both die, they caused a 6-day quarantine of locals and tourists who had come into contact with the couple. Clearly, there are worse ways to make people suffer from your eating habits than microwaving stanky fish in the office break room. I'd take stinky seafood or pungent cheese over deadly bacterial rodent disease any day. Pain in the neck. On a cold night in September 1927, famous French-American dancer Isadora Duncan was preparing for an evening out in a friend's sports car. On their parting, another friend implored Isadora to put a warm cape over her shoulders as the open-top car would run a substantial breeze during the drive. Isadora decided that some stylish neckwear would be sufficient, so she wrapped a long flowing silk scarf around her neck and was ready to go. The driver began to drive off while Isadora said what would indeed be her final goodbyes. But to the horror of her onlooking friends, the scarf was whipped up in the wind and drifted over the edge of the car. It had soon wrapped itself around the open spokes of the vehicle's wheels and was rapidly pulling Isadora onto a shorter and shorter leash. She was yanked out of the vehicle, into the road, and under the car. The wheel ran over her neck, breaking it instantly, and she was left wedged in between the wheel and mudguard. A gruesome end and a timeless example of the dangers of putting fashion first. The Bad Boys Burning Bed. Charles the Bad certainly lived up to his name during his reign as King of Navarre between 1349 and 1387. He was a big fan of cruelty, deception, and murder, either carried out by his own hands or those of assassins.
Oh boy, here I go killing again.
But his life of narcissism, backstabbing, violence, and hatred took its toll, and by the time he was 54, his health had deteriorated to a point where he could barely move his limbs. With death looming closer by the day, his doting physicians, armed with the highest caliber of medical knowledge at the time, which basically amounted to nothing at all, tried one final experimental method to restore his health. Like some sickly royal Christmas pudding, they wrapped him up tightly in linen cloth that had been soaked in brandy, hoping the strong alcohol would restore some vigor. Unfortunately, the servant tasked with stitching the linen together found she'd used more thread than needed for the process, but instead of cutting and knotting the extra at the end, she decided to burn it with a candle. The alcohol caught alight and the king went up in flames, burning to death shortly after. Whether the servant was a bumbling idiot or trained assassin, Charles made a fatal mistake in going along with such unusual and hazardous practices. Practices that would leave him more than a little hot under the collar. The dangers of fast food. Everybody knows too much fast food is bad for us, but in his last moments on Earth, Charles Wood Jr. of Velda City, Missouri learned the real dangers of the drive-thru experience. Wood placed his order at a local Jack-in-the-Box and pulled up to the collection window. Reaching out of his car window, he realized he was too far away to take his food from the restaurant worker and opened his car door, stretching out to grab his meal. Unfortunately, in doing so, he rested his foot on the accelerator of his car. The car was in reverse and was sent barreling backwards into a tree. Wood was sandwiched between the two objects and later succumbed to his injuries. The lesson here? Never order fast food, especially if you're the type to use the accelerator as a footrest. Dog's dinner. You'd think that an esteemed, respected philosopher who made great progress in our understanding of what it means to exist would be met with an esteemed, respectful end. But for ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus, this was far from the case. Though he had spent his whole life thinking and reflecting, he really should have thought harder about his self-prescribed cure when he developed dropsy. Dropsy involves the accumulation of fluid under the skin and inside the cavities of the body, and is often a symptom of serious lung, heart, or liver diseases. According to sources from the time, Heraclitus came to the conclusion that burying himself in a shed full of cow manure would help draw out some of the fluid by warmth. Unfortunately, Heraclitus was unable to get himself free after hours spent in the dung heap, and in his trapped state was unable to defend himself when a pack of dogs came sniffing around. They devoured him alive, despite the notably pungent aftertaste.
It's a bit nutty.
Pillow armor. We've all made up some pretty ridiculous excuses to get out of things, but one Turkish man in July 2019 went way beyond the regular, "Sorry boss, I'm sick, totally not hungover or anything." After being sentenced to community service for wounding someone in a fight, Zafar Kazoo decided that he just didn't feel like doing it. So he and his friends hatched a brilliant plan. By strapping 2 pillows to his back for protection and getting his friends to shoot him with a shotgun, Zafar hoped he'd be just injured enough to get out of community service. It worked. He certainly never had to do community service again, because he died almost instantly. On top of that, his friend was injured from the blast too, and was also charged with his friend's murder. Yep, humans can really be that dumb. Holding it in. When you gotta go, you gotta go. It's the opening line of every religious text ever written. Take my word for it. But in 1601, a Danish astronomer and alchemist called Tycho Brahe chose to disobey this great nugget of wisdom. He's mostly remembered for his comprehensive collection of empirical observations about the stars in space, but perhaps the most astronomical thing he ever encountered was the size of his bladder following his final meal. You see, Tycho was a stickler for the rules of being a nobleman, to the extreme. While enjoying a feast, the astronomer found himself needing to use the little boy's room, which was, at the time, little more than a hole in the floor. However, through Tycho's interpretation of nobleman etiquette, he convinced himself it would be incredibly rude to leave the feast for such a vulgar act of urination. So he remained in place for several hours, only to be able to relieve himself on his return home. But he found that he was only able to pee in very short, agonizing spurts. Within a few days, he was dead. Holding it in too long had led Tycho's bladder to burst, resulting in a very painful death. Rather than worrying about both his P's and Q's, perhaps he should have just stuck to the P's. Kill it with fire! In May 2019, a 63-year-old man discovered that his basement was infested with bugs. Fancying himself a bit of a DIY exterminator, he located the source of the infestation and entered the crawlspace with a propane torch in hand. Shooting flames willy-nilly like a dragon with allergies, he soon found that more than the bugs were catching alight. As the flammable materials lining the crawlspace caught alight, he found himself unable to stop, drop, and roll, as the space was far too tight for such gymnastics, and he was burnt to a crisp. In the process, he also caused $60,000 of damage to his house. But hey, at least the bugs are gone, right? Smack-talking the gators. While it's true that some people can't help being stupid, other people are willingly stupid with an infuriating dash of arrogance thrown in. After a 10-foot alligator had been spotted in a Texas marina, staff put up a warning sign. This was not enough to scare off one local man on a night in July 2015, and neither were the repeated verbal warnings issued by a marina employee. The employee looked on in horror as the man responded with, "F the alligators," and jumped straight into the marina. Almost immediately, he screamed out for help, but it was too late. Within minutes, the man was floating, motionless, face down on the surface, dead. Clearly, alligators take profanity very seriously.
Watch your profanity.
How to hypnotize an elephant. If you're an animal hypnotist in training, test your skills on your cat, or a neighbor's dog, or even a zoo animal safely behind protective glass. Don't try to hypnotize a wild elephant. It seems unbelievable, but in January 2019, a Sri Lankan man did exactly that. The man was traveling with his family when he spotted the huge animal grazing in a field. He approached the animal, getting its attention, and got closer and closer until the elephant charged. Hoping to hypnotize the elephant back into placidity, the man performed a sudden hand gesture and stood his ground. Unfortunately, this worked about as much as you'd expect. The elephant trampled the man to death while his family looked on in horror. The mistake was clear. He forgot his hypnotist pendant. I'm sure he would have been just fine if he'd started swinging one of those. It's not like giant wild tusked beasts are dangerous after all. Were you as blown away as I was by the unbelievable stupidity that led to some of these people's untimely demise? Have you heard of any other Darwin Award-worthy cases? Let me know in the comment section below. Thanks for watching. Sometimes it really does seem like the world is getting dumber. That may be partly due to the fact that our incredible social systems of medicine, community, and welfare have effectively wiped out natural selection for us humans. But every once in a while, someone worthy of a Darwin Award removes themselves from the gene pool like a deer with a penchant for highway jogging. Join me now as I take a look at some of the most mind-bogglingly dumb ways people have died. Leap of faith. In May of 2019, a car chase left a criminal in a tough spot. The Brooklyn man was wanted for a carjacking when he made his first dumb move, crashing into a police car, triggering a high-speed chase. His second, and most lasting mistake, came later, after the pursuit left him trapped between multiple pursuing police cars on the Brooklyn Bridge. Rather than hand himself over, he went with the Grand Theft Auto method. He assumed that jumping over the railing down to the ground below would allow him to escape with little more than a scratch or two. So over he went, and while he did indeed get away, he did so in a body bag. Remember your roots. There are many embarrassing ways to die, but falling victim to the wrath of a root vegetable has to be near the top. When out on a hunting trip in 1881, British politician Sir William Payne Galloway entered the annals of ridiculous history when he slipped and fell onto a turnip. The turnip, renowned by his fellow turnips as a violent brute, caused severe internal injuries to the politician, and he died that day, age 74. Turns out vegetables aren't so good for you after all. World's longest breath holder. I could think of better ways to spend a Saturday night than a breath-holding contest, but apparently boredom was at an all-time high for a New Jersey man in August 2018. Rather than holding the competition between friends on the safety of dry land, the man decided to hold his breath underwater on Lake St. Clair in Georgia. 7 minutes passed before anyone noticed anything was wrong. And this time, the undisputed winner of the contest had fallen unconscious and drowned, proving that real winners never give up. Cigarette burns. Hospitals are usually safe places for treatment and recovery, but a questionable decision made by an elderly lady in Haltern am See, Germany, brought a quick end to her own treatment plan in 2018. The lady, who was wheelchair-bound from sickness, wheeled herself outside for a nice, relaxing smoke. She seemed to forget that she was wearing an oxygen ventilator, which ignited when she lit her cigarette, setting fire to the plastic upholstery of her wheelchair. She was engulfed in deadly flames and scorching plastic and died soon after. Everyone knows smoking's bad for your health, but usually its effects aren't so explosive. Not the bees! Picture this relaxing scene. You're lying down on a comfy massage table, enjoying some nice therapeutic music, when someone forcibly stings you with multiple bees. Surprisingly, this is something people willingly go through on a regular basis, supposedly to relieve stress and muscle tension, and is a form of alternative medicine known as live bee acupuncture. All the bees that are used die in the process, but in 2018, they finally got their own revenge. You see, every time a person is stung by a bee, their chances of suffering an allergic reaction increase. But for one woman who was unaware of this fact, her reaction came as a total surprise after having the treatment so many times. The woman immediately lost consciousness following one of the stings, and soon died of a severe allergic reaction. Don't mess with bees. Nick Cage knows this, and so should you. Escalator to heaven. You've heard of the Stairway to Heaven, but what about the fast track version? The only catch is, you never actually get to the top. This is the fate that met the guitar player from a heavy metal band whose name is so obscene YouTube would implode if I were to say it. A musical career dedicated to causing as much controversy as possible culminated in a rather unclimactic end, when he attempted to ride his way along the rail of an escalator. He lost his balance, plummeted over the edge, and died on impact. His head struck a food court table, presumably turning some unfortunate kid's Happy Meal into a horror meal. Taking selfies to new heights. Some people go to great lengths for that perfect selfie, but apparently, these great lengths should never exceed 99 feet. The world learned this fact in 2018 when a British woman and her Australian boyfriend were found dead on a beach in Portugal. Piecing the evidence together, police concluded that the couple had been sat atop a 100-foot wall overlooking the beach when they dropped the phone they'd been snapping vacation pics on. They both reached to grab the phone, which had landed on a ledge just below them. Unfortunately, they both lost their balance and plunged the full distance to the ground below. As if to symbolize technology's inevitable takeover of the human race, the phone the couple gave their lives trying to save remained on the wall, unscathed. Trouble in the tub. We're taught from a young age that water and electricity don't mix, but for some people, this never quite sinks in. For some, the comfort of having an electronic device on hand at all times overrides the need to, remain alive. A Londoner learned the error of this mindset in 2017 when he tried charging his phone while in the bath. As he relaxed in the tub, he balanced an extension cord on his chest, keeping it out of the water. What happened next is unclear, but the situation isn't too hard to fathom. Whether he slipped or whether he absentmindedly dunked his phone in the water, he was killed by the ensuing shock. Fussy eater. Everybody loves the hearty goodness of a home-cooked meal, assuming at least one person in the house can cook. But renowned mathematician Kurt Gödel took his love of his wife's home cooking to ridiculous levels. Despite, or perhaps because of, his brilliance as a mathematician, Gödel was an extremely paranoid man. His paranoia grew to the point where in his later years he refused to eat anything that hadn't first been tasted or prepared by his wife. Believing himself to be at the center of a poisoning plot, when his wife was hospitalized for 6 weeks in 1977 and hence was unable to cook for her husband, Gödel stopped eating. By the end of January 1978, he had died of malnutrition, weighing only 65 pounds when he died. In the end, through his desperation to avoid being murdered, he was the one responsible for his own death. It really goes to show, if you want something done right, do it yourself. Hungry for more? While some dumb deaths are caused by no eating at all, occasionally someone will kick the bucket because of the total opposite. In this case, the bucket was filled to the brim with sticky, delicious sweet rolls. Adolf Fredrik, King of Sweden from 1751 to 1771, wasn't a particularly good king. He was regarded as lacking the aptitude, fortitude, and integrity necessary for successful kingship. But what he lacked as a king, he made up for with his appetite. He was a lover of food with a sweet tooth, and it could never be said that his eyes were bigger than his belly. But while the amount of food he consumed on his last meal in February 1771 did exceed the limitations of his large belly, he finished it nonetheless. After a heaping feast of seafood, sauerkraut, and champagne, he moved on to dessert. This consisted of no less than 14 Swedish sweet rolls, all dipped in hot milk flavored with cinnamon and raisins. While he was reportedly stockpiling for the Christian tradition of Lent, he clearly overshot his mark as his digestive system completely shut down and he died. Just goes to show, death by cake isn't as sweet as it sounds. A cut above the vest. Nobody wants to be conned when making a purchase. Indeed, being sold a stab-proof vest that offers the protection of a wet noodle is hardly an ideal scenario. But it should go without saying that testing the stabability of such vests should be done with at least one qualifying factor: taking the vest off first. Unfortunately, that first rule of Stab Club whistled in one ear, through the empty skull cavity, and out the other ear of one Englishman in 2018. Mistakenly believing his jacket was stab-proof, the man took a knife and plunged it into his jacket while at the kitchen table. It turned out the jacket wasn't stab-proof, and funnily enough, neither was he. Before I get to the dumbest death magnets of the bunch, let's take a look at some contenders who somehow managed to avoid qualifying for a Darwin Award by surviving their stupidity. This electrician clearly trained with the best, because after all, there's no better insulator than a nice cool puddle of muddy water. Another top-of-the-class graduate of the Elite Electricians Academy is this fellow, who's also in on the secret that water and electricity are actually a great mix. But the rubber industry doesn't want you to know that. For any Darwin Award nominees watching, that was a joke. Anyway, this next close contender seems to be pulling a prank with a fuel-depleted chainsaw held alarmingly close to his nether region. But the risk-to-reward ratio of this particular prank earns this guy a firm position in the At-Risk Darwin Award Survivors Club. That's just no place for a chainsaw, joke or not. The final at-risk survivor is this fellow who let rage overcome any shred of rational thought. While his friend drives, he takes the noble position of car puncher, hanging out of the car window and attacking the hard walls of another vehicle with his bare hands. Like the genius he so clearly is. As his car swerves, he accidentally opens his door and tumbles gracefully onto the highway. Hey, at least he stuck the landing. Though if this is his reaction to a bit of road rage, I feel like his Darwin Award isn't too far away over the horizon. A bridge too far. Video games, movies, and TV shows have led us all to believe that clearing a rising drawbridge in a car is a viable feat. It isn't. But that realization never occurred to a couple of wannabe Texan stuntmen who put their inflated senses of their own abilities to the test in May 2019. Witnesses reported seeing a car's passenger lift the barrier of the Black Bayou drawbridge in Louisiana before the car sped off up the rising ramp. Now, admittedly, some people do occasionally survive these jumps, like this distracted driver who didn't even realize the bridge had begun to rise before cruising over the top to the other side. But these people are the minority and should be taken as representative of the majority. Because the majority, like our Texan friends, follow a learning curve that's steeper than the downward path of their car. However, any learning was short-lived in this case, as the Texan pair were trapped in their car after it failed to make the jump to the other side. They sank and soon drowned. Put simply, they were neither fast nor furious enough. Which Darwin Award winner do you think was the stupidest? Do you know of any more ridiculously dumb ways people died? Let me know in the comments section down below. Thanks for watching. For most of us, the natural instinct to survive is pretty effective at keeping us from serious harm. But for some people, the impulse to carry out acts of sheer unbelievable stupidity somehow overwhelms the rational mind's urge to survive. Without further ado, get ready to be baffled by these people who became real-life examples of natural selection in action. Quick exit. As far as humanity's greatest intellectuals are concerned, it's fair to assume none of them have been regular participants in eating contests. But while the whole concept is pretty dumb, one Indian man learned in 2019 that it can also be fatal. After a disagreement took place between the man and his friend in a marketplace in India's Jaunpur district, they decided there was only one way to settle it: an egg eating contest. With a $30 bet on the table for whoever could eat 50 the fastest, the men began scoffing hard-boiled eggs. But while devouring his 42nd egg, one of the eaters collapsed and fell unconscious, and died soon afterwards in the hospital. His body couldn't deal with the dense load of 42 eggs, which could have weighed as much as 6 pounds. So remember, if you want a really filling breakfast that won't kill you, don't exceed 41 eggs. Bird-brained idea. Another case of eggs gone wrong occurred back in 2006 in Doncaster, England. A man who had a string of convictions for stealing rare and protected bird eggs was on the hunt for illicit eggs in a local forest. Spotting what he presumed to be a sparrowhawk's nest, the 62-year-old began climbing the branches of a tree in hope of something valuable. As he approached the top, however, an avoidable disaster struck. You see, this bird egg bandit had long-standing issues with high blood pressure, which often led to dizzy spells and fainting. Why he'd choose a career that involved climbing up precarious tree branches while battling a tendency to randomly pass out is anybody's guess. But it doesn't take too much guessing to figure out what happened next. At the top of the tree, he passed out, plummeting to the ground, breaking his ribs and having his heart punctured by branches on the way down. Karma was clearly on the bird's side because the egg thief died soon afterwards. Connection issues. The reason grappling down the sides of buildings is possible in movies is that the characters typically use state-of-the-art equipment that they know they can rely on. Sadly, a 47-year-old man from northern France seemed to miss this important qualifying factor in 2017, when he attempted his own Mission Impossible-style escape. The man had been locked up in his room by his mother to try to control his hard-drinking lifestyle, so he hatched an escape plan. The grounded 47-year-old decided that rappelling down from the 9th-story apartment window would be the best way out. Unfortunately, he didn't have any heavy-duty steel wire available and opted to use a simple Ethernet cable instead. It's unclear what he tried to attach it to, but the makeshift abseiling equipment snapped almost instantly and he plummeted to the pavement below. Guess his mother's plan worked. He never drank again. Heat treatment. In 2019 in Bengaluru, India, an act of lethal stupidity brought one man's life to a rather heated end. While cleaning out a chimney at his home using petrol-fueled cleaning equipment, the irresistible call of nicotine came a-knockin'. Disregarding the common-sense warning against using naked flames near petrol-fueled machines, he pulled out his lighter to spark up a cigarette. Unfortunately, in the process of loading up the cleaning equipment, he'd accidentally doused himself in a considerable amount of petrol. The moment he lit his cigarette, his clothes went up in flames, and within minutes, he'd burnt to death. Not only did he die a totally avoidable, agonizing death, the smoke he released probably undid a fair chunk of his cleaning work, too. Blocked up. The obesity epidemic is a very modern problem arising from our species' transition into the double-edged sword of having a constant abundance of food. But while heart disease and diabetes are typical thoroughfare for the obese, one woman's excessive weight presented an additional fatal issue, one of logistics. When the 30-stone woman from Dorset, England went into cardiac arrest in January 2016, the medics who arrived were presented with a unique predicament. Because of her weight, it was almost impossible to lug her outside to the emergency vehicles. A long series of proposed solutions ensued, including a suggestion that firefighters remove a window to hoist her down, but before something could be decided, it was too late. Thanks to the unexpected obstacles and delays her obesity caused, the woman died an otherwise preventable death before she could reach hospital. Unhappy accidents. We've all claimed to be dying from embarrassment at some point, after a particularly humiliating event in the public eye. But tripping in the school corridor or accidentally farting on a first date usually doesn't prove fatal in a literal sense. For one 69-year-old Florida man, though, a supremely embarrassing episode in 2016 spelled his end. After doing his business in a Walgreens restroom, staff were appalled to find the stall looking like an explosion at the chocolate factory. Staff called him back to the scene of the crime and demanded very publicly that he clean up his awful mess. He eventually obliged, but the sheer embarrassment took its toll. According to his widow, the emotional distress of the incident was responsible for the man's death soon afterwards, and she filed a lawsuit against Walgreens on this basis. Indeed, distress can cause cardiac arrest in extreme cases, and if there was ever a legit reason to die of embarrassment, it'd be this guy's bathroom misadventure. Goes to show, if you must leave a mess in the public restroom, have a rapid escape plan prepared. Alternative medicine. Of all the things to be skeptical of, the meticulously tested, highly regulated treatments of modern medicine are a very poor choice. While mistrust of certain scientific methods of treatment is often a problem of ignorance and misinformation, it can prove a fatal error of judgment when the only alternative is death. Case in point, after being diagnosed with breast cancer in 2016, a British mother decided against conventional treatments like chemotherapy and surgery. She decided the natural remedies like raw turmeric, iodine-rich brown seaweed, and a vegan diet would be a much better treatment plan. Unsurprisingly, she died in 2019 after the cancer spread throughout her body. It was a heartbreaking story of willful ignorance that left the child motherless. There's nothing funny about this one, folks. It's simply a reminder that science exists for very good reasons, which become clear when people choose to ignore it. Just plain stupid. I'm no aviation expert, but I'd say if you're up in the air and fuel begins to slosh around your feet in the cockpit, you probably have a problem. Unfortunately, one pilot refused to take that specific problem seriously despite the insistence of airport mechanics after he touched down to refuel on a one-man cross-country flight in 2015. Before the appalled mechanics at Missoula International Airport had a chance to intervene, the Bucker-Youngmeister aircraft was back on the runway. The pilot insisted he was in too much of a hurry to carry out repairs and headed straight on to the next leg of his journey. But the plane would reach its final destination even sooner than expected. 10 seconds after takeoff, the plane came crashing back down and exploded in a ball of flames. It only takes a glance at the wreckage to be able to guess whether or not the hasty pilot survived. Spoiler, he didn't. One in the chamber. When it comes to irresponsible behavior, anything relating to guns lands at the top of the idiot list. But the level of stupidity in this story will blow your mind. While enjoying a few beers in Brevard County, Florida, a man and his friend began playing around with a handgun. After removing the magazine from the gun, the owner wanted to be extra safe and make sure there wasn't still a bullet in the chamber. After all, you can never be too careful. To test this, he jokingly held the gun up to his temple, presumably certain he'd already unloaded it. In a lighthearted jest, he pulled the trigger. With a bang, that party was over. The bright spark was dead by the time police arrived on scene. If there was ever a poster child for gun safety, it'd be this guy. Off-roading. In 2018, a Florida woman learned the hard way that trains don't play fair in a race. While the guardrails were down at a newly built crossing, the lady made a serious error of judgment, deciding she could cross the tracks before the train reached her. But as you probably guessed, guardrails are there for a reason. That reason being, if you cross while they're down, you're probably going to die. That's exactly what happened. The woman and her bike met their end with the train, right on schedule. A royal romance. Young love is a powerful thing, and if the case of King Louis III of France is anything to go by, even royals aren't safe from its dangerous snares. In 882 CE, at the lustful age of 18, Louis fell for a girl in Saint Denis on the outskirts of Paris. One day he spotted her making her way through town and mounted his horse to pursue her. But with his attention totally fixed upon his love interest, he failed to spot the low-hanging lintel of a doorway ahead of him. Moving at speed, he crashed headfirst into the frame and fell, fatally fracturing his skull. He died soon afterwards, proving once and for all that love really hurts. Unforgettable entrance. After kicking her boyfriend out of her house in November 2007, a Florida woman hadn't hoped to see him on the premises again for a while. But after leaving the house for a few hours and returning, the woman was shocked to see her boyfriend again so soon. Only he wasn't pleading with her to let him back in. It seemed he'd made the decision to enter the house by any means necessary, and failed. You see, he'd tried to enter through the cat flap, presumably hoping to unlock the door. He dived in, got one arm through, followed by his head, and gotten stuck. In this embarrassing position, he died, presumably from asphyxiation, although stupidity hasn't been ruled out as the main cause of death. One last trick. It's pretty obvious that without the right amount of practice and preparation, attempting death-defying stunts can be incredibly stupid and dangerous. For an Indian escape artist by the name of Chankal Lahiri, an attempt to emulate the great masters like Harry Houdini ended in disaster in 2019. Lahiri was lowered into the strong currents of the Hooghly River near Howrah, India, with his hand and feet tied. He was expected to escape and resurface soon after, but onlookers grew concerned after 15 minutes with no sign of the illusionist. He wouldn't resurface until much later when police pulled his lifeless body from the river. Officials stated that Lahiri's cumbersome outfit combined with the strong currents of the river made an escape nearly impossible. Without the necessary preparations, Lahiri seemed to have grossly underestimated the difficulty of the stunt and fell victim to his own ego. Really though, if being tied up and thrown into a river seems like anything other than a bad idea, then
Stop it. Get some help.
cut of the cash. Hurting yourself as an insurance scam is never clever, but an Italian man achieved maximum stupidity in 2001 with what may be the dumbest money-making scheme of all time. After taking out several policies with different insurance companies, the man had asked his cousin to cut his leg off with a chainsaw. He'd hoped to cash in for over $500,000 on the injury with the claims of being permanently disabled by the so-called accident. But while the DIY amputation was being performed, extreme blood loss set in and the would-be fraudster died from his gruesome injuries. His cousin, fittingly, was arrested for the psychotically stupid act, and he didn't even manage to saw all the way through. If you want something done, do it yourself, I guess. Do you have any bizarre local tales of lethal stupidity? Let me know in the comments section below. Thanks for watching. When we picture the end, we like to imagine we'll go out comfortably and with dignity. But when outrageous stupidity is allowed too much influence, a person's final moments can often be summed up in 2 words: total embarrassment. Continuing this exploration into the people who've removed themselves from the gene pool in spectacularly stupid ways, join me and let's hand out some Darwin Awards. Chug of Death. For as long as humans have known how to make beer, there have been people who drink too much of it. But while beer drinking contests wear excess with pride, the consequences can be dire, as was made very clear in 2013. At a Spanish drinking festival, the contest winner knocked back an astonishing 12.5 pints of beer in 20 minutes. Now, bearing in mind drinking 12.5 pints of water in this time would be considered a potentially lethal amount, you can probably imagine the effect that much beer had. After raising his trophy, the champion began vomiting non-stop before passing out. He died soon afterwards from what was most likely alcohol poisoning, with a side order of seriously poor decision-making. Hard to swallow. In July 2019, a man was catching tilapia fish in a river in the Philippines using a somewhat unconventional storage method. He'd developed a regular habit of storing the fish in his mouth so that he could have both hands free to catch more fish without needing to return to the shore. But when he popped one particularly vigorous tilapia into his pie hole for safekeeping, it attempted to escape down his throat. The man began choking and ran to his house for help, but the slippery creature proved impossible to retrieve. He died soon after, but his tale lives on as a reminder of why we invented handy little things known as boxes and baskets. Fatal strain. For decades now, an old legend has floated around the toilets of the world that Elvis Presley died from overstraining on the loo. Many have been understandably skeptical of the legend, but in January 2020, a Chinese man's death brought that skepticism into question. The 72-year-old from Wenzhou, China went into cardiac arrest after a bout of chronic constipation, during which he reportedly overdid it. Overstraining isn't usually fatal, but the man's history of heart disease meant his blood pressure dropped to lethally low levels and his heart stopped. But at least he died on a throne, even if it was porcelain. Over in a flash. In August 2019, when a housekeeper at an Atlanta hotel entered a room for tidying, she was shocked when the man inside exposed himself to her. Disgusted, she called security. But when security confronted the man, he fled, attempting to jump from his balcony to another. Seeing as he was 10 stories up, this probably should have raised alarm bells for him. But in the least surprising twist of the century, his escape plan failed, and he plummeted 10 floors onto the pavement below. What a chilling expose. Deadliest catch. In 2017, a 67-year-old Pokemon Go user in Singapore took the excitement of catching a new pocket monster to another level. Mere moments after catching Lapras and Granbull as new additions to his 200 Pokemon-strong collection, he keeled over in the throes of a heart attack. He died soon afterwards, and an investigation revealed that the poor fellow's pre-existing heart condition had left him vulnerable to overstimulation and overexertion that scurrying around for Pokemon can induce. While he's not the first person to die while using Pokemon Go, he is, quite possibly, the first to die from the excitement of a catch. It seems Gotta Catch 'Em All might need to be revised to Gotta Catch Some of 'Em calmly and at a leisurely pace. Fangtastic. What's the saying? An eye for an eye? Well, how about a tooth for a fang? The latter saying proved more fitting in a village in Gujarat, India in July 2019. While a group of villagers were gathering maize from a field, a snake slithered onto the path. Most of them distanced themselves from the reptile, but one man stood strong, determined to dispatch the scaly fiend. He grabbed the snake, which instantly began biting him on the hands and face. Shocked but not defeated, the man played the ultimate alpha move. He bit the snake right back, killing it. But while the man won the battle, he lost the war and died from the snake's potent venom later that day. Whether it was a badass or simply stupid way to die, I'll leave that up to you guys in the comments below to decide. Rooftop Rail Rider. In 2019, a self-proclaimed Russian daredevil train surfer mounted the roof of a high-speed service from St. Petersburg to Moscow. Atop the train, which reached speeds of 155 miles per hour, the thrill-seeker accidentally made contact with the high-voltage overhead apparatus that provides the train with power. Before he knew it, 4,000 volts were scorching through him, setting both him and the carriage roof ablaze. On the bright side, he would have died almost instantly. But let's be honest, with a hobby like train surfing, the end was never going to be pretty for this bright spark. 3-story slip and slide. Lawyers are often considered to be some of the brightest folks in society, but alcohol has a phenomenal ability to turn book smarts into ouch, that's smarts. At a private party event at the Brooklyn Museum in 2019, an up-and-coming lawyer had a not-so-bright idea while enjoying the fun and frivolities. For whatever reason, he decided to slide down the banisters of a 3rd-story stairwell with his motor functions notably impaired. In one swift motion, he slipped over the railing and plunged to the ground below. The fall proved fatal and also proved that 3rd-story stairway slip and slides are never a good idea. Action Woman. Action-packed Hollywood blockbusters are great and all, but when people try to apply that kind of high-octane activity to their own lives, it rarely ends well. Unfortunately, a woman from Georgia realized that a little too late in August 2019. The craziest day of her life began at 7:30 a.m. when she stole a truck, which soon ran out of gas. Shortly after pulling over, a kind stranger stopped to help the stranded woman, a helpful gesture that resulted in the woman stealing the stranger's car. She cruised off like a maniac, crashing into several vehicles until the car could no longer be driven. With a newfound taste for auto theft of the grandest kind, she attempted to steal another car. She had to abandon the attempt after realizing the car she'd taken had a manual transmission, and she was an automatic kind of gal. With police closing in, the incompetent criminal went for the big finish. She leapt onto a passing semi-truck for a quick escape. Unfortunately, Vin Diesel movies make this type of thing look much easier than it is, and the woman lost her grip, slipping under the trailer and being immediately fatally crushed. For unhinged criminals, reality eventually hits like a truck. The price of theft. When a man stole a shirt in Puerto Rico in 2019, his hasty attempts to remove the security tag when he got home proved unexpectedly lethal. His tool of choice was a knife, and he decided to try to pop the tag off while still wearing the shirt. This unwise decision resulted in the knife slipping and plunging into his side. By the time his horrified wife found him, he was already dead. Who would have thought shoplifting could escalate to self-inflicted murder so quickly? Story of a lifetime. In this age of rampant obsession with social media, the stupidity of desperate attention-seeking is increasingly resulting in utterly idiotic, easily avoidable deaths. Like in Australia in 2019, when a group of young, overly excited women broadcast their antics over Snapchat while driving on the highway. The two passengers could be seen distracting the driver and encouraging her to drive erratically, which she did, intentionally veering into oncoming traffic. The girls all seemed to be having a heck of a laugh at the expense of other drivers. That is, until the laughter turned to screams. While the driver was distracted by her passengers, she veered off again into oncoming traffic, this time unintentionally. Seconds later, she crashed head-on with another car. While the people in the other car, as well as her passengers, survived, the girl driving was killed on impact. It's a lesson that really shouldn't need to be said. Don't tempt fate with exceedingly dangerous and dumb behavior, especially behind the wheel of a car. Tenderizing beef. Cows probably don't like to be eaten, but if this story from June 2019 is anything to go by, they hate being stolen even more. When an Indian man stole a cow from a village in Karnataka, he managed to lead it over a mile away without detection, and proudly thought he'd got off scot-free. But when he tried to load the animal into his vehicle, it became clear that the cow had different plans. With a swift, brutal kick directly to the danglers, the cow caused internal trauma and rupturing so severe, the man was dead by the time authorities found him. If this case of testicular tenderization could teach us anything, it's that cow thieves should probably wear iron jockstraps. Sharpshooter. By the time you reach the age of 47, you think you'd have picked up a decent amount of common sense. But at a party in 1998, a man proved that notion wrong when he bet that his 47-year-old buddy couldn't shoot a can off his head. Confident in his abilities, the friend took up the bet. He loaded the handgun, took aim, and fired. I'm sure you can put the pieces together of what happened next. Let's just say the man with the can was left distinctly lacking in the face department, while the friend was left facing a murder charge. Roach dinner. While eating insects is an increasingly common practice around the world, and not inherently stupid, it's hard to deny the underlying idiocy of an insect-eating contest. When one such contest was held at a Florida reptile store in 2012, the grand prize was a mighty python worth $850. One Florida man stepped up to the task with victory on his mind and scoffed down dozens of cockroaches and worms. He won, but his victory was cut short when he staggered outside, vomiting and struggling to breathe. Eventually, he fell to the ground and was taken to the hospital, where he was pronounced dead. It wasn't the quality of the insects that killed him. They were bred to regulation standards for consumption. It was the quantity he ate, which, when he started to vomit, came back up and clogged his airways, choking him to death. So remember, if you're going to nom on those cockroaches in your garage, limit yourself to a bowlful. Railway to heaven. The ultimate example of deadly railway stupidity came at the very end of 2019, combining the equally dumb notions of social media obsession and flagrant disregard for self-preservation. While on a train journey in Mumbai, a young man decided to hop on an unbelievably stupid trend that involves hanging off of moving trains and filming the act. Unfortunately for him, after feeling the breeze on his face for a moment, he soon felt something much harder. A metal girder from a bridge the train passed over smashed him straight back into the carriage with unbelievable force. By the time his friends got him to a hospital, he was DOA. I sure hope it was worth it. Having a blast. It would be dishonest to pretend fatal stupidity is a new thing. It's just that with the rapid sharing of information nowadays, we get to hear cases of it more often. But a story from the diary of a First World War soldier may take the cake for one of the most unbelievable acts of deadly dumbness of all time. The soldier recounts the story of a division making their way through enemy land when one of the men finds an unexploded mortar shell. Instead of wisely running as far away as possible, the soldier decided to pick it up and play with it. As others looked on, somehow forgetting the very real danger at hand, they cheered for him to drop it on its nose. And like a good soldier, he did as he was told. He dropped the mortar and it exploded. 25 men were killed and 31 more were wounded. And thanks to this soldier, thousands more people will have suffered facial injuries from face palming with excessive force. Which Darwin Award winner's big exit did you think was the dumbest? Let me know in the comments section below. Thanks for watching. We'd all like to be remembered for something great. But surprisingly often, incredibly dumb folks leave this world with a parting tale they'd probably prefer to be forgotten. That said, some of these spectacularly dim-witted accidental exit strategies are irresistibly entertaining to hear about. So without further ado, let's check out some of the most embarrassingly dumb ways people died. Labels? What labels? Whenever blowtorches fall into the hands of the less than brightest members of our species, it's always best to take a few steps back, by which I mean move to the next country over. If this piece of common sense wasn't already obvious, a man from Topeka, Kansas certainly made it clear in June 2019. When he stumbled upon what appeared to be an empty metal drum, the inquisitive fellow thought best to cut the thing open with a blowtorch. What he was hoping to use the divided drum for is anyone's guess, as it exploded violently before the fellow got the chance to finish his task. Apparently, he'd ignored the bold warnings that the drum contained methanol, a highly volatile compound. For people like this, instructions to keep away from naked flame must sound like a challenge. The only reward, of course, is a Darwin Award for removing yourself from the gene pool. Whether he read the labels or not, this guy's overeager blowtorch trigger finger cost him his life. Disney's other Dumbo. In Disney's Beauty and the Beast, Gaston is an incredibly arrogant character with an endless supply of misplaced self-confidence. So perhaps the man who played the role of Gaston at Disney World Orlando was still in character when he brought about his own explosive demise in 2015. It would seem so because he clearly placed too much confidence in the strength of his own skull when he launched a firework from atop his head. He'd been drinking and joking around with the idea when the firework accidentally caught alight. Within seconds, the mortar tube exploded in a colorful, fiery explosion that no amount of beer could take the edge off. Needless to say, Disney World had to find a new Gaston, but hopefully the new one was less of a method actor. Stay in your lane. Riding in a bicycle lane can be dangerous enough sometimes, but riding a bicycle on a highway? For most people, this obvious no-no should speak for itself. But one man in September 2019 was clearly different from most people, as he decided to take a late-night bike ride along the 405 freeway in Long Beach, California. He trundled along in the auxiliary lane, which is designed to allow drivers to speed up or slow down, on the 60-mile-per-hour highway in the dark, unaware of the danger. Unsurprisingly, a driver using the auxiliary lane, not expecting to see a cyclist, plowed into the bicycle at full speed, unable to stop. The cyclist was killed, and the driver was traumatized by an accident that should never have happened. So, unless you're a superhuman who can ride their bicycle at 60 miles per hour and over, leave the highways to the motorists. Boredom cure. When you're prone to outrageously bad decisions, tempting fate is about twice as dumb as it is for regular people. That didn't stop a Brazilian student, though, whose Facebook bio proudly proclaimed the infinitely wise proverb, "Better to die from vodka than from boredom." He put that adage to the test at a drinking contest in 2015 when he slammed 25 shots of vodka in less than 60 seconds. Shortly after sinking the final one, the student said he felt ill and collapsed. On the way to the hospital, he died of alcohol poisoning. Even over an hour, that many shots could have been potentially deadly. But in a minute? Forget about it. It's fair to say anyone who is cheering this guy on is just as dumb as he was. Past your bedtime. We're often reminded of how important a good night's sleep is, and for good reason. But the impact of staying up too late went far beyond feeling groggy the next morning for one Chinese fellow in 2014. As a huge soccer fan, losing sleep during the World Cup due to the 11-hour time difference between host nation Brazil and his own was no biggie. But the stress, exhaustion, and excitement of watching soccer's greatest players go head-to-head non-stop for the 48-hour stretch he stayed awake for took its toll. His extreme exhaustion is thought to have triggered a brain hemorrhage, something research suggests sleep deprivation significantly increases the chances of. He died shortly after the last match of the day when Costa Rica defeated Uruguay 3-1. Whether he was a fan of the losing side and took the loss particularly and fatally hard is unclear. But if my parents had told me I could die from staying up too late, I probably would have got more sleep as a teenager. Calamity Convoy. One night in April 2016, a truly bizarre convoy was seen chugging along a road in Louisiana. One man was driving a sit-down lawnmower, while another sat upon the hood, and a third sat in a wheelchair holding onto the back being pulled along. The trio was reportedly having the time of their lives on their ride along a busy road. That is, until a truck smashed into them from behind. As shocking as it seems, it turned out a darkened roadway wasn't the best place for a tag-along DIY joyride. Miraculously, the only person to die in the incident was the man behind the wheel of the lawnmower, who had seemingly instigated the ridiculous activity. Hopefully his friends will keep their mowers firmly on the grass from now on. Shotgun wedding. It's not my place to criticize another culture's traditions, but a circle of dancing men haphazardly firing shotguns into the air doesn't seem like the smartest way to celebrate a wedding. Unfortunately, that was the method of choice for a group of Indian wedding attendees with a taste for celebratory gunfire in 2019. The first round of gunshots, fired dangerously closely over the dancers' heads, almost deafened several of them. But the next round, fired without any regard to things like, aiming, resulted in one shotgun-wielding guest receiving a direct hit to the face. Unaware, the oblivious reveler continued to gleefully fire shots until he was made aware of what he'd done. Needless to say, after he'd finally decided to look around him, the festivities were over. From now on, how about we stick to wedding bells rather than shotgun shells, eh? Premature detonation. Every master criminal has to start with the smaller jobs before the big bucks come along. That said, robbing a machine full of condoms for its contents and cash isn't exactly the usual mark of a criminal genius in the making. But on Christmas Day, 2015, a group of amateur German thieves decided it was time to make headway in the crime game. They bundled some explosives into a condom dispenser and lit her up. But to their surprise, the explosion blasted chunks of the metal enclosure outwards with enough speed to become deadly projectiles. One of the rubber robbers was struck in the head and died shortly afterwards. The machine wasn't in a much better state either. I hate to state the obvious, but I really think that condom-crazy criminal would have been okay if he'd just worn protection. Cold-blooded companions. For many people, the idea of having a snake in their house is nightmare fuel. For others, a snake is an ideal pet. For a woman living in Indiana in 2019, though, one snake wasn't enough. Her ideal number wasn't 2 or 3, it was 140. As an enthusiast and part-time breeder, you'd think the 36-year-old would have had a solid understanding of the risks of living with reptiles that have the ability to kill you. But whether she let her guard down or just felt comfortable letting the creatures roam free, one fateful evening saw one of her snakes turn on its owner. The next day, the town sheriff was horrified to discover the reptile enthusiast held in a deadly embrace by one of her beloved pets, an 8-foot-long python. It had strangled her to death hours before, but was still wrapped around her neck, proving that when a python wants a hug, there are no half measures. Pythons just say no. Look, Ma, no hands. Of all the times to show off, doing so while cruising on a motorbike at 85 miles per hour is undoubtedly among the stupidest. That didn't stop one Russian motorbike blogger who fancied himself somewhat of a daredevil on his Harley Davidson in June 2019, though. He raced along using his feet to steer while filming with his hands, bragging about how his ability to not give a made these kinds of stunts possible. Mere moments after sending the outrageously dangerous video on to a friend, the biker lost control and his Harley flipped dozens of times, smashing against the tarmac. The vehicle ended up only slightly less mangled than its rider did, but even the most skilled mechanics and doctors combined couldn't put the two back together. Texting and riding is dumb enough, but if you follow in this guy's footsteps, the only thing waiting down the road is a tarmac-covered Darwin Award. Heads up! Bumping your head is one of the most rage-inducing minor pains a person can sustain. But even a direct smack into the hardest low-hanging shelf doesn't compare to what one daredevil with a taste for trains and trespassing went through in North Carolina in 2018. In an attempt to satisfy his adrenaline cravings, he climbed onto a train's roof and, as if it was a wild metal stallion, attempted to ride it. It went well initially. He'd been issued warnings previously for similar incidents, so he probably had his head around the balancing act train top cruising required. But his head ended up around something else when the train passed under a low-hanging bridge. Apparently not seeing the bridge in time, he hit it at full speed. And it turns out, hitting solid objects at around 90 miles per hour isn't very good for the human body. 2 months later, his skull was found on the side of the railroad, approximately 128 miles from where his body was found on the day of the accident. This led authorities to a grisly conclusion. He'd been quite literally decapitated the moment he hit the roof of the bridge, and his body had continued along its journey before eventually falling off the train. The conclusion is simple. Don't be a train cowboy. It's a real headache. Bad time for a stroll. Drive-through safari parks are a great way for anyone with a love for nature's wildest beasts to experience them up close safely. Well, it's safe just as long as you follow one simple rule. Stay inside your vehicle at all times. But on a summer's day in 2016 at Badaling Safari World in Beijing, that simple rule was broken in an act of overwhelming stupidity. After an argument broke out between a passenger and driver of a car driving through the tiger enclosure, the passenger stormed out of the car in frustration. Bad move. Within seconds, a tiger leapt over and snatched her off in its jaws. But while this was indeed a mind-numbingly stupid decision, the response of the other occupants of the car is what proved deadly. Despite the fact that park officials were already merely feet away on their rescue mission, one passenger decided she'd be able to overpower the tiger herself. So she got out, ran over, and was immediately killed by one of nature's most efficient murder machines. Ironically, the person she'd aimed to save survived, and if she'd only waited a second for the highly trained park officials to take over, she could have too. It shouldn't need to be said, but if you're going to fight a tiger unarmed, you're going to lose. Together forever. Of all the ways to go, passing away while doing the dirty is probably one of the best. But for an elderly man who hired an escort in 2016, the aftermath was where the real embarrassment lay. Unfortunately, in the heat of passion, the man suffered a heart attack and died, much to his paid companion's horror. But to make matters worse, the combination of the escort's panic and the man's no longer circulated blood flow, the pair became, well, stuck. Unable to break free from the horrifically morbid embrace, the woman had no choice but to seek medical assistance. After paramedics picked her up, she was wheeled past crowds of hospital onlookers under a blanket. Still very much attached to the man she'd given a very happy ending to. I guess the whole parting bit of "till death do us part" only applies to married couples. Which of these dum-dum-mice has raised your eyebrows highest? Let me know in the comment section below, and stay tuned for more. Thanks for watching. Despite all the advancements of modern society, people still find ways to fall through the safety nets and put themselves in danger. Some people are so dumb, no amount of health and safety regulations can keep them around past their self-inflicted expiry date. So without further ado, let's marvel at the unfortunate souls who selected themselves out of the gene pool, winning a posthumous Darwin Award in the process. Macho Man's downfall. We all know a guy who cares more about seeming like the manliest man than his own personal safety. But for one unfortunate fellow from Pato Branco, Brazil, wanting to appear tough resulted in the opposite effect, and ultimately, his demise. When the 48-year-old climbed into bed one night, he felt a sudden twinge of pain on his leg. Pulling back the sheets, he spotted a Brazilian brown spider, which, upon being joined in bed uninvited, had bitten him. These little critters might not look as scary as some of our planet's other arachnids, but their venom packs a seriously painful punch. If left untreated, Brazilian brown spider bites can lead to infections and serious health problems. For this man, though, despite the intense pain, the other symptoms weren't so obvious. At first. Not that he paid his symptoms any mind anyway, as despite his family's insistence, he refused to get the bite checked out by a doctor. Within a matter of days, however, his body had begun to swell up, his legs became virtually unresponsive, and his kidneys began to fail. By the time he finally put his ego aside, it was too late. He died in the hospital, leaving behind a clear lesson to all macho men.
You can outmuscle many things in life, brother,
but a venomous spider bite ain't one of them.
Gnarly bail, dude. There's nothing wrong with being a thrill seeker, just as long as the thrills you seek aren't laced with total stupidity. Unfortunately, the thrills this next Darwin Award recipient sought out contained lethal doses of idiocy, far exceeding the government's daily recommendations of a single spoonful. While hitting the slopes at Bogus Basin in Idaho, one snowboarder decided the allocated ski areas just weren't exciting enough, and decided to up the thrill factor in a supremely stupid way. Without taking any precautions to check for traffic, he decided to attempt to jump over the main road leading to the top of the mountain. Unfortunately, this particular road happened to be in regular use, but the bird-brain boarder attempted to clear it anyway. But when the trick proved to be an utter failure, the snowboarder didn't just have the embarrassment to contend with. He also had the SUV coming directly at him with no time to react and nowhere to swerve to worry about. But he didn't have to worry for too long because he wasn't wearing a helmet, and the impact the SUV made was so severe it killed him almost instantly. Gnarly. Holy moly. There are many things that can go wrong in a burglary attempt. The homeowners might catch you in the act, there might be an angry Doberman with a taste for burglars waiting for you inside. You might even fall through the ceiling 24 feet to the floor below. Well, that last one is a little less likely, but it's exactly what happened to one burglar in Nevada in 2019. While trying to cut himself an entry point into the roof of a hair salon in Carson City, he lost his footing, falling straight into the hole he'd just made. With the ceiling being over 20 feet high, as he fell, the burglar must have been hoping he'd land in the comfort of a barber's chair rather than on an upturned pair of scissors. But neither outcome occurred, as instead he crashed straight down onto the cold, hard floor and was killed instantly. Needless to say, there are better ways to get a free haircut, and none of them involve cutting holes in ceilings. Having a blast. There are many ways a person can annoy their neighbors when living in a small apartment complex. Loud music, annoying pets, and parties are the usual problems. But for an apartment block in Tiraspol, Moldova, one problematic neighbor made a bang that was more than just noisy. On a quiet afternoon in February 2019, residents of the apartment complex were suddenly met with an almighty boom. As glass exploded out from one apartment window into the street below, the emergency services were called to investigate. When police arrived, the apartment block's gas was shut off, as it was initially assumed a gas leak had caused the explosion. But as the police began to piece the mystery together, a gas explosion was quickly ruled out in favor of something much more ridiculous. It turned out the owner of the apartment in which the explosion had occurred was somewhat of a military enthusiast. He had a large assortment of weapons in his room, including grenades, and had somehow managed to set one off while perusing his collection. The blast from the hand grenade obliterated his apartment, but miraculously left the rest of the complex largely untouched. Unsurprisingly though, the grenade-toting apartment owner himself was very much dead when the police arrived. Hand grenades. Not even once. Felt cute. Might delete myself. Certain people will go to great lengths nowadays for the perfect Instagram photo opportunity. After all, how are people going to know how much fun their lives are without plastering it all over social media? Sarcastic though my tone may be, this mindset is very much real for some folk. And what's more, desperation for a great pic at any cost has forcibly removed a select few from the gene pool in recent years. One such case happened to a student at Fordham University in New York back in 2019. Late one night, she and her friends had the not-so-bright idea to climb an off-limits clock tower on campus, hoping to snap a few Insta-worthy pics at the top. But whether it was the excitement of a photo op or just the darkness of the evening, during the ascent, the student made a fatal mistake. Somehow, she managed to fall out of an open alcove and over the edge, plummeting to the lower roof of the building. With serious injuries sustained from her fall, she died shortly afterwards. She did reportedly manage to snap a few pics before falling, but she never even got to share them with the world. Was it worth it? Unless those pics ever get released, we'll never know for sure. But I'm betting on a firm no. Ride of your life. Some ideas are so dumb, even just hearing about them makes you feel slightly less intelligent. One such idea was brought to life in the city of Zevenaar in the Netherlands in June 2020. A young man and his friend, perhaps after watching the televised antics of Johnny Knoxville, Bam Margera and co., decided to tie a shopping cart to a car and go for a ride. Clearly pulling the short straw, one of them clambered into the cart, while the other took the much less treacherous role of driver. As the engine roared into life, the cart rider hesitantly stood up in his humble chariot and prepared to feel the wind in his hair. While he was reportedly able to engage in this unconventional style of surfing for a little while, it wasn't long before the cart began to lose stability. Before he knew it, the shopping cart tamer was buckarooed right off, traveling at a significant speed, and landed in a crumpled heap on the tarmac, dying instantly. I could never condone partaking in a joyride of this kind, but if you're dumb enough to insist, at least wear a helmet and protective gear, because as this guy learned in the split second before his annihilation, high speeds, tarmac, and human faces are not a pleasant mix. Is this thing loaded? In June 2020, an incident of such outrageous stupidity occurred, it would seem more at place in a wacky cartoon than in real life. At a birthday celebration in the town of Shahpur in the Indian state of Maharashtra, a 28-year-old man decided to take a look through the party host's belongings. Finding what was quite obviously a very real revolver and mistaking it for a toy, he jokingly pointed it at himself. Sensing no danger whatsoever and committed to the gag, he pulled the trigger. As a gunshot cut through the fun atmosphere of the party, guests poured in from other rooms and saw the aftermath. It wasn't pretty. The guests were left shocked and disturbed by the incident and were forced to confront 3 very important lessons. Firstly, if you own guns, don't leave them lying around loaded when you throw a party. Secondly, don't invite people to your party with less than 3 brain cells. And thirdly, even if you suspect a gun to be fake, never hold it up to yourself and open fire before you've double, triple, and quadruple checked with the owner. Treat every gun like it's loaded, otherwise, at the very least, you may ruin a perfectly good party. And nobody likes a party pooper. Rapid exit. Every once in a while, in the process of accidentally removing themselves from the gene pool in spectacularly embarrassing ways, people actually end up saving lives. For one unlucky man from Somalia, though, saving lives was far from his intention, yet he somehow managed it anyway. The man in question boarded a commercial flight from Abdinati International Airport in Mogadishu, Somalia on February 2, 2016, with diabolical intentions. His plan, it seemed, had been to smuggle a laptop on board which was fitted with a bomb and detonate it mid-flight, bringing the plane crashing down. He succeeded in getting the bomb past security, and shortly after takeoff prepared for everyone on board's fiery demise. The terrorist detonated his device and it exploded according to plan. But in a shocking and admittedly kind of hilarious turn of events, he blew a hole in the side of the plane right next to him, which sucked him straight out into the open air. While a couple of other people were injured, no passengers died, and the plane turned around and landed safely back at the airport. All the while, the world's unluckiest terrorist was treated to a nice flight of his own, straight down to the ground at terminal velocity. What was left of him was later scraped off the road near Mogadishu in about as dignified an ending as he deserved. Hammer time! When in doubt, hit it with a hammer. That's the approach one man from the commune of Boltati in Romania seemed to take to life. At least it's the approach he took when investigating a mysterious metal object he found while exploring the fields near his home. As you can hopefully understand, a hammer is far from the perfect investigative tool for such a purpose. But unfortunately, not everyone is fortunate to have the baseline level of common sense you and I take for granted. The metal object in question was a rusty cylinder that looked something like this, which even at first glance should have begun to ring a few alarm bells in his head. But those alarm bells remained silent, and the air was soon filled with other noises instead. First, the sound of metal on metal, as he took the object back to his home workshop and gave it an investigatory whack with his hammer. Then, the sound of an explosion, because the object he'd found and proceeded to hammer was a very old, but still very much active, bombshell from a past battle on Romanian soil. With all the grace and decorum of someone trying to tie their shoes with a jackhammer, the man was blown to smithereens in the most literal sense of the phrase. He wasn't a bright spark in life, but he certainly was in death. Light refreshment. What's your favorite food? Pizza? Pasta? Sushi? Barbecue. Feel free to share yours down in the comments below, but whatever yours is, I'm sure you take great pleasure in eating it. And why wouldn't you? Food is great, but it's more than that. It's essential for our continued survival. Most people never forget this fact of life, but one Swiss woman chose to, well, simply ignore it when she ventured forth on an incredibly questionable spiritual journey back in 2011. After watching a documentary about an Indian guru who allegedly survived for 70 years consuming no food, living off sunlight alone, the woman decided to try her hand at the challenge. Now, you might be thinking, but what if the documentary was lying? And you'd be right to do so, because that tale was almost certainly little more than a myth, or at the very least, an exaggeration, as the whole idea goes against every shred of evidence biological science presents us with. But what does science matter when you have faith, right? Well, that's the viewpoint this woman adopted, and she decided to stop eating and drinking altogether. When that proved too tough, she began drinking water again, but continued to resist food. After a few weeks of the practice, she was found in her apartment, dead of starvation. It shouldn't need to be said, but no matter how much you believe otherwise, the human body needs food to keep living. Once your body runs out of food, it begins digesting itself. Eventually, this stops the vital organs from functioning, and death soon follows. If there's a legitimate way to get around it, the scientific world is yet to see compelling evidence of it. One thing that is certain, though, is that this Swiss woman's death was a failed attempt to make a somewhat pointless statement. But anyway, is anyone else feeling hungry all of a sudden? Big Bad Birdie. Despite what you might believe, dinosaurs still exist. Not in the form of giant T-Rexes, granted, though their current forms can be just as scary. Case in point, this bizarre creature known as a cassowary. Found across Indonesia and northeastern Australia, it's one of the largest birds on Earth, reaching up to 6 feet tall and weighing as much as 130 pounds. If you don't believe my dinosaur claim, just check out their claws. Scary, right? Well, it's those 4-inch long claws that make up the focal point of this next tale of one man's unfortunate, yet avoidable, demise. While cassowaries are certainly fascinating to look at, they're known for being incredibly territorial. This is something one Florida man should have been aware of, considering he bred them on his property near Gainesville. But for reasons unknown, one day the breeder let his guard down while walking in the enclosure housing one of his cassowaries. In a stroke of misfortune, he fell, and seeing an opportunity to attack, the cassowary leapt forth with those dagger-like claws. Had the breeder been smart like this guy, he would have taken something into the enclosure to put between the bird and himself in the event of an attack. Anything to absorb some of the powerful kick's impact, and most importantly, keep those claws away from his vulnerable body would have made all the difference. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. The bird overpowered the unlucky breeder and kicked him to death. It's certainly a tragedy and proves that around dangerous animals, letting your guard down even once can be a death sentence. But on the other hand, I would argue that killed by a living dinosaur is a pretty cool thing to have on your gravestone. Digging an early grave. You don't need to look far on the internet to see examples of people with dangerous jobs throwing all safety measures to the wind. Like this guy, who successfully completed his digging unharmed in spite of his very unstable looking DIY support beams. Or this genius, whose choice of propping tools are one sudden movement away from crumbling like breadsticks, with a side of crushed human for dipping. Not everyone is so lucky, however, and it turns out the most dangerous type of support beam is none at all. That was precisely the construction style chosen by one man in 2018 when he decided to dig a tunnel into a sand dune at a beach in St. Augustine, Florida. He wormed his way several feet into the side of the sand dune and seemed to be having fun. Until his unsupported makeshift tunnel suddenly collapsed on him. The collapse covered him in several feet of sand, suffocating him, and the sudden shock triggered a fatal heart attack, finishing him off. And that, folks, is why even these types of support beams are better than none at all when it comes to digging yourself out of, or into, trouble. Reptile road trip. No matter how many people fall victim to agonizing and often fatal bites, people just don't seem to get the message to not mess with snakes. Like the bizarre Indian trend of snapping selfies with cobras, or this Florida man whose decision to kiss a venomous water moccasin temporarily turned his face into a marshmallow. But even those folks are basically Einstein-level geniuses compared to one man from the Kuala Lumpur district of Malaysia who took a wild python for a motorcycle ride in January 2018. Having passed the 11-foot-long reptile on his return from work, he grabbed a pair of gloves and a sickle from home before returning to catch it. While his motivations for doing so remain unclear, he picked up the snake, holding it by its head to avoid being bitten, and hopped back on his motorbike. Shortly after beginning their road trip, however, the snake began coiling around its chauffeur. Before long, it had constricted enough to pull him off his bike, and despite passersby attempting to pull him free, the python had soon squeezed all of the life out of him. So if you ever take a reptile on a road trip, take it in a nice car. Because if this story is anything to go by, pythons really seem to hate riding motorbikes. Do you know of any local stories of people removing themselves from the gene pool in spectacularly stupid ways? Send yours over via email to stories@beamaze.com for a chance to be featured with a shout out in a future video. And as always, thanks for watching.
In our modern world, it's hard to remember that money isn't everything. After all, most fun things cost a lot of money. Worse still, social media gives us the impression that everyone else is living the high life, even if that isn't the case. But the truth is, there are a lot of fakers out there. This can result in some extremely funny situations where a star perpetuates that they have loads of money when they're actually quite broke. We're going to take a look now at 10 fake rich people. Number 10. Lil Tay. This 9-year-old Canadian social media star posted images and videos on Instagram to her millions of followers, showing her trash-talking others as well as flaunting her money, cars, and properties. Which, let's be honest, cannot be true, seeing as she's only 9. But behind her illusion portrayed online is a sad tale of desperation. Good Morning America spoke to her mom's former boss at a Vancouver real estate firm who revealed that Lil Tay filmed using his car and his properties, all without his approval. As a result, her mom was fired from her real estate job for exploiting her position for Tay's flex videos. What's especially concerning is that you need to be at least 13 to open an Instagram account, which begs the question, how is she getting away with it? She claims her management team posts for her, but it's more likely her brother is forcing her to act this way as he's been bragging to his followers using his sister as a puppet. In fact, a leaked video of Tay smoking hookah meant the internet was done with this family's antics. Hookah is tobacco, and this is straight up child abuse. Thankfully, all her social media accounts have now disappeared. Number 9. Sam Cooke. One day you're flying high in the stock market making thousands of pounds a day, and the next you're being charged for fraud. Well, at least that's what happened to teenager Sam Cooke. He was all over the British newspapers a few years ago due to his incredibly impressive wealth. He claimed he started by importing and exporting goods, before going on to play the stock market and making around $17.5 million in total. What's even more shocking is that he claimed this was all from a loan of £2,000 his dad gave him. This is certainly impressive. The only slight detail that was uncovered after his original claim was that he was actually being trialed on 6 counts of fraud. He swindled those closest to him into giving him their life savings totaling around £110,000, but the judge obviously had the last laugh and sent Cooke to jail for 2 years. Number 8. Johnny Mitchell. Our next fake millionaire comes from a UK-based show called Love Island. This is basically a show where a load of girls slathered in makeup get put on an island with a load of airheaded, egotistical men, and they all pick a partner, and, well, that's it, really. Obviously, being that the premise is so rich and rewarding, you can guess that it is extremely popular. However, this particular contestant got himself into a little bit of trouble. Poor old Johnny Mitchell had a habit of trying to impress his fans via his Instagram post, as people in this social media obsessed world so often do. His profile would show him looking extremely suave in expensive suits, traveling to exotic destinations and driving incredibly expensive cars, dressed up extremely nicely. This is all well and good, until it was found out that Johnny wasn't actually living the life he was perpetuating online. Sources close to Johnny revealed that his watches were fake, the holidays in his pics were from years ago, the car is his dad's, and the lavish house was actually just rented on Airbnb. Wow, tough break, Johnny. Number 7. Ja Rule. Ja Rule is another case of an old hip-hop star that doesn't seem to know when to back out of the spotlight. With a few hits in the 90s, Ja Rule didn't blow up entirely, and as such sort of faded out of the spotlight, until recently that is. He's another one that likes to perpetuate that he has a lot of money on social media platforms. So much so that last year he tried to pull off the mother of all scams. He designed a new festival called Fyre Festival, which targeted rich kids with pictures of lavish islands and first-class treatments, while seeing a list of top acts. It all sounded amazing, and a lot of people bought tickets, some paying up to $4,000, only to find upon getting to the Bahamian island that nothing could have been further from the truth.
The tents were leftover tents from USAID, the food was soggy bread and slices of cheese, and there was little to no organization. A far cry from what was promised, and it turned out that Ja Rule's cash grab didn't go as well as he thought it would. All the organizers of the event were slapped with a multitude of lawsuits, with one in particular landing at about $100 million being filed against Ja Fool and other Fire Team member Billy McFarland. Billy McFarland was eventually indicted for fraud, so while his social media makes him look like a high-flying entrepreneur rapper, the truth is that he's facing multiple lawsuits targeting him as personally responsible for millions of dollars in compensation and lost investments. Just before we proceed with this list of shameful frauds, I'll give you a tip on how to spot a fake rich person. 2 words: gold cars. They're often bought by those that like to pose that they're rich, but often they actually don't have the cash to back it up. Take this incredibly terrible made gold car. If you're going to do this to your car, at least get a decent job done on the gold wrap. Otherwise, you're going to become a major embarrassment. Not unlike this unfortunate soul who had his gold Maserati Grand Cabrio towed. I have a feeling someone couldn't pay for their car insurance. Number 6. Sean Kingston. There's something very sad about seeing old pop stars and movie stars desperately trying to stay in the limelight and cling on to relevance by flashing their non-existent cash all the time. On the other hand, there is something strikingly pleasurable about seeing it too. The next culprit is Sean Kingston, singer of the super hit Beautiful Girls. However, unfortunately, I don't think that song is paying the bills for Sean anymore, as it certainly didn't pay for this one. His precarious financial situation was exposed in 2016 when he waltzed into a high-end jewelry shop and purchased around $300,000 worth of bling for himself. Upon having to pay for the said bling, he told the shop that his money manager would handle the bill. Well, the manager definitely tried to. He paid with 2 checks that bounced almost immediately. And this isn't the first case. Multiple times, as recently as last year, Kingston has been sued for not paying for jewelry. This is a message to all the pop stars from the noughties. Just chill. We're not expecting you to be rolling in the money. Please stop trying to prove yourself and at least pay for the stuff you purchase. Number 5. Sydel Young. Holidays are expensive, which is why our immediate response when viewing the social media accounts of travel bloggers is, how rich must they be to afford this? Do they just have wealthy families funding all this? Or are they working whilst traveling and just showing us the best bits? Well, travel blogger Sydel Young, who has almost 100,000 Instagram followers, gives us one possible answer. Just lie. Her Instagram followers recently found some flaws in her jet-setting lifestyle. Recently, she posted a photo of her trip to Italy with the caption, #TravelWithSydel, y'all. The photo was of Amalfi Coast, which she claims she had taken herself. However, one eagle-eyed follower spotted something fishy and called her out. They found her picture was actually taken from a travel brochure online. In fact, this led to others to call out more of her Instagram photos. As the can of worms started to open up, it quickly became clear all of her pictures were fakes, so she started to delete dozens of her posts. Ironically, despite it all being fake, her social media presence is the reason she appeared on TV shows to discuss her travel lifestyle. It's yet more proof you should never trust what you see on Instagram, even if they have loads of followers. Number 4. Elijah Yefeso. Now this next one is a testament to how all these fake claims of fame and cash may be silly, but they can get someone into very serious trouble. Supposed city trader Elijah Yefeso was prone to boasting about his earnings on Instagram. He often appeared in pictures with a gold Lamborghini and a Rolls-Royce Wraith, among other astonishing cars. He claims that he makes his money via binary trading, and that he started off by investing his student loan that he left university with after dropping out of Buckingham University. He also purports to only work an hour a day sometimes, and that he made his money after realizing his potential at just 18. Well, Elijah, a telltale sign of people who actually have the money they say they have is, not running people over that they owe money to? A court heard that Elijah owed creditor Dennis Ofosu money after he borrowed some to buy a Land Rover. Dennis was extremely frustrated at this situation, maybe, just maybe, because he did not have the money to pay it back. And instead of resorting to calmly sorting out the situation, Elijah decided to try and kill his creditor by jumping in his car and attempting to run him over. During his prosecution, the judge accused him of lying about his wealth. He was sent to prison for 2 years for dangerous driving and also carrying a dangerous weapon. Number 3. Lil Bow Wow. Who remembers Lil Bow Wow? He had a string of hits when he was very, very young, and also starred in popular movies such as Like Mike and Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift. He was a massive child star with a huge fan base, but that sort of fame can be quite short-lived. So what is Bow Wow doing now? Is he staying humble? Is he staying out of trouble?
No, of course not. He, like so many others on this list, is trying to flash money that he doesn't actually have. Back in 2017, he posted a photo of a very nice private jet that he was stepping on to travel to New York. This picture would speak volumes about Bow Wow's finances if it were a real picture that he had taken. Shortly after, someone posted a photo of Lil Bow Wow on their normal flight. More digging on the fake post found that the photo he had posted to Instagram was actually just a photo lifted from a VIP transportation company. This one is striking as it's not even well thought through. He didn't seem to put any effort into the lie at all. Number 2. Tai Lopez. Tai Lopez, the self-made inspirational personality, might be very rich now, but that doesn't change the fact that there was definitely an element of fake it till you make it in his strategy a few years ago. In a very popular video by Tai, he tells his fans he is taking them on a tour and starts off in his backyard. There is a huge swimming pool and what looks to be extremely beautiful decorations everywhere. However, many people found out that the place he was standing in was actually a place you can rent from a site called Zillow. This brought a lot of his other claims into contention, and people were very skeptical about claims made by the man. He later went on to explain that he rents a lot of his assets because it's the smartest thing to do in his situation, which is fair enough. It's safe to say that he is raking in big money now from his courses and other business ventures. Number 1. Soulja Boy. We end with yet another defamed old-school hip-hop star, none other than Soulja Boy. Yes, that Soulja Boy from Crank That. Don't bother trying to think of the lyrics because it'll just get stuck in your head. Though Soulja Boy's biggest hits are pretty far behind him now, he still comes out on social media every now and again to claim that he is the best in the business and has a lot of wealth. Unfortunately, it doesn't really add up. One incident he got himself into was when he uploaded a video of him flexing with loads of cash. However, if you pause the video and look closely, you can see that his stacks are actually just blank pieces of paper with money on them. This is really a weird move by Soulja. He also gets called out a whole lot for wearing fake watches and supposedly buying amazing, breathtaking mansions, only for someone to find them on Airbnb. What's interesting about Soulja though is his diligence. He always seems to pop up on Instagram claiming that he has loads of money, only to be called out again and again. People obviously like to boast about their success, but the truth is that it's quite a pointless endeavor. Why worry about what people think of you? What they need to learn is that happiness comes from inside yourself. It's not an external force dependent on how other people perceive your wealth. So which person cringed you out the most? Let me know in the comments down below, and thanks for watching.
Just about everything is ready for Balloon Fest 86, set to take place in downtown Cleveland tomorrow to benefit the United Way. Literally millions of balloons will be released on Public Square, which will set a world record.
Watching a colorful balloon drift away into the sky ignites a basic childlike joy within us all. But can you imagine the mind-blowing spectacle of watching 1.5 million balloons being released all at once? Well, that's exactly what executives from Cleveland, USA's United Way charity set out to achieve on Saturday, the 27th of September, 1986. With months of careful planning and an ambitious vision in mind, this had all the makings of a historic event that would put the city on the map once and for all. But on that fateful day, the people of Cleveland were about to be reminded of the basic laws of gravity. What goes up must always come down. United Way is a nonprofit organization which aims to tackle poverty and support local communities by focusing on improving essential areas of daily life like education, income, and health. What would later become known as Balloon Fest 86 was organized by the charity as a fundraiser event that would not only benefit the community, but would also be a major publicity stunt for what many believed was an underappreciated city. Sounds good so far, right? The idea for a record-breaking mass balloon release was actually inspired by some friendly competition with Disneyland's first official park in Anaheim, California, which had previously set the world record in December 1985. To honor the 30th anniversary of the park's opening in 1955, as well as what would have been Walt Disney's 84th birthday, classmates from Anaheim High School helped to fill 1 million balloons with helium in large tents before they were mass released from the parking lot during an event aptly named Skyfest. United Way executives knew that their own balloon release had to be much bigger and more memorable than Skyfest. So naturally, they decided to double the number and aim for a modest record of 2 million balloons instead. To help coordinate the stunt, the charity first called upon the LA-based specialized company Balloon Art by Treb, spearheaded by professional balloon artist Treb Heining, for some much-needed expertise.
You can inflate a balloon in 3 seconds, 4 seconds, I understand. How long is it going to take these kids with no experience?
We're figuring that they'll do about 2 to 3 balloons a minute. I've been doing this since I was 15 years old, so it's unfair to compare, but 2 to 3 balloons a minute. Each kid is going to do correctly about 700 balloons or so for the day, and we'll do it in about 4 to 6 hours, all the balloons.
Heining, alongside Balloon Fest's own project manager Tom Holowuk, spent about 6 months in total preparing for the monumental event. But no one could have foreseen the chaos that would ensue when the big day finally arrived. In order to release such an insane number of balloons at one time, they had to be inflated and properly counted first, and that meant having somewhere to store them in the meantime. In an interview, Holowuk explained that he was tasked with designing a structure to safely house the balloons that complied with local building codes, while also being able to withstand up to 60-mile-per-hour winds.
We thought we started out just building a box to hold balloons in. We didn't realize we were building a building.
The final product was a ginormous woven mesh net created by the same company in SoCal who had previously built the cargo nets for the space shuttle. The massive rectangular structure was set up on the southwest quadrant of Cleveland's public square and was the size of an entire city block, measuring some 250 feet long, 150 feet wide, and a towering 3 stories high.
Inside the balloon mountain, thousands of volunteers were working as fast as they could to keep adding to the 1.5 million needed to set a new world's record.
Beneath the enormous net, which now bulged above the city skyline like some heaving multicolored mountain, were around 2,500 volunteers frantically filling as many balloons as possible with helium before releasing them into the mass of colored latex above. Many wore band-aids on their hands to protect their fingers from blistering during the repetitive task of knot tying. Most of the people involved were students from nearby schools, while children also sold sponsorships to benefit United Way at the price of $1 for 2 balloons. The entire thing reportedly cost United Way about $500,000 to pull off, which is pretty ironic considering it was a fundraising event that supposedly relied on donations alone. Nevertheless, thousands of people gathered around as they anticipated what was sure to be a moment for the history books. But there was one unforeseen problem.
Well, everybody down here, Bob and Doreen, says the show will still go on. That is tomorrow. Tonight, of course, the workers have a long, long night ahead of them. As you can see behind me back there, the seam in the tarpaulin that covers the balloon bin, that was torn during the storm. If you tilt up, you can see the larger balloons, the ones that were to lift the netting off the top of the bin and release the 1.5 million balloons. Those too have been decompressed up there right now. As a matter of fact, half of them have blown down.
Organizers hadn't properly considered the possibility of adverse weather, and a storm that blew through Cleveland the night before threatened to cancel the event and caused organizers to work through the night. Although fingers remained crossed that the big day would see clear skies, things weren't looking up.
The leak was corrected. Heining was still concerned by late morning about the weather today.
The balloons are going to be inflated by about noon. So if it starts to look like rain, we might just pull a number and release them early. That's something I've got to discuss with United Way.
With no other option, an emergency decision was made. The balloons would have to be released early, meaning the official number of balloons was actually just shy of 1.5 million. At about 1:50 p.m. that afternoon, United Way untethered the giant net above the city, and onlookers stood by in awe as a blizzard of brightly colored orbs filled the sky above them.
Found it as 2 p.m. approached, a rainstorm started moving in from the lake, and it was decided to launch the balloons early. The balloons, like a giant cloud, rose over the square, while others tumbled and danced against the buildings.
Within no time, the billowing cloud of helium balloons had wound their way around Cleveland's Terminal Tower and dispersed into the surrounding skyline. As organizers had anticipated, it was quite the spectacle. But as people on the streets below gleefully celebrated the astonishing feat, little could prepare them for the total mayhem that was about to unfold. You might be wondering at this point, where exactly would 1.5 million balloons go once they'd been released into the atmosphere? Would they simply float off into space, or cause some sort of environmental disaster? When a typical helium balloon is released into the air, it can rise to an altitude of up to 10 kilometers before it bursts into tiny fragments and drifts back down to Earth. As altitude increases, the outside air pressure diminishes while the pressure from inside the balloon remains the same. This causes the elastic material to expand before it eventually explodes. This is basically what United Way thought would happen. They even claimed that the balloons they used were biodegradable. Even better, the balloons may have taken off into the sky as intended, but it wasn't long until things went south very quickly. As the balloons covered the sky, they immediately came into contact with the forecasted cold front and were blown back in a southerly direction by strong wind and rain. In fact, more than 1 million of the floating orbs dropped back down to Earth almost immediately, littering the streets of Cleveland and clogging waterways all over Northeast Ohio. As you might expect, this had some pretty devastating repercussions on the streets below, as unsuspecting residents were suddenly confronted by a blizzard of garish colors. As drivers swerved to avoid the floating objects or took their eyes off the road to gawk at the spectacle overhead, there were reports of minor car accidents across the city and beyond. The strong winds also managed to push a large number of the balloons onto a runway at Burke Lakefront Airport, which had to be temporarily closed for half an hour, causing unexpected travel delays. Suddenly, it seemed like the publicity Balloon Fest 86 would inevitably attract was not at all what United Way had in mind. The mass balloon release had kickstarted an unfortunate chain of events that would solidify this event as one of the most spectacular marketing fails in history. One of the most bizarre repercussions occurred after some of the balloons traveled as far as Medina County, Ohio, where they landed on a pasture owned by a woman named Louise Nowakowski. Nowakowski kept some thoroughbred Arabian horses on this land, and one of the animals was so spooked by the sudden shower of balloons that it allegedly ran straight into a nearby fence, causing it to suffer permanent injuries. Nowakowski was pretty peeved, as any proud horse owner might be. In fact, she was so furious that she later sued the United Way of Cleveland for a whopping $100,000 in damages, which was eventually settled for undisclosed terms. Things had certainly gone from bad to worse for the organizers behind this catastrophic event, but the worst was yet to come. The wind and rain had also carried a large number of balloons northwards towards Lake Erie, where heavy torrents pushed them down into the water unpopped. Now, this is hardly an ideal situation as far as environmentalists were concerned, and the cleanup operation was sure to be costly, but there was a far more pressing situation at hand. On Friday, the 26th of September, the day before the event, two fishermen by the names of Raymond Broderick and Bernard Sulzer had failed to return from their trip on Lake Erie. The men were reported missing by their families early on Saturday morning, and rescuers had spotted their 16-foot boat anchored west on the Edgewater Park breakwall. The Coast Guard guessed that the boat had capsized in choppy waters and the men had managed to swim towards the breakwall before the boat managed to right itself. As Balloon Fest 86 spectacularly backfired in the center of Cleveland, however, the mission to locate the men had suddenly become 10 times harder.
Ironically, that big balloon launch in Cleveland today is one of the things that's making this search so tough for the Coast Guard. Can you imagine trying to find somebody floating out here or even spotting a life jacket with all these balloons on the water?
The hundreds of thousands of still inflated colored balloons that had been blown down onto the surface of the lake made it nigh on impossible to distinguish between the head of a drowning man and a bobbing balloon. Meanwhile, the search and rescue helicopter could no longer fly overhead thanks to the asteroid field of floating spheres littering the air. 2 days later, on September 29th, it was reported that the local Coast Guard had called off the search for the two missing men thanks to the complications caused by the mass balloon release. Within the next 2 weeks, the bodies of both Raymond Broderick and Bernard Sulzer would wash up on the shores of Lake Erie. Sure, the balloons themselves hadn't directly killed anyone, but as far as some were concerned, United Way now had blood on their hands. Among these people was Raymond's wife, Gail Broderick, who decided to take legal action against the charity executives and filed a lawsuit for an eye-watering $3.2 million. Gail's lawsuit, just like the one filed by Louise Nowakowski, was eventually settled out of court for an undisclosed amount, but it certainly didn't bode too well for the charity. What had begun as a fundraiser event that was planned with the purest of intentions had quickly turned into a historic catastrophe which cost lives, money, and ultimately the reputation of all those involved in putting the stunt together. Besides the ensuing lawsuits, which were seeking millions, the event ended up at a total net loss due to alleged cost overruns during its organization. There were plenty of environmental repercussions too. Contrary to their belief that the balloons would magically biodegrade and vanish off the face of the earth, thousands of deflated balloons continued to wash up on the shores of Lake Erie for weeks after the event. According to some reports, many even made their way to Canada's pristine beaches. Considering latex can take anywhere between 6 months and 4 years to decompose properly, it's safe to assume that local wildlife and their supporting ecosystems were not too thankful for the mass dumping of deflated balloons. Although Tom Holowuk claimed no one was warned about the prospect of a potential helium shortage, United Way were also criticized for wasting so much of the non-renewable resource on such a trivial event. In one letter, William F. Carrot of Woodbine, Iowa wrote, "It is most distressing to see pictures of the mass release of helium-filled balloons, merely to gratify the urge to observe a visual spectacle. Once released, the helium is gone forever, and this rare gas is hard to come by and is much needed in non-frivolous scientific and industrial activity." Those are some pretty damning words, huh? Nowadays, mass balloon releases are actually banned by certain US states and UK councils as well as in many other countries like Australia, while animal welfare and environmental groups like the RSPCA and Marine Conservation Society are still campaigning for a complete ban. All in all, the event, which was supposed to prove that Cleveland was a city worth talking about, ended up fading into a distant memory. Except for those who were humiliated by the entire fiasco, that is. Years after the event, George Fraser, United Way's Director of Marketing and Communications at the time, referred to the infamous Balloon Fest 86 as his greatest success and his biggest failure. It's a perfect example of how something can go so hideously wrong without careful consideration. And yet the famous phrase, "all publicity is good publicity," springs to mind. In its 1998 edition, the Guinness Book of World Records eventually recognized the event as the largest ever mass balloon release, with a recorded total of 1,429,643 balloons launched. By this point, though, the terrible events that followed Cleveland's Balloon Fest 86 had left a sour taste in people's mouths. What's more, the record will never be beaten because the Guinness World Records rules now state that mass balloon releases, alongside other potentially environmentally impactful records such as Sky Lantern releases, will no longer be accepted. Unsurprisingly, both Holowuk and Treb Heining resolved that all future marketing events would be ground-based only. Honestly, if you ask me, that definitely seems like a good thing. Maybe a mass bake sale would suffice next time, guys? What do you make of Balloon Fest 86? Do you think United Way should have thought the whole thing through a bit more? Or was it really just a case of bad luck? Let me know in the comments below, and thanks for watching. While most of us have nice neighbors that only annoy us every once in a while, some people have neighbors that just don't seem to know how to be good neighbors or even decent human beings. At the end of this video, you'll probably want to thank your neighbors for not making this list. Unless they did, in which case, tough luck. Some people like to keep their own lawns trimmed. Some people like it when other people keep their lawns trimmed. And then there are the special few that will take this desire to the extreme and burn someone's house down for not keeping their lawn as short as they thought it should be. That's exactly what happened when Philip Roger Bennett told his neighbor Marty to cut his lawn or else. But when Marty ignored him, he actually burned his house down. Marty and his daughter barely escaped with their lives, all because Marty was okay with the length of his lawn and his neighbor was not. Sometimes it's hard to know which neighbor is worse when one does something and the other retaliates with an equally awful response. However, this case has a clear winner for the biggest jerk award, and that would be the people filming the video. Apparently their neighbor blocked their shared driveway, then left for the day. For some reason, they decided that the proper course of action after a couple warnings was to destroy his car with their truck. This is a great example of a harmless prank that doesn't take things too far when neighbors have been annoying. After this guy's neighbor kept him up all night with their loud music, he decides to get some revenge with a smartphone app that allows them to turn off their TV from his house. And now we're right back to people destroying other people's property. These lovely neighbors weren't fans of the hallway security camera, so they took to trying to destroy it with an axe and spraying over the lens. Relax, ladies. It's there to keep you safe. This guy just wouldn't give up his dream of driving his neighbors out of their house. It started like so many other neighborly disagreements, centering on a parking issue. But from there, it escalated quickly. Jeffrey Wright started things off by throwing dog feces at his neighbors and into their yard. When that didn't work, he aimed massive floodlights at their house all night long. Then he attempted to run them off the road in his car. When that just landed him in prison, he hired a hitman to take them out. Fortunately for his neighbors, the plot to take them out was discovered before it was carried out, and this bad neighbor went back to prison, where he hopefully was a bit nicer to his neighbors there. Here's another example of someone that refused to quit when they should have. Jean Wilding used tactics that were so effective some of her neighbors had to be treated for depression. She dumped broken glass, oil, and dead animals on their driveway. She also kept an eye on them by turning her CCTV cameras towards their house and blasted offensive music in the middle of the night. If that wasn't enough, she also used the old shining floodlights into the neighbor's house all night trick, but she was the one that suffered in the end. After her neighbors filed enough complaints, she ended up paying over $100,000 in damages. That just goes to show you that being a horrible neighbor doesn't pay any better than crime. Probably worse than a neighbor that's openly hostile is one that appears to be extremely generous and then ends up stealing your identity. That's unfortunately what happened in one neighborhood when Anthony James David invited some neighbors to hang out for the evening. Everything on him. He took them to a Buccaneers football game, covered their restaurant and bar tabs, and overall was the best neighbor ever. Then their credit card statements arrived in the mail and they found out he had stolen their identities and been charging everything to their accounts. Makes you think twice if your neighbor seems a little too nice. Some neighbors are a little more passive-aggressive, which keeps things interesting for everyone else in the neighborhood, like David Muscat. When he got complaints about illegally removing trees from his property, his response was to let his neighbors know what he thought about their complaints by carving a hand out of the removed trees with the middle finger raised. This guy went to great lengths to deliver that same message to his ex-wife. They got divorced because she was cheating on him, and he got revenge by moving into the house next to her boyfriend's and investing $7,000 in a bronze statue of a hand flipping the bird. This horrible neighbor slapped his disabled neighbor in the face with a fish. Is there really anything else to be said about the situation? I mean, his neighbor was a quadriplegic, and this dude hit him with a fish. A fish! He's not nicer with any of his other neighbors either, as he's been known to curse people out, choke them, and chase them down the street with a chainsaw. Yikes. You know when you get a song stuck in your head so you play it over 4,000 times in a row? No judgment here, but if you're going to do that, make sure your neighbors aren't stuck listening to it too.
When Alexander Alexandrov's neighbor listened to Angels by Robbie Williams that many times, he decided enough was enough, so he went over to his house and stabbed him to death. Maybe his neighbors played the music from these speakers?
This next one is both heartbreaking and downright disgusting. The mother of an autistic boy found this note on her door from another mom in the neighborhood. The note is absolutely horrible as it talks about how her special needs son is a nuisance, an idiot kid, and retarded. It ends by suggesting that she should euthanize him. You couldn't make a list long enough for all the things this awful woman deserves for writing that note. When the police and SWAT team showed up at this man's house, it ended up setting off a bizarre set of circumstances. He blamed his neighbor's mother for tipping off police and decided to get revenge. He threw dead animals on their yard, burned things on his property that sent noxious smoke into their yard and house, and hung a noose in their yard.
The frightened woman installed video cameras to protect herself and watched him pace along the property line every night, never crossing into their yard so she doesn't have a reason to call the police.
This guy may win the award for Passive-Aggressive Neighbor of the Year. Clearly Bob wanted his neighbor to paint his fence, and he did, but I have a feeling Bob won't appreciate the paint job any more than the unfinished fence. Picking up dog poop is annoying enough when it's your own dog, but at least then it's your choice. So when your neighbors keep letting their dogs poop on your yard, it's no surprise that it gets real old real fast. If you find yourself in that situation, just do what this guy did and put up a sign threatening to slap their dog poop onto their head. Then come back and let me know how that works out for you. This guy is labeled as the world's worst neighbor, and there's even a YouTube channel dedicated to him called Neighbor is a Jerk. In this particular clip, you can see him blocking his neighbor's car with his golf cart as he tried to claim that his neighbor's driveway is his property. The man filming the clip keeps calm and collected, but his neighbor clearly hates him.
What good
Get out of here, you're blocking out my access, so I can't get to the lake.
So you're saying this dock on my property is blocking your...
All this having it all removed.
Okay.
All your junk that you got around here.
Okay.
Before I reveal the next example, you should subscribe if you're enjoying the video. We upload amazing fact-filled list videos daily. Also, make sure to click that bell icon to stay updated, or you'll regret missing out on some amazing knowledge that could have filled your brain. Now let's get back to it. I don't know what the story behind this picture is, but it's probably great. Clearly, it's another example of a passive-aggressive neighbor using natural resources to express themselves. This time, it's in the form of a shrub mooning their neighbor. Oh, nature, you're so versatile. If you love to subtly annoy your neighbor, then consider leveraging the power of Google Maps. Simply carve aggressive phrases into your field and voila, a nice surprise for your neighbor next time they try to view their property from above. You'll have to comment below to help me decide who's worse. The couple pictured here throwing bottles at their neighbor's drone, or their neighbor that took the pictures by flying his drone over their backyard. Without knowing all of the details, it's honestly a tough call. This guy clearly had no idea what the repercussions would be when he decided to steal his neighbor's reindeer decorations from his front yard. But after he was caught on their security cameras taking their Christmas decorations, his neighbor set up this incredible display to honor him. I can't say that I've ever wanted someone to get robbed, but I kinda hope this thief goes after their Easter decorations so they can have him painted in a life-size Last Supper painting. I don't know for sure if this was caused by an angry neighbor or if it was an act of God. Either way, a giant cactus falling through your cinder block wall is a situation I would not want to find myself in. It makes me wonder if they have other massively destructive plants their neighbors should be worried about. If you're paying extra for something you don't need, like a parking spot, and you have an annoying neighbor, you'll have to try this. This is totally acceptable. After all, that cozy coop is worth a lot of money, so it definitely needs a safe parking spot. Most people in apartment buildings have left trash outside their door at some point. It's a lot easier to do that than take it downstairs the next time you leave, but this guy takes a totally different approach. He just keeps piling up bags of trash in the hallway until he overhears people complaining about them or the smell. Then and only then does he get motivated enough to take them outside where they belong. The beginning of this story is so nice that it's a tragedy that has such a bad ending. The person that took this picture helped out his elderly neighbor by mowing his lawn. 2 days later, the neighbor next to him mowed his lawn exactly up to the property line, leaving this awkward patch of grass in the middle. Apparently his principles are too strong to justify doing the right thing. You know that kid in your elementary class that always told the teacher everything that everyone did wrong? That kid grew up to be Larry. And Larry liked to call the city on his neighbors so often that one of them put up a sign to let him know that he had a building permit for the work he was doing. This guy's neighbor got a package, a very interestingly shaped package. It's one of those things that you just really don't want to know about your neighbor. But now that you do, you can't stop thinking about it. And the more you think about it, the more you wish they had been there to claim the packages so you didn't have to see it. What would you do if your drunk neighbor threw a bar of soap onto your balcony in the middle of the night? Most people would probably either just keep it or throw it back. But then there's this neighbor who took the time to carve a message into the soap before throwing it back. But I'm not so sure that was a neighborly gesture. Here's a series of clips filmed from a neighborhood in Tulsa, Oklahoma. There's so much I could start explaining about these neighbors, but I just don't have the time to get into all of it. If they're not selling drugs, they're definitely doing something shady by constantly hiding and removing a magnetic case from their wheel well. Here you can see them sneakily stealing their neighbor's spare wheel right out from beneath their truck. It doesn't get much bolder than that, to steal from your neighbor while they're sleeping in their home, knowing there's a camera on you. Now I'll leave you with this positive image of two neighbors that clearly have very different views of the world, yet live in peace anyway. It's certainly nice to see after knowing what some of the people on our list were capable of. So which neighbor did you think was the worst? Or have you had any bad neighbors? Let me know down in those comments. I'd be interested to hear about your stories. Thanks for watching. Babies and toddlers are cute most of the time, but some parents deserve a medal for putting up with the ways their little angels deliver some unpleasant surprises. Here are some parents who probably regretted having a baby.
Professional photo shoots can be a great way to remember the miracle of birth, but there's no telling how a newborn is going to react to becoming a first-time model. Take this poor mother, for example, who got more than she bargained for when she posed dangerously close to her baby's mouth. I hope she'd already eaten that day. These parents decided to hold their precious child between them in a touching photograph. But their baby clearly had other ideas. At that age, when you've got to go, you just gotta go. At least they know he's got great aim, though. On one October morning in 2004, Gina Brown was following her normal routine when she decided to check on her youngest kids, Ethan and Emily, and found a scene of total chaos. Emily had got hold of a jar of peanut butter and was painting her brother a nice shade of golden brown. The video has gone viral since and has even inspired several remixes. But this is one morning Gina won't forget. After receiving a call from her police officer neighbor saying, "Come quick, my kids, there's stuff everywhere, wife's out," one woman feared the worst. When she arrived though, she discovered that the mischievous tots had just created the ultimate bubble bath. That'll teach their father for leaving them to their own devices. Young kids love to get creative, and they'll use just about anything they can get their hands on to bring their masterpieces to life. Just imagine the horrified look on this girl's parents' face after they walked in to find her cutting up banknotes to make a collage. Thankfully, these are only 100 yuan notes, which are worth about 14 bucks. But still, judging by this photo, this scissor-happy child cost her parents a little over 300 bucks. There's a famous saying, silence is golden. Unless you have a toddler. In that case, silence is very suspicious. One mother learned that the hard way when she realized that her 2-year-old had been all too quiet while she nursed her newborn sibling. After following a trail of painted footprints into the living room, she found her daughter covered head to toe in white paint with the open can behind her. A quick bath may have cleaned her up, but her poor parents were scraping paint off the floor for weeks. Kids have their own special ways of expressing their love, and a note of appreciation like this one is definitely a bittersweet discovery. It's always great to see children practicing their handwriting, but the bonnet of Daddy's car probably isn't the best place for it. They may have drawn Santa too, but I have a feeling this little one will be on the naughty list this year. It seems like kids are attracted to anything capable of causing chaos, and the parents of this young boy will make sure not to leave a tub of Sudocrem on the side again. Clearly, he saw the flat-screen TV as the perfect canvas for some abstract artwork, or maybe he just didn't like the show that was on. Either way, that's going to take some serious cleaning. Sometimes it's the little ones themselves who end up getting covered in mess, and this girl is certainly going to need more than just a quick shower. I guess it's one excuse to give the bathroom a well-needed scrub. They say kids don't spend enough time outdoors anymore, and maybe this is why. Being a full-time troublemaker has to be exhausting, and this little boy got so worn out that he ended up falling asleep and getting caught in the act. It seems like guzzling down an entire jar of jam had the opposite effect of a sugar rush because he looks totally out for the count. Can't say he ate sweet though. The sleeping jam thief might still be cute, but this horror scene is definitely a whole different story. You can call this little dude Picasso, and it seems like he was totally pooped after creating this stomach-churning artwork. Okay, I'll stop now. This is definitely one photograph to bring out on his wedding day though. Revenge is a long game sometimes. There are plenty of things that should be kept out of reach of young kids, and an electric shaver is definitely one of them. One mother was horrified in May 2019 when she discovered her son Teddy running amok after shaving his own head and then turning to his sister Eloise, who was not impressed with her new haphazard hairdo. In the end, Teddy's head had to be shaved completely, but at least it'll grow back, and they'll have a great story to tell. Kids and animals have a special bond, but I'm not sure the parents of this little boy are going to believe the dog is responsible for their new wall decor. The look on the dog's face says it all, and it looks like most of the blue marker pen ended up on him anyway. He isn't the only pup who ended up being turned into a work of art. Just take a look at this docile dog who's staying perfectly still while her owner doodles all over her. She's even got a set of blue glasses. Check out this Dalmatian too, who's looking extra fab after getting an extra spot of color. It's incredible just how much mess one child can make, and there's definitely no way of denying their guilt after getting caught red-handed. Or purple and black-handed like this girl. She must have been up all night working on this scene of complete destruction, but somehow the cot next to her seems mostly clean. There's always one messy sibling.
Kids love to overestimate their own abilities, and I'll bet when this little girl decided she was old enough to use the big toilet like everybody else, she didn't expect to end up in such a crappy situation. It's actually quite impressive that she managed to fit her entire bottom half in the bowl, but that face is a definite cry for help. At least that potty training fail happened within the comfort of their own home. Unlike this little boy who decided to take this toilet for a test run in the middle of a busy store. Everybody likes to pretend the pristine studio kitchens are their own from time to time, but this is definitely taking things a step too far, guy. One shopper at Lowe's got the surprise of their life after hearing a child calling for his dad and looking up to see this. Turns out letting kids out of your sight for even a second is a dangerous game when they can get just about anywhere, and the casual way his father is looking up tells me he's probably done this before. I bet the forklift ride down was totally worth it though. It's easy to underestimate the mind of a young child, and one devious little girl decided to remind her mother just how smart she is by getting a bit too trigger happy on Amazon. 6-year-old Caitlin was entrusted to order herself a Barbie for her birthday, but when a huge delivery truck turned up, her mom quickly realized her mistake. $350 worth of toys and games were unloaded box after box, but they were all swiftly sent back, and this young scammer was officially grounded. It's important for children to take on a bit more responsibility as they get older, but sometimes parents probably wish they'd just done it themselves to begin with. That's definitely the case for one mother who asked her 2 daughters to feed the dog, only to find this embarrassing scene in the kitchen and the family beagle in a food coma not far away. Sibling love is heartwarming to see, but I'm not sure this little girl is going to have many fond memories of this photo shoot with her baby brother. She may be completely oblivious, but I wonder how long it took for that smile to fade after she realized what had happened. This would definitely be an interesting photo to recreate later in life as a then versus now. Nothing is safe from the mischievous hands of young kids, so it's always best to keep anything particularly valuable well out of reach. One father learned that the hard way when he returned to his laptop to find that all the keys had been ripped off. I guess he won't be working from home anytime soon. Another terror tot took things even further by deciding to redecorate their parents' MacBook using crayons. At least it's original now. If laptop destroying wasn't bad enough, meet the 2-year-old boy who managed to shred $1,060 of his parents' cash without them realizing. Ben and Jackie Belknap had been saving the money for season tickets for the University of Utah football team when the envelope containing the cash suddenly went missing. Eventually, they discovered the destroyed dollars in the shredder and contacted an office which deals with replacing mutilated money. And they now admit it'll make a great wedding story one day. This photo was taken in the nick of time because that iPhone didn't stand a chance against this little boy. His face shows no remorse, and this kinda looks like a hostage situation. I wonder how much chocolate his mother had to bargain to get him to step away from the toilet slowly. Once you become a parent, it's time to kiss goodbye to your privacy with the tiny tots following you around wherever you go. One mother shared this hilarious photo to prove just how little alone time she gets when her baby peeped his head round the door after she'd popped to the toilet. But how could you be mad at that face? There's some occasions when the incessant noise and constant high energy levels of young children are not so welcome, and early mornings are definitely one of them. This poor father got a rude awakening when his young son decided to stand on his face in bed. It's quite impressive that he still looks fast asleep though. If there's one thing babies spend a lot of time doing, besides soiling their nappies, it's screaming and crying. One parent was so astounded by the sheer noise levels created by such a tiny human that they decided to purchase a decibel meter, which provided a reading of 109.7 decibels. For some perspective, that's 9.7 decibels louder than a motorcycle, a power lawnmower, and a jackhammer. Better grab some earplugs. Taking the kids out in public comes with a whole new set of challenges, and even the smallest thing has potential to go wrong. Just check out this little girl who instantly regretted taking a sip from a bottle of water far too big for her when it poured all over her face in the middle of a flight. Her dad's face says it all. Let's just hope they brought a spare change of clothes. Conquering dinner time is a major parenting achievement, but eating out in a restaurant is a whole different ballgame. Just imagine the embarrassment felt by the mother of this small girl who was clearly unimpressed with her meal and would much rather be upside down. Some may say this is performance art, as she mimics her abandoned chicken strip. Most misbehaving kids will probably attempt to redecorate the house at some point, and these two clearly decided to bring the cold weather indoors by creating some fake snow. The look on the girl's face is definite guilt. but I'll bet they had no regrets because this actually looks like a lot of fun. Sofa stuffing isn't the only forbidden item capable of imitating a wintry scene though. Turns out Daddy's shaving foam can also provide a great time, judging by the looks on these faces. Probably not so fun to clean up though. Curiosity is a baby's biggest vice, and this infant didn't know better than to walk directly into a path of freshly laid cement. His mother's reaction pretty much sums up this hilarious situation, but she should also be kind of proud that he managed so many steps without toppling over completely. Without constant supervision, there's no telling what kids might get their hands on, and one 5-year-old caused mayhem at a family picnic on Labor Day weekend in 2017 when he was found running with a knife. Thanks to his mother's quick-thinking instincts, the weapon was swiftly confiscated, so no real damage was done, and the accidental video evidence went viral on social media. If you're not a parent, this photo is probably total nightmare fuel. But if you do have a young toddler, this might be your average Saturday afternoon. At least this poor father could go for a quick wash off in the sea. But the same can't be said for this mom who probably wasn't expecting showers when she put her sunglasses on in the morning. As you've seen, parenting can be tough. Have you had to deal with anything like this before? Let me know in the comments below. And as always, thanks for watching. Silence is golden, unless you have kids. And that's some of the truest words ever spoken. It's natural to feel a little broody after spotting a cute baby, but coming up are some hilarious reasons why you should consider holding on to the birth control just a little longer. Bath time can be a real struggle for most parents, and just when you think you've got it all mastered, the rules can go out the window. Just check out these siblings who clearly decided that bath time should be a shared experience, even when there's only room for one. Let's just hope he didn't use the toilet first before hopping into the bowl. Kids may not want to eat their veggies most of the time, but it's astounding what they can consume when no one's around. While fixing a broken fence in the backyard, Aaron Weissel from Nottingham, England was warned by his son that his 3-year-old daughter Olivia was on a snacking spree in the kitchen. After rushing back inside, Weissel discovered this. Little Olivia had raided the fridge and inhaled 18 yogurts in a row. Who knows how many more she'd have managed if she wasn't caught red-handed. Surprisingly, Olivia didn't suffer any gastric repercussions after the binge and even managed to finish her tea afterwards. What a machine. Having a baby means sacrificing your own sleep until they're old enough to understand the value of a good night's skip. Once they do stop waking up in the night though, most kids still rise at the crack of dawn with bundles of energy. One mother got a rude awakening when her toddler burst into her room in the morning with an unexpected guest by his side. Seems like one of the perks of growing up on a ranch is being able to take your favorite horse on a morning stroll to mom's room. I hope he didn't get that horse up the stairs, cause it sure ain't going back down so easy. Most kids have one thing in common. They love mess. No matter how foolproof you think your house is, the little devils will always find a way to cause some much-needed mayhem. Check out these little girls who raided mommy's toilet paper stockpile and turned the bathroom into a modern art installation. I'll bet the dolls got the blame for it too. The bathroom would be the least of your worries if the rest of the house looked like this though. They say butter wouldn't melt, but I'm not so sure that's the case when it comes to this little girl who broke into the fridge and managed to lather herself in the stuff head to toe. That face says it all. Things just got out of hand, Mom. I bet getting this slippery tot into the bath afterwards was a real struggle. Kids and pets have an unbreakable bond and a mutual taste for mischief. And this little girl definitely had a secret agenda when she innocently asked her parents for a cup of milk. After throwing the drink on the floor and calling in the cats, she decided to get down with them and help lap the stuff up. Maybe this was her initiation for joining the kitty clan. I'm sure she passed with flying colors. If that little girl just earned her stripes at Kitten Club, then this rascal is about to have her membership revoked. When her mom turned her back for 5 minutes, this mischievous 9-month-old took the opportunity to catch the family cat and hold him hostage. The look on his face tells me he isn't going to forgive this betrayal for as long as he lives. Dogs, on the other hand, seem to be much more forgiving. With siblings come even more opportunities for mayhem, and double the trouble means parents should be extra vigilant when monitoring what they get up to. The parents of these two terrors probably wish they had eyes in the back of their heads after walking in on this scene of total despair, though. Redecorating can be a busy time, but come on. Open paint cans plus 2 bored toddlers is a total recipe for disaster. Let's just hope the paint hadn't dried up yet. There's one thing you can always count on when it comes to messy kids. They'll get caught one way or another. Take one look at this little boy who got busted after getting a little too enthusiastic with a bag of flour and leaving a trail of white footprints behind him. That face is definitely saying, "Let me explain," but I think it's a little too late for that now, buddy. Flour seems to be a popular choice for little ones who are looking to make maximum mess. Who knows how long it took this terror tot to turn the living room into a scene only Pablo Escobar would be proud of. But I'll bet it took more than just a quick run around with the vacuum to clean it all up again. No matter how stealthy they think they're being, the chances are kids will still slip up somewhere, and in the case of this little dude, I mean that literally. Tiptoeing down to the freezer for an extra helping of dessert didn't exactly go to plan when the ice cream turned out to be more slightly out of reach than expected. After rushing downstairs to confront an intruder in the kitchen, I'll bet this hysterical sight was quite a relief for his parents. Curiosity is the cause for most of the sticky situations youngsters end up in. Still, it's almost impossible to imagine the thought process behind this child's decision to climb into the fish tank and use the filter as a straw. Kid logic doesn't play by its own rules after all. I hate to think what might have happened to the fish though. Maybe they were the appetizers? There are certain things that should be kept out of the prying hands of mischievous youngsters, and paint is definitely one of them. Juliet and Steve Lott from London learned that the hard way when they left their 3-year-old daughter Eve playing quietly, only to find a delighted life-size Smurfette in her place a couple of hours later. The proud toddler had turned herself totally blue, and it took 2 hours of scrubbing and bathing to reverse the transformation. Rather than getting mad, Eve's parents decided to save the photos for her 18th birthday. Sometimes the long game is worth playing. Parents often say they feel like they need an extra pair of hands, and it's easy to imagine why when photos like this exist. Just when it seems like the baby has finally gone off to sleep, Terror Tot number 2 starts scaling the blinds. It might be worth checking whether this kid was bitten by a radioactive spider before he starts shooting webs and busting petty criminals by night. Check out this little boy who's reaching for the top shelf of the fridge the only way he knows how. Is there anything kids can't climb? Tiny footprints are never a good sign when kids are concerned, especially when they're bright blue like these ones. After following a suspicious trail through the hall, the parents of one mayhem-prone toddler were less than impressed to find their son in the living room surrounded by a puddle of craft paint. It seems like mess making is exhausting work because this little fellow managed to fall asleep purple-handed at the scene of the crime. No amount of scrubbing is going to save that carpet. Kids love getting their own way. And if they don't get it at first, they'll always find another solution. Just take a look at this ballsy Todd who took matters into his own hands down at the bowling alley. No strike? No problem. I'll just wander down there and knock those pins over myself. Maintaining a tiny household seems like a pipe dream once kids enter the equation. No matter how many risky items you keep out of reach, there will always be something they can get their grubby little mitts on. Take a look at this brother and sister duo who decided that the furniture in their living room would be more comfortable if they turned it inside out. With no dog in sight to blame the mess on, they've got no choice but to sulk. And what a good job they're doing of it too. While most kids struggle to hide their guilt after committing a messy crime, others can't help but look proud of their creative achievements. Just take this boy for example. He clearly fancies himself as the next Picasso. The bathroom might have been due for a redecoration, but I'm pretty sure this isn't quite what his parents had in mind. No matter how many coloring books, chalkboards, or whiteboards you give kids to color on, it seems there's nothing quite as satisfying as drawing on the walls or floors. Just ask this amazing, mischievous little girl who managed to get a hold of a Sharpie and give the house a speedy redecoration while her dad was grabbing a moment of precious silence in the little boy's room. Little kids have got to be the stealthiest artists around. It might seem like the most sensible thing to do to prevent your kids from wrecking the house is to send them outside instead, but that might not be such a good idea when they end up in situations like this one. Mud baths might be way more fun, but the only place this boy is headed is the actual tub for a good old scrub. Tori Hamlin from Georgia rushed to her son's room one night after hearing some suspicious activity, but nothing could prepare her for what she found. 4-year-old Everett was sound asleep cradling his pet goldfish Nemo in his hand. After waking Everett up, Hamlin had the difficult task of explaining that his beloved pet had gone to goldfish heaven because they can't breathe outside of water. The poor lad explained that he just wanted to pet him, so he made a late-night trip to the tank to fish him out, which is pretty impressive if you ask me. Thankfully, Everett's parents took him to the pet store the next day to pick a new goldfish, as long as he understood one thing: fish don't like hugs. Kids have their own special ways of showing their appreciation, whether that's pasta jewelry, badly drawn portraits, or carving love notes into the side of your car. Wait, what? This little girl probably gave her dad a heart attack when she called him outside to see what a lovely message she'd written for him. Something about that grin on her face tells me she knew exactly what she was doing when she grabbed that screwdriver. Speaking of kids and cars, there's a reason why you shouldn't ask your little rascals to clean your beloved vehicle. Just ask these two. After all, what fun is a parked car when it could be so easily turned into a slip and slide instead? Let's just hope those are muddy handprints and not something else, or these brothers might be grounded until they turn 18. It isn't just toddlers and babies who can't be trusted behind closed doors. As they get older, kids are entrusted with new responsibilities. But maybe this girl wasn't quite ready to be in charge of making dinner. Bolognese might be off the menu, but at least the cat is happy with this unexpected outcome. Hey, you know what they say. There's no point in crying over spilled pasta? It's usually up to the oldest sibling to lead by example, but what happens when the example being set is something as dumb as this? She looks totally proud to have taught her younger sister about the ancient art of toilet drinking, but the most worrying thing is that she might have relieved herself moments before her little sister stuck her head in the bowl. Kids love to get creative, and they'll use just about anything they can get their hands on to bring their vision to life. I'm not sure the mother of this young boy was too impressed when she found him creating an indoor art installation using the stickers he found in her dresser. Of all the things your child might choose to cover themselves in, shoe polish is probably not the easiest to wash off. Thankfully, it seems like this boy was caught in the act before he could finish painting the top half of his face. Hey, at least no one can say he isn't the brightest kid around now. Chocolate syrup isn't something you want to fall into the wrong hands. And by the wrong hands, I mean a toddler who's likely to guzzle as much as they can before smearing it all over your brand new white couch. Like this little angel. There's no explaining your way out of this one. It's literally written all over your face. The dog's face is a picture too. He's definitely thinking, "You in danger, girl." It's no secret that even the smallest babies are total poop machines. It's hard to imagine the horror the parents of this little devil experienced when they removed his baby grow to find what can only be described as an enormous smear of mustard lurking beneath. If smell-o-vision existed, I'm sure this image would be a knockout. And just look at his face. He knows exactly what he did. Do you have any nightmare parenting stories of your own? Let me know in the comments below. And thanks for watching. Some days it really seems like life just isn't going your way. But rest assured, it's probably not as terrible as you think. Whether it's bad luck, bad karma, or just bad choices, here are some people who are definitely having a worse day than you are. Everybody gets distracted by their smartphones at times, but this girl deserves special recognition for falling down a sewer drain in China. Turns out texting while driving isn't the only dangerous form of social media multitasking, as her entire leg somehow slipped through the narrow drain cover, trapping her until emergency services arrived. She may have been easily freed, but the humiliation will never fade. Most young kids put a kitten or a puppy on their Christmas list each year, but when that wish finally comes true, it's only fun and games until something like this happens. This poor little girl didn't know what she'd let herself in for when she insisted her feline companion ride shotgun. I'm just glad the driver was able to pull over fast enough to snap this hilarious photo. Speaking of badly behaving animals, this is not what one unlucky homeowner was expecting after looking forward to a freshly cleaned house. Allow me to explain. This horror show is what happens when someone's brand new Roomba robotic cleaner meets a puppy who hasn't been potty trained. I can only imagine the smell this unfortunate homeowner faced as they opened the front door to discover a delightful trail of fresh puppy poo all throughout the house. Sometimes technology does fail us. If you're a frequent flyer, a photo like this should be enough to make your heart drop out of your stomach. It's not hard to imagine what happened here. One last-minute trip to the little boy's room was probably cut short by the final boarding call, but this poor passenger isn't going anywhere without their passport. Someone constantly stealing from your fridge stash at work can be seriously frustrating, but this woman found the perfect way to get her sweet revenge. There's nothing better than a passive-aggressive Post-it note, especially when it reveals that the coffee creamer the thief has been using is actually her breast milk. But hey, at least it's organic. In August 2017, a strange turn of events led to a freeway in Arkansas being covered in thousands of frozen pepperoni pizzas. The mass pizza massacre happened when an 18-wheeler transporting Tombstone and DiGiorno's pizzas slammed into an overpass pillar, catapulting the frozen discs of broke student heaven onto the road. It might seem like a blessing from above, but the carnage caused standstill traffic in both directions as cleanup crews spent hours removing the no longer edible debris. Picture this. You're finally heading back to your car after a grueling day when you find this awaiting your return. The best thing to do is to accept that the car is no longer yours and bid those bees a good day as you run in the opposite direction. In case you thought cycling might be a safer option to escape the little stingers, take a look at this poor bike which has been turned into a temporary hive. It's definitely time to invest in a bus pass. DIY isn't everyone's forte, but it definitely takes a special kind of someone to screw up this badly on something as simple as a wooden dining chair. Maybe she was hoping to invent a chair that could work both ways, but judging by the total look of defeat, I'm just not sure things went as planned by creating this headache-inducing piece of furniture instead. In life, we have to make difficult decisions on a regular basis, but this profound dilemma is enough to have anybody stumped. What happens when you're in a major rush? Do you risk it and use the door? What if the other door isn't working? Or the goose figures out how to cover both bases at once? The owner of this booby trap building needs to come up with a solution fast. No matter how much forward planning we try to do, we just can't control the weather, and unforeseen circumstances can quite literally rain on your parade. Just take these two who set out on a road trip with huge grins on their faces, only to return looking like this. The poor pup just looked so disappointed that his owner didn't think to put the roof up before setting off. Speaking of freak weather, since when did turtles start falling out of the sky? One alarm driver in South Carolina found himself inside this fever dream when the rear tire of a truck ahead of him hit an unsuspecting turtle, sending it smashing through the windshield like a real-life Mario Kart race. Thankfully, nobody was harmed, but the same can be said for the poor little turtle. When things go wrong, we often wish the ground would just swallow us up whole, and that's definitely the case with a mishap which almost caused a $175,000 Porsche to be totally swallowed by a canal in Amsterdam. The brand new Porsche 911 GT3 RS was being displayed at a dealership when a mechanic decking it out with its orange striping accidentally drove it into the water. Thankfully, only the front end was submerged and the car was salvaged, but I wonder how the soon-to-be owner felt. The most adept coffee connoisseurs out there might be able to spot the error in this photo, which probably caused one of the most tedious shifts these coffee shop workers has ever experienced. The original Reddit poster explained that their boss had accidentally poured unroasted beans into a batch of roasted ones, meaning they had to separate 10,000 beans by hand. Better you than me, bud. Human error is inevitable, but there are some situations where there's really no room for slip-ups. In June 2019, footage of the helicopter rescue of an injured 74-year-old hiker in Arizona went viral for all the wrong reasons after the poor woman was seen spinning out of control while suspended in mid-air. It turns out the crucial tagline needed to stabilize the patient wasn't attached to the stretcher, only causing her to rotate faster as the crew attempted to lower her to the ground. Thankfully, she emerged unharmed, if not a little dizzy. 9 times out of 10, botched homemade DIY solutions will end up in total disaster. Just ask this homeowner. Somehow the prospect of tentatively balancing a brand new TV on an old narrow mantelpiece didn't raise any red flags. But I'll bet the sound of it crashing to the ground did. I'm sure they won't bother cutting any corners next time. For most people, meeting your celebrity crush is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. But this girl was left, well, crushed after meeting Niall Horan. After uploading a poll to Instagram asking whether the two should date, this lucky fan was met with an overwhelming 84% yes response, with just 16% answering no. I can only imagine her face though when she realized that one of the naysayers was Mr. Horan himself. That's gotta hurt. Everyone loves a good bowl of cereal in the morning, right? And it's no secret the staple breakfast food tastes even better at night. But something about this bowl of cornflakes doesn't look quite right. This brave soul was already a few spoonfuls in before realizing they had a nasty ant infestation in their kitchen. So that's where the extra crunch came from. Taking up a new hobby always seems like a great idea, but no one could expect beekeeping to be a walk in the park. This poor beginner beekeeper faced a baptism by fire when she returned from her first day on the job looking like she'd just been in a cage fight. Thankfully, she seems to be smiling through it, and I guess it could be worse, but maybe she should hang up the suit for now. Anyone lucky enough to own a boat will know how relaxing a day at sea can be, provided the weather holds out. Unfortunately, luck just wasn't on the side of this poor boat as it came face to face with a wave big enough to toss it in the air like an angry god. I just hope the passengers got out okay. Everybody loves a good nap, but there's certainly a time and place. And this girl learned that the hard way after nodding off while enjoying a bowl of cereal in the sun. Having a spoon-shaped mark on your thigh is quite the statement, and that rosy red hue is definitely a sign that you're the designated pale friend. There are design fails, and then there are deliberate choices made to punish us, and this crappy design is certainly one of them. A frosted glass toilet stall might go down well in some eccentric multi-million-dollar mansion, but a public restroom is really no place for such an exhibitionist fantasy. As demonstrated by this guy though, if you've gotta go, you've just gotta go. Anyone clumsy enough to drop things on a regular basis will know some things make so much mess that they should be guarded with your life. And glitter is definitely up there with the worst. There are only two options here. Move out or burn the whole place down, because you're gonna be finding that stuff for months. An eternally sparkling living room might seem bad enough, but my heart truly goes out to the person who managed to drop an entire pot of chili in the car. Who knows what happened in the lead up to this disaster? Cut off by some moron on the road? A heated family debate? Or just pure Butterfingers? The world may never know, but at least we can still laugh at this photo. Some people are just born clumsy, but there's plenty of proof out there that there's always someone worse off than you. Just take a look at this poor unfortunate soul who snapped a photo seconds after this spaghetti disaster, which is definitely going to require at least 3 different types of cleaning. I guess that's what you get for dining out in your own bed. Nobody's perfect, so the odd mistake at work is no crime. But a monumental cock-up like this really deserves some kind of reward. This golden CCTV footage captured the moment one seriously unlucky girl managed to drop 22 quarts of ranch dressing while carrying it to the kitchen. She may be covered in it head to toe, but at least she was able to laugh it off afterwards. I guess she just had to use the dressing room to clean up. Most honest screw-ups can be easily forgiven, and I'm having trouble imagining how any of the parties involved in this nightmare emerged unscathed. It seems like resting in peace was no longer an option for this poor person as their coffin somehow smashed through the back window and onto the street below. I guess that's one way to have a last hurrah. The jokes truly write themselves when it comes to photos like this one, and there really is no better irony than one staring you in the face on the back of a massive truck. The driver to blame for this mishap definitely had some serious explaining to do. Extreme wind can be just as destructive as any other form of adverse weather, but sometimes it really seems like the higher power is out to get you specifically. Just take a look at this poor homeowner who was pleased to find their pool chairs had survived a storm, only to notice their grill had somehow been blown 30 feet into the pool. Now that's some serious bad karma. People love to pimp their cars out with all sorts of wacky interior decor, but what harm could a little rubber ducky do? Well, as it turns out, this little green fellow wasn't so suited to be spending his days sitting on the dashboard in the sun, because the proud owner returned to find he'd turned into, well, a green puddle with eyes. It's quite the #Transformation Tuesday. Drinking games are a great way to get the party going, but you'd better leave your dignity at the door when there's potential for a catastrophe like this to happen. No doubt this poor player confidently laid their phone on the table after reading the rule that the first person to get a text drinks without the slightest inkling that a text like this would arrive. Of all the ways to find out you've probably got an STD, this has got to be the most brutal. This is one truly tragic photo taken just seconds after disaster struck. What you're looking at here is 2,184 cases worth of Grolsch beer, which were scattered across Highway 401 in Mississauga, Canada.
when a woman swerved into the path of the oncoming beer truck in 2005. Luckily, no one was hurt, apart from the pride of any beer lovers watching from their cars as the sea of alcohol was cleared up by police trying to get traffic moving again. Still think you're having the worst day ever? Tell me about it in the comments below, and thanks for watching. No matter what life throws at you, it's important to remember that there's always someone having a worse day than you. From catastrophic cock-ups to total worst-case scenarios, here are some friendly reminders that, hey, it isn't all that bad. Sometimes curiosity gets the better of us, and this teen learned the hard way that just because something looks like a perfect fit doesn't mean it is. Poor Sabrina popped her finger through a park table while hanging out with friends and quickly realized her mistake. It definitely wasn't coming out again. Her friends tried everything from lotion and ice to pure brute force, but eventually 911 was called and the table had to be cut apart. With the finger still in it, one broken and bruised digit later, Sabrina was finally free. This image is pretty much every homeowner's worst nightmare. Imagine hearing a monumental crash in the middle of the night and rushing to the kitchen to confront your intruder, only to discover something far worse. The cupboards have detached themselves from the wall, sending your best cutlery crashing to the ground. The cost of this cleanup operation probably amounts to a burglary, and where would you even start? You can probably tell by the expression on this man's face that legal proceedings haven't gone too swimmingly. Mr. Salem was arrested in 2014 for assaulting a police officer after stealing a coat, and he spent 5 months at Rikers Island Jail, blissfully unaware that his bail status had been reduced to just $1. Initially, bail was set at $25,000, but after prosecutors failed to get an official indictment, his release was ordered. Only his legal aid failed to tell him. Unsurprisingly, Salem is now suing the city and his attorneys for wasted time. Allergy tests can be helpful, but no one expects to end up looking like this unlucky girl by the end of it. According to her sister, the girl was allergic to everything she tested for, the worst of which was a nasty reaction to horses. It may not have been the result she hoped for, but hopefully this will be her first and only rodeo. Irony is oh so sweet, and this photo has it in spades. It's not often that the emergency services are the ones dialing 911. But this unlucky situation happened in 2016 when 12 Kansas City police officers were rescued from an elevator by the neighboring Kansas City Fire Department. The elevator installed within the police academy and the highly amused firefighters called to the job just couldn't resist snapping a photo of the historic moment. Imagine you're going about your day when the unthinkable happens. A porcupine drops out of the sky and lands on your head. Sounds like something from a cartoon, but one unlucky woman made it a reality. Brazilian housewife Sandra Nabuco ended up with 200 spines embedded in her scalp after a porcupine fell from a telephone wire while she was out dog walking. It could be worse though. Just look at this guy who got a face full of quills after sticking his head into a hole in a tree. Maybe he had it coming though. Home delivery services aren't always up to scratch, especially when you're not around to oversee the safe arrival of your long-awaited parcel. Thankfully, the option to leave the parcel in a safe place can be a saving grace, but not so much when that place ends up being the toilet bowl. One unlucky man was shocked to discover his printer ink delivery in the toilet, along with an apologetic note from the delivery guy confessing that he thinks it might have fallen in accidentally. At least he's honest. Most of us have witnessed the embarrassing moment a breakable item is dropped at the supermarket, causing a commotion among nosy shoppers. And some of you might have even committed the act yourself. A few apologies and one disgruntled cleanup operation later, and the damage is usually forgotten about. But I'm not sure the same can be said for a catastrophe as big as this one. This monumental cooking oil spill would be one slippery scenario, but it can't be quite as bad as the cost of this red wine disaster. Not to mention the smell. Everybody screws up at work sometimes, and usually small mistakes are easily forgiven. But I'm willing to bet the driver of this forklift didn't need to clock in the morning after this disaster, mostly because he was probably in the hospital. He must have misjudged the gap in the path ahead, and he ended up colliding with the crates of beer instead, sending the huge structure crashing down.
To make matters worse, a resulting domino effect eventually wiped out the entire factory floor, burying the forklift. It's impossible to know when a natural disaster might strike, and several car owners in Florence learned that the hard way when they left their cars in designated parking bays. The stretch of city street running up to the Ponte Vecchio Bridge totally collapsed in 2016 after a major water pipe below the surface gave way, sinking around 20 cars parked along it. A crane had to remove the waterlogged cars from the chasm, no doubt ruining the days of their unlucky owners. I can only imagine the devastation felt by the driver of this car, who probably rushed home to devour a pint of chocolate ice cream, only to discover the unthinkable had happened. I'm not sure what the best way to approach the recovery would be, but the sweet bounty is probably beyond salvation. This image speaks for itself as far as bad days are concerned. What could be worse than having a shed load of cement accidentally dumped on the bonnet of your shiny parked car? The fallout of this slip-up must have been pretty heated, but I'm sure the bonnet and the paintwork beneath would be beyond repair. When you're appearing on national TV, it's probably best you know far enough in advance to prepare, or at least to put on some trousers first. This poor guy is national security expert Jack Tamarchio, who was called to speak on ABC News while out running errands. Tamarchio told the crew he didn't have a full suit in his car and was reassured that he would only be filmed from the waist up. But I guess someone told a little white lie. Everyone has heard the age-old excuse, "the dog ate my homework," but more often than not, our canine companions are not all that fond of chomping down on tricky algebra assignments. To the horror of one student, though, this childhood myth came true at the wrong time when she discovered that her dog had eaten her official PhD certificate. Sometimes in life, you've got to take risks to get where you want to be. And for one couple in Colorado, that meant quitting their jobs and selling all their possessions to purchase a sailboat which would take them around the world. Nikki Walsh and her boyfriend Tanner Broadwell, alongside their dog Remy, set sail in 2018 with just $90 in cash and a dream. But that all came crashing down when their boat capsized just 2 days into the trip. The 28-foot boat sank when they accidentally entered the wrong channel, and although the couple admit they are new to sailing, they still intend to try again with a new boat. For most guys, this is a pretty confusing sight, but these bizarre skin markings are actually the result of a combination of a spray tan and a really bad day. 17-year-old Skylar Davis posted this photo in 2016 to warn girls of the pitfalls of getting into a tiff with your boyfriend moments after hitting the salon for a top-up ahead of prom. Apparently, there's a crucial 4-hour window when the fresh tan cannot come into contact with water of any kind, which rules out swimming, working out, and most definitely, crying. Nothing beats the excitement of buying a new house and dreaming of its untapped potential in the lead up to the big move. But one family in Montana got a nasty surprise when they turned up to their newly built house to find this. A local cattle rancher had reported stolen cows and was unaware that 4 of the missing animals had found their way into the nearby property after a storm blew the door open. One of the family members had gone to move the couch into the house when they were faced with total chaos. The cows had been living there for a month and the whole place was riddled with poo. Sometimes it seems like luck just isn't on your side, and nothing could be more unfortunate than this story of bad fortune. Not only did someone drive away after managing to crash into this guy's parked car, but the impact of the collision pushed the car up onto the sidewalk where the vehicle was awarded a ticket for improper parking. This is not what you want to find after a long day at work. A single facial expression can speak 1,000 words, and this girl is definitely communicating just how done she is with her shift at Home Depot. Who knows how this chaos unfolded? Whether she was reaching the tub for a customer or some freak explosion occurred, but one thing's for sure, this mistake is gonna last. According to Redditors, the unsightly yellow paint is actually a super concentrated colorant known as tint, which can permanently stain skin and clothes. So for Megan, the nightmare has only just begun. In January 2018, Anastasia Gruzdev went viral after posting an eye-catching selfie of her frozen eyelashes in negative 40 degrees Celsius temperatures in harsh Siberia. As if that wasn't freaky enough though, the 25-year-old made headlines again 6 months later when she posted this horrifying photo of herself covered in blood-sucking mosquitoes. These crazy extremes are quite typical in some parts of Siberia where summer temperatures can hit above 60 degrees Celsius. So perhaps this is just a normal day for her after all. If you're having a bad day, just remember, there's no use crying over spilled milk. Unless you're this guy. This disaster could be used for good if a nearby cat shelter was prepared to open its doors for the most efficient cleanup act possible. But alas, I don't know exactly what happened here, but the likelihood is someone's getting fired for it. Milk is also the perpetrator behind this next unbelievable accident, which unfolded in the Ukraine in 2018. CCTV footage shows a milk tanker spiraling out of control after hitting a pothole, which causes it to flip over, spilling milk all over the road before the vehicle burst into flames in a dramatic turn of events. Thankfully, the driver managed to scramble free before suffering any life-threatening injuries, but the milk was beyond salvation. Plenty of us have hidden something from our parents at some point, but this unlucky college student got busted in the most hilarious way. 20-year-old Sydney Allen was diagnosed with syringomyelia, or extra fluid on the spine, and was due for a checkup at the hospital. But she hadn't considered one crucial thing when her x-rays came back. Her mother was not amused to discover her secret nipple piercings. But the pair laughed it off when the photo went viral online. What horrific accident could have occurred to turn this normal-looking guy into this? Did his brain just get super buff one day? Is it Jimmy Neutron cosplay gone too far? Unfortunately, the truth is not so exciting. This poor man suffered an allergic reaction to DIY hair dye, which caused his head to progressively swell like a hammerhead shark. Maybe next time the salon would be a better option. And if you're gonna do it yourself, at least read the box properly first. Tons of viral challenges have cropped up over the years asking us to do all sorts of things, like dump ice on our heads and plump our lips to extreme sizes. But the corn on the drill challenge really takes the cake. Lu Zhao from Beijing's attempt to eat corn from an automated drill earned her viral fame for all the wrong reasons when it went horrendously wrong on camera. Seconds in, Zhao's hair gets caught in the drill, and it's all downhill from there as the force rips out a huge chunk of hair from her scalp, which she looks surprisingly calm about. The teen was told her hair would grow back, but it would take 6 months. I bet that's the last time she eats veg at dangerously high speeds. Have you had a worse day than any of these unfortunate souls? Tell me about your horror stories in the comments down below, and thanks for watching.
Motivational speaker Dennis S. Brown once said, "The only difference between a good day and a bad day is your attitude." Is it really just your attitude when your cat poops on your dinner, though? Or when you accidentally dye your entire face pink? What about allergic reactions, monumental mishaps, and total hell no moments like these? You're watching today's video thanks to the totally wicked NordVPN, which is guaranteed to make your day better if you stick around. Coming up are some unfortunate souls who are definitely having a worse day than you. When the time rolls around for you to get your haircut again, do you go to the barbers with a plan in mind, or do you just wing it? Well, one poor man probably wishes he took a more relaxed approach to his latest trim after he decided to take in a reference photo and ended up with possibly the worst haircut of his life. Here's the photo he took, and here's the haircut he got. Do you see what went wrong? That's right, this poor guy innocently paused a video to get a screenshot of his desired haircut, only to have a giant play button shaved into the side of his head. You can't say it isn't original, plus it's still better than some of the homemade cuts I've seen during lockdown. People have been having bad days all throughout history. In fact, I'd say that people of the past were in far more danger of having a real stinker than us. When was the last time you had to worry about being crushed by a giant boulder raining down from the sky? These unfortunate remains were uncovered by archaeologists in Pompeii in 2018 and are thought to belong to a man in his 30s who was fleeing the doomed city during the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD. It's as if life said, screw this guy in particular. Next time you think your day couldn't get any worse, just ask yourself, is it really that bad? As far as bad days go, being told you're no longer considered legally alive has got to be pretty awful. Hold up. Is that even possible? Apparently so if you ask 65-year-old Constantin Relu from the town of Borlat in Romania. In 2018, a court ruled that poor old Constantin was officially dead, despite some pretty damning evidence that he was actually alive and standing in their presence. After leaving Romania for nearly 20 years to work in Turkey without making any contact with his family, his wife had decided to obtain a death certificate for him in 2016. When Constantine basically returned from the grave 2 years later, his mother was hospitalized in shock while an old colleague almost fainted after seeing him. When Constantine appealed against the death certificate, though, he was told it was too late to overturn. Does that make him a real-life ghost? It's true what they say. Life comes at you fast, especially when you're speeding down the highway and a snake suddenly slithers out of your AC vent. That's exactly what happened to Florida woman Monica Dorsett back in 2017, who turned on her AC while sat at a stoplight only to find the serpent creeping across her hand. Dorsett thinks the red rat snake must have gotten into the vent when her husband cleaned her car out a week earlier. Although she escaped unharmed, she still couldn't shake the feeling that it could have laid eggs in there. Yikes. That's one day you certainly wouldn't be able to forget about. Then again, this is Florida we're talking about. That must have been a pretty terrifying experience, right? Have any of you guys had a day when it seems like life is just conspiring against you? Let me know in the comments below, and I'll get back to a few of my favorites. I promise I won't laugh. I'm genuinely interested. Now let's get back to it. Speaking of snakes, it seems like they're capable of getting in just about anywhere. Check this out. Believe it or not, the egg this serpent is closely guarding isn't its own. It belongs to a chicken. When the chicken's owner went to check if any eggs had been laid, I'm sure this was not what they were expecting to see. Suddenly, I'm intrigued to find out what a chicken that had been raised by snakes would look like, though. If there's one lesson you should learn in life, it's that expectations rarely match up with reality, especially when it comes to food. Case in point, this SpongeBob ice cream. Imagine being an excitable child and opening one of these bad boys up expecting to chow down on your favorite cartoon character, only to find this demonic entity hiding beneath the wrapper. Do you believe in bad omens? Even the biggest skeptic would have trouble explaining this one. In case you're wondering how a dead bird ended up on someone's laptop, the answer is simple. It flew through an open window and croaked on the spot. Oh, but not before it pooped on the laptop first as one final hurrah. Surely that's enough for you to want to shut your laptop screen and give up working for good, right? If you thought that was bad, check out this unfortunate person who ended up with a dead bird in their yogurt when it dropped out of a tree as they had just sat down for breakfast. Sorry buddy, but it looks like today just isn't your day. The centuries-old French proverb, "You can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs," may sound strange, but it's generally true. Except, of course, when you take it a little too literally like this sucker. Still, dropping a large box of eggs is really nothing compared to what these guys are going through. As far as bad days at work go, I'd say this one looks pretty rough. The only thing that can make that situation any better would be to accept defeat and create a slip and slide for the ages with all that spilled yolk. Just me? Most will agree that it's better to attempt something than to not try at all. But that isn't always the case. For instance, the company who wanted to make their fountain pink in support of breast cancer awareness, but ended up doing this instead. Get yourself a bunch of frogs, lice, and locusts, and you've got the makings of an uncanny recreation of the 7 plagues of Egypt. Still, that's not quite as embarrassing as this fountain, which was supposed to be transformed for childhood cancer awareness, but ended up looking like pee. Maybe they should just stick to the donations for now. These days, people are way too hung up on capturing the perfect Instagram shot. So it's a breath of fresh air when we get a peek into what actually goes on behind the scenes. Just take a look at this innocent looking girl who thought getting a shot with the pigeons on the sidewalk would be an absolute breeze. Newsflash, pigeons are nothing if not unpredictable. And you're gonna learn it the hard way. I don't know about you, but the unrehearsed pigeon attack photo should totally be the one that makes the gram, in my humble opinion. Putting your faith in other people to ensure your day goes smoothly is always risky business. Just ask Aussie dad Shane Halford, who ordered a $49 birthday cake from Woolworths 3 days before his son Mason's 3rd birthday, only to realize he could have probably done a better job himself. Halford asked if the cake could be decorated with a colorful number 3 and a big green frog, but this is what he got instead. Woolworths claimed the cake couldn't be fixed, but thankfully a friend with some decorating skills dolled it up before the party. Thank goodness a 3-year-old is hardly the biggest cake decorating aficionado. Would you be happy to receive that disastrous cake? If that cock-up made you crack a smile, you should totally hit that like and subscribe button, just so I know I'm doing something right. Oh, and if you want to make sure you never miss out on an upload, hit that bell icon too. Go on, you saucy devil. There are some things in life people should know better than to go anywhere near. and one of those is definitely cactuses. Back in 2012, one golfer had a particularly painful experience with the prickly plants when he fell back into a bunch of jumping cholla cacti during his swing, and ended up looking like this. The jumping cholla gets its name from the fact that even the slightest touch will cause each individual stem of the plant to detach or jump, leaving a person with bits of cactus hanging off them without knowing. Basically, this poor dude is about to experience a whole world of pain. There's a reason why so many products remind you to always read the label. And when Palmer Paint created its washable glitter products, it probably didn't cross their mind to include a specific warning not to lather the stuff all over your face. In 2017, Twitter user Lele Till, also known as Leah Till, earned herself viral fame after she posted a hilarious before and after shot of her face covered entirely in neon pink glitter paint with the caption, "See you in court, Palmer Paint products." In case you can't tell the difference, one of these photos was taken after Leah had washed and scrubbed her face to try and remove the pink glow. Her defense was that the label clearly reads, "washes easily off skin and out of most fabrics." But this whole situation still begs the question, what was she doing covering her face in neon pink in the first place? I hate to imagine how hard the boredom of quarantine has been hitting her. Speaking of quarantine, most people have been spending more time indoors surfing the web than ever before. You're going to want to make sure you stay as safe as possible online, and that's where today's video sponsor, NordVPN, comes in. Do you already use a virtual private network or VPN? Most people don't, and that means your personal data like your IP address, location, and browsing history could fall into the wrong hands. But the award-winning NordVPN has got your back. NordVPN acts like your personal online guardian, securing your Wi-Fi connection and encrypting your data to keep you safe while you surf. NordVPN has super speedy servers in 60 countries, giving you full access to everything the web has to offer, no matter where you are. There are plenty of other awesome benefits too, like unlocking Netflix and other sites that might be blocked in your location, up to 6 simultaneous connections, and 24-hour customer support. NordVPN is compatible with most operating systems including Windows, Android, and iOS. So if you want the best VPN for your computer or mobile device, just check out the irresistible Black Friday deal in the description box down below. If you opt for their awesome 2-year plan using our code BEAMAZED at the checkout, you'll receive 4 additional months free. Now, where were we? Ever had a day when you think everything is going great and then BAM! A seagull swoops down and nabs your ice cream just as you were taking a photo of it in all its glory? Talk about a kick in the teeth, or should I say beak. Marauding seagulls actually prefer foods that have been handled by humans first, which is why they'll fight tooth and nail for a portion of chips or a lick of your ice cream at the beach. Apparently, staring them out is the only way to deter them. Next time, try keeping your eyes on the birds, not the prize. Speaking of ice cream, could there be anything more disappointing than watching this happen before your very eyes? Whoever thought taking a photo of this towering soft serve was the #1 priority was already playing a dangerous game. So some might say this is just karma at work. Do you ever see something and think to yourself, how did that even happen? This is one of those moments. This guy is going to have a real hard time explaining this one to his mom, although with sock matching skills like those, it's really no wonder the floor keeps eluding him. Of all the madness in these photos, the most outrageous part is that he's missing iCarly on the TV. Serves you right for falling through the floor, I guess. Getting a tan is a common goal for most people, but there's a whole list of #pale people problems those lucky enough to secure a golden glow often take for granted. Even when you're not subjecting yourself to the sun's powerful rays intentionally, jeans with holes in the knees are never a good idea. They look painful enough already, but just imagine how terrible those tan lines are going to look further down the line. Still, nothing could be as tragic as these tan lines. Good luck evening those out, buddy. You'll be sat there for a pretty long time. Allergies are no fun for anyone, especially when you didn't even know you had them in the first place. Just take a look at this poor, unfortunate soul who moved to Italy to pursue her dream of becoming a beekeeper. The last thing she expected was for her face to blow up like the Michelin Man after being stung in the forehead by one of the little blighters and waking up 10 hours later looking like this. Looks like a career change is in the cards. The same can be said for this poor little girl who finally managed to convince her mom to let her have a cat, only to find out she was allergic when she got her hands on one. Sorry, kitty, but it looks like you're going back up for adoption. Sometimes the comfort of your own bed is the only thing you yearn for after a terrible day. But even that basic luxury was cruelly snatched away from this person when they arrived home to find this. In case you're not sure what you're looking at here, those are rodent footprints on the blankets. Yep, it's time to burn the whole house down. Rats are pretty terrifying, but you know what's even worse? Spiders. At least in my book. Can you imagine walking into the bathroom in the morning and spotting this? Is that the worst game of hide and seek ever, or what? It really seems like these 8-legged freaks just love to terrorize us humans. Could you find yourself in a situation more catastrophic than this while using a public restroom? The phrase, damned if you do, damned if you don't, really springs to mind here. The key to having a great day is by kicking it off right to begin with. They do say breakfast is the most important meal of any day, and if you're feeling healthy, a smoothie is always a great option. That is until something like this happens. Whether it's your first time whipping up a turmeric smoothie or not, this is a pretty mean feat. What's your blender powered by? Rocket fuel? Bad weather can really be a total day ruiner, and I'm not just talking the odd shower. When Colorado was pummeled by a monumental hailstorm in 2018, this moonroof was turned into a droopy, glistening chandelier. Seems like black magic, but it's actually the plastic between the glass that's holding the water up. It may not be ideal for the owner of the car, but am I the only one who thinks it looks kind of beautiful? Kids are agents of total chaos. Sometimes their incessant mischief is nothing but a pain in the neck. Other times you end up with something hysterical like this perfectly timed image of a Coast Guard demonstration gone wrong. For the kids, this was probably a great day, but for that poor guy, it might just go down in history as one of the worst days of his life. Always wear a helmet is one of the main rules when it comes to riding a motorcycle. The basic reasons why this is so drummed into us are pretty self-explanatory, but I'll bet you hadn't really considered something like this before. If you've ever accidentally swallowed a fly while cycling before, just imagine this living nightmare. Cleaning that up when you get home is gonna be a task. At least he was wearing a full face mask though. Just take a look at this poor fella. The regret is written all over his face. And flies. Being an amputee comes with its own set of daily challenges, but prosthetic limbs can be a great help. That is, when you remember to screw them on properly, unlike this forgetful guy. Hey, at least he's able to see the funny side, and the fridge now has just as many hands as he does. On a scorching hot day, one of the only things that can make things bearable is an ice-cold beverage. But being served this gruesome drink is enough to turn anyone's day upside down. Coke with a side of cockroaches, anyone? The real concern here is how much this person managed to drink before realizing what must have been causing such a foul taste. When Hannah Montana sang "Everybody Makes Mistakes, Everybody Has Those Days" on her song "Nobody's Perfect," she was speaking nothing but truth. There are minor errors like dropping your salad, and then there's major cock-ups like this one. Anyone for a dip in the soil? Pool? Dropping your entire pizza moments after it arrives is a modern-day tragedy if I ever saw one. And this dude is displaying the only acceptable reaction to such a failure. Those fools really do tug at the old heartstrings, but few situations are quite as painful to witness as this one. When this driver in France left their car parked on a verge, builders decided to go ahead and dig a great big hole around it, leaving the vehicle totally stranded. Some will say the builders probably tried to notify them before going ahead with their plans, so it could well be the driver's fault, but either way, this doesn't look like a great day for any party involved. Are you a cat person or a dog person? Sure, cats are adorable sometimes, but most of the time, they're scheming evil masterminds. Don't believe me? Just take a look at this diabolical scene. That's right, this cat really decided to go and take a full-on dump in their owner's rice cooker. I guess it kinda does look like a litter tray, and it is their fault for leaving the thing open in the first place. But it's a good job they noticed before it was too late. Imagine chowing down and thinking, I don't remember adding sausage to this casserole. It isn't just us humans who have bad days. Just check out this poor little fella. It doesn't matter how he got there, all that matters is getting back on his tiny little feet again. I know tortoises can't really speak, but if this one could, it would totally be saying, well, don't just stand there and photograph me, stupid human. Pick me up. That tortoise isn't the only one facing his poor life decisions. In case you're wondering what happened to this cat to end up with those sophisticated curly whiskers, he smelled bacon on the stove and got a little too close for comfort. Honestly, who can blame him? You can see in his eyes that he doesn't regret it one bit. Sometimes it feels like life is just laughing at your expense. Breaking your favorite mug is one thing, but smashing one which reads "Best Day Ever" is all kinds of ironic. If I were this person, I'd just sweep the mess into the bin and head right back to bed. If you thought that was ironic, just take a look at this total tease. Vending machine fails are annoying enough as it is, but when your would-be snack is literally taunting you from inside, come on man, you couldn't write this stuff. Whoever snapped this photo, the gods truly frowned on you this day. Celebrities might be rich and famous, but they totally have bad days too. They are human after all. Remember that time Hugh Jackman and Jake Gyllenhaal tricked Ryan Reynolds into thinking their Christmas party in 2018 was sweater-themed? Look at his little face. He's totally not amused. At least it was a great day for them, though. There are two sides to every coin, I guess. Recognizing your own mistake is the first step to rectifying it, but sometimes it's far too late to turn things around. Just ask this loser. Let's just hope someone else was around to save the day, otherwise this could turn into a serious jump or remain stranded forever dilemma. After all, there really is no turning back. Next time, just call in a professional. Taking your eye off the ball even for just a second can result in some serious mishaps. So when you're baking a cake and end up accidentally dropping your entire phone into the batter, you should probably make a mental note to start paying more attention to your surroundings. At least Apple added that handy feature that tells you when your phone's temperature is too hot. You think? People love to complain about girls wearing too much makeup. And when I say too much, I mean this. No, this isn't some artist's attempt to get creative on the back of a car headrest. This hilarious photo was taken after a 28-year-old woman came literally face to face with disaster when she was involved in a car accident back in 2016. Thankfully, she walked away unharmed, but an uncanny imprint of her squished visage was left on the leather headrest after she was thrown forward during the crash. The foundation and bright pink lipstick she was wearing at the time means her expression in that fateful moment was captured in a perfect snapshot. If you ask me, this is an excellent advertisement for always wearing your seatbelt. Freak accidents are usually no one's fault, but unforeseen disasters are still capable of being total day ruiners. In January 2020, one freight train in Crystal, Minnesota had its plans derailed when this happened. You might have a hard time figuring out why those yellow stones look so strangely uniform, and that's because they're not stones. They're corn. That's right, a leak on board caused bushels and bushels of corn to spill from the carriage, which was transporting them, forming a smooth yellow path for more than a third of a mile on the railroad track. I'd say this was a pretty bad day for all parties involved, especially the crews who were sent out to clean up the mess. Popcorn, anyone? Do you ever wake up thinking, what happened last night? Whatever state you might find the house in, I bet it would be nothing compared to this. No matter how out of control things got, how does your car end up in the pool? This looks to me like the aftermath of one of those rich people parties. But one thing's for sure, this is about to be the start of a very, very bad day. And to improve your day, don't forget to check out NordVPN's irresistible deal in the description box down below to stay protected online. There's even a 30-day money-back guarantee, so if you ask me, it's a no-brainer. Phew, those were some pretty rough days. If you're not done laughing at other people's expense quite yet, you should totally check out one of the other episodes from this series. I'll put them up on the screen for you now. Don't be shy, there's nothing wrong with a bit of binge watching. And as always, thanks for watching.
When was the last time you sat back and said to yourself, man, this day really isn't going my way? Sometimes it can be real hard to maintain those #positive vibes, but there's one important thing to remember. Someone, somewhere is always having a worse day than you are. Just ask this lovely lady. That's the last time she's gonna cut her hair on her own. From photo shoots gone horribly wrong to nightmare scenarios that'll make you want to throw in the towel, here are some unfortunate souls who are sure to make you say, it could be worse. What's the first thing you do when you get up in the morning? For most people, a nice cup of tea or coffee is at the top of the agenda. It's easy to feel like you're on autopilot mode as you go through the motions, but one poor unfortunate soul probably wishes they were a little more alert after discovering this in their beverage. Did anyone else just gag involuntarily? After making that discovery, I wouldn't just throw the mug away. The whole house would have gone up in flames. Can you imagine swallowing it? Ugh, let's move swiftly on. I don't know about you, but I can think of a million things I'd rather do than jump from a great height while connected to a long elastic cord. Still, plenty of people go bungee jumping every year, and most of them seem to have a great time. Emphasis on the word most. Just take a look at Irishman Martin Farragher, who decided to film himself bungee jumping in South Africa in 2016 using a GoPro. He seems to be having a great time, right? After all, Blue Cran's Bungee does claim to have the world's highest commercial bungee bridge. But the more eagle-eyed among you might have noticed that Farragher's precious iPhone slipped right out of his pocket while he was suspended upside down in midair. He may be grinning from ear to ear, but it isn't long until he soon realizes something is missing. In a matter of seconds, this day just became memorable for all the wrong reasons. I just hope he had insurance. It's crazy to think that losing your iPhone can feel like losing a limb these days. In fact, I bet you guys are watching this video on your smartphone right now. While you're at it, you see those like and subscribe buttons? You should totally show them some love and ring that little bell icon while you're at it. That way, you'll be the first to know when I upload more amazing content. Now, let's get back to it. Irrational fears are a part of life, whether it's as simple as thinking every plane you get on is going to crash, or as ridiculous as imagining a snake slithering through the pipes and into your toilet while you pee. Those irrational fears are usually just that, irrational. I say usually because this image exists. Turns out someone actually had a water snake living inside their toilet. I just hope they spotted it first and didn't mistake its brown coloring for something else, because being bitten this way would result in an interesting story at the ER. They say girls wear too much makeup these days, but there's only one way of finding out. And that's to perform a WWE-style smackdown and see how much makeup comes off. This hilarious image is what happened when one over-enthusiastic boyfriend decided it would be a good idea to suplex his unsuspecting girlfriend into the bed. She may be laughing now, but by the looks of things, her soul actually left her body and is now permanently imprinted onto the mattress. There's nothing more embarrassing than falling over in public, but if you're going to do it, you may as well do it in style. For an example of how not to do that, just take a look at this guy, who lost his footing while shoveling snow. As soon as he realizes he's mere moments away from toppling over, he starts flailing around like Bambi on ice. The hilarious clip is only 10 seconds long, but it honestly feels like this guy's epic slip goes on for 10 years. His petty attempts to use the shovel to steady himself only result in more ridiculousness, and he ends up tossing the tool aside in an effort to claw back his remaining dignity. Although he doesn't end up actually hitting the deck, the whole thing is still embarrassing enough to make you want to lock yourself indoors for the rest of eternity. If you're a cat lover, there's one essential item you'll need to make sure your feline friends can get about without you opening and closing the door 24/7. A cat flap. Duh. But what happens when you own a cat and a horse who coincidentally thinks it's a cat? Well, this apparently. I love how the horse is just standing there like, what, did I use the wrong door? His owner may have her hands on her hips like Mammy Two Shoes from Tom and Jerry, but I bet she's secretly struggling to keep a straight face at the sheer ridiculousness of this situation. They say learning to drive is like riding a bike. Once you've mastered it, you've got it for life. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't be on high alert at all times, just in case something totally unexpected pops up. Like, I don't know, a flying axe? This terrifying image was posted on Reddit by user Madam Snatch after her husband was driving down the highway when this absolute weapon smashed through his windshield. Thankfully, axes flying about on highways isn't a common occurrence. It seems like this particular weapon may have become dislodged from a truck up ahead, causing it to go bouncing along the road before flying up into the windshield. Amazingly, the driver only suffered minor injuries, and after the handle of the axe hit him in the head, he can't even remember the ordeal. Those Final Destination movies are getting a little too real for my liking. Sometimes, candid photos are the best kind of photos. When you're least expecting it, the camera can capture some truly beautiful moments of unfiltered emotion. Other times, though, a candid photo can be more like this. This unfortunate image was posted on Reddit by the girl in the photo, alongside the caption, "This is the worst picture ever taken of me." I can't say I know her personally, but I must say I'm inclined to believe her. It's the expression that really sells it for me, and the posture is totally saying, yeah, I'm peeing in the pool right now, what are you gonna do about it? With lockdowns all around the world forcing hairdressers and salons to shut up shop for the time being, many of us have had to turn to DIY tutorials to keep our hair in check. After watching a few YouTube videos about how to cut your own bangs, you might feel like you'll be a natural when you pick up the scissors first time. But it's important not to be overconfident. Meet Soobin Yang, a Korean web star who learned her lesson when it comes to DIY hairdressing. She had a simple two-step plan. 1. Pull bangs taut. 2. Clip to reveal a picture-perfect fringe. Here's how that plan worked out. At first, Yang screams because she realizes she's accidentally cut her hand with the scissors, but it's only when she looks up at her own reflection that she sees the true horror. Yup, that's one mistake that can't be undone. Thankfully, she soon sees the funny side and collapses into fits of laughter. She might be laughing the pain away for now, but realization is bound to set in soon enough. Looks like someone's gonna find a new love for the beanie hat. Phew, I thought I was having a bad day, but that's a real corker. Have any of you guys ever had an epic fail as bad as that? Maybe you decided to try your hand at some DIY hacks during lockdown and instantly regretted it afterwards? Whatever it is, I want to hear about it, so let me know in the comments below. Let's lift each other's spirits with a good old sharing circle. Have you ever had an accident at work that was completely your fault? Well, I'm afraid I can't help you. But at least snap a photo so you can look back with fondness, like this guy. Turns out, rotary brushes plus really long facial hair are a pretty terrible mix. I guess that's one way to get your beard trimmed for free. Seriously though, he's lucky he wasn't using bigger industrial equipment, or he could have lost his head. If you look closer, you can even see the remains of one Apple earpod poking out from the severed beard. Wired headphones and a beard Merlin would be proud of? Maybe this guy isn't the sharpest tool in the toolbox after all. For some people, finding even the smallest spider or unwanted critter in your house can be enough to make you want to set the whole place alight. But how would you feel finding this instead? This has got to be the worst welcome home surprise I've ever seen. Whatever is beyond those doors is no longer relevant because nothing could convince me to go anywhere near this territorial serpent. Did you know that more than 50 million Americans have experienced various types of allergies each year? There are a few ways your doctor can find out if you're allergic to certain things, like skin prick testing, which involves making a small puncture into the skin and putting a drop of liquid onto it that contains a substance you may be allergic to. Usually, an itchy red bump will then appear within 15 minutes to confirm the allergy. It's pretty common to have a couple of allergies, but it looks like these poor souls were allergic to just about everything on the test. I'm itchy just looking at them. And if you thought those were bad, just take a look at this poor girl's results. The biggest blotches you can see are her worst allergic reaction, which was to horses. I guess she was just born that way. As we've already seen, it's super important to stay focused when you're on the road. Simple distractions, like a phone call or a cute dog walking down the sidewalk, can cause some serious accidents, so it's best to block them out. But I'm not sure how easy this would be to ignore.
What the hell?
In June 2017, Ryan McMurphy was driving on Interstate 85 in Buford, Georgia, when he was shocked to see an unwelcome hitchhiker in the form of an enormous serpent slithering up the hood of his car. Murphy somehow manages to keep his cool while simultaneously filming the event on his phone, which, by the way, is probably not the best idea. But the confident snake isn't deterred in the slightest.
What the hell?
The snake is all like, "Hey man, you heading south? I'm meeting a mouse for dinner this evening and I need a ride." There's no word on what happened after McMurphy stopped recording, but considering how chilled out he sounds, I wouldn't be surprised if he put the window down and invited the snake in. There's nothing quite as embarrassing as splitting your pants, especially if you're out in public, or you only realize after you've been parading your underwear around all day. But this epic pant split really takes the cake. Seems like this poor marching soldier didn't notice that his junk was showing until the last minute. And the worst thing is, he can't even do anything about it. Guess he'll have to carry on marching with his hand over his crotch until the next opportunity to escape presents itself. Little kids are total liabilities. Let them out of your sight for a second, and there's a high chance they'll end up getting themselves into trouble, and then cry about it afterwards, of course. Case in point, this charming little lad. You can tell by the pleading expression on his face that he's not at all happy with what just happened. But what is that on his face? Chocolate syrup? There's a big clue lurking right behind him. That lovely dark brown hue is the many layers of fake tan that can be used to enhance muscle definition at physical competitions. That's right, this little dude ran straight into a professional bodybuilder's butt, and he made quite the impression, literally. Snow and ice can be a real pain in the butt, especially when you rely on your car to get places. A significant amount of the white stuff can leave you completely stranded without the proper tools to free yourself and your poor vehicle. Sometimes it's best to wait it out until the snow has melted altogether. But then again, you could end up like this unlucky person. Imagine rushing out to find your car is the only one in the entire parking lot that is still stuck on a mound of ice. You can put your foot on the pedal as hard as you like. This car is going nowhere. Sometimes when you're having a bad day, all that's needed is a bit of escapism. Just look at Gregory Heinzman, who's having a great time wandering around looking at exhibits at Washington, D.C. Museum. But did anyone ever tell him not to tap on the glass? Especially when there's a great white shark involved? Everyone knows that if you do, this'll happen. If you watch close enough, you can almost pinpoint the exact moment his soul left his body. Apparently, a sign over this virtual shark tank at the International Spy Museum even reads, "Touch at your own risk." Of course, he wondered what would happen if he did, and the shock of a virtual shark smashing into the faux pane of glass sends a shocked Heinzman backward onto his hiney. Everyone has that one friend who is constantly on the lookout for Instagram opportunities. No matter where you go, they'll always find somewhere to snap a pic, and it's usually you who has to take it. But this opportunistic selfie grabber learned her lesson when she decided to grab a pic by the ocean. Sure, she managed to get the photo she wanted, but she didn't manage to get away before this happened. Now that's what I call a total wipeout. It brings a whole new meaning to the phrase smile and wave. Not everyone is fortunate enough to capture their bad days on camera, but sometimes enough evidence is left behind to prove that someone's day just went downhill. Like this, for example. Seems like an unsuspecting kid wasn't looking where they were going on their scooter and ended up scooting directly into wet concrete. Using my powers of deduction here, it looks like the scooter only made it a few inches in before the whole thing tipped over, sending the kid tumbling into the mush and resulting in that nice big imprint. I just hope they let it dry that way, so this poor soul can have a forever reminder that, hey, it could be worse. The feeling of trying on a brand new outfit is one of life's simple pleasures, and when you decide to wear your new threads out and about, you want to do everything you can to keep them clean. So, you can only imagine the distress felt by this guy, who tried on a brand new pair of pants only to spill bleach all over them. Anyone else think it looks kinda cool? But if you're gonna commit to the whole tie-dye look, you better go ahead and throw some bleach over the other leg too. And don't forget the shoes. Leaving the house to go away for a while is always a little scary. As soon as you're gone, the thoughts start creeping in. Like, did I lock the front door? And did I leave the stove on? Well, someone was in for a nasty shock when they returned from vacation to discover this scene. Not only had the bathroom window been left open, but 2 pigeons had decided to roost on the ledge, making the shower their own personal poop palace. They're just sitting up there like, oh, you wanted to get clean? Not before you scrub this floor. Wanna hear a joke? Okay, knock knock. Who's there? Massive tree. Massive tree who? Oh, right, the punchline is more literal than I thought. Let's take a second to spare a thought for this poor homeowner, who probably rushed upstairs expecting to find anything but a giant tree making such a bold entrance through the window. You can barely make out the face of the guy sheepishly poking his head round the window frame, but I just know he's sweating profusely. Who knew tree removal could be such dangerous business? Sometimes your day can go swimmingly until something small happens that makes you want to crawl back into bed and start it all over again. Take this for example. After reaching for a refreshing sip of Gatorade, the bottle tumbles to the ground and lands perfectly upside down, with half the precious liquid trapped inside. Seems like whoever took this photo was faced with quite a conundrum. Attempt to flip the bottle back up the right way, inevitably spilling the contents all over the place? Or permanently install it as a feature of your home? Which would you choose? They say you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs, but precisely how many eggs does that call for? Try 10,500. Seems like someone forgot to strap the egg trolleys in properly while transporting them. That someone was also probably fired soon after this photo was taken. Staying on topic, there's something undeniably satisfying about cracking eggs into a pan and watching them sizzle away, right? Well, one poor soul got the shock of their life when this happened as they were preparing their morning meal. No, that isn't poop. The brown muck you see is actually a very rotten egg. To make matters worse, it was the 6th and final egg cracked into the pan. And that, my friends, is how you know it's time to go back to bed. As we get older, bath time becomes more sacred. There's nothing like lighting a few candles and settling in with a good book for the evening. Plus, a multitude of bath bombs can add that extra pizzazz you didn't even know you needed. That is, if your dad hasn't accidentally used it in the toilet already. Is it seriously possible to mistake a bath bomb that bright for some kind of toilet detergent? Either way, whoever is next to use the bathroom is gonna feel like they just pooped rainbows and sparkles like a unicorn. Driving fast with your windows down is always risky. You never know what unwelcome visitors might find their way into the car. And I'm not just talking about an annoying wasp or some discarded litter from a vehicle further ahead. I'm talking full-scale, well, I guess I have to throw the whole car out now situations. Like this one. I know what you're thinking. What is all that? According to the Redditor who posted this heinous image, this is what their dad's truck looked like after it was hit by another truck that was carrying a load of old, rotten potato slurry to a feedlot for cows. I bet he regrets having the passenger window down because I can almost smell the stench from here. If there's one thing capable of making your flying experience completely unbearable, it's ignorant passengers like this one. Not only do they have the audacity to use the back of this woman's headrest as a footrest, but they're totally barefoot too. Now just imagine them wiggling their toes and sending a little snowfall of dead skin onto your plate of airplane food. Please accept my sincerest apologies for that mental image. Have you ever had an idea which seemed great at the time, but was actually pretty terrible when you looked back with hindsight? This girl can definitely relate, after she decided to wash her hoodie and hang it outside in -9-degree temperatures in the absence of a dryer. I guess she forgot the simple fact that water does this thing called freezing. Of course, it resulted in a hoodie she can now stand up like it's being worn by the Invisible Man. Who doesn't love a bit of syrup on their pancakes? Of course, it's totally calorific, so if you're gonna add it, you might want to make sure you don't go too overboard, like this person has with their French toast. At this point, that plate is 80% syrup and 20% breakfast, except that's not actually syrup, it's soy sauce. I know we should take pity on this person, but I also can't help wondering why they had this industrial-sized bottle of soy sauce lying about the house to begin with. Spillages on the highway are more common than you'd think. Back in December 2019, police responded to a tractor-trailer crash on the Interstate 40 East exit ramp near Knoxville, Tennessee. When they arrived on the scene, they were relieved to find no one was seriously hurt. But there was another casualty. More than 17 tons of M&Ms. According to candy company Mars Wrigley, the truck was transporting the candy from a manufacturing plant in Cleveland, Tennessee, when the driver likely swerved to miss hitting something on the exit ramp, causing the truck to overturn. Although the M&Ms still seem to be in their packaging, none of their product could be salvaged due to strict quality and food safety protocols. I wonder how many kids missed out on M&Ms in their stocking that Christmas. No one said parenting is easy, but sometimes it seems like kids are really trying to make your life harder. Like when you're at the paint store and your little one manages to drop an entire can of jet black paint on the freshly polished floor. I love how he's looking at his hand like, how could you betray me? I know some stores have a if you break it, you buy it policy, but what about if you spill it, you clean it? I bet this parent was out of that store like a flash. Anyone else suddenly feeling a whole lot better about how their own day is going? If you still need a little pick-me-up, why not check out one of the previous episodes in this series next? Thanks for watching, guys.
Everyone needs a hobby, but some people take it a little too far. From building a potato chip map of the world to organizing a ball pit by color, these people give whole new meaning to having far too much leisure time. Prepare to be amazed by these 30 people with too much time on their hands.
Amazing!
Sometimes when I go to the store, I'm impressed at the displays they make out of soda or beer cases. But some stores go way beyond creative in designing soda can walls. This tremendous Super Mario Bros. Display had to have taken several people a whole day, possibly more, to put up. Wouldn't winning at the game be faster? This LEGO fan decided to make an elaborate LEGO structure out of a damaged wall. The LEGO building even has its own holes in the walls so you can peek inside. We all had that one friend when we were kids. You know, the one who kept their room clean without their mom nagging them? Well, apparently today's version of that kid had a leisure day at this children's play area and decided to color code the ball pit. It takes a really dedicated fan of mathematics and sweets to calculate pi far enough to cover almost the entire top layer of this baked treat, but someone did it. Meanwhile, this shopper at a big box store was also hungry for a different kind of pie. Hey, not everyone can be a math genius. Some people prefer simpler pursuits in their spare time, like tic-tac-toe. This bulldozer operator apparently had some time to kill on the job site when they carved out a tic-tac-toe board in the mud and started playing. I'm guessing their boss wasn't too tic-tac-tickled about how they spent their work hours. Aside from the time this potato chip map of the world must have taken, I don't know how this person managed to not eat all those chips. Betcha I couldn't eat just one while making a world map. Working in an office isn't always exciting. Why not add some intrigue by spending what had to be hours tearing paper into tiny strips and creating the image of a girl trying to escape from the wall? And I thought I was being creative by making that paperclip chain at work, or at home. I would never waste time at work, really. Sometimes when I'm bored, I think I might just go bananas. This person kind of did just that, but they also created a detailed Minions portrait on the outside of this banana. I just hope that wasn't all they brought for lunch. It would be a shame to peel the banana now. Despite the dozens of bottles in this picture, I have to assume this guy's buddies weren't quite as drunk as he was. It must have taken a certain amount of coordination to arrange them this neatly. Cheers to these dedicated designers. I can't imagine how much time it must have taken to color code this produce department. Worse, just think how quickly it will get mixed up once customers start shopping the fruit section. Sometimes when I'm waiting in line for a burger, I realized fast food can be really slow. Fortunately, one industrious individual took advantage of having so much time to kill and created this Star Wars sculpture. What, no papier-mâché Death Star made out of napkins to go with it? Don't worry, I found something for the Star Trek fans too. It turns out man's best friend also wants to boldly go where no canine has gone before. This cat isn't quite ready to join the dog in space, but someone did have enough time to make their feline friend a plane. I find it funny, but somehow the cat doesn't look amused at all. Maybe he'd prefer a new car. Maybe a Jaguar to a plane? Speaking of cars, who hasn't wanted to cover someone's vehicle in Post-it notes? I admit it, I've been tempted, but I've never found the time to actually do it. But someone lived out a fantasy when they did this. Whoever made this egg carton couch, complete with eggs, not only had plenty of time to do it, but a very delicate touch. Too bad they can't sit down and relax now that they're finished, because that would likely crush the eggs and the cartons. Coffee art is sometimes so pretty, I wouldn't want to drink it and disturb the picture. This cat reaching into a koi pond is one of those coffee cream sculptures. Does it come with free catnip refills? Being snowed in is really boring, but it did provide this person with the time they needed to build an entire army of snowmen. I don't know why, but I've got that song about letting go stuck in my head now. Then again, who needs an army of snowmen when you've got an entire dragon made out of snow, with the ability to swallow a car whole? Just imagine how destructive this guy could be at a demolition derby. Stacking firewood is another potentially boring winter situation, but this intrepid designer found a way to make it amusing. This very intricate owl looks like he's ready to flap his wings and fly south for the winter. Being a card collector at a big box store has to be a boring job. Fortunately, one employee found a way to make it fun by putting all the carts in a circle. At least they didn't trap any cars or shoppers inside. But will someone save the trees trapped by the card corralling? Some people like to read while they spend time in the bathroom, but others get creative and crafty. Like this person, who braided 2 rolls of toilet paper. I feel kind of badly for the person who runs out of toilet paper and has to undo one of those braids. But hey, toilet paper isn't just for toilets or braids. It's also for building a fort in the middle of a store. At least, that's what these guys did. Sure, shopping can be boring, but they used the time to build a fort right in the aisle. I'm not sure if management appreciated their dedication to architecture. Anyone who's ever worked in retail knows how annoying customer complaints can be. How dare the store sell out of an item a customer might want? Just terrible. Well, someone used this dead insect to create a tiny complaint department on the floor, because you want to take all those gripes seriously. Very seriously. Breakfast can be boring too. Fortunately, this person discovered a way to make cereal more fun. But is that a whole grain triangle? How about a peanut butter puff square to go with it? But wait, don't forget this almost perfect grid of Cheerios perched on a plastic fork. This is like a house of cards, with pencils. And no Kevin Spacey. Pull one pencil, the whole thing goes down. Still more interesting than geography class. Apparently, getting bored at school is pretty common. This industrious student taped bread all over the school because why not? Even presidents get bored sometimes, and this currency version of Abe Lincoln decided to take his dog for a walk. Well, he had help from a bored cashier. Another person trapped at the cash register created this memorable sculpture out of coins. Meanwhile, this smoothie store employee used the cups to make a bridge from the counter to the wall, and this office worker created a plastic cup person to take their seat. Not only does it take a tremendous amount of time to de-seed a strawberry, but it also takes some seriously good hand-eye coordination. With access to video games, this bored person could do great things with their life. I remember playing with an Etch-a-Sketch as a kid, but I don't remember designing anything nearly this intricate. I see how to beat boredom now. When you combine a love of literature with a lot of time to kill, sometimes you get the entire first page of Harry Potter written under a staircase. Surely that would earn you a letter of acceptance from the Hogwarts school, right? I have to applaud Paul for his stellar honesty after he spent the workday making 2 rubber band balls to represent Earth and Pluto. And finally, if you thought anyone in this video had a lot of time on their hands, then spare a thought for this guy. He's clearly the winner. Have you seen a shining example of someone with too much time on their hands? Let me know in the comment section down below. Also, if you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like and subscribe, clicking that bell icon to never miss a new video. Thanks for watching.
Even the best laid plans can go awry. It's simply a part of life. But some plans veer so far from their initial aims that the outcomes become absolutely hilarious. From military mishaps to disastrous street parades, here are some plans, both recent and historic, that really didn't go as expected.
Amazing!
Famous faces. It is no easy task to capture someone's likeness in a painting or sculpture, but that hasn't stopped several artists from attempting to pay tribute to celebrities by creating some questionable statues of them. While trying to immortalize someone with a statue is usually an honor, this statue of Portuguese soccer star Cristiano Ronaldo was more of an insult. Cristiano's statue was unveiled in 2017 when Portugal renamed the Madeira International Airport to the Madeira International Airport Cristiano Ronaldo after its famous export. Rolls right off the tongue. But the attention the statue garnered was not the kind sculptor Emmanuel Santos had hoped for. The internet went wild with widespread criticism and mocking of the wonky-faced, creepily grimacing statue. Santos later created a new version of the sculpture, but his first would never be forgotten. Still, Ronaldo's statue seemed like a magnum opus compared to this intriguing piece, supposedly depicting US First Lady Melania Trump. The artist Alice Zupov is a pipe layer by day, amateur chainsaw sculptor by night. Let's just say he's no Michelangelo. Barney's Thanksgiving Rampage. Barney the dinosaur is all about family, so it's easy to see why he would be used in the 1997 Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. But this otherwise cuddly dinosaur turned into a terrifying nightmare when the 60-foot helium-filled balloon became swept up in strong winds. Chaos ensued, as did screams from startled onlookers, as it became apparent that Barney's handlers were struggling to keep him under control. After tense moments of threatening to crush onlookers and lift his handlers off into the Manhattan skyline, Barney was pierced by a lamppost. He sadly succumbed to his injuries and spent the rest of the parade safely tucked under a sufficiently weighty policeman. Rest in peace. But more serious problems occurred elsewhere in the parade, when a 6-story tall Cat in the Hat struck a lamppost, knocking part of it directly into the crowd. 2 women suffered head injuries and filed lawsuits against Macy's. Effortless comeback. In 2014, Apple faced a backlash when countless consumers claimed that the iPhone 6 Plus bent inside their pockets. Inevitably, Apple's competitors used the opportunity to mock Apple and promote their own smartphones. LG France, however, made a serious faux pas when they posted their mocking tweet from an iPhone, totally undermining their point and reverting all mockery back at themselves. Mon Dieu! Flash mob fail. When you hear the term flash mob, you think of a fun, dancing group of people who've come together for humor or as a social statement. But by the nature of a flash mob, there's always a chance for things to go awry. When a flash mob formed in Platlladaros, Spain, they were merely pretending to be paparazzi chasing a celebrity, who was, in fact, nothing more than another member of what was hoped to be a humorous experiment. Unfortunately, people mistook the mob's tripods and selfie sticks for weapons, and they fled in sheer terror. 11 people were injured in the ensuing stampede. 5 of the German pranksters behind the disastrous flash mob were charged with public order offenses, and, presumably, they no longer saw the funny side. Hatter's gonna hat. Public chaos is not a purely modern invention. Equally disastrous mayhem ensued when an 18th century Englishman sported a bold new hat in public for the first time. Being fashionable requires some risk-taking, but haberdasher John Hetherington's fashion statement became a fashion riot in January 1797. All because he appeared on the public highway wearing an elegant silky top hat, the first of its kind. According to countless reports from the time, several women fainted, unable to cope with the radical outfit, while children screamed and dogs yelped. The screaming crowd even trampled a young boy whose right arm was broken. John was charged for breaching the peace and inciting a riot. He was required to give £500 in bonds. Shocked, and rightfully so, by his contemporaries' extreme fear of change, Hetherington asserted he was not violating any law and was simply exercising his right to wear a headdress of his own design. A design which would, ironically, become extremely popular. I tip my hat to you, John Hetherington. The sweetest proposal. Everyone wants their proposal to be memorable, but this hope doesn't usually involve a trip to the emergency room. When Reed Harris decided to propose to his girlfriend, Caitlin Whipple, in 2009, he first thought it would be a fun idea to hide the engagement ring in her milkshake. Unfortunately, one of their friends proposed that they race to finish the milkshake. To Reed's horror, competitive Caitlin immediately popped off the lid and scoffed down her milkshake, swallowing the ring. When they got to the ER, the X-ray confirmed that the ring was indeed in her stomach. Reed later proposed to Caitlin using the X-ray image of the ring, and she accepted. 2 days later, after a journey it would never forget, the ring reappeared. Let's hope Caitlin washed it before putting it on. Fyre Festival. It was supposed to be the dream weekend, filled with good music, private planes, wellness activities, villas, and free-flowing booze on a private island once owned by Pablo Escobar in the Bahamas. All the attention was supposed to promote the Fyre mobile app for booking music talent. Instead, when guests arrived at the hyped-up Fyre Festival, disappointment was the only thing awaiting them, as it was in shambles and instantly cancelled. The festival wasn't on its own private island, but on a much less glamorous corner of a much larger one. Exclusive villas turned out to be disaster relief tents, and the promised meals by a celebrity chef were sad cheese sandwiches. Tickets started at $1,500, which included the flight from Miami, festival tickets, meals, and accommodations. Patrons said the scene resembled the Hunger Games, with people fighting for tents and mattresses and looking for lost luggage. This notorious example of misleading fraud ensnared countless influencers, whose desperate search for the perfect Instagram post was exploited and foiled. The festival's main organizer, Billy McFarland, went from driving fancy cars paid with investor money to being sentenced to 6 years in federal prison for his role in the fraud. The disappointment fell on the unfortunate workers stuck there who never got paid, and those who forked over a small fortune for the experience. To infinity and the pond! Live TV often seems so exciting because you never really know what might happen. But when the producers of a Fox 5 News morning broadcast had the great idea of starting their show off with a man in a water jetpack at the San Diego Yacht and Boat Show in 2011, I'm not sure they, or the presenter on scene, were expecting this.
Starts right now!
Men in uniform. Located between Switzerland and Austria, the country of Liechtenstein is one of the world's smallest nations. It is one of only 15 countries without an official military. But it did have armed forces in the past. In 1866, during the Austro-Prussian War, the country sent forward an army of 80 men. Upon their return, they were pleasantly surprised to be able to boast of losing no battles and suffering no casualties. This was a result of avoiding all fighting, but who's to judge their strategy? Their record was so impressive that they not only returned with all 80 men, but they had gained an extra troop. They met an Italian along the journey who was so impressed with their self-proclaimed success and military discipline that he decided to join their ranks. A wasted opportunity. During the US Civil War, during the Battle of Antietam, Union General George B. McClellan was able to lay his hands on the battle plans of his nemesis, Confederate General Robert E. Lee. To the Union supporters who knew about the discovery, victory seemed inevitable, but despite the seemingly clear-cut route to success afforded by such a lucky break, McClellan was overly cautious and overestimated General Lee's number of troops. He also responded too slowly to the information and took 18 hours to set his army into motion. In all the delay, Lee got wind of the approaching Union army and sent troops to plug the gaps. This allowed him some time to gather his scattered units and reevaluate his plan. McClellan's army, which could have totally destroyed their enemy forces, faced significant casualties and were unable to pursue the Confederates as they retreated. Understandably, Abraham Lincoln removed McClellan from his command following the incident. Hamburglar's bad day. If you're trying to avoid the police, you probably shouldn't dress like an escaped convict. This man was seen trying to hitch a ride with motorists in the least subtle outfit, but whether he'd emerged from a jailbird costume party in the woods behind him is unclear. Unsurprisingly, his outfit attracted the attention of some police officers, like moths to a light bulb. The perplexed policeman searched the suspicious hiker's bags and found a significant amount of drug paraphernalia and other suspicious items. He was handcuffed and put in the back of a patrol car. Even if he hadn't been there in the first place, I guess he got a free ride back to the Slammer. He'd certainly fit right in. From Russia with love. Christopher Columbus may have journeyed the world to discover new lands, but his statue's global adventure was notably less successful. In the early 90s, Russia decided to gift the US with a 600-ton, 350-foot-tall statue of Christopher Columbus to commemorate the 500th anniversary of Columbus's discovery of the New World in 1492. But it seemed that the recipient thought the gift was a bit much. It was, after all, very Russian, with a distinctly industrial look that some have called horrifically ugly, but I'd describe it more as proletariat chic. In 1993, the city of Columbus, Ohio turned down the gift, with some dubbing it Chris Kong. Baltimore, New York, Fort Lauderdale, and Miami all followed suit when Russia tried to tempt them with the statue's gunmetal charm. The statue that stood twice the height of the Statue of Liberty finally found a home in Puerto Rico in 2016. But I can't help thinking old Chris must have felt a little unloved. Maybe his designer Zoram Tsereteli can gather another construction crew to build Lonely Chris an extra large girlfriend. Memorial irony. The story of the Harold Holt Memorial Swimming Centre in Melbourne, Australia is one of the all-time greatest examples of what were they thinking? The centre was built in the 1960s by Australian architects Kevin Borland and Daryl Jackson. It was set to be named the City of Malvern Olympic Swimming Centre, but the name was changed after the Prime Minister Harold Holt died suddenly in December 1967. A nice gesture, sure. But the facepalm-worthy critical piece of irony that the redesign missed was that the Prime Minister had died by drowning, perhaps associating his name with the implication of needing to learn to swim wasn't the most thoughtful commemoration. Although, maybe if they put up a sign that said, "Warning, learn to swim or end up like him," it might encourage people to join up out of pure fear. Seems like pretty intense marketing to me. Which one of these stories had the most ridiculous outcome? Can you think of any more foresight-lacking facepalms of history? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. Thanks for watching.
Sometimes a great plan in theory is a disaster in practice. Other times the plan itself is a dumpster fire to begin with. The tales you're about to witness unfold are a truly facepalm-worthy mixture of the two, but they all share one thing in common. None of them went as planned. The Great Emu War. In 1932, Western Australian farmers were struck by a big feathery problem. 20,000 emus, large flightless birds native to the country, had moved inland and were ravaging crops with their voracious appetites.
With the Great Depression in full swing, a single wrecked harvest could spell ruin for farmers, so they relayed their concerns to the government. In response, the Australian government put a group of seasoned soldiers on the case, armed with machine guns and 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Expecting an easy fight against the somewhat gormless birds, they located a large group and opened fire. But the speedy emus proved more cunning than expected, scattering into small groups and dodging the incoming gunfire. Only a handful were killed, and most got away. A series of similar encounters followed, each more humiliating than the last, and tens of thousands of ammunition rounds were wasted. Eventually, the military gave up, handing the task over to bounty hunters. Despite their sophisticated equipment, the military's overly confident plan went down in history as a truly bird-brained affair. Olympic madness. The 1904 Summer Olympics were held in St. Louis, Missouri, and were expected to be a spectacular event, showcasing the very best of the world's athletes. For the most part, it was a success, but the men's marathon was one of the most humiliating disasters in sports history. For starters, the race was run on mostly unpaved country roads that were dusty enough to almost fatally choke out several runners. Temperatures measured 92 degrees Fahrenheit, but thanks to the high humidity, it felt more like 130 degrees Fahrenheit. Runners dropped out of the race left, right, and center, with some even hitching rides to the stadium finish line. Others stopped and laid down for a while along the way, unable to bear the heat. A Cuban postman joined the race last minute, running late after losing all of his money in New Orleans on the way. Hungry, he stopped midway through to eat some apples in an orchard, which, turning out to be rotten, caused him to have stomach pains and lay down for a nap. Even so, he still finished fourth. African tribesmen Lynn Tanyani and Jan Mashiani also encountered trouble when they were chased a mile off course by aggressive dogs. One runner, 7 miles from the finish, was given a concoction of egg whites and strychnine by his coaches as a boost. Strychnine, in case you weren't aware, is a component of rat poison that supposedly works as a stimulant in small doses. Driven on by this alarming concoction and a sip of brandy, he went on to win the race, albeit suffering hallucinations and total exhaustion. For America's first Olympic Games on home soil, the story of the marathon stole the show in the most unexpected of ways. Flawless disguise. In 2015, one man proved that utterly failing plans are not just a thing of the past. After a string of successful bank robberies around Pittsburgh, the heat was rising for one red-bearded robber. He knew he needed a disguise if he was to continue his crime spree, but instead of a face mask, glasses, or anything like that, he opted for a fake beard to go over his real one. His color of choice? Red. Just like his real beard. Needless to say, police soon apprehended him and arrested him for 6 robberies. No word on whether he got to keep the fake beard or not. Self-assured annihilation. When it comes to the threat of nuclear war, usually it's the arsenals of foreign nations that make a person nervous. But in 1961, the US government dropped not 1, but 2 nuclear bombs on its own soil in North Carolina. When a B-52 bomber carrying 2 nukes started leaking huge amounts of fuel, it was forced to prepare for an emergency landing. But a weight imbalance meant that the plane started to break apart mid-air on its descent. The men on board were forced to abandon the craft, and 3 died in complications surrounding the crash. The nukes, each one holding destructive power 250 times greater than the one dropped on Hiroshima, broke free and fell thousands of feet to the ground below. Thankfully, one of the bombs disintegrated on impact without detonation. The other became caught in a tree and was prevented from exploding by a single final measure safety switch. Had the switch failed, as switches of this kind had been known to do, it would have changed the course of history as we know it. In the spotlight. When megastar Barbra Streisand tried to suppress the spread of an image of her Malibu residence in 2003, she had no idea how far the outcome would stray from her aims. The image had been taken as part of a study into coastal erosion and had only been accessed 6 times before Streisand sued the photographer for a whopping $50 million. But after news outlets around the world caught wind of Streisand's efforts to keep the access routes to her home a secret, viewership of the photo ballooned exponentially. In a single month, the photo was viewed 420,000 times. On top of that, Streisand lost the lawsuit and had to pay the photographer's legal fees. Thanks to this total failure, companies and people's attempts to suppress information that result in it being accessed more than it otherwise would now have their own name. The Streisand Effect. Towed to ruin. Back in the 1930s, Australia was facing a problem. Farmers were losing serious amounts of money on cane sugar harvest as the crops were being devoured by cane beetles. So the Australians shipped in 100 or so cane toads, who were known to feast on the pesky bugs. Unfortunately, those toads refused to stick to the cane fields in which they'd been placed. They spread throughout Western Australia, blossoming into a bigger problem than the one they'd been brought in to fix. Today, Australia's cane toad population is as high as 1.5 billion, and they devastate Australian ecosystems by feasting on insects and poisoning essential predators that try to eat them. Their adaptability and high breeding rate puts entire native species at risk, and it's only going to get worse if Australia doesn't figure out a new solution. I just hope they don't opt for sending in bigger toads. Look the other way. When it comes to robberies, intimidation is a big deal. But this robber caught on CCTV in January 2020 in Brazil comes up short in the fear factor. He approaches staff and guests at a cafe, announcing his presence and intention to rob them. But instead of agreeing to his demands, everyone simply ignores him. Again, he tries to intimidate and threaten them, but to no avail. Eventually, he gives up and runs off with his tail between his legs. Like an aspiring Instagram influencer, this wannabe thief is just left seeming desperate for attention. Caesar and the Pirates. History's favorite cover boy, the Roman Emperor Julius Caesar, was a man with some serious cojones. If you don't already believe me, let me tell you about the time Caesar was kidnapped by pirates. When the pirates started their ransom price for Caesar's return, he laughed in their faces at the low price, noting that they must clearly not know who he is. While waiting for his ransom to be paid, Caesar showed no fear and was his usual charming self with the pirates. Well, other than when he'd occasionally remind them that once he was freed, he'd be back to deliver them all into a world of pain. And once released, he made true on his word. Expecting Caesar's claims to be nothing but hot air, the pirates remained on the island upon which they'd held him captive, and soon there arrived a fleet of Roman ships. Caesar's men captured the pirates, took them to the city of Pergamon, and crucified the lot of them. Listen to pirates, don't with emperors. Absolute proof. Being crucified isn't always so literal. Sometimes people get crucified by sheer embarrassment. Like this guy who seems determined to convince bouncers he's sober enough to get into a nightclub. After arguing for his sobriety for a few minutes, the bouncers decide to test him with a makeshift breathalyzer. Only this breathalyzer doesn't test for blood alcohol levels. It tests whether the user is sober enough to realize what it really is. A radio. As the bouncer notes, the test worked a charm.
It's a radio, you muppet.
A muppet? That's a little unfair. To Kermit, that is. Wedding bells and jail cells. For most people, their wedding is expected to be one of the most magical days of their lives. But thanks to some individuals' criminal tendencies, that doesn't always go to plan. Take this woman who refused to remove her wedding dress and veil after cops carted her off to the station during her ceremony. She'd been on the run for identity theft, and her wedding was the first time cops caught wind of her return to town. Another woman received a DUI after causing a 3-car accident while on her way to her own wedding. Early in the morning, might I add. Be it from theft charges, fraud, reckless driving, or otherwise, images like these crop up online more commonly than you might think. But hey, may as well make the most of that wedding dress, seeing as most of these ladies seem headed for a long time in an orange jumpsuit. The eagle has landed. After the white-tailed sea eagle was hunted to extinction in Great Britain, conservationists battled for its reintroduction to rebalance the ecosystem it had once existed in. In the 70s, this hope became a reality, and the 6.5-foot wingspans of the eagles were once again seen in Scottish skies. But soon, all turned to terror, as the eagles began stealing farmers' lambs and even attacking a clergyman. The issue's only grown in the past decades, and efforts to combat it, including flying helium balloons in the air above fields to scare the eagles off, have been unsuccessful. Maybe they should try painting pictures of hunting rifles and scary faces onto the balloons. Couldn't hurt. Friedman's Photoshops. If there was ever a master of the unexpected in the digital age, it's a fellow by the name of James Friedman. For years now, James has been carefully crafting Photoshops to meet people's requests online. Only James likes to be a little interpretive in his work, like when this young man asked James to make him look older and less like a child. He delivered, though I'm not sure the kid's got much to look forward to if the Photoshop turns out to be accurate.
Another girl asked for a Kim Kardashian-style booty enlargement courtesy of Friedman Skills. He certainly gave her a bigger behind, though her body shape is now classified as full circle. This girl wanted all the people removed from the background in this Liberty Island snap, and James was very thorough in following instructions. Another girl wanted her boyfriend's face to be a little smaller. Her wish was James' command. He's got my vote for Mr. America 2020. In a stellar effort, this girl got her wish to be photoshopped into space. James was even kind enough to rebalance the height difference among this friend group. If the truly unexpected is something you're looking for, just drop James a message on Twitter at FJamie013. With some cropping, a content-aware fill, and a cutting tool, he'll make your worst dreams come true. Which of your best laid plans have gone totally awry? Let me know in the comments section below. Thanks for watching.
Benjamin Franklin once said, "If you fail to plan, you are planning to fail." But sometimes, no matter how much planning is involved, a task can still veer comically far off its intended outcome. From hilarious failed attempts at deception to jaw-dropping scuba dive surprises, let's check out some plans that definitely didn't go as expected. The purest intentions. When it comes to planning sneaky ways to defy their significant others, men can get pretty creative at times. Unfortunately though, sometimes these plans simply aren't well thought out enough to fool their wives for long. This was the case for one man from Taiwan in December 2020, when he purchased a PS5 despite his wife forbidding him to. Attempting to make the most of the fact that the design of the PS5 looks undeniably like some kind of air purifier, he told his other half the mysterious new device in their living room was exactly that, and hilariously, it worked for a while, until she figured out the truth. While the exact details of how the deception unraveled were not revealed, perhaps the realization occurred when his wife noticed most air purifiers aren't controlled by a PlayStation controller, nor can you play Call of Duty on them. However it unfolded, the unfortunate fellow was forced to watch in horror as his wife sold the console online for a painfully low price. All in all, the sneaky plan probably seemed smarter in the man's head than it was in reality. But for an idea that's great in both theory and practice, subscribe to Be Amazed for more fascinating and hilarious fact-based content every day. Now, let's get back to some plans that weren't quite so flawless. Scoring a birdie. When a casual golfer in Kent, England attempted to tee off at the 6th hole of his local course, his sporting plans were thwarted by an unexpected adversary. As he prepared to take a swing, his golf ball was knocked off the tee by a pesky magpie. While magpies are known for being naturally curious, it seemed this one had more of a mischievous streak. As the captured video shows, the bird knocked the ball off again and again, then retreated a little before doing it again. Thankfully, the magpie let him tee off eventually, rather than pursuing this poor soul for the rest of his golfing career. Though I'm sure he'll be keeping an ear out for the flapping of wings next time he hits the greens. Fashion in disguise. In 2019, Reddit user Mr. Shine shared their story of a sneaky plan that got way out of hand. When Mr. Shine was working as the editor for a low-budget magazine, money was too tight to be able to afford hiring a fashion correspondent. But with fashion being an ever-popular topic, it needed coverage. So, Mr. Shine came up with a plan. He would work as the correspondent, but to make it seem the magazine had really hired a fashion writer, he'd pen the articles under a female name. The plan went great for several months, and the fake female writer's articles were well received. That was until she was invited to attend a clothing launch event. Seemingly unwilling to either pull a full Mrs. Doubtfire or come clean, Mr. Shine's entire ruse came to an end, and he hung up his pen name for good. Which is a shame, because he totally could have just pretended his female name was given to him by his parents with no respect for his dignity. Rough landings. Sometimes a plan going wrong is simply an opportunity to learn. And when you're very young, these kinds of lessons happen all the time. One such instance was captured on camera in summer 2020, when a 5-year-old in Whitley Bay, England, attempted to test her scooter skills on sand. While she might not stick the landing quite like she intended, she gets back up on her feet like a trooper. A mouthful of sand in exchange for a valuable life lesson in where not to scoot is probably worth it, as long as she doesn't try it again. 2 similar consecutive incidents of do it once, you won't do it again were captured on camera in February 2020. While playing in a park in the UK, a young lad loses his footing in a spectacular manner while attempting to jump into a muddy puddle. Rachel. With his face fully coated in mud, you'd think his young friends might have taken heed of how to avoid a similar mistake on their jumps. However, the girl next in line seems only to learn exactly the wrong technique for avoiding eating a mud pie and does this. Taking a crash course lesson in both gravity and acrobatics, the girl learns that in order to successfully leap and not belly flop, you need to move your legs. But with their plans for fun gone terribly astray, I'm sure these kids won't make a flop of this kind again. Unexpected surprise. When you're suffering from minor bodily pain, an aspirin can work wonders. But unfortunately, the efforts of Reddit user Cat of the Essence to remedy a headache were foiled in the worst possible way when she fumbled around for painkillers late at night. She grabbed a pill bottle, popped the lid, and sunk a couple aspirins, ready for relief. But any relief was soon replaced by horror when she realized the error she'd made. Being exhausted from a long day, she'd failed to realize that instead of aspirin, she picked up something with a very similar label and very similar looking pills: laxatives. She only realized her blunder when the sudden, powerful urge to empty her bowels struck her an hour later. So instead of being able to go to bed pain-free for much-needed sleep, she was confined to the toilet. And the worst part? She still had a headache. The 335-Year War. In the 1980s, historian Roy Duncan delved into the origins of something he, and many others, assumed to be a myth about the Isles of Scilly. Expecting to disprove a local legend, he never could have guessed the outcome of his research. The myth held that back in 1651, a state of war was declared between the Netherlands and the Isles of Scilly, a small archipelago off the coast of Cornwall, England. This war, rumor had it, had never been officially resolved with a peace treaty, despite no combat ever occurring between the two for over 300 years. So, when Roy Duncan set out to apply a historian's scrutiny to the matter, he was confident it was simply a silly old wives' tale. But after some thorough research, he was shocked to find that this absurd-seeming claim was in fact absolutely true. His research proved that war had indeed been declared between the two unlikely foes during the English Civil War. This occurred after the Netherlands demanded reparations for damage caused to their naval fleet by the English Royalist forces. At this point, the Royalists were losing the Civil War against the English parliamentarians, and they'd been forced to retreat to the Isles of Scilly. This was when the Netherlands' navy closed in on them, and when their demands for reparations were refused, Dutch Lieutenant Admiral Martin Harpertsoen Tromp declared war on the Isles of Scilly. That declaration of war, it turned out, had never been resolved. So Roy Duncan involved a Dutch ambassador to visit the island to finally resolve the so-called conflict. She agreed to come, joking that it must have been terrifying for the silly residents to know that the Dutch could have attacked at any moment. Peace was officially declared on the 17th of April, 1986, exactly 335 years after the declaration of one of the longest and least bloody wars in history. While intending to prove an absurd claim was little more than legend, Roy Duncan inadvertently both uncovered and helped resolve an active war. Tumblebot 9000. When you think of robots, you probably imagine futuristic marvels of technology. That was the kind of optimistic thinking on the minds of St. Louis city authorities back in 2016, when they deployed a robot to deal with a potential bomb threat. However, even with the advanced engineering responsible for the little wheeling robot's mission, it proved some way off being a viable permanent replacement for real manpower. Its mission started off strong, trundling along to the scene with confidence, aiming to prevent any humans needing to be put at risk. The robot, however, soon learned the real world can be a cruel mistress, and minutes later was pictured having fallen over on a hill. Luckily, the bomb threat proved nothing more than a package left unattended. But hopefully the next time the robot is needed, it'll be a little better at navigating basic terrain. Splash landing. The trouble with extreme activities like paragliding is that if something goes wrong, there's a risk of, at worst, serious danger, or at best, an unexpectedly inconvenient landing. The latter is what happened to a pair of strapped-together paragliders in Pokhara, Nepal in October 2020. During a breathtaking glide, the person steering attempted to fly downward so he and his passenger could glide gracefully just above the water. Unfortunately, neither the wind nor the steering were in his favor, and having lost control, this happened. In an instant, the passenger's expression changes from joy to shock as they crash unexpectedly into the water. While unpleasant, the landing gone awry certainly wasn't as bad as it could have been on land or over a volcano. But even so, the passenger in this unusual tandem certainly didn't seem best pleased about putting his life in the hands of someone who couldn't avoid splash landing. Toilet humor. When someone takes a joke too far, it's usually the person telling the joke. For America's legendary late-night talk show host Johnny Carson, however, one of his jokes was taken too far by his audience, who failed to realize he was making a joke at all. On a 1973 episode of The Tonight Show, Johnny jokingly announced that America was facing an acute toilet paper shortage. He was, in reality, merely exaggerating for comic effect one congressman's statement that there may potentially be a shortage of toilet paper within a few months. The congressman was only referring to commercial toilet paper, though, for soldiers and bureaucrats, not the stuff used by public and sold in stores. However, Johnny didn't specify this in his joke, and as a result, huge swaths of his massive 20 million strong audience flocked to grocery stores to bulk buy. In a toilet paper panic comparable to the Great TP Scare of 2020, citizens across the United States raided the shelves of wiping paper en masse. The effect was so substantial that in New York City, an actual shortage was triggered, and shelves didn't return to their usual fully stocked levels for another 3 weeks. Carson eventually clarified on a later episode of The Tonight Show that he'd been joking and apologized for accidentally causing a toilet paper shortage. When compared to the toilet paper carnage of 2020, it just goes to show, even nearly 50 years on, people don't change all that much, especially when wiping's involved. Kleptomaniac Kookaburra. According to the Australian man who features in this next hilarious video from November 2020, on a warm evening, there's nothing better than a beer and some snacks. For non-Aussies in the audience, a snag means a sausage, preferably barbecued. But when this relaxed Aussie shared his evening's relaxation on camera with the world, his snag was snagged by someone who hadn't received an invite to the sausage party. Check it out.
What up there, Jared? Couple of snags?
Couple of snags, mate. Nothing better than down a beer and a snag.
With perfect comedic timing, a nearby bird, a kookaburra, swoops past and makes a steal, having caught sight of the tasty snack. Unsurprisingly, the snag gang are left equal parts baffled and amused by the flyby robbery. But then again, when it comes to barbecue, you should always share the wealth, right?
Nothing better than down a beer and a snag.
Drive-through chaos. When kids are involved, any occasion that would otherwise be simple fun can rapidly devolve into total pandemonium. One family from North Carolina realized this fact in June 2020, when they attempted to take a nice family trip to a drive-through zoo. All was going well until a group of friendly cattle approached the car and stuck their curious heads through the open windows. While the cattle were harmless, the kids in the car didn't see it that way and began screaming, resulting in scenes of total, utter chaos.
You don't put me in neutral. Go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
The kids' aunts can be seen crying with uncontrollable laughter in the passenger seat, while their grandma tries desperately to regain control, encouraging the kids to shoo the animal away.
Make it go away, Jemiah! Jemiah! Say shoo, shoo! Shoo! Everybody say shoo! Everybody say shoo!
What's more, the kid in the front quickly becomes nauseated by the pungent smell of the cattle and throws up off camera on his aunt's lap, who continues crying with laughter nonetheless. What a good sport.
Go. Go. Go, move. I'm trying to go. Oh, wait a minute. Who finna throw up? Go. Go.
We don't have nothing for you.
Hey, this thing.
What a window. I threw up. I gotta change. What a window.
He threw up.
What, that big animal right there made me throw up. It's nasty.
Wait a minute. Yo, can I go? Move animal. Rock.
Never before has a plan diverged so drastically from a nice, calm family trip to the zoo into such uninhibited chaos. Well, at least without someone being eaten by an animal. But unlike this amazing clip, that wouldn't be quite so side-splittingly funny. One final mishap. When it comes time for the final curtain call and you cease to be alive, there's at least one positive. It tends to mean that nothing bad will ever happen to you again, seeing as your life is over. But one unfortunate member of the recently deceased club had one final bad day after they kicked the bucket back in 2013. Captured on camera in Drogheda, Ireland, a coffin can be seen dangling out of the hearse that was supposed to transfer the occupants safely to their final resting place, as if they hadn't already been through enough. As it turned out, the undertaker had failed to properly clamp the coffin in the hearse, causing it to shoot out the back window when he accelerated from a set of traffic lights. You'll be pleased to know the person who snapped the pic did get out of their car and help the undertaker, who must have been feeling quite distressed to say the least. But not before snapping up a pic that perfectly epitomizes dark humor. To make this slightly less bleak, let's just pretend there's a vampire in that coffin trying to make a break for freedom, shall we? Culinary disasters. One of the most common things to go badly wrong is attempting to cook a new recipe. While the number of times one rookie chef attempted to recreate this cute, fancy-looking omelet is unknown, considering this was the result of their efforts, I doubt they'll be trying again. Truly horrifying. The same can be said for what happened when one amateur baker tried to replicate these SpongeBob cookies. Yeah, I didn't need to sleep tonight anyway. This drooping attempt at a Smurf cupcake, meanwhile, seems to be saying, "Please kill me, all I know is suffering." And don't even get me started on this hellspawn Elmo cake. But other culinary disasters are less terrifying and more pitiful. Like one Redditor's wife's attempt at making croissants for breakfast. Nailed it. Or this Imager user's attempt to recreate a Food Network recipe for brown sugar pecan bears. At least he tried. But the reigning champ of culinary disasters has to be the Reddit user responsible for this. In case you can't tell, that's a potato. And yes, it is glowing like the fires of Mount Doom. The inept chef claimed to have microwaved the potato for 10 minutes, which is slightly overkill, although the results are still more extreme than you'd expect. Some Reddit commenters theorize this total disaster may have been caused by dirt or sprouting on the potato, though the explanation remains uncertain. Whatever was the cause, it turned what was once a root vegetable into a personal volcano, which in some ways is actually kind of impressive. Branches from above. Being so large, trees can pose a lot of danger when people attempt to cut them down, even rotten dead ones. People who fell trees for a living know this better than anyone, and usually make sure to give trees a wide berth before yanking them down to the ground. However, even a well-planned and well-executed tree felling can veer into unexpectedly dangerous territory, as one group of fellers found out in 2018. While bringing down an old dead pine tree in Camp Hill, Alabama, at what seemed a safe distance, this happened. Considering how fast that stray branch came flying over, it's certainly lucky they were wearing hard hats. When a heavy tree branch falls the distance to the ground, it generates a heck of a lot of force. And in this case, it looks like the stray piece was flung by another larger chunk landing on it, flipping it and propelling it at an alarming speed. While one of the men took a relatively minor impact to the hand as the heavy branch soared past, everyone made it out miraculously unscathed. It could have been a lot worse, but I'd bet these guys still doubled the distance between themselves and the next tree they felled. The price of beauty. One of the worst times for a plan to go badly wrong is when someone's actively trying to do something to improve themselves, particularly when they're trying to make themselves a bit nicer on the eyes. A couple of instances of people trying to make themselves look better with extreme opposite effect have occurred in recent years, all thanks to hair dye. Many hair dyes, unfortunately, contain a chemical called paraphenylene-diamine, which for some people causes severe irritation and allergic reactions. Unfortunately, many people who eventually suffer allergic reactions to this chemical don't tend to encounter it until they slather it all over the top of their head as they attempt to dye their hair. As a result, something they didn't even know they were allergic to brings on a crazy reaction, resulting in something like this. The extreme swelling occurs as the body's immune system reacts to the allergen, triggering fluids to accumulate under the skin. Because so much of the chemical is used in covering the entire scalp for hair dyeing, the swelling occasionally reaches these ridiculous proportions. Most of these unfortunate reactions result in a very embarrassing trip to the ER to be treated until the unlucky individual's head returns to non-Squidward proportions. So, if a new hair color is calling out to you, test a tiny amount first before you cover your head with something that might turn you into a human balloon. Ambitious amphibian. Ever hear the phrase, "your eyes are bigger than your belly"? Well, one green tree frog from Australia decided to take the phrase to the extreme in November 2020. The hungry little fellow attempted to make an entire human woman its dinner after she offered it a tasty fly, with hilarious results.
No. Really? Really? Get off.
Clearly, the frog saw the fly as merely an appetizer and possibly mistook the finger for a big, juicy worm. Unfortunately, though, its ambition didn't quite pay off, and try as it might, was left feebly munching on a meal that just wouldn't stay down. But hey, who can fault the little guy for dreaming big? Crushing it. For someone without the necessary special awareness or pedal control, the simple task of parking a car can quickly turn into total disaster. That's what happened to one Californian motorist who hit the accelerator instead of the brakes inside a multi-story car park in 2018. While driving straight through the guardrails 5 stories up would usually mean certain death, they had some serious luck on their side. Suspended by the strong metal cables, the car was prevented from plummeting to the ground, and the driver was miraculously unharmed. Another case of appalling pedal control with an ironic twist occurred in 2017 in New Jersey, when a woman literally drove through the wall of a drive-through pharmacy. Either she made the serious blunder in hitting the wrong pedal, or she seriously misunderstood the concept of a drive-through. On the bright side, the parking space fit like a glove. Then there's this guy, whose plan for a nice day of cycling after parking up went totally awry after he forgot the bikes were secured to his roof. On the bright side, once he got the bikes detached, at least he had an alternative vehicle to ride home on. But sometimes unexpected vehicular mishaps aren't the fault of the driver. Just take this eyebrow-raising image, for example. This was the outcome when floodwaters short-circuited a state-of-the-art motorized underground mini garage, causing it to malfunction. The contraption rose up, crushing the upper vehicle, while the one below was ruined by floodwaters. It was certainly a shame, but I've gotta say, having both your luxury vehicles destroyed by your personal mechanized car stacker is definitely a rich people problem exclusively. Seal of approval. There are a lot of things that can go wrong when scuba diving, many of which are plainly terrifying. But one scuba diver had his plans go slightly astray in a way that was more cute than frightening in May 2020. While diving off the coast of Northumberland, England, Ben Burville encountered a pair of friendly, curious seals and attempted to capture their encounter on video. What he didn't account for, though, was the interest one of the seals would take in his scuba hood. While the other distracted him with its cute, whiskery face, the more mischievous seal attempted to make the hood its own, much to the diver's surprise. The seal clearly liked the hood, but was disappointed to find it was securely attached. Thankfully, it lost interest after a moment, because with its sharp, jagged teeth, the aquatic mammal probably could have made off with it anyway if it really wanted. But the seal was either too polite, or just decided the hood wasn't quite their color. Either way, I'm sure the diver was relieved not to have to argue against those chompers. Have you ever had any plans go spectacularly astray? Let me know in the comments below, or email me at stories@beamazed.com. Thanks for watching.
Money, supercars, ice on the chain. These are just a few reasons why the rap lifestyle looks so appealing to so many. Flexing online and in music videos seems part and parcel of the modern rap game. But if you don't have the dollars to play, how can you compete? To help maintain appearances or muscle in on the competition, some rappers secretly fake their wealth just to keep up. But it's not always convincing, so let's take a look at rappers who have been caught fake flexing. 50 Cent. Let's start with Curtis James Jackson III. Professionally known as 50 Cent, this rapper's first major label album, Get Rich or Die Trying, sold over 10 million albums worldwide. But it seems that 50 Cent sometimes finds it easier to fake rich and stop trying if you look at his Instagram. Back in 2016, 50 Cent posted this photo to the social media platform. It looks like hundreds of thousands of dollars are at this rap god's fingertips. Except a reverse image search of that photo reveals it was first uploaded to the internet back in 2010. And what's even more interesting is that the photo's original file name was cashseizure.jpg. So either 50 Cent was part of a police sting operation back in 2010, or he just stole the photo for the Instagram likes. But why would one of the most successful rappers in the world do this? It turns out that even though 50 was once worth $155 million, he filed for bankruptcy in 2015 with a debt of $32 million. And in 2016, he only made around $348,000 from his music royalties. Sure, by normal standards, it's still a lot, but not enough to justify the excessive flexing he continues to this day. So remember kids, if you're going to flex with stolen content, reverse image search first. Kodak Black. At just 22, Kodak Black might be one of the youngest and most successful rappers on the planet. Having been part of the rap scene since he was just 12 years old, Kodak has lived through the hardships that give many rappers the drive to succeed. But once Kodak hit the heights of fame, it seems authenticity got thrown out the window. Despite being eager to pose with fistfuls of cash, armfuls of cash, even a face full of cash, he's a little less flush than those press shots would have you believe. In an Instagram live video from 2018, while flaunting some serious ice, he pleaded out,
I ain't got no money. That money you be seeing me with on Instagrams, that be fake money, man. That be prop money. This is not my money, girl. I do not have nothing.
While he may have thought this was just an intimate heart-to-heart with his fans, rival rapper Chris Brown exposed Kodak by sharing it for all his followers to see. The video has been viewed over 3 million times since then. But why would Kodak admit to such an embarrassing fake flex in the first place? Well, it could be a bluff to prevent people from targeting him for his cash, or to stop gold diggers hassling him for money. Alternatively, it might be evidence of unfair record deals or even proof that Kodak's earnings can't keep up with his spending. Why do you think he admitted it? Let me know in the comments below. Young Thug. Even if you don't know Young Thug, you've probably heard something he's been a part of. From collaborating with Camila Cabello on her #1 Billboard track Havana, to being featured on Drake's chart-topping album More Life, the guy's certainly had his share of mainstream success. But before all of this, Young Thug was flexing hard on the internet about more than just his cash stacks. He posted images on social media back in 2015, claiming to have been gifted a limited edition Audemars Piguet watch by a sheik in Dubai. The problem with flexing limited edition watches of this caliber, however, is that they come under heavy scrutiny from the online experts, like Instagram account Fake Watch Busta. In a single post, they explained that an authentic watch of this type has a deep set date window, spaced carefully from the tachymeter. That's the scale inscribed around the rim of the watch. As you can see in this photo Young Thug posted of his watch, the date window is pretty shallow and too close to the rim to allow for any detailing. But the most glaring detail of all, which Fake Watch Busta missed, is that the watch doesn't say Piguet at all. It says PK with a Q instead of a G. In response to the claims, Young Thug suddenly switched his story, saying the watch cost him $110,000 and blaming his jeweler. But wasn't it originally a gift from a sheik? I guess Young Thug's story was a little chicken up. Nicki Minaj. Fake flexes aren't just a boys' club, and Nicki Minaj is living proof. This eccentric rap superstar shot to fame way back in 2010 with her album Pink Friday. But before she hit the big leagues, she was putting the con into Anaconda. After her hit album launched, Nicki pushed out the music video for her single Massive Attack. She went in hard with the flexing by driving a bright pink 2008 Lamborghini Murcielago through the desert, which quickly became the focal point of the video. The song even included the lyrics, "That's why I bulletproofed the Lambo." But as it turns out, she didn't own the Lambo, let alone bulletproof it. This $350,000 car was a rental, one that she damaged while on the shoot. For having driven the car off-road, she was hit with a lawsuit from Hollywood Exotic Car Rental for over $11,000 in damages alone. It was also alleged she missed 3 days of payments on the car, which is another $5,250 on top. To make matters even worse, the single never made it onto the album due to poor chart performance. So you could say that this was 1 flex forward, 2 flex back. Bow Wow. With the right Instagram post, anyone can appear rich and famous. Or at least they can try to, like rap artist Bow Wow, also known as Shad Moss. Despite claiming he was too broke to pay child support in 2012, Bow Wow's Instagram showed he was living the high life. In 2017, he posted a photo of a private jet with the caption, "Travel Day, NYC." But an eagle-eyed fan on a flight to New York spotted Bow Wow sat amongst the other economy-class travelers while he bragged about his luxury travel. He was exposed online, and to make matters worse, the fake image was found to have been ripped from a limousine company's website. Bizarrely, this wasn't the first time he'd been caught out fake flexing for Instagram. Just 1 year previously, he posted a huge stack of $100 bills with the description, "Liquid cash, a net worth." He was right that it was someone's net worth, just not his. Genuine millionaire Timothy Sykes had posted the real photo 8 weeks before and had no issue exposing Bow Wow online. And to really rub salt in the wound, Sykes challenged Bow Wow to match his donation of $100,000 to a charity of his choice. But Bow Wow never responded. I guess this rapper got a lesson in real flexing. Riff Raff. With only 2 songs in the Billboard Hot 100, Riff Raff is the maddest looking musician you may never have heard of. This brightly colored, grilled up, cornrow repping rapper from Texas may not look like he belongs in the big leagues, but his fakery antics are top tier. Back in 2013, Riff Raff, aka Jody High Roller, gave an interview at Cleveland's Ilthy store. Before even introducing himself, he shook his watch into the face of the camera, showing off his custom Breitling Avenger. Gem-studded Breitlings of this kind fetch anywhere between $2,000 and $10,000 each, so it was a strong first move by most people's standards. But the clock stopped when the world learned that piece of bling was a fake. Sweeping in again to bring fakery to light, Fake Watch Busta picked up on the supposedly custom piece. Looking closely at the comparison to a real Breitling Avenger, you can tell that Riff Raff's watch doesn't include the correct number spacings, and the subdial showed different measurements. In his defense, it seems like Riff Raff may not know any better, as he claims in the aforementioned interview that he won the watch off DJ Chris Lakes. But no matter how hard he tries to flex, it seems this rapper just can't escape being among the Riff Raff. Tekashi 6ix9ine. If you're not familiar with the name Tekashi 6ix9ine, you might recognize the rainbow-headed rapper from his extensive tattoos and colorful grills. He rose to fame in late 2017, but stayed in the media spotlight for faking more than just his hair color. Back in February 2018, Tekashi recorded himself along with rapper Ugly God in the residence of Jimmy Boy the Jeweler. Jimmy is responsible for creating some of the most incredible custom ice on the market. And in the video, Tekashi decides to make some bold claims to fit in.
Oh, y'all celebrities be wearing fake jewelry, but we go here to test, real diamonds.
Insisting he doesn't wear fake jewels, Tekashi proceeds to test Jimmy Boy and Ugly God's pieces with a diamond detector. This pin-like machine tests the thermal conductivity of gemstones and beeps when it detects stones of true quality. And quality stones are most certainly present on Jimmy Boy and Ugly God's jewelry.
Alright. Just getting lucky.
With both his homies repping the real thing, Tekashi puts his own eyes forward, but the results aren't exactly to his liking.
Hold on, you're not getting on the stone.
Oh, okay. I'm getting on the stone, bro.
Nah, man, come on.
All those so-called diamonds on Tekashi's chain may look flashy, but they sure ain't real. Surprisingly, this embarrassing moment didn't seem to damage Tekashi's business relationship with Jimmy. The Ice Master later created an incredible medallion in the shape of the Jigsaw doll from Saw, with a custom 69 marking specifically for the multicolored musician. But when Tekashi started flaunting it, bragging that it was worth a supposed $300,000, TMZ revealed it had actually been valued at just $100,000. With his seeming habit of multiplying things by 3, I can't help wondering if Tekashi 6ix9ine's real rap name is Tekashi 23. Ace Hood. Bling is one of those things that can cost a lot of money and still not be a quality product. Rapper Ace Hood found this out the hard and very public way. After his song Bugatti reached number 33 on the Billboard 100 in 2013, he was invited to the BET Awards, where his customized Rolex broke live on camera. The outer disc of the watch face dropped to the floor before Ace sheepishly picked it back up and tried to unsuccessfully screw it back on, looking understandably embarrassed. I don't know too much about Rolexes, but I do know the front falls off is not supposed to be one of their selling points. Ace spoke out in a later interview, revealing he'd actually spent $60,000 on the customized watch and had subsequently fired his jeweler. It seems Ace might not have known that all the customization on that blinged out Rolex came at another cost, sacrificing the watch's stability and authenticity. Adding $10,000 worth of diamonds to a Rolex certainly makes it flashier, but under Rolex's guarantee, any non-Rolex parts used in modifications renders the watch non-genuine. All this talk of diamonds and aces, but this rapper was the one who ended up looking a little flush. Soulja Boy. When it comes to crowning the king of fakery, it's impossible to appoint that title to anyone other than Soulja Boy. The Crank That rapper peaked in 2007, but has since struggled to hit the mainstream with his music. He has, however, managed to draw attention in less desirable ways. Like back in 2014 when he posted several images and videos to his online accounts flashing some suspiciously white wads of cash. Anyone with eyes could see Soulja had placed a single $100 bill on top of wads of white paper. When he was caught out, the posts were suddenly deleted. He did, however, acknowledge his blatant fakery on Twitter, which you'd have thought might have served as a lesson. But fakery seems like an easy drug to get hooked on, and Soulja Boy needed another hit. In 2016, he released a series of videos on social media claiming to own this $6 million penthouse, even boasting, "I got 10 toilets, I can all day." More like bullshit all day. The penthouse didn't even belong to Soulja Boy at all, and it certainly wasn't worth $6 million. It was actually listed on the market for $3.2 million. To rub salt in the wound, the realtors revealed that the real owner was renting it out to the rapper. A little internet digging also uncovered that the penthouse was listed on Airbnb at $895 a night. Even with all the evidence levied against him, Soulja Boy continued to argue the penthouse was his, before heroically deleting all the original videos. So surely being found out twice was enough, right? Guess again. And one final flex on Twitter, the rapper claimed to have just signed a $400 million deal, but didn't divulge any further details. It turned out this wasn't a record deal, but one made with the World Gambling Fund to help launch CelebrityWorld.com, a celebrity-owned gaming site. But the company threw Soulja Boy's plans a curveball when they revealed that the deal was actually capped at $400 million. This meant $400 million was the absolute highest amount he could make, even if his influence brought the company revenue far in excess of that amount. Despite his bragging, there was no guarantee he would actually receive anything near the $400 million. And considering the current painfully basic state of CelebrityWorld.com, 4 years later, I don't think the odds are in Soulja Boy's favor. Have you ever spotted any fake flexing online? Let me know in the comments section below. Thanks for watching. Get rich or die trying sums up the hip-hop lifestyle. But ice on the chain, dropping dollars in the club, and custom cribs don't come for free. In some cases, the hip-hop lifestyle is summed up more like get rich, then go bankrupt. So let's take a look at rappers who went completely broke with dumb decisions. Tyga can't change his stripes. This Rack City rapper certainly managed to rack up a sizable amount of debt. In 2018, rapper Tyga was reported to owe over $890,000 in back taxes from 2011 to 2016. Do those dates sound familiar? That's because those were the years Tyga met and dated now billionaire Kylie Jenner. So being wrapped in the glitz and glamour of the reality TV lifestyle may have put paying taxes to the back of his mind. But since his split with the pop culture princess, Tyga's financial woes really seem to have gotten on top of him, unlike his ex. In March 2016, the rapper was hounded by a $186,000 damage suit after he apparently wrecked a property he rented with hazardous waste. Then in August 2016, Beverly Hills jeweler Jason Arashbin claimed Tyga owed him an eye-watering $280,000 for unpaid jewelry. But his luck kept sliding as his 2016 Ferrari 488 was repossessed several times after he failed to make his repayments. Once while he was out shopping for a new Bentley. That'll definitely cost you some street cred. Feeling T-Pain. T-Pain is real. How, you ask? Reckless spending and bad management. At his peak in 2008, T-Pain is believed to have had more than $40 million in the bank. This hard-earned cash was almost immediately splurged, with the rapper buying outlandish things like a collection of 36 classic cars, including a $1.2 million Bugatti Veyron. Unfortunately, he managed to blow one of the $1 million car's radiators in less than 5 months, costing $90,000 to fix. In an interview from August 2019, T-Pain revealed he was also trusting his manager at the time to invest in real estate properties for him, assuming that he knew what he was doing. Although he never disclosed how many properties were bought or how much he spent, it turns out none of them ever sold. Bad investments and pure fiscal irresponsibility led to the foreclosures of his Florida home after he defaulted on his loan, racking up a bill of $117,158 in repayments, interest, and legal fees. His $6 million home in Atlanta also came under threat of foreclosure, and all of this is without mentioning his brother's recent medical bill at a huge $1.4 million. During this time, he admitted that he'd hit a financial low so deep that he was borrowing money to buy his kids Burger King. $40 million to $0 in 10 years? That's so fast it puts Bugatti to shame. Exhibit A, B, and C. The undisputed king of MTV in the early 2000s was none other than rapper and Pimp My Ride host Exhibit. But when the mighty fall, they fall hard. At his height, he was selling 1 million records per album. But by 2006, that number dropped to just 122,000. Everything then hung on the rapper's TV hosting career, but after Pimp My Ride was canceled in 2007, that paycheck fell flat. Public records show that in 2007, Exhibit was earning $497,175, but that plummeted to just $67,510 in 2008. For most people, that's a decent living. But if you've got 2 houses in Florida and New Mexico to mortgage, plus a high-end lifestyle to fund, that simply doesn't cut it. In 2009, he attempted to file for bankruptcy twice, and even though both attempts were dismissed, his finances were clearly in ruin. In total, he had $739,433 in assets, but court records from 2001 showed he owed over $959,000 in back taxes. To add insult to injury, it was revealed he didn't even own a pimped-out ride himself, but a leased-out 2006 Range Rover costing $2,230 a month. You may see him rolling, but I very much doubt you're hating. Aaron's party is over. Sometimes the dumbest decision is trusting that your parents know exactly what they're doing. That's what child star and now rapper Aaron Carter found out when he turned 18 back in 2005. Up until then, it was thought that his music industry success had earned him upwards of $100 million, but his birthday gift was a tax linen of $4 million, and somehow there was only $2 million left in his hedge fund. His parents had failed to put aside 15% of his earnings into a Coogan account, which is required by law in the United States for child actors. The rest had gone to a $10 million family compound, yachts, cars, and anything else that fueled his family's lavish lifestyle. Owing more than he had, in 2013, Carter had no choice but to file for bankruptcy, but that wasn't the end of his troubles. A life of being pampered meant Carter struggled to grasp how his finances worked and was taken advantage of by managers and people with access to his accounts. He assumed he was about $150,000 in debt, but after appearing on Spike TV's Life or Debt, it was revealed he was actually $227,000 in the hole. Ignorance is bliss, but it sure as hell isn't profitable. Bro Kanye West. There's no shame in admitting you need financial help. Just take a leaf out of Kanye West's Twitter. The 7-time platinum-selling rapper, also known as Yeezy, Yee, or the Louis Vuitton Don, really put himself out there in 2016 when he publicly stated he was in $53 million of personal debt. So how did this rapping giant fall so hard that he resorted to begging Mark Zuckerberg for money? The answer? Fashion. And I'm not talking about buying his wife a new wardrobe every day. She can do that herself. After the success of his album 808s and Heartbreaks, in 2009, Kanye tried to break into the fashion industry with his brand Pastel. But after storming in on Taylor Swift's moment on the 2009 VMA stage and humiliating himself, he retreated into the shadows and quietly folded the company. But he wasn't finished. In 2011, he tried his hand at high-end women's fashion, which was completely slammed by fashion critics. A capsule collaboration with APC followed, and an interview with its founder revealed it put the rapper out at least $30 million and received another round of mixed reviews. His collaborations with Nike on Yeezy sneakers were a tremendous hit, but he revealed he wasn't given a percentage of the sales and eventually moved over to Adidas to expand into clothing. In an interview about his first fashion season, he was quoted to be a further $16 million into the red. So Yeezy stemmed the cash flow hemorrhage, but didn't initially make up for all the failed investments beforehand. Although Kanye did eventually become friends with Zuckerberg and even sang karaoke with him, he never borrowed that $1 billion. He actually ended up earning it all by himself. Since that desperate tweet, the Yeezy brand has built up a strong reputation and made Kanye at least $1.5 billion in 2019 alone. Jesus Christ. Lil' Kim, aka Queen Buzzkill. The original Queen Bee, Lil' Kim, was once the biggest female name in hip-hop, but a brief prison stint really killed her buzz. In 2001, she was convicted of lying to the Grand Court about her friend's involvement in the shooting of 2 rival rappers. Trying to put the incident behind her, in 2002, she bought a huge 6,000 square foot, $2.3 million mansion, which became a huge burden after her former label, Brooklyn Media, sued her for $2.5 million and barred her from putting out any new music. In 2012, it was reported she owed over $1 million in taxes, but by 2018, that figure had skyrocketed. Despite a brief comeback in 2016, which saw her earn $823,000, this appears to have dropped to just over $180,000 in 2018. But after failing to make a $10,155 payment on her mansion that June, it emerged she owed creditors a staggering $4 million. $2 million owed to a loan company linked to her mansion, $1.8 million in unpaid taxes from 2004 to 2017, and $186,000 in unpaid legal bills. The incident forced her to declare bankruptcy. Looks like this Queen Bee should have been more of a worker bee. Bow down, bow wow. Every rapper claims to be rolling in Benjamins and dropping dollars at the club until they're asked to pay child support. And rapper Bow Wow can be added to that list. Having released songs bragging about his lavish lifestyle like Mo Money and Prince of Fame, it all seemed to dry up in October 2012 when he claimed he had no money to pay $3,000 a month in child support because he earned just $4,000 a month. This news came almost a year after it was reported he drove a $200,000 Bentley to his agent's office where he begged for money because he was dead broke. A few weeks later, Bow Wow denied the Bentley had been repossessed, while it was discovered the rapper owed $91,000 to the IRS. Court documents from the time show he owed $283,000 to a company who leased him a Ferrari 430 in 2008, which was then also repossessed in 2009. Since then, he's been caught multiple times exaggerating the state of his finances while adamantly telling the world he's not broke. Like here, when he posted a stack of cold hard cash on his Instagram, later found to be taken from actual millionaire Timothy Sykes' profile. Or here, when he claimed to be flying to New York on a private jet, but was caught by a fan flying in an economy. Or here, when he drove a Ferrari to the Grammys and posted a photo, followed by the car rental company he had borrowed it from showing him up and using the same image. Looks like this dog has had his day, and it is well and truly over. Can't follow a simple Ja Rule. To the hip-hop fans among you, Ja Rule is an early 2000s rapping legend who had multiple top 20 Billboard hits and was featured in videos alongside the immortal J-Lo. To everyone else, he's that ass from the Fyre Festival scam. In 2017, the absolute car crash that was meant to be a luxury festival in the Bahamas failed spectacularly in the hands of Ja Rule and his business partner Billy McFarland. By some miracle, Ja Rule managed to squirm out from the $100 million lawsuits that landed at his door following the festival's collapse, but that wasn't the fraudulent end for Ja Rule. It wasn't even the beginning. In 2011, this rapper had been handed a 2-year jail sentence for evading $1.1 million in tax. But in 2019, that figure got even worse when the IRS court files were released showing Ja Rule now owed over $1.5 million for taxes evaded from 2005 to 2008, as well as over $400,000 from 2016. Yet another high-rolling rapper who somehow can't afford to pay his taxes. Now that's what I call coming under heavy fire. Birdman with a bird brain. You may not have heard of the rapper Birdman, but you definitely know the acts that his label Cash Money has driven to the main stage. Drake, Nicki Minaj, and Lil Wayne's success have led to Birdman's company being one of the most successful record labels in hip-hop history. But all that money doesn't seem to have been enough to stop Birdman facing bankruptcy. In September 2017, a company named EMG Transfer Agent accused Birdman of borrowing $12 million in 2015 and putting his insanely expensive $14.5 million Miami mansion up as collateral. After defaulting on the loan, the company kicked him out of the house and seized the property along with all its contents. The 9-bed, 17-bathroom mansion features a below-ground pool, 100 feet of waterfront property, and a private dock, also containing 4 collectible Gucci bikes, which the company has listed as missing and is holding Birdman accountable for. The amount Birdman owes is outstanding at an eye-watering $20.5 million, and that's not including legal fees or interest. Initially, EMG put the property on the market in 2017 at a whopping $20 million, but 3 years on, that cost has been slashed to $12.9 million. So even if it does miraculously sell, that still leaves Birdman with a $7 million hole to fill. Maybe your mom can help out with that. Which of these broke rappers do you think made the dumbest decisions? Let me know in the comments below, and thanks for watching. There's nothing more satisfying than a heaping slice of justice. It's even better when it occurs naturally, carried out in accordance with the universe's twisted sense of humor. Karma has been dealing out justice since the dawn of time, but only recently have technological advancements allowed us to capture its wickedly wonderful ways on video. So, to do justice to karma's abiding place in the public consciousness, here's an all-encompassing mixture of some of the most satisfying times karma came for awful people, past and present. Thanks to the internet, we can all experience the satisfaction of seeing infuriatingly inconsiderate people receive some instant justice in super convenient video form. In this viral clip, a woman clearly thinks her conversation with a friend is more important than allowing the train to leave the station on time. Train delays are annoying enough, let alone when they're caused by selfish individuals. With a swift kick, the situation was resolved, much to the surprised pleasure of the other passengers. Time to rewind. This timeless tale, passed down through the generations, begins at the end of the 19th century. When Texan Henry Zeiglin broke his fiance's heart by calling off their engagement, she was so distraught that she committed suicide. Her brother, overcome by vengeance-fueled fury, made his way onto Henry's land and shot him before using the second round in the chamber on himself. Little did he know, the first bullet had merely grazed the side of Henry's head, shooting off into the woodland behind him. Henry survived the ordeal, and 20 years passed. One day, Henry was carrying out some landscaping on his property, removing several trees in the process, but one was proving difficult to uproot. Henry resolved to blow it up with some TNT, which wasn't so unusual then as it sounds now. Henry detonated the TNT and died instantly. Not from the explosion itself, though. Buried deep within that tree was the very bullet that had missed him by a millimeter 2 decades earlier. In the explosion, it had been launched back out and hit its original mark. Seems his jilted lover finally got her payback. You're about to see why you should never turn your back on a cowboy. This armed robber seems to be new to the job, as he wears no facial cover, nor does he see fit to change out of his regular, casual hoodie and cap. He threatens the till operator and the mustachioed bystander with his handgun, and things seem to be going fairly well for him. But by the way this guy takes off his glasses, you can tell it wasn't going to end well for the robber. Things take a turn for the unexpected when an oblivious customer approaches the till with her items. The would-be robber is startled and makes a serious error. Little does he know, the cowboy is waiting for him to slip up. As soon as the robber turns around, the cowboy intervenes. This rare, unlikely act of calm bravery proved to be a potentially life-saving example of right person, right place, right time. After some scuffling, the robber is apprehended by a neat throat takedown. Let's see that again. Is karma a feminist? Looking at most of human history, you probably wouldn't think so. Yet this story from 1887 raises a few questions. In an effort to have a jolly good laugh at the expense of the female sex, a handful of fellows who were displeased with the success of women's rights activists in their Kansas town decided to take action. The group of around 20 men submitted their candidate for the mayoral elections, a woman named Susanna Salter. But their chortle soon turned to gasps of astonishment. The men were certain that no one would ever vote for a woman as mayor. But Susanna, who had been involved with the push to allow female involvement into politics, went on to win 60% of the vote. She became the first female mayor in the United States, and what could be described as the living manifestation of a middle finger. There's nothing more rage-inducing than a reckless driver who feels like they have the right to break the rules at their own convenience, especially when they put others in danger in the process. Luckily, from time to time, karma has our backs. Case in point, this impatient meathead decides the driving lanes aren't up to his standards and opts to speed along in the parking lane, giving the middle finger as he does. Fast forward a bit and he gets held at a set of lights. The cameraman has the great pleasure of seeing red and blue lights appear in the reflection of the car in front. Like we all would, the cameraman chuckles as he passes the reckless driver, who now has a cop car behind him and has descended into an all-encompassing rage, denying any responsibility. Karma served. In this similar case of deliciously instant karma, we see a dashcam owner pull into the left lane, which appears to be clear to avoid a buildup of traffic. Unfortunately, another vehicle is speeding way over the limit, too fast to be initially noticed by the dashcam user. The speeding car behind has to brake, much to his annoyance. So much so, he pulls up in front of the camera owner and climbs out, ready to rumble. But the moment he steps out, he realizes his error. A cop has seen the whole thing and has pulled up directly behind. Despite a hilariously feeble attempt to point the blame on the dashcam user as a justification for the recklessness and seeming threat of violence, there's no way out of this one, and he ended up with a ticket. Ever left a job interview feeling like things couldn't have gone worse? No matter how bad yours was, this next candidate takes the karma cake. When candidate recruiter Matt Buckland was rudely barged out of the way and told to go himself on the tube to work, he brushed off the aggressive encounter and went on with his day. He certainly didn't expect that once he reached his office and sat down to interview a potential new employee, he would find that same antagonistic commuter sat smiling politely across from him. Needless to say, that particular candidate didn't get the job. He did, however, get a healthy dose of karma. What's the worst first impression you've ever made? Let me know in the comments below. Who knows, I may even feature yours in a future video. Sports can get pretty heated from time to time, but that doesn't justify cheating. It definitely doesn't justify pushing a fellow cyclist off their bike during a race. The karma here is twofold, as the aggressive cyclist initially falls off his bike before a motley crew of outraged fans even step in. But once they do, he's hoisted up and over. There's a moment of dread before we see the water below, but either way, it's a long fall, and justice is well and truly served. Not everyone gets to administer their own form of justice in retaliation to being robbed. Nor should they. We have laws to free us of that responsibility. But sometimes the heat of the moment provides an opportunity that's hard to resist. This video outside of Denny's in Los Angeles shows an attempted robbery gone wrong. When the perpetrator forces his way into his victim's car, stealing items and making a break for it, he never anticipates that this individual would seek his own justice. Before the thief knows what's what, the robbed man quickly whips his car around and floors it toward the robber. The robber tries to pull out his gun in defense, but it's too late, and he is sent barreling into the air. That's not all though. When the car collides with the thief, his gun goes off, and he shoots himself in the leg. He won't be running from any cops anytime soon, as he ended up in intensive care. When he's finally released from hospital, his on-camera crime means there won't be much to celebrate either, as he'll be straight off to the slammer. Does PETA control karma? It certainly seemed that way after this unbelievable case of pro-animal rights instant karma took place in 2015. When a Texan spotted a shelled intruder on his property, he quickly grabbed his .38 revolver. You know, because gunfire is the only rational way to get rid of an armadillo. He took aim, fired 3 times, and was struck in the head by his own bullet after it ricocheted off the critter's shell. Luckily for him, the bullet struck his jaw. And though the injuries were minor, I doubt he'll be rushing into another showdown against one of these animals anytime soon. What is it with Texans and hilarious acts of karma? The tale of Francois L'Olonnais is a funny one. He was a pirate operating in the Caribbean during the 1600s. He had a nasty habit of torturing the locals in the coastline towns he and his crew pillaged, taking particular enjoyment in cutting chunks of flesh from his unfortunate victims until they succumbed to their gruesome injuries. Karma finally took its own chunk out of L'Olonnais when he was shipwrecked and captured by natives near Panama. These unfriendly locals gave the pirate their customary treatment for unwelcome guests. They tore him into pieces, alive, throwing his body limb after limb into a raging fire. Now for the infamous case of Maximilien Robespierre. You may already be aware that, during the French Revolution, the newly invented guillotine was up and down more than a Parisian courtesan's girdle. This was due in no small part to the strong advocacy for execution from prominent individuals during and after the Revolution, for which only the highly efficient guillotine could meet the demands. One individual, Monsieur Robespierre, was particularly fond of sending his perceived political opponents to the block during the Reign of Terror. But his strong lust for clean cuts was soon turned around on him, and his own neck ended up on the chopping block when the chaotic tides of the Revolution turned against him. The same type of sharp, shiny poetic justice also fell upon the necks of many of his peers. It's easy to get a little caught up in the wildness of competitive sports, but that doesn't excuse being a jerk to the players. After all, whether your team or not, they're there for your entertainment. In one game, Steve Sullivan of the Chicago Blackhawks sustained a painful hockey stick to the face, but this hockey fan doesn't seem to care much about mutual respect as he mocks Sullivan from the other side of the barrier. Steve seems unfazed. Perhaps he knew Karma was about to deal out some sweet, sweet revenge for him. Shortly afterwards, a stray puck flies through the air, over the barrier, and straight into the once mocking face of a certain deserving crowd member. As if to rub salt into the wound, Sullivan then goes on to score 2 goals in the game for the Blackhawks. Justice doesn't get much quicker or more appropriate than that. So, do you have your own instant karma stories? I'd love to read them in the comments section down below. Thanks for watching. Sometimes justice seems so far out of reach, but every once in a while the universe does us a solid and delivers its own delicious brand of karma upon the awful people who deserve it the most. From clueless criminals to animals with a vengeance, let's jump right into a heaping therapeutic dose of satisfying karma. Flame-grilled mobile domicile. If you're dumb enough to commit theft, it's usually a good idea to carry out your crimes as far away from your home as possible. Unfortunately for a group of careless Californian criminals, good ideas were in short supply in July 2019. They decided to break into a local business mere meters away from the trailer they were living in, cutting the fence, damaging and pooping in a boat parked in the driveway, and using a flare to melt the lock on a storage container. This was all caught on CCTV, but the flare wouldn't be the only thing to burn that night. While the break-in was taking place, their trailer caught fire and was eventually engulfed in a roaring blaze. Locals theorized that the blaze may have been the result of an unattended meth lab in the trailer, something which only adds to the tally of idiot points for this bunch of budget burglars. Either way, by the time the thieves realized, it was too late and the trailer exploded, forcing them to flee the scene. Karma had delivered a burn they wouldn't forget. Barely an inconvenience. Traveling alone in bear territory is, in many cases, a recipe for disaster. But if you do, you should know that bears are pretty curious, and sometimes aggressive, when they notice intruders on their land. And a curious bear is always going to be a little peeved if you pepper spray him in the face. But for Mary Malley, a half-hearted squirt of pepper spray wasn't enough to ward off a black bear that was sniffing around near her cabin deep in the wilds of Alaska. Mary was audibly surprised to encounter the bear during hibernation season.
Please stop, Bear! It's the end of September! Why are you here? You're supposed to be asleep! Why are you here?
Luckily, it didn't take its revenge by eating her, but instead chose to destroy Mary's only means of escape. her kayak. Despite Mary's pleas, the bear seemed to take great pleasure in ripping the boat apart, as if it knew that Mary would be forced to swim in ice-cold waters to a nearby anchored yacht for help. I imagine the bear laughed with joy through his burning eyes and praised himself for a case of karma well done. Snap decisions. There's nothing worse than people who bother animals that clearly want to be left alone. Luckily, on occasion, these types of people come into contact with animals that can stand up for themselves. Like this overly generous young man, who insists on giving a wild snapping turtle a lick of his lollipop. Aggravating a creature with a beak this sharp is, unsurprisingly, not smart. And the kid learns this the hard way, when the uninterested turtle finally agrees to take a chomp out of the boy's finger. The turtle clearly knew where the real sucker was. Training pants. In the immortal words of Shrek,
Better out than in, I always say.
and right? Well, not when you decide to pee outside a busy train station in broad daylight as dozens of commuters pass by. And especially not if you want to avoid humiliation and keep your right to travel by rail. This weak-bladdered, disrespectful individual gained Twitter attention for doing just that in July 2019. British Transport Police not only banned him from travel, they also made him mop up his mess. All while commuters who otherwise may have ended up with wet, smelly footwear looked on in joy and confusion. Justice Junction. Reckless drivers can be incredibly infuriating, but too often they go unpunished. Not this time. A Reddit user's wife captured some instant dashcam karma while waiting at a junction. Up ahead, a pickup can be seen veering around a car which has begun to stop for the red light. Apparently, red lights don't apply to pickup drivers as the person behind the wheel makes the executive decision to cruise across the junction. But what Speedy Gonzalez didn't notice was the police car merely 2 cars behind him. The policeman sure noticed him though, and instantly gave pursuit. Really gives you hope, doesn't it? Cool off. When Ice Cream Man and Reddit user PerthChippies9 gave a free ice cream to a girl whose mother couldn't afford one, he never expected it would cause a problem. But a moment later, he was approached by a woman who demanded 3 free ice creams for her and her kids. Understandably, PerthChippies said no, explaining that his act of generosity was a one-off, and indeed would be considerably unprofitable if he did it for everyone. But while the petulant woman didn't ask to speak to the manager, she did kick up a fuss. It didn't help her case, and when she started bringing the recipient of the free ice cream's race into the equation, PerthChippies had had enough. Inside of the angry woman, he began handing out free ice creams to several other families who were sitting on the grass nearby. The woman stormed off, infuriated. PerthChippies, on the other hand, basked smugly in his self-administered, deliciously petty dose of instant karma. Last legs, last laugh. Hunting's a controversial topic, but there's no denying that a deer probably isn't too pleased when it gets nailed with a deadly projectile. In this case from 2015, the projectile was a crossbow bolt, which injured the deer and caused it to flee. When the Wisconsin hunter responsible tried to track the deer down to finish the job, it leapt out of the thick brush and chased him down, headbutting him in the leg and leaving him in the hospital. While the fate of the deer after it took its revenge is unknown, I'm sure it felt satisfied at having slightly rebalanced the scales of justice for all his friends mounted above hunters' fireplaces. Pride and punishment. Sometimes animals deliver their own form of justice for fallen comrades in a much more extreme way than a simple headbutt. In 2018, a group of poachers met a grisly end while hunting lions in the Sibuya Game Reserve in South Africa. Poaching is highly illegal in the area, but the legal system wouldn't be administering punishment this time. When the park's anti-poaching dogs drew their handler's attention to an area of the park that homed a pride of lions one Monday morning, he'd expected to see poachers in the act. What he found, however, were a mismatch of shoes, gloves, hunting rifles, and most significantly, a skull and a chunk of pelvis. It was clear that the hunters had been overwhelmed and completely devoured by the lions. Not every poacher gets their comeuppance, but these South Africans got the lion's share. Citizen slaps back. Sometimes awful people inadvertently administer their own karma. For these slap-happy young men, karma comes in threes. For no good reason, these hooligans, crammed onto a scooter, decided to triple slap a passerby. But their violence would be their own downfall as the slaps send their scooters spiraling off balance. I'll let the karma speak for itself. The Circle of Strife. If you're ever curious about how to rack up tons of bad karma, look up Nikolai Yezhov. This unpleasant fellow was head of the Russian secret police agency, the NKVD, from 1936 to 1938. In his short time there, he oversaw the application of terrible atrocities against hundreds of thousands of innocent people who were captured, interrogated, tortured, and often murdered for anti-communist agendas. Unfortunately, what constituted anti-communist was at the discretion of those who implemented the harsh totalitarian practices. Under Yezhov, the number of Russians imprisoned in the squalid work camps that were the gulags almost tripled in a mere 2 years. But as was the tendency with communist leader Joseph Stalin, he soon decided that Yezhov was too powerful and knew too much. In 1939, Yezhov was arrested, and over the next year he would receive the same imprisonment, torture, interrogation, and eventually execution that he had gladly overseen on so many occasions. Gesture of justice. After the terrors of Nikolai Yezhov, we all need some lighthearted karmic refreshment. This dashcam video of the rather aggressive driver of a comically unintimidating car is one hell of a ride. After being unhappily overtaken, the driver of the orange car tries to reclaim some dominance by cutting in front of the driver filming. Unfortunately, he's a little too wrapped up in flipping the bird to focus on the road, and this happens. This angry driver learned the hard way that steering wheels are a better use for your hands than obscene gestures when on the highway. Unwelcome visitors. For a burglar, avoiding being seen is essential. But breaking that first rule without realizing wasn't the only way the scheme of this Glasgow criminal fell apart. When the resident of the targeted home was startled by the sound of breaking glass, he stealthily stuck his phone out of an upstairs window to investigate the source of the commotion. To the man's surprise, he discovered a crowbar-wielding home invader struggling to crack open their front door. Unbeknownst to the burglar, the legal evidence needed to put him away was already being collected by the occupant of the house he'd assumed to be empty. But it got even better. After the homeowner called the police, they soon arrived harnessing cat-like stealth despite their fluorescent jackets. It's not often that a burglar is caught in the act, but the swift clubbing administered by the first policeman on the scene will give some sweet, much-needed karmic satisfaction to anyone who's ever been robbed. Brick for brains. Have you ever watched a film like Home Alone and thought, surely no criminals are this stupid and incompetent in real life? Well, anyone playing Harry and Marv could do worse than to use these two bumbling burglars as character studies for any future Home Alone sequels. The two petty criminals attempt to break into a business by hurling bricks at the window. When the first brick barely leaves a dent, the first burglar makes room for his accomplice to have a crack at it. Unfortunately for him, he decides to move directly into the flight path of a hard, heavy, high-velocity object, courtesy of his fellow burglar. The impact knocks the burglar out cold, and his partner in crime is forced to drag him off in a decidedly undignified escape. The Shanghai Public Security Bureau released the CCTV footage to the public, and while the suspects have not yet been identified, they've certainly received punishment. After all, I'm fairly sure international embarrassment on countless global media sources wasn't on their list of aims that evening. Neither was a brick to the face. Hot-footed. Some people will go to astounding lengths to carry out their perverted fantasies, often at the cost of violating other people's privacy in disgusting ways. Some of them, luckily, receive a prime delivery of universal justice. One such man went to great lengths to take upskirt pictures of women in public in 2018. He rigged up a small camera to fit inside his shoe, allowing him to snap his pervy pics unnoticed. Either he'd never heard of the internet's abundance of naughty but consensual images, or he found some sick pleasure in the overcomplicated risk. Whatever the reason for his weird little scheme, the camera's battery exploded before he was able to snap a single shot, injuring his foot. Reflecting on the seemingly divine intervention that led to his chemically burned toes, he realized that there was something very wrong about the whole ordeal and handed himself into the police. Safe to say this guy won't be getting off on the wrong foot anymore. Were you as satisfied as I was with the sweet, sweet justice these clowns received? Have you experienced or witnessed instant karma? Let me know in the comments section below. Thanks for watching. Sometimes it really does seem like the worst people get away with everything. Indeed, seeing the actions of terrible people go unpunished can be a soul-crushing experience. But luckily, we have karma. Every now and then it steps in, delivering some super satisfying justice to those who deserve it. So get comfortable and prepare to see the justice of the world rebalanced as we explore a few incredible cases of karmic comeuppance. License and registration, officer. Some people get their kicks from skydiving or jet skiing. Others get theirs from mountain climbing or marathons. But Matthew Disbro, a security guard from Mesa, Arizona, got his from impersonating a police officer. Disbro decked out his Dodge Charger with phony police paraphernalia, including a set of blue and red lights. Wearing a police uniform, he would drive around pulling people over to satisfy his bizarre craving for power. One day in July 2018, he set his sights on a yellow Ford Mustang and switched on his red and blues. The car refused to pull over, so Disbro rode alongside its occupants, signaling them to stop. What Disbro didn't realize was that the occupants of the car were actually real undercover cops. They'd noticed his decked-out car and ran the number plate, only to discover it was a civilian vehicle. In turn, the officers activated their own flashing lights, and the right man was finally pulled over and arrested. For impersonating a police officer, he could be facing imprisonment for up to 5 years or more, or fined thousands of dollars. Eyes on the road. As hard as it might sometimes seem, if this next clip is anything to go by, it's always worth keeping a cool head while on the road. The video sees a hot-headed motorcyclist who's more concerned with berating a driver for braking too soon than he is about watching the road. Consumed by his frustration, the biker doesn't see the car in front of him braking suddenly. And, as if to demonstrate exactly what he'd been angry about narrowly avoiding in the first place, he crashes straight into the back of the car in front. It seems like this guy really wanted a reason to be mad. He's certainly got one now. Plate full of karma. When Reddit user Donner1701 was T-boned by a reckless driver, they were understandably mad. And when the guilty driver then sped off out of sight, it seemed Donner's luck for the day was all dried up. But when they got out of their vehicle to assess the damage, they noticed a beautiful glimmer of hope sitting just above the wheel arc. Right there lied a piece of karmic goodness that would make tracking the hit and runner a lot easier. The other car's license plate. While the repairs may have been costly, Donner's car's new decoration must have sweetened the deal a little. Of course, in Texas, it's considered weird if you don't have someone else's number plates embedded in your car. Say it, don't spray it. Protests and demonstrations may cause a few inconveniences here and there, but they're an important part of a democratic society. In March 2019, protesters in Sofia, Bulgaria were demonstrating in hopes of achieving a more direct democracy in their country when police opened fire with pepper spray. Hoping to suppress the crowds with the spray, which is jam-packed with capsaicin, the chemical that gives chili peppers their heat, the Bulgarian police gave little thought to the wind direction. Though only one officer unleashed the spray, he did so over the shoulders of his colleagues, and against the wind. As you might expect, the excruciating mist was blown back into the eyes of several of his workmates, incapacitating them in pure agony. On the road again. A heist is an extremely difficult thing to pull off. It requires intelligence, skill, and most importantly, a cohesive team. Unfortunately, these three criminal geniuses possessed none of the above. Sharing a single motorbike, the three approach the rear of a truck. The designated bolt cutter operator makes quick work of the truck's rear door locks, and he hands the cutters back to his trusty friend, the designated bolt cutter holder. Clambering gracefully onto the truck, Mr. Bolt Cutter is ready for the riches that await in the next stage of the operation. Unfortunately, his co-heisters forget that trucks have brakes and are sent barreling onto the asphalt when it decelerates. This leaves old Bolty McGee with a difficult decision. With no means of escaping with any valuables, he eventually opts to take what can only have been an extremely butt-warming ride along the road. Taste of revenge. Between the 8th and 11th centuries, Vikings enjoyed a period of violent conquest. What is now the United Kingdom was once a very common target for Viking raids and takeovers. One smaller conquest of this kind was carried out by Sigurd the Mighty in 892, after he developed a desire to expand his influence beyond the Isles of Orkney. He arranged a battle against a Pictish nobleman named Mael Brigdy the Bucktoothed, which was to take place in what now is northern Scotland. The pair agreed to bring 40 men each to the battle, but Sigurd was not a man of his word. Bringing 80 men instead, Sigurd wiped out Mael's forces and beheaded him. In celebration of his ill-gotten victory, Sigurd paraded around with Mael's severed head attached to his horse. But Mael got his revenge from beyond the grave. You see, the Pictish nobleman was known as Mael Brigdy the Bucktoothed for a reason. As Mael's head bobbed around with every gallop of the horse, his large teeth pierced Sigurd's leg. The wound soon became infected, and Sigurd died shortly after. Now that's the kind of anti-cheating story I'll be bringing up next time I spot someone helping themselves to some free cash in Monopoly. Cutting out the paperwork. I'm no criminal mastermind, but I think it's fair to say that bank robberies turn out best when your identity remains hidden. A robber in Cleveland, Ohio seems not to play by those rules, however, as anonymity seemed pretty low on his priority list. For one thing, he entered the Cleveland bank without a mask in plain sight of the CCTV. But stupidity cemented his failure when he handed over his demand note to the bank teller. The baffled teller noticed that the paper the robber used was a personal document from the Ohio Bureau of Motor Vehicles and was complete with his name and address. The note, which he left at the scene, paired nicely with the CCTV footage, and he was soon arrested. I'm sure the cops were kind to him though, as he did all the hard work for him after all. My war. Whatever your views on the Iraq War, there's no denying that it was a controversial development in global history and resulted in many casualties. But some members of the US media, before it had even begun, were highly vocal in their support of the invasion of Iraq. One of the strongest pro-invasion voices was that of Michael Kelly, a journalist from the New York Times, Washington Post, and other outlets. His support for the war reached a peak in 2003 when he was shipped off to report on the events firsthand. Now, whether karma is pro-war or anti-war is a pretty hot topic among those who study the teachings of the Vedas. But it certainly seems to possess a sense of poetic justice. Because you see, Michael Kelly, vocal advocate of a controversial war whose impacts would be felt throughout the following decades, learned a significant lesson about the nature of war. It kills people. And in an ironic twist of fate, this passionately pro-war journalist became the first American reporter to be killed in the Iraq War. Killer story. According to a timeless expression, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. But like a rebellious teenager, karma doesn't play by those rules, and as you'll see, seems to favor a punishment fitting the crime. When a man was beaten to death in Calgary, Canada in July 2019, the seemingly unprovoked act of violence shocked the city. But while the killer didn't appear to know his victim, the victim was no stranger to violence. As police investigated, they realized that the victim had previously served a 4-year sentence for beating a stranger to death in 2011. Not only had the man been murdered like his own victim, the circumstances had been almost identical. It may seem a little poetic, but that's pretty brutal karma, even for you. Steaming pile of karma. In case it wasn't already clear, leaving a dog locked up in a car is not cool. Even with a window cracked, cars can quickly heat up and become death traps for poor unattended poochies. And as you'll see, there are other reasons it's a bad idea. Apparently, one car-bound pup wanted to make a protest against its temporary car park abandonment by its owners. A dirty protest, that is. Behold in all its glory. I call it Doggo's Dashboard Dookie. I can't help wondering how long it took the owners to notice. And more so, what if the phantom poop rolled into the AC? Perhaps that's exactly the kind of air blast these people deserve. Riding dirty. For some people, a hefty dose of karma seems inevitable. Only sometimes it can take a frustratingly long amount of time to manifest. This was the case for YouTuber Moto Teeny, whose entire channel revolves around acts of general arrogance, aggression, and recklessness as he rides his bike around his local area. One video sees him get spotted by a police officer after performing a wheelie on a busy road. Despite the officer signaling him to pull over, Teeny is less than helpful. He races away, cutting off and endangering various drivers, including another police car. Eventually, Teeny's little rampage comes to an end when he crashes into a turning car and is left to kiss the tarmac. Luckily, the turning driver was unharmed, and the episode came to a fitting end. The driver called the police, but Teeny was only sent to motorbike boot camp. Don't worry though, I wouldn't leave you without a satisfying ending. While at boot camp, Teeny got into a fight and the judge re-evaluated his case, deciding this maniac motorcyclist would be better suited for prison. I agree, but I would have forced him to ride a little pink tricycle around too. Divine intervention. Setting fire to other people's property is bad enough, but when you set fire to a place of religious worship to suit a twisted agenda, then you're really asking for a visit from the karma police. One man in Exeter, England learned this when he tried to burn down a local synagogue in July 2019. CCTV captured him pouring gasoline through a smashed window at the scene in preparation. Following this, he threw in a burning piece of paper in hopes of maximum destruction. Destruction came, but not the kind he'd been expecting. If this clip is anything to go by, it seems the dragons from Game of Thrones adopted Judaism after the show ended. And they don't take kindly to anti-Semites. The huge blast severely burnt the man's face, hair, and hands, and you can even see the smoke billowing from his head as he staggers away. Though he did do 23,000 pounds of damage to the synagogue, at least the police search would have been relatively easy. Suspect may be missing eyebrows and eyelashes. When police eventually caught the pyromaniac, he was ordered into confinement at a mental hospital for an unlimited amount of time. I hear he prefers haircuts now, rather than the classic singe trim he once sported. Did you feel satisfied with the divine justice heaped upon these awful people? Do you know of any other satisfying cases of karma in action I missed out on? I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comment section below. Thanks for watching. Everybody loves to see some karma in action, but sadly in real life, it's all too rare. Luckily, you don't have to wait for the universe to deliver up some instant justice. I've already done it for you. So just sit back, relax, and get ready for some super satisfying tales of karma giving bad people the punishment they deserve. A drink with a stink. When police in Laverton, Australia were called to a crime scene in 2016, it was immediately obvious that the criminals had already been duly punished. A tour bus driver had returned to his vehicle, noticing what seemed to be a fuel cap on the ground, evidence that people had tried to siphon his gas. Typically, fuel thieves will remove the cap, attach a hose to the fuel port, and suck to get the fuel flowing on a heist like this. Only on closer inspection, the bus driver discovered that the actual fuel cap was still firmly in place. He was dumbstruck to find, instead, that the cap on the ground had been removed from the bus's sewage tank, and there was a literal spattering of evidence on the ground that, in a short-lived effort, the perpetrators had attempted to suck fuel and instead sucked stool. The officers spotted the signs of a quick getaway after this shameful realization. Needless to say, the police had very little interest in recovering those stolen goods. Karma, you nasty. Double fly tipping. When a farmer in the UK grew tired of fly tippers dumping their trash on his land, he took to patrolling the vicinity at night to catch them in the act. He was successful and confronted a couple of white van men intruding on his property in April 2019, but wrestling one of them to the ground wasn't enough. The farmer had brought a friend along. That friend happened to be driving a digger and wasted no time ramming into the junk-laden van and tipping it over. As this farmer proved, the only way to deal with fly tippers is to tip them right back. Home sweet home confinement. Occasionally, the punishment fits the crime in the most delightful ways. This was exactly the case for a Kansas man named Lawrence Ripple, who robbed a bank in 2017. After the bank teller handed over the cash during the robbery, Lawrence waited politely in the lobby for the police to arrive and put up little resistance when they did. Only when the police interviewed the robber's wife did they find out why he'd been so cooperative. It turned out Lawrence had revealed his crime plans to his wife, telling her he'd rather be in jail than at home with her. The whole fiasco had been an attempt to get away from his wife, and once he'd been put through the court system, karma had been truly served. His sentence? 6 months house arrest. Plenty of time to make it up to his beloved wife. Not on my land. When a Redditor moved into a new house, they disliked the fact that their kitchen window looked straight into their neighbor's kitchen. Seeking some privacy, they laid down a load of plants so the view would be obscured. It was costly, but it seemed worth it. The next day, they awoke to find that their neighbor had chopped down all of the plants, and when confronted, he claimed they'd been planted on his property line. Not wanting to cause trouble with the new neighbors, the Redditor stayed quiet and laid down some new plants, but closer to their own home this time. There was no way these could be on the neighbor's property line, but the neighbor cut them down again with the same claim. That was the last straw. The Redditor called a professional to assess the property line and found that not only was the neighbor in the wrong, his fence was massively encroaching on the Redditor's property. Long story short, the neighbor lost a quarter of his backyard and had to pay $10,000 for the destruction of property. This time, the plants stayed planted, cementing your fate. Some people seem to think that owning a sports car elevates them above the rules of the road the rest of us have to follow. But thankfully, the rules of physics don't make exceptions for jerks with more money than brains. Nowhere is this better exemplified than in the countless cases of arrogant rule breakers getting stuck in wet cement while trying to beat the game. These cases are ridiculously common and extremely satisfying to behold. There's nothing like cement to really put someone in their place and keep them there. Karma's faithful whip. It's often the case that those who rally the hardest against a certain cause end up being secret perpetrators of that very thing themselves. But rarely is the punishment for this type of hypocrisy as perfect as the case of an Indonesian man named Muklis in October 2019. Muklis was part of a council that drafted laws into existence in the Aceh region of Sumatra Island, whereby anyone guilty of adultery would receive a painful, humiliating public whipping. Not long after Muklis assisted in the law's passing was he caught, quite literally, with his pants down, with a married woman. The adulterous pair were brought in front of a crowd and caned 51 times between them. While the law is certainly barbaric, the lesson rings true. Practice what you preach, especially if you're practicing on another man's wife. Heist of the century. When an Irish fellow went to visit his father's grave in 2017, the last thing he was expecting at the cemetery was hilarity. But when he stumbled across a truly bizarre crime scene, that's exactly what he got. The cemetery was home to a fake brick-cladded building with a heavy door, and the visitor was surprised to find that, overnight, someone had cut a hole in the side. Slowly, all became clear. Someone had seen the building, and finding it locked, assumed it to be a crypt filled with family valuables. So they'd taken a considerable amount of time to hack their way in. First, they tried and failed to cut the locks, then they unsuccessfully attempted to tear the roof off, and finally, they succeeded by arduously cutting through the wall. Only what they found inside wasn't priceless antique heirlooms. It was a toilet.
It's a toilet.
They'd broken into a cemetery bathroom. Stick to bank vaults next time, maybe, guys. Karma will catch up with you. Sometimes those who accumulate bad karma are able to redeem themselves. That's exactly what happened in August 2019 when a self-proclaimed awful person, in the heat of out-of-character rebellion, stole a bottle of ketchup from a restaurant. No one was any the wiser until the restaurant servers found a note left there a few weeks later. The note confessed to the heinous crime and detailed how, ever since the act was committed, the thief had been plagued with exceptional bad luck. Hours after stealing the ketchup, someone crashed into their car, and countless other disasters followed. So, by providing the restaurant with a ketchup bottle, plus an extra one for good measure, they hoped they'd be able to rebalance the karmic scales. It worked. The note was shared online and went viral. Within a few days, Heinz's official Twitter account had caught wind of the story and launched a search for the ketchup thief. But once they found them, they not only publicly forgave them, they also helped pay for the repairs to the good-natured thief's car. Now that's the kind of good PR I can get behind. And all in the name of ketchup-y karma. Drop like a brick. Sometimes karma is the best deterrent of all. And if the thief in this next clip didn't take the universe's anti-douchebaggery warnings he received to heart, he probably deserves more karmic punishments. When a young car thief in Durham, England attempts to break the window of a parked vehicle, he turns the phrase "banging your head against a brick wall" upside down. Specifically, he brings the wall to him as the thrown brick bounces off the car window, clipping him directly in the face. After he hunches over in pain, he gets karma's message and saunters off to rethink his awful choices. Easy as it gets. Police work isn't easy, but it can be when the criminals do the officers' work for them. In what's essentially the opposite of a high-speed pursuit, this footage captured by Ohio officers in July 2019 sees a drunk driver veering on the road. Thankfully, he's not a threat for very long and parks himself right in front of the police by slowly crashing into their bonnet. He takes a moment to realize what's going on, but when he does, his earphones are pulled out and a feeble escape is attempted. I think that's what it is. It could well be a dance move. Either way, he was charged with a DUI and the police were grateful that he inadvertently made their evening much easier. Stop right there! Sometimes karma can be a little cruel when it hands out its darkly suitable punishments. One such case from 2012 involved a young man with a deadly penchant for stop signs. Tyler A. Myers of Norwalk, Connecticut was driving around one night making other drivers' lives slightly more dangerous, but not by drunken or reckless driving. He'd been stealing stop signs and had amassed quite the collection in the back of his pickup truck from his night's adventures. But for every stop sign he stole, it seems he ignored many others, driving straight past them without any regard for their purpose. If he'd stopped at one sign in particular, whether to obey it or just to steal it, it would have had profound effects that he'd probably never even have noticed. But he chose to drive straight out, past that one stop sign, right into the path of an oncoming truck. Unable to stop, the truck T-boned him, and with his seatbelt unfastened, Myers was killed then and there. He lived by the stop sign, and he died by the stop sign. World's toughest snowman. Some people are jerks out of anger or vengeance, but some are just jerks for the sake of it. Like people who smash up strangers' jack-o'-lanterns or destroy innocent snowmen. But in Kentucky in January 2019, one such snowman fought back. After a homeowner returned to his house to see tire marks parting the snow in his front yard, it didn't take him long to work out what had occurred in his absence. A car had purposefully driven into his yard and attempted to knock down the 9-foot-tall snowman he'd constructed earlier that day. But what the driver didn't realize until it was too late was that the homeowner had used a thick tree stump as the base of the snowman. The driver had likely crashed straight into the trunk, doing more damage to their vehicle than to the snowman. The snow giant, on the other hand, stood strong and proud as the car drove away, broken and embarrassed. Heart's not in it. Now, I'm in no place to say whether karma plays favorites, but cases like this certainly make you wonder. When a pastor in Guarulhos, Brazil was parked on a residential street in January 2019, he was surprised when a group of criminals surrounded his car. They threatened him, attempting a robbery, but when one of them pried open the driver's side door, the biggest surprise of all arrived. The robber at the door collapsed, much to the confusion of his co-conspirators, who soon fled the scene. But the collapsed thief would hold no grudges against his accomplices for abandoning him, because he was dead. It turned out he'd had a heart attack while attempting to rob the pastor and had died almost immediately. The pastor escaped with his life and his car, undoubtedly reaffirming his beliefs for life. Which of these tales of karma gone right did you enjoy the most? Do you have any karma tales of your own? Let me know in the comments section below. If your story is good enough, I might even feature it in a future video. Thanks for watching. It seems some people are magnets for karma's unique brand of instant justice. Usually this is thanks to their awful behavior and lacking moral compasses. But when that sweet, sweet karma finally hits, it certainly makes for some fantastic stories. So sit back, relax, and let's dive right into some satisfying times karma came for awful people. Urban off-roading. Everyone who's ever been behind the wheel of a car can probably admit to bending the rules once or twice when no one else was around. But some rules of the road should never be broken. Not driving on the sidewalk, for example. But not only did one woman from Cleveland, Ohio repeatedly reject that rule, she did so along a sidewalk commonly walked by children. Every day, kids on a school bus would see her impatiently mount the pavement and speed along to avoid waiting for the bus to move along. But one day, karma caught up, and it was all caught on camera. But the instant justice wasn't enough for the Ohio City Council. They decided to let the punishment fit the crime. So the woman was court-ordered to spend one cold morning in November 2012 standing on the busy road where her acts of chronic impatience were carried out, all while holding a sign that said, "Only an idiot would drive on the sidewalk to avoid a school bus." It was a fitting punishment, but I think that having the statement tattooed on her forehead would have been even better. Diaper disposal for dummies. Littering is never the mark of an upstanding citizen, but littering dirty diapers? That's like having a bumper sticker that says, "Scumbag and proud." But when a litterbug decided to dispose of their kids' used diapers straight out of the car window on the I-65 freeway in August 2019, karma reared its head. The dirty bomb flew gracefully through the air and splattered immediately onto the windshield of the vehicle behind. That vehicle, it just so happened, was an Indiana State Troopers police car. The officer made no delay in writing a fine for littering and took to Twitter to inform the world. Even though a used diaper was involved, we all know the real piece of trash in this story was the driver who threw it. A short getaway. When Reddit user Twilling8 lent his Jeep to his brother, he was understandably annoyed when it was stolen after his sibling left the keys in the ignition while parked. But luckily, the looming sibling showdown was de-escalated by a hilarious moment of karma. You see, Twilling 8 was on shift at the local gas station while the theft had played out. While his brother was still on the phone confessing his stupidity, what pulled up to the gas station? Twilling 8's Jeep itself. It seemed the thieves behind the wheel had decided to fill up before making their getaway. Twilling 8 pressed the store's silent alarm, alerting the police, and snuck out while the thieves were pumping the last few drops of gas into the tank. He then sneakily opened the Jeep, took his keys out, and retreated to the gas station. He watched in smug joy as the thieves helplessly searched for the keys, and were so preoccupied they didn't even notice the police arriving. When the cops heard the story, they enjoyed a good laugh as they lugged the thwarted thieves away to the jailhouse. Although karma closed this case quick, it would be a while before Twilling 8 lent his Jeep to his brother again. Taking the bait. If stealing and fencing cars is your main mode of earning cash, and you're not particularly smart, justice is never too far over the horizon. This is well and truly the case for the criminal couple in this video from November 2019. When they find their steal of the night with both front doors conveniently unlocked, they quickly hop in and begin to drive away with ease. There's even a laptop in the back, so it seems their luck is running high. But things get tense when the couple realize they're being followed by a police car and they're forced to skirt off down some side roads. They park up in a driveway and begin to panic as the cop pulls up behind them and approaches. But why is the officer so suspicious of the two? Well, did you consider how this whole encounter was filmed in the first place? The answer is that the thieving couple had stolen themselves a bait car, placed there by the cops for lawless citizens such as themselves. So it's no surprise when the standard excuses don't work.
Yeah, this is a stolen car. This is a bait car.
We didn't know that, sorry.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for these bright young upstarts, we didn't know sorry won't hold up in court, seeing as the whole theft was caught on camera. Thief in the family. When a Reddit user's estranged half-brother re-entered his life after many years apart from his family, he initially assumed his half-brother's motives were good ones. After all, their father was dying of Alzheimer's and the Redditor's half-brother had chosen to quit his job to take on full-time care of their ailing parent. But the true motives became clear when the Redditor's half-brother usurped financial authority on behalf of their father and began channeling their dying parents' funds into his own account. He cleaned out their father's $3,000 savings completely, and their dad died shortly after. But when the Redditor's mom, who was the half-brother's stepmom, also passed away a couple years later, karma finally kicked in for the thieving usurper. It turned out the Redditor's mom had originally intended to leave her stepson $125,000 in her will, but she wrote him out entirely after his thieving actions were discovered. So by stealing that $3,000, he lost out on $1/800,000. The Redditor meanwhile received a tidy $250,000, including the $125,000 originally intended for his half-brother. Hit the road. If there's anyone who deserves a dose of instant justice, it's drunk drivers. And frankly, it doesn't get more wonderfully instant than attempting to flee your moving vehicle, and, well, I'll let the footage speak for itself. Isn't it a thing of beauty? The drunk driver was okay, but hopefully he learned that drunk driving and fleeing the cops is the wrong kind of multitasking. Use some restraint. Unfortunately for most of us, nightmare neighbors are just something we have to get used to. But for one Reddit user, karma came along with their other possessions in the U-Haul truck when they moved into their new home. After one of their new neighbors, a troublesome stay-at-home mom, threatened to vandalize their cars and left anonymous threatening messages for the Redditor's family, enough was enough. This woman, who clearly had too much time on her hands and took a pretty odd spin on Love Thy Neighbor, was reported to the police repeatedly. Eventually, it paid off. After seeing the Redditor's CCTV footage of their neighbor's insane behavior, the court permitted a restraining order against the woman. This restraining order didn't allow her to be anywhere near the Redditor's house. But best of all, the stated range of the restraining order included the woman's own house. Every time she set foot in her home, the Redditor called the police and she was escorted away. Eventually, she had no choice but to live in a hotel until she eventually moved away shortly after. These measures certainly aren't the standard practice for restraining orders, but considering the threats of violence and vandalism the woman was so fond of, the court made an exception. Birdie scores a bullseye. Since humans developed guns, we've been at a bit of an unfair advantage against the other animals of the world. But with the help of karma, one bird decided to protest its disadvantage during its final moments. After being shot by a porch-dwelling casual rifleman, the avian Avenger executes the perfect kamikaze mission. Yep, This bird has clearly been reading up on human anatomy, because man's greatest weakness, despite our use of firearms, continues to be the genitals. Sedgwick sharpshooters. Speaking of firearms, the ability to understand their true power took some people in history a little longer than it probably should have. Case in point, Union General John Sedgwick during the American Civil War. Not understanding quite how accurate and far-ranging the sniping abilities of newfangled rifles were, he berated his men when they took cover from enemy fire. Striding pridefully in the open, he continued to berate them, telling them the enemy couldn't hit an elephant at this distance. But not only could the enemy sharpshooters hit an elephant from the 1,000 yards that separated them, they could quite easily hit a human too. And moments after he'd mocked his comrades, he was shot through the eye by a sniper and died. Robber's wrong turn. In 2005, a robber found out the hard way that karma can have a real bite to it sometimes. After robbing a couple in the streets of Bloemfontein, South Africa, the criminal took off on foot. Pursued by security guards and disoriented in the night's darkness, he somehow ended up in the Bloemfontein Zoo. Luckily for him, he successfully evaded the security guards. Unluckily for him, he ended up accidentally climbing into the zoo's Bengal tiger's enclosure. The next morning, a visitor to the zoo was traumatized when they spotted the thief's severely mauled, lifeless body. It was clear that while the tiger had recently been fed and did need him, their criminal visitor did not receive a warm welcome. But he did receive a toothy mouthful of deadly karma. Karma packs a punch. When a burglar broke into the New York home of an 82-year-old woman called Willie Murphy in November 2019, he probably thought it would be easy pickings. While Willie was preparing for bed, a man started banging loudly on her door, asking to let him in. When she refused, he began ramming his way through the front door, eventually breaking in. But little did he know, the elderly lady waiting inside was an award-winning bodybuilder and a trained fighter. She clobbered the intruder using a table, and when that broke, she clubbed him into submission with the metal table legs. By the time she was done, he was more than ready to leave. Unfortunately for him, the police arrived as he was staggering out, and the dazed criminal was hauled away to jail. In Willie's own words, she really did a number on that man. Where do I sign up for a personal grandma bodyguard? Happy New Year! We've all sent or received an annoying New Year's Eve text or two, but I'm willing to bet that even your most embarrassing New Year's Eve text confession didn't cause as much damage as the one received by a Russian terrorist in 2011. The woman had planned to make her way to Moscow's Red Square with a suicide vest, which she would have her partner remote detonate, causing untold devastation to New Year's revelers. The vest had been rigged to be activated by a single text from her partner, which was a measure to ensure she would have to go through with it even if she had a change of heart. But luckily, a change of heart would never be an option. You see, while she was preparing to leave her safe house, she received a Happy New Year text from her cell phone service provider. The well-meaning text triggered her vest, killing her instantly, and averting what could have been an awful terrorist attack. Turns out phone service providers can do some good every once in a while, but it seems only by accident. Which of these unbelievable karma tales did you find the most satisfying? Do you have any of your own? Let me know in the comments section down below. Thanks for watching. Sometimes in life it feels like the worst people get away with their misdeeds scot-free. But that's not always true. In fact, I can prove to you that every now and then, the universe serves up heaping portions of justice perfectly suited to the worst people. So stay tuned and get your fixings of super satisfying times karma came for awful people. Dashcam doofus. In 2018, a Florida man's attempt to clear his name in the eyes of the law had the opposite effect. After he was involved in a car crash, Xavier Moran sent his dashcam footage into the police to prove the other car had cut him off, causing the accident. However, on reviewing the files, the sheriff's deputy found some even juicier footage the dashcam had captured earlier. The footage showed Moran breaking into a beauty store and burglarizing the place. He'd had no idea the camera had been rolling, but that didn't matter. Thanks to his self-submitted evidence, he pinned himself to a totally unrelated crime. Policing doesn't get much easier than that. Mugshot madness. At the start of 2018, the founders of Mugshots.com were living it up on the profits of their business. Their company based itself around downloading mugshots of people from police websites before the police permanently deleted the images. They'd then upload the mugshots to mugshots.com and turn them into cash. How? Well, having your mugshot online can make things like finding employment pretty tricky. So the people whose photos were featured on mugshots.com would be forced to pay high fees for the website to remove the pics. This worked well for the founders for a while until the authorities clocked onto the scheme, which was, of course, extortion. The founders were arrested, and in a delightfully suitable turn of events, their mugshots were posted and shared online for all to see. Short path of impatience. One of the most satisfying things a driver can experience is seeing an overly impatient motorist get their comeuppance. That satisfaction was undoubtedly savored by the dashcam owner in this clip, which shows a couple of self-serving motorists take a shortcut up the wrong side of the road. Their attempts to skip the traffic don't get them far though, as they're soon seen backing it up. What follows is a comically long stream of motorcycle riding police officers who look none too happy with the traffic jumpers. All aboard the Karma Convoy. Puck luck. This next story comes from Reddit user Arnoldbog, who unintentionally delivered a dose of karma to his sister on a childhood trip to Montreal. Having bought a hockey puck as a souvenir, Arnoldbog was understandably annoyed to find his sister had hidden it somewhere in their hotel room to tease him. Without the patience for diplomatic inquiries, he burst into a fit of rage and whacked his sister around the head with a pillow to get some answers. He got the answers he needed, and his sister got some nasty bruises. Because where had she hidden the puck? Inside the pillowcase. Tantrum tumble. This next video was captured at an iron stomach eating and drinking contest, where the contestants have to consume as much of the disgusting concoctions on offer as possible. Among the offered items were warm beer, cat food, salt water, cottage cheese, and cold gravy, among plenty other options in various combinations. The rules were simple. Consume as much as possible, and if you vomit, you lose. There was even a trawl dug out to catch puke and leftovers. After reaching his limit, the fellow in the clip angrily throws his cup away and storms off in a sore loser's tantrum, before slipping over straight into the trawl. Coated in liquids too foul to describe, he tries and fails to escape, facing utter humiliation. Next time, Mr. Grumpy, eat your cat food with a smile. Playtime's over. In 2018, the security guard at a 7-Eleven in Gardena, California spotted two suspicious hooded figures walking into the store and proceeding to rob the cashier at gunpoint. Fearing for the cashier's life, the security guard stormed in and shot both robbers before calling the cops. While neither of the robbers were seriously injured, the cops were surprised to find upon their arrival that the gun-toting robber's weapon was actually a non-functional replica. In jail, the amateur criminals would have plenty of time to reflect on the dangers of bringing a toy to a gunfight. Hearts full of fear. Even putting the terrors he inflicted upon millions of people aside, life as someone working closely with Joseph Stalin was one of constant fear of imprisonment or execution. For example, in 1951, a Soviet doctor recommended that Stalin work less and rest more for the good of his health. That doctor was promptly arrested and charged as a spy, suspected of trying to undermine Stalin's authority. With this kind of ultra-suspicious paranoid treatment waiting for anyone who questioned the strength and well-being of the communist leader, it's not surprising that doctors were afraid to treat Stalin. When Stalin failed to appear from his chambers one morning, so the story goes, his staff and physicians were too fearful to enter and check on him without his permission. By the time someone finally did, he'd been lying on the floor for hours, having suffered a stroke. When doctors were finally called in, hands shaking with fear, making diagnosis difficult, the stroke's effects had already worsened. The dictator died soon afterwards, urine soaked from his loss of bladder control, and a suitably undignified end for a man with so much blood on his hands. His paranoia and love of persecution ultimately cost him his life. Bovine comedy. Being mean to animals is often the mark of a psychopath, but in this next clip, it's the mark of an idiot who meets with a suitable punishment. I'm not sure what this guy expected. If he was trying to move the bovine beast, with the immense weight cows have, he'd probably have more luck kicking a car. Despite plummeting into a creek, the man survived, as did the cow, but I somehow doubt they went on to become besties. Hot diggity dog. In 2017, karma struck a robber extremely hard in a very sensitive place. When the criminal demanded money at gunpoint at a hot dog fast food joint in Chicago, the serving staff accidentally spilled the store's cash onto the floor. While bending down to pocket the loot, the robber placed his pistol into his waistband and, having gathered enough cash, began to run away. As he did so, however, the pistol suddenly went off. Injured, he had no choice but to sit and wait for an ambulance to come. I don't blame him for stopping though, because that hot dog thief had managed to shoot himself directly in the wiener. Despite his unfortunate injury, the court didn't have much sympathy, and he went straight from hospital to jail. Parting gift. When Reddit user Nico12995 was driving along one day, his heart skipped a beat when he noticed a car pulling out of a junction dangerously close up ahead. So he slammed on the brakes and prepared for the worst. There was a bang, but Nico's car seemed relatively unscathed. He pulled a U-turn hoping to exchange details with the other driver, only to see the guilty party speeding off down the road. Upon inspecting the damage to his own car, Nico noticed something had been wedged into his door. With a little force, he bent the object back, revealing it to be the number plate of the hit and runner. Slowly, it began to make sense. When the other car had pulled out, Nico's car had grazed the front, picking up the number plate as he went. Needless to say, tracking down the dangerous driver became a lot easier with that handy bit of unexpected evidence. Street relief. If you ever feel a desperate need to relieve yourself in public, you should always keep an eye out for the 5-0. What you definitely shouldn't do is take a leak on a police vehicle. But the drunken man in this clip not only turns a cop car into a DIY urinal, he does it right in front of the policeman. Whether or not he's making a dumb, edgy statement, he fails to spot the officer on his rapid approach. He's just finishing up when he spots the policeman and attempts an escape. It goes just about as well as you'd expect. Hopefully a night in a cell will teach him that making a quick getaway kinda depends on you not being too drunk to run. Hoes don't care. The only thing more annoying than someone who thinks they're above the parking rules everyone else has to follow is someone whose awful parking makes emergency workers' jobs more difficult. Luckily, firefighters occasionally get the chance to teach problematic parkers a valuable lesson when their illegal parking blocks access to fire hydrants. When the need arises, firefighters will connect their fire hose to the hydrant by any means necessary. And if that means going through the car, so be it. A couple of smashed windows are a small price to pay for potentially risking lives for selfishness, though I doubt the car owners usually see it that way. Still, I'll bet it's super satisfying for the firefighters to let off a little steam with a totally justified window smashing. The Simple Six. If you're going to make the awful decision to steal from a store, you should probably, at the very least, make sure you've got a reliable way out afterwards. But 6 rookie criminals from Cincinnati, Ohio forgot this golden rule when they attempted to load their backpacks with stolen goods from a dollar store in 2018. Of course, the fact that they'd chosen a dollar store as their target already says all you need to know about their professionalism as thieves. But their incompetence also extended to their getaway vehicle, which refused to start once they'd left the store. With the thieves stuck trying desperately and unsuccessfully to get their car working, witnesses had plenty of time to note their appearances, which were later fed back to the police. By the end of the day, all 6 had been arrested. For a lesson on how not to be a criminal, look no further than Cincinnati's Simple Six. Corona Party. In March 2020, when lockdown measures were being introduced to slow the spread of COVID-19, one group of friends attempted to prove that all the fuss was nonsense. Believing the virus posed no real risk, these brain cell deficient buddies from Kentucky decided to throw a coronavirus party in defiance of self-isolation recommendations. With no regard for social distancing, the group partied the day away. But little did they know, karma was lurking on the horizon. A few days after the party, news reports emerged that proved their arrogant ideas wrong in the most spectacular way. It turned out at least one of the party's attendees had contracted coronavirus. All of a sudden, all those safety guidelines seemed a little less ridiculous. While the confirmed case did unfortunately make each partygoer a potential infection threat to anyone they encountered, they couldn't have been proven wrong in a more fitting way. COVIDiot. When there's a global pandemic underway, if you're actively choosing to disregard the views of medical professionals, you're not just a danger to yourself, you're also a danger to whoever you come into contact with. So in May 2020, when Florida man Brian Lee Hitchens began spouting off on social media about how the coronavirus was a fake crisis, his dangerous stupidity began to spread. But before Brian's followers were able to fully take his ramblings on board, he was forced to publicly retract his statements when he and his wife both caught coronavirus. Whoopsie. While they both survived the infection, several days of treatment in hospital were more than enough for Brian to encourage his followers to take things a little more seriously. While the U-turn was certainly a good thing, it shouldn't have taken karma's twisted sense of humor for this fellow to stop being a total COVIDiot.
The lesson? Don't be like Brian. Be smart and stay safe out there. Do you have any crazy instant karma tales of your own to share? Send them across to karma@bmas.com and I may feature yours with a shout out next time. Thanks for watching. Sometimes justice can seem in all too short supply in the world, but occasionally our old pal Karma steps in to balance the books, and when it does, boy does it feel good. Get ready for that warm fuzzy feeling of justice being dealt as we explore some more satisfying times Karma came for awful people. Incriminating alias. In 2015, one Florida man seemed to believe giving a fake name to the police was a genius tactic when he was pulled over for a cracked windscreen. Having lost his license due to a DUI and with an outstanding warrant for aggravated battery out against him, the novice criminal gave a made-up name to the officer. But when the officer pulled up the details associated with that fake name, the criminal mastermind's plan fell apart. Why? Well, it just so happened that the name he'd plucked out of thin air was actually a real person with a very real DUI of their own. So the officer took the alias master to the station, where his real identity was eventually revealed. Giving his real name didn't make much difference though, because he was prosecuted not only for his pre-existing warrant, but for driving without a license and obstructing the course of justice. Scoot 'em up. While illegally riding his electric scooter along the sidewalk in July 2019, a Chicago resident collided with a pedestrian and sped off without remorse. In the wake of the unusual hit and run, the police were called, and they'd soon track down the two-wheeled fiend. However, when the police flashed their lights and siren to get the scooter rider to pull over, a man driving his car mistakenly assumed the signal was for him. The mistaken driver then pulled over to the edge of the road and, not seeing the scooter scoundrel, accidentally struck him down. Indirectly, justice was served to the scooter scoundrel in the form of a lengthy hospital stay, followed by a citation for riding a scooter on the sidewalk. Although I'd say being seen riding a scooter in public is punishment enough. What's your beef? In school, there's always that one kid whose only personality trait is being as much of a jerk to as many people as possible. Unfortunately, those kids usually get away with it somehow, but not the kid in this clip from 2016. While his friend discusses the schedule for a farmer's market with a local news interviewer, the kid in question gets a little slap happy with a couple of the cows in the background. His inexplicable episode of animal annoyance doesn't last long, luckily, as while the cows don't seem too troubled by the boy's antics, they do teach him a lesson. Squashed together by the comparatively huge animals, the boy has no choice but to wait out his punishment until the cows finally release him. His rescue assistant seems tired of his shenanigans, as if this kind of nonsense is a daily occurrence, and his friend doesn't even turn around. It's a simple lesson, but one I hope this mean-spirited whippersnapper learned. Don't mess with animals that are around 10 times your size. Shake some tail feather. If you've ever spent time around peacocks, you'll know how infuriating their noisy cries can become. However, that's not a justification to steal one that doesn't belong to you. But in Miami in 2018, one fellow, either through annoyance at the noise or a desire to possess his own brightly feathered companion, stole a neighbor's peacock straight out of their yard. Captured on CCTV, the man pulls up, grabs the bird, and makes a break for it. But karma wouldn't let him get away that easily. Almost immediately, the other birds in the yard give chase, driving the man off the property and following him down the road. No doubt delivering buttocks pecks aplenty. Granted, he did escape, but with a plumage pursuit like that, it's unlikely he'll be making a return anytime soon. And seeing as the street's other residents reportedly view the noisy peacocks as a nuisance, he may have even done them a favor. Maybe in this case, karma is less black and white and more blue and green? Bad eggs. In April 2018 in Widnes, England, a couple of bored young men began pelting passers-by with coins from the safety of their first-floor council flat balcony. But when another couple of gentlemen visiting the town caught wind of the antisocial activities taking place, they thought up the perfect form of vigilante justice. Caught on camera with the aim of world-class professionals, the Knights of Karma began launching eggs at the gormless troublemakers. After a series of near misses, the balcony bandits make a dishonorable retreat, but not before one of the vigilantes unleashes the shot of a lifetime, curving the egg around the closing door for one final eggy impact. Instant justice.
Best served sunny side up. Thieving on the road. When a Facebook user picked up a hitchhiker out of the kindness of their heart, they didn't expect a grand display of gratitude in return. But they didn't expect to be stolen from either, though that's exactly what the hitchhiker had in mind. When they arrived at the hitchhiker's destination, the free rider hastily departed and was out of sight before the driver realized they'd stolen his cigarettes. Theft is certainly an unusual way to say thanks, but karma had a punishment lined up and ready to go. When the driver looked into the bed of his truck, he noticed the hitchhiker had left something behind. It was their bag containing their phone, toiletries, clothes, address book, a few coins, and some sentimental-looking items. Deciding against seeking out the hitchhiker to return his only worldly possessions, the driver wrote it off as a fair deal. The deal being that the thief had traded everything they owned for 18 cigarettes. Back in your lane. In this next clip, Redditor Dizzy Desi demonstrates what it means to keep a cool head in the face of dangerous drivers. When cruising along a Texas highway, an impatient driver attempts to force his way into her lane, but soon learns that a bold move like that requires the skills to follow up. Despite initiating the incident, the other driver loses control while Dizzy Desi stands her ground and expertly maneuvers her vehicle to safety. Miraculously, despite the antagonistic driver spinning out into oncoming traffic, no one was hurt. Hopefully though, that knucklehead driver learned a valuable lesson about trying to intimidate on a busy highway, especially when Dizzy Desi's around. Jaywalk of shame. On a morning like any other, driving around Hamilton, Ontario, a dashcam user captured some ultra-satisfying instant karma, the likes of which the world has never seen. A macho man pedestrian decides he's king of the road while jaywalking and launches a game of chicken in a busy street. Never the mark of a genius, but he doesn't back down and appears to smugly believe his dominance has been fully asserted. That's until any speck of dignity comes crumbling down a second later when he walks directly into a pole. Walk that one off, buddy, and maybe look where you're going next time. Donkey versus Doofus. An unfortunate trend since the early days of online video sharing has been the tendency of people with a lack of brain cells to film themselves messing with animals. But thankfully, every once in a while, someone captures the moment when the animals turn the tables. Just like this dim-witted young man who captured himself drunkenly clambering into a donkey's pen on a dare in 2019. Despite his friend receiving a warning bite after a few moments teasing,
"Ow, mother! You bit my finger!"
the genius climbs, or more accurately falls, right into the fenced-off area. Almost immediately, the donkey shows who these drunken fools have been messing with and goes full-blown attack mode on the man. Despite his small size, the donkey has a hell of a bite, and he's not afraid to use it. Eventually, with some help, the shamed fellow makes a cowardly escape, all while the donkey gives a loud warning against returning. I'm pretty sure that's donkey talk for who's the jackass now, punk. Take it or leave it. When an Ohio man went to unlock his car one evening in 2017, he didn't expect to find it looking like this. It was immediately clear that someone had broken in, stealing whatever they could get their hands on inside. While a break-in is never a nice thing to discover, the car owner's anger soon turned to laughter as he made an unexpected discovery under the front seat. It was a wallet, complete with an ID card and even a church membership card belonging to none other than the thief himself. Having dropped it during the theft, the thief made the police's job very easy, though that wouldn't be alleviating his sentencing all that much. Here's hoping he had time for one last visit to his beloved faith mission to atone before his extended stint inside the slammer. A gripping crime. When you're a robber, keeping a hold on the situation at hand is top priority. But in 2018, a bumbling criminal couldn't even keep a grip on his weapon when trying to rob an e-cigarette store in Colorado. CCTV captured the shady-looking man entering the store and approaching the till, where he attempts to pull out his gun to intimidate the owner, and drops it immediately. Initially, he tries to retrieve the gun and continue the robbery, but he soon gives up and flees, leaving his weapon at the scene. The cherry on the karmic cake comes as he flees when his pants fall down in true comic fashion. With the weapon later found to be a BB gun abandoned at the scene, tracking down the world's worst robber wouldn't prove too difficult for the cops. But the real punishment is the online immortalization of his truly embarrassing failure. Trash among trash. Sometimes it falls to the public to administer justice on the small scale, and the punishments people come up with have no end of creativity. Nothing exemplifies this more than one Chinese street sweeper who grew sick of a particular driver making his job difficult by parking illegally in a spot that obstructed his work. As revenge, the sweeper surrounded the driver's car in 42 heavy, filled to the brim trash cans. Getting that car free would be no easy feat, and the whole thing was sure to kick up a stink for that inconsiderate owner. Quill power. One thing that sets humans apart from other animals is that most of us know not to explore potentially dangerous spaces head first. But if you make a head-first investigation into a hole in a tree trunk, one of the most common hideouts for woodland creatures, simple stupidity evolves into a rude intrusion. One tree-dwelling porcupine, though, made quick work of an intruder who decided to stick his face into the critter's home. His no-entry warning came in the form of approximately 100 pointy, barbed, and incredibly painful reminders that if you play stupid games, you'll win stupid prizes. Raging Ricochet. A sad fact is that all too often there's not much that can prevent someone committed to a deadly mission from carrying it out. But in London in September 2019, karma stepped in and turned the tables on a would-be killer in an unbelievable way. A man had taken it upon himself to carry out a hit against an adversary, and when he spotted his target in their car, he sprung into lethal action. With gun in hand, he approached the vehicle, took aim, and fired. The bullet flew with deadly speed toward the driver's window, but by some miracle ricocheted off straight back at the man who fired it. The gunman died of his wounds soon afterwards, while the driver was left thinking just about every god he could think of for this seemingly divine intervention of karma. It seems what goes around really does come back around. Sometimes even bullets. Do you have any crazy karma tales of your own to share? Send them across to karma@beamazed.com, and I may feature yours with a shout out next time. Thanks for watching.
Nothing stays the same forever, but seeing the changes that months, years, and even decades can have on everyday items in real time is completely mesmerizing. From the effects of playing way too much Minecraft to what a 50-year-old buildup of posters looks like, let's explore even more amazing examples of the power of time. How do you really tell how good your local barber is? Instead of looking at the slick fades and fresh trims, try looking at the bald spots they've worn into the floor. This barber has clearly been working around their clients for so many years that they've gradually worn a ring around the floor of their barber chair. And it's a problem endemic to many barbers. Whether they use laminate, linoleum, or even metal sheeting, their constant cutting and pacing sees most of them leave these little halos of wear and hair in their wake. Although barbers aren't the only ones who wear down their floors with years of use, as one grandma found out. When she moved into her home back in the 1960s, she laid down a beautiful bright red carpet in her bedroom. But when she moved her bed for the first time 60 years later, she was startled by the colorful contrast. The carpet around the bed had faded to a pinkish beige, but it was still bright red underneath, even after all that time. Years of walking around the room had gradually worn the carpet's color out, and you can even see the tinges of red in unused corners where it retained some of its colors. Wow, this is the OC of wear and tear. That is, if OC stands for original carpet. However, it's not just this grandma who's been floored by their flooring. Just take a look at this image. This family was getting ready to move to a new house when they lifted up their rug that hadn't been moved in over 16 years. While the family has clearly given the hardwood around the rug a run for its money, the sun has also played a role in fading these floors. In a process known as photodegradation, the ultraviolet light from sources like sunshine breaks down the chemical bonds in the colors of objects, gradually fading unprotected surfaces like this. It's one of the reasons why painting and woodwork are usually covered in a reflective varnish, because it helps reduce the bleaching of their colors. Although even with varnish, scientists have found that some paintings, like Van Gogh's Sunflowers, have slowly been changing color over time due to the light. These pretty petals started off as a vibrant yellow, but since it was painted over 140 years ago, the color is gradually fading to a muddy brown. This is because sulfate-rich dyes used in paints from the 1800s absorb UV light like a sponge, which oxidizes chemicals in the paint to give it that ruddy brown look on the canvas. But the worst part is that this effect is irreversible. Well, just like everything else in the world, I guess this classic Van Gogh is gonna be Van Gone in time. But it's not just carpets, woodwork, and paintings that can be aged by the sun, as this unlucky American trucker discovered. Can you see how one side of his face looks way older than the other? Well, by spending more than 28 years of his life behind the wheel, this driver gradually developed a case of unilateral dermatoheliosis. For those of us that don't speak skin, that's a kind of one-sided aging caused by harmful UV rays. As he drove, the sunshine hit one side of his face more than the other through his cab window. This repeated one-sided exposure to ultraviolet radiation damaged the skin on the left side of his face, giving it a more wrinkled and sagging appearance than the right. Now, it's not just our faces that change with time, as there's another body part that can get bigger as we age. And before all the hopeful 12-year-olds start spamming the comments, no, it's not your pecker. It's actually your hands. They can slowly get larger for a number of reasons, like inflammation from arthritis or just weight gain. It's not usually an issue, except when it comes to wedding rings, like this grandfather found out. For more than 55 years, he couldn't remove his wedding band because it had gotten too tight. But when he finally decided to cut it off, the indent of the band remained perfectly pinched into his skin. As skin ages, its natural elasticity is lost, so even without the wedding band, it's likely his skin will keep that shape as a romantic reminder. Up next, it's time to take a look at some tetherball. For those of you who've never played, tetherball is a game where players hit a ball back and forth that's attached to a pole by a tether. Usually, it's attached using a rope, but in this insanely hardcore case, the ball's been attached by a metal chain. As it's been swung over the years, no doubt injuring many challengers, the chain has wound around the pole over and over again, leaving a scratched and rusted latticework behind it. Although with that much rust and accompanying sharp metal, maybe they should call this tetanus ball? Well, hitting that ball may not be a good idea, but hitting those like and subscribe buttons down below definitely is. I mean, with 0% chance of contracting tetanus, what have you got to lose? Now, where were we? A lot of people have accidentally chipped a wall in their home at some point, revealing the layers of paint underneath. But when this guy haphazardly knocked out this corner of his room, he managed to expose a whole chunk of his home's history. Each individual layer shows just how many times this room has been painted. It's a little difficult to see each one, but I count about 22 different layers. Though each layer takes up an incremental amount of space, it does make you realize that every time you paint over a room, it gets slightly smaller. But that corner's not the only thing Time's taken a chip out of. Just take a look at this strangely shaped stone. While it looks like it's been thrown in a running washer for a few cycles, it's actually a cinder block that's spent years tumbling around in ocean currents. The force of water and collisions with other ocean debris gradually wears down just about everything that enters the sea. Eventually, rocks and minerals like this are broken down so much that they become the grains of sand that make up our beaches. Although not all sand is the same. About 100 years ago, the residents of Fort Bragg in California used their incredible coastline as, believe it or not, a dirty dumping site. But today, all the smashed glass from that soiled site has been gradually smoothed down and dredged up onto the shoreline, creating a glittering glass beach. Whoa, this gives a whole new meaning to that old sands of time saying. Now, far from the sparkling shores of Fort Bragg lie the dirty streets of New York. Its skyline may be iconic, but its buildings have been horribly discolored over time by all the air pollution spewing from traffic, factories, and household emissions. But just how dirty are they? Well, take a look at these Manhattan apartments that were in the process of being cleaned by workers with high-power pressure washers. Yeah, many of those tar black buildings are actually beige underneath. As bad as it looks, New York isn't the only city that's been plagued by the bad air. Manchester, England took on a similarly slick appearance back in the 1960s before the city introduced its Clean Air Act. After that, the buildings were scrubbed of about 80 years worth of grime and had their sparkling exteriors restored. While New York is hoping to reduce its own levels of air pollution by 40% by 2030, it's likely that its buildings will continue sporting this dirty facade. After looking at all that grime, let's head back to the ocean. There's something about the salty sea air that a lot of people find refreshing, but it's also surprisingly destructive. Don't believe me? Then just take a look at this incredible comparison. One of these doorknobs is on the inside of the door, and the other is on the outside, where it's been battered by an oceanfront breeze. No points for guessing which is which. The damage is caused by the salt from the ocean traveling through the air, which is incredibly corrosive by nature. It eats away at any and all metal it reaches, coating it in those telltale salt crystals and making the metal brittle. Well, it looks like this example is a joint effort between Old Father Time and Mother Nature. Although that's not the only handle Old Father Time has a grip on. One worker at a kids' science museum noticed the stark difference between an old handle compared to its replacement. Over time, kids had cranked the handle and cleaners had scrubbed it down until 15 years later, it was left looking like it was about to break. But what do you think it was attached to that made it so popular? Was it the crank of a candy machine, or was it attached to a toilet? Well, whatever it was, it seems like the joy of turning it eventually wore thin. While that last handle was worn down by curious minds, this one's clearly been worn out by idiots. The insane amount of scratch marks on this fake door in IKEA shows how many people have somehow been fooled by that horribly pixelated handle over the years. I guess it just goes to show that time really does make idiots of us all. Up next, I've got something with a little mystery behind it. Even though this pole and its supporting beam don't block this pathway, over the years, people have opted to walk around the beam, slowly carving out a second path. But why would they do that? Maybe this wandering trail is fueled by an unlucky superstition about walking underneath that beam? Or perhaps large groups of people can't all fit underneath it at once, and some walk around it? Or maybe this town has a lot of trailer park girls, because like Eminem famously says, they go around the outside. Yeah, I'm running out of ideas. So what do you think caused this peripheral path? Let me know down in the comments. Any chef worth their salt will tell you that a good knife is the most important tool in the kitchen. But to ensure they stay razor sharp, they require regular grinding, which removes any blunt metal from their leading edge. However, when you look at this old kitchen knife in comparison to its brand new brother, you can see just how much of the blade has been lost to the grind. It's a fairly common sight in commercial kitchens all over the world, but some professionals, like Michelin star chef Morimoto, use their knives so often that the blades and handles are worn down from this to this in just 3 years. What a cutting comparison. Speaking of cutting, have you ever been lucky enough to witness one of these things in action? Though it looks like a torture device, this is actually a tricone drilling bit. Those steely toothed heads are used to bore long continuous holes into the earth by grinding up and transporting rocks out of the way as they dig down. This allows workers to dig deep into the earth's crust in the search for resources like oil. But the pressure these drill bits are put under leads to some serious wear and tear. This is a drill bit before and after it's been used once. As you can see, its color's been completely stripped, and every last one of its teeth has been worn down to the base. It looks like it's drilled from one side of the earth to the other, but actually, this was from drilling just 388 feet down through a very tough crystalline rock called chert, and it wasn't cheap either. These drill heads, which are made of super hard materials like tungsten carbide or steel coated with natural diamond, cost around a staggering $10,000 each. My God, that's one seriously expensive hole they're digging. While many things wear down over time, others build up, like the layers of spray paint on the walls of Doornroosje in the Netherlands. Like a holy grail of graffiti artwork, this place has served as a hall of fame for spray paint artists since the 1970s. And after more than 40 years, so much paint has built up that parts of the wall can be peeled off, revealing cross-sections of all the years of color beneath. Working on the assumption that 2 or 3 new layers of paint were added every year, this cross-section dates back to around 1984. Though, why do you reckon pink took up so many layers around 2001? Did someone try to paint over the graffiti? Or did they squish a glob of bubblegum onto the wall? What do you reckon it is? Let me know down in the comments. But it wasn't just spray paint that got popular in the 70s. This was the time when posting up mass-produced flyers and bills as a form of marketing became all the rage. And this flyer revolution still hasn't stopped, as you can see from this completely plastered pole in Berlin. Incredibly, someone took the time to dig a hole in this pole, revealing most of its ever-growing girth was made up of innumerable layers of flyers. Considering people have plastered new flyers over the old ones instead of replacing them, there's a chance that there are flyers dating back to the 70s and 80s at its core. That means there could be more than 50 years worth of paper on this pole. Man, how time flies. It's important to make a good first impression at your job, although this guy seems to have taken that advice a little too literally. This Amazon worker's ID badge has been kept in its plastic sleeve for a little over a year. Even though it was protected, the unlaminated card was pressed to the plastic and gradually transferred the ink from the photo to the sleeve, leaving this incredibly creepy ghost image behind. For all the money they make, I think Amazon can afford to give their employees better quality ID cards. That much, as well as this photo, is clear. But when it comes to workers, nothing compares to Uber's well-oiled workforce. Most of these gig economy drivers work part-time, taxiing for an average of 10 hours a week. Some full-time drivers hit 35 hours a week, although there's one who looks like he put in more hours than that. This Uber driver's been sat at the wheel for so long that his elbows worn a groove into the center console. That's some seriously specific wear and tear. But I bet if he places his arm even an inch off to the side, he really feels those cracks. Thanks to contactless technology, I can't remember the last time I used coins to pay for something. Although, if I kept all my coins in my pockets for the next 60 years, there's a good chance they'd end up looking like this. From that very faint silhouette, you can just about tell that this shiny token is actually an old silver dollar. It belongs to the grandfather of Reddit user CoreyDH11, who claims the old man had kept the coin in his pocket since 1952. Apparently, he'd started carrying it out of sentiment after he got out of the army that year, and it went on to make a great conversation starter. But by 2013, the well-thumbed coin had lost most of its detail, making its heads indistinguishable from its tails. Although I'm more impressed that he managed to keep hold of something so small for more than 60 years. I mean, I don't know about you, but I lose things like my credit card every other week. Now, here's a mark of dedication that'll warm your heart. This is a bench belonging to a loving and very understanding cat owner, whose friendly feline routinely leans up and scratches just one of the wooden legs. From small scratches alone, it's clear this destruction didn't happen overnight. And it turns out it's taken 10 years of committed clawing to reduce the leg down to a thin stump. Makes you wonder how many splinters that cat got in its decade of destructive determination. And it's not just cats that can leave marks on your stuff as well as your heart. Say hello to Cobb, a very good dog who's kept in the backyard when his owners go out. But every time he hears their car return, he eagerly runs up to the back door and proceeds to tap his feet in excitement, a bit like this guy. Aww. And like that wasn't cute enough, Cobb's so dedicated to his little tap dance routine that over the years it's slowly worn down the parts of the mat he dances on. That's just so adorable. I'm not crying, you're crying. Some people just can't resist petting a dog, even if it's on a plaque like this one. This bronze relief can be found at the base of the St. John of Nepomuk statue in Prague. But bronze contains copper, which oxidizes when it comes into contact with the air. This produces a brownish-green layer of grime that protects the metal from corrosion. But despite the grime, tourists just can't resist petting the picture, which they believe, as part of a superstition, means they'll return to Prague one day. But the years of superstitious stroking have kept the oxidized grime at bay, leaving this bronze boy super shiny. Although not all superstitious strokes are so wholesome. Case in point, this poor fella at Zion National Park in Utah has had his chest worn down by a couple of nipple rascals, and this unfortunately fondled statue in Munich has been rubbed by tourists wishing for luck in love. Though I bet they looked like real boobs as they did it. But not all bronze sculptures look the same, as Giuseppe Pannone proved when he created this piece of art way back in 1968. It's called Continuerà crescere, tranne che in quel punto, which, to all non-Italians out there, translates roughly as it will continue to grow except at this point. Giuseppe made a cast of his own hand in bronze and attached it to the trunk of a young sapling. Over several decades, the tree has continued to grow and thicken. But, like the name of the piece suggests, it can't outgrow the grip of Giuseppe's bronze hand. Now, it looks like the hand is stretching the bark back with its fingers. It may have taken over 3 decades to produce, but I think we can all agree that this piece is timeless. Not all trees grow the way humans want them to, like the poor owners of these things discovered. It's like the trees have slowly swallowed each item up. But while they all look like the trees just grabbed a quick snack, this is a process that's taken decades. As they get older, the ever-thickening bulk of a tree's trunk grows in the path of least resistance, which is usually upwards and out. But if they encounter a large object in their way, they can't just sprout legs and move on to another location, or in the case of the sign, shake it off. So in order to grow bigger, they have to gradually grow around, over, or even through solid objects. Like this tree, which not only enveloped a fence, but grew all the way through it, leaving that chicken wire crisscross pattern scarred into its trunk. Anyone up for a game of tic-tac-toe? Now, I know some of you will argue that there's no such thing as too much Minecraft. The super fun sandbox adventure game is the world's best-selling video game to date. But as popular as it is, some people, like the owners of this iPad, clearly play it way too much. Those rainbow-like stains aren't patches of dirt, but patches of screen pressure distortion. This happens when repeated or sustained pressure on a glass touchscreen compresses the liquid crystal display, or LCD screen, beneath. The shift of these crystals causes the color they reflect to change, and the more pressure is applied, the more they ripple, just like this. So this kid was either mashing those Minecraft buttons way too hard or for way too long. While it might not be as popular as Minecraft, the number puzzle Sudoku is also a well-loved game, or at least it is with this iPad owner. Those rows of what look like greasy fingerprints will make some clean screen freaks out there feel really uncomfortable. But like that Minecraft iPad, this can't be wiped off. Some smartphone and tablet screens have something called an oleophobic coating, which makes the device feel smoother and keeps fingerprint spots off the screen. But if it's overused in specific places, like along the projected boxes of a Sudoku grid, the coating in these spots can gradually wear out. Who knew the effects of time could turn into a numbers game? Now, the famously nerdy Dungeons & Dragons role-playing game may run on imagination, but even some of its creative components are subject to wear and tear. First published back in 1974, the retro tabletop game relies on players rolling a series of specially made polyhedral dice to decide their fate. When these first came out, they looked super sharp, but after years of rolling, some hardcore Dungeons & Dragons fans have really worn their dice down. These 20-sided dice, or D20s if you're down with D&D, have been used by one man for more than 30 years. You can barely make out the numbers on those faces anymore, and in that state, they look like they'd make better marbles than dice. When it comes to the realms of math and science, engineering has been a famously male-dominated industry for centuries. Even today, just about 14% of the US engineering workforce is made up of women. While that figure sounds shockingly low, it becomes hilariously clear that it's real when you take a look at the male and female bathroom doors at this engineering university. The wear of all those hands on the men's side versus the practically pristine paintwork of the women's shows just how little use the women's room really gets. Looks like this place could use a woman's touch. Now, did you know there are more than 78,000 pizza restaurants in the US? While they're all fighting for a slice of the pizza pie market, there's one restaurant that stands out, literally. The linoleum floor of this pizzeria has been gradually worn down over the years by people waiting at its counter, revealing an old retro tile design beneath. Not only that, but the distinctive deterioration is so iconic that when this image was posted to Reddit, multiple users immediately recognized it as Angelo's Pizza Place in Cambridge, Massachusetts. I guess the pizza must be really good there. Either that or the service is extremely slow. Which of these examples really took you back? And do you know of any others like them? Let me know about them down in the comments, and who knows, you might get featured in another video about the awesome power of time. Thanks for watching.
Time has the power to change just about everything, and seeing its effects unfold right before your eyes can be a truly mind-bending experience. From the real effects of too much video gaming to what a decade looks like on Mars, let's explore some astounding sights that demonstrate the incredible power of time. In the space of just 3 years, this lake straight up disappeared, being replaced by a brand new landscape of wildlife. While the photos may look like two completely unrelated locations, the tree line in the distance remains the same, like a signpost through time. Of course, lakes don't just disappear without reason, and a lack of adequate rainfall over time emptied this particular lake out, turning it into a fertile paradise. It's a change that's certainly growing on me. But dried up lakes don't always look so lush and green. Bolivia's second largest body of water, Lake Popo, disappeared in 2016 after recurring droughts dried up all the salt water, as you can see in this satellite image comparison. What was once a vast waterscape is now a white flat of crusted salt and rusting fishing boats, stretching as far as the eye can see. There's a chance it may recover in the future, but only time will tell. While some environmental changes can occur in mere months, other processes take their time, as shown in this ingenious 100-year time-lapse of the Mer de Glace. Located in the French Alps, this stunning moving glacier was first photographed over a century ago by Edward Spelterini. In 2017, those photographs were 3D modeled, rendered, and cross-compared with modern images of the same region, showing the path the glacier carved through the mountains over a century. How cool is that? When it comes to the effects of nature over time, you'd be hard-pressed to find a better example than this image from St. Andrew's Churchyard of Grimsby, Ontario, Canada. This gravestone, thought to be from the 1800s, has slowly been consumed by a neighboring tree. Because most trees can't move their roots, they sometimes have to grow around solid objects in their way. So don't leave your bike chained up to the local oak for too long, or this might happen. Canada is also home to this unique example of the power of time. This stately limestone column, located at a busy intersection in downtown Toronto, has helped support the Victorian-era building for over 125 years. But as patrons and pedestrians have touched it, leaned on it, or rubbed against it, the soft rock has slowly been worn down into an almost unrecognizable shape. So if you want your stone pillar to have a little more character, just ask your friends to rub it for you.
Maybe I could have phrased that a little better. Speaking of unusual shapes, this old 2003 Apple keyboard is displaying some serious wear and tear. It's not just the symbols on the keys that have been worn off. The sheer amount of typing on certain high-usage keys has worn them down to the point where they look like they've been melted. Almost 20 years of furiously typing emails or searching for cat videos is likely to blame. Either that or the keyboard owner's fingers are extra hot. From the outside, Italy's famous Leaning Tower of Pisa looks like a victim of time already. But the inside is where it gets interesting. This iconic landmark has seen so much foot traffic over the years that its marble stairs spiraling up to the top have been worn down by people's footsteps. Different levels of wear are found depending on how steep that part of the building's lean is, as this affects how people walk and stand. A few more years and that set of stairs will make a fantastic slide. But it's not just foot traffic that can wear down steps. Just take a look at this image. While it may look like the stairwell carved into this rock has been worn down by visitors, the deep puddle marks in each step tell a different story. The curved holes and smooth edges of the stairwell indicate that rain runoff and maybe even flooding of the nearby creek has played a part in slowly eroding it over time. Either that or someone didn't read the wet concrete sign back when planet Earth was being formed. Some people just can't resist petting a nearby dog, even if it's a statue. This brass dog in one of Moscow's metro stations shows considerable wear from passing patrons who have rubbed this good boy's nose for luck. But he's not the only one. This statue of Greyfriars Bobby, a famous dog who reportedly guarded his owner's grave in Scotland for 14 years, has a similarly shiny snout. And rightly so. A good boy like that certainly earned a few nose rubs. But not all dogs can look pristine forever. These portraits by Amanda Jones capture dogs in their youth as puppies directly compared to their years as senior dogs. Like this image of Amanda's dog Lily the Dachshund, captured on the left at just 8 months old compared to 15 years old on the right. Time may have changed the fluff of her coat, but it certainly hasn't worn down the effect of those puppy dog eyes. While some pups look too cute to be capable of any wrongdoing, this dog has certainly caused a lot of trouble. Over time, leaning out the window of his owner's truck has put more than a few scratch marks on the paintwork. This dangling dog has done it so often that it's been worn down all the way to the metal underneath. Maybe the dog just really hates the color red. Despite having been around the block a few times, classic retro games like Pac-Man can still be addictive and fun. This unusual TV screen proves that fact better than anything. The owner played Pac-Man on it so much that the map of the game was burned into the CRT TV screen. This is known as screen burn-in or ghost image, caused by long-term use of a specific non-uniform pattern of screen pixels. Older electronic displays can hold the ghost image even when the system isn't turned on, or even, in this case, when it's totally detached. I really hope that high score was worth it. Now, retro video games are great and all, but alcohol arguably holds the title when it comes to getting better with age. These images from the Glengoyne Distillery in Scotland demonstrate the procedure for aging whiskey in casks over 30 years. Each bottle shows the alcohol another year into the aging process. The casks are made from different types of oak that once held sherry or bourbon, and the aging whiskey gradually absorbs the color and flavor from the cask. Evaporation can also be seen accurately represented over this time frame, as around 2% of the whiskey's total volume escapes as vapor through the porous barrels each year. In the industry, all that lost whiskey is known as the Angel Share, and with a name like that, it sounds like heaven's going to be one hell of a party. Many organizations claim they get good business, but this store can really prove it. The bell next to the door of this shop has knocked against the wood so many times that it's worn a hole right through the top. The store is located next to a university campus, so that amount of business isn't surprising, although it's not the only thing worn down by eager students. This photo of the worn down door handle from Michigan Student Union show how most students over the years have vastly preferred the right-hand door. It could be because most students are right-handed, or that they walk on the right side down the hall once they enter. Either way, they certainly seem to have a handle on things. While some things wear down over time, others build up, like the mineral deposits in this pipe. Believe it or not, that thick crystal-like layer built up in just 6 months. But how is that possible? Well, this pipe was used to transport water from a natural thermal spring to a swimming pool. The geothermal water itself is full of minerals, which are gradually deposited, crystallizing into clumps inside the pipes. It's a very similar process to how crystal-filled caves form in nature. Only a crystal block pipe ruining your pool time is a lot less awe-inspiring. It doesn't take a road markings expert to know that guide tracks over crosswalks definitely shouldn't look like this. But this mess isn't intentional, nor is it the result of a shaky-handed painter. In reality, the passing of many cars on a hot summer day has made this once straight track too crooked to guide anyone. Over time, hot temperatures have heated up the asphalt and paint, making it more malleable. It's then been gradually dragged in different directions by passing cars, leaving their imprints on the road markings. That really puts the drag in drag race. And while we're at it, why don't you drag your finger, or cursor, I don't discriminate, over to those like and subscribe buttons and give them a click. Go on, I know you can do it. I believe in you. But time doesn't just hold power over Earth. We can see its effect on Mars too. The Mars rover, which landed on the red planet in 2004, when equipped with a camera. After 10 years of hard work, its anniversary photo shows the changes the planet has made to the rover's base area. Red dust now coats the once shiny solar panels, and the rocks around the base have been exposed by wind. When your little robot arms can't use a mop and bucket, what a difference a decade on Mars can make. Looks like the red planet's first colony is going to need a pressure washer. Back on planet Earth now, and while there's no red dust, the weather in Texas still managed to break down the color of this soda can left exposed to the elements. The technical term for this kind of color fading is photodegradation, where ultraviolet rays and sunshine break down the chemical bonds and pigments, fading the color of an object. The can had been sat in that cup holder for about 2 years, and only the parts of the can exposed to the sun were faded. Well, it's either that or Coca-Cola have done some terrible rebranding. Here's an image that tells a heartwarming story. That brick corner wall forms part of the exterior of a bike store which has been around for approximately 30 years. Customers visit with their bikes and many of them park up on the exact same corner. As countless pedals of happy customers have struck the same bricks, part of the corner has slowly worn down into a groove, making it an even better home for parked up pedals. Time certainly made sure to take a chip off this old block. If you're going to fly a flag, you might want to double check your hoisting equipment to ensure your flag doesn't literally go a-flying. At least that's a conclusion drawn from this incredible example of wear and tear. This hook came from a flagpole that had been in use for over 20 years. As the flag waved and flapped in the wind, the rope wore down the metal of the hook until it was dangerously close to breaking loose and flying away. If I were the owner of this hook, I'd just be grateful I didn't accidentally take it with me on a mountain expedition. There are over 46,000 convenience stores dotted about Great Britain, and while a lot of them look similar, you can see how this one stands out. This store found in London has 2 distinct patches on the floor that show where people have been standing and waiting to pay over the course of years. It's an amazing example of how a negligible amount of force, in this case people simply standing in the same spot, can have a surprisingly substantial effect over a long time. Either that or the cashier is extremely slow. But that worn down shop floor is nothing compared to the devotion of Buddhist monk Hua Chi, whose exact footprints have been ingrained into the wooden floor of his temple. For over 20 years, this man has prayed at the exact same spot in Tongren, China, reciting and practicing up to 3,000 prayers a day. This drawn-out dedication has worn those perfect prints of his feet over an inch deep in some places into the wooden floor. His dedication has quite literally left its mark. Some marks of time passing can prove to be a little more destructive than others, like this scorch line burned into dry grass. While there's no arsonist to blame, the cause of the burn comes from the glass bowl of the light above it. As the sun passes overhead, the spherical shape of the glass creates a point of intense heat by focusing the sunlight onto one small patch. Kinda like a bratty kid killing ants with a magnifying glass. But as the sun changes position in the sky, the patch moves until it's out of the glass orb's focus. To avoid a scorch lawn like this, may I suggest lampshades. What can I say? I'm full of bright ideas. While Old Father Time is responsible for a lot of change, Mother Nature also has a shared hand in speeding along some of the more drastic transformations. like those of Zlatni Rat Beach in Croatia. Back in 2018, a powerful storm managed to shift huge amounts of the beach's sand, turning the straight tip into an almost 90-degree bend virtually overnight. This natural, Golden Cape's iconic protrusion into the sea makes it susceptible to changes from high winds and strong waves. Funnily enough, this has happened on several occasions, and the beach has been transformed into numerous incredible hook-like shapes over the years. Gives a whole new meaning to the phrase, the sands of time. Which real-world phenomena have you encountered that reminded you of the awesome power of time? Let me know in the comments below, and thanks for watching. Sometimes the best way to learn is by making mistakes, but some people's mistakes just seem to get dumber every time. Luckily, the outcomes of the dumbest actions often punish the people who do them, sometimes immediately. So sit back and enjoy watching stupidity take its course, with these times dumb people got punished in the best ways. You've probably heard of Dumb and Dumber, but it's time to meet Dumbest. In negative 16-degree weather, this man thought licking a metal pole would be fun. It stopped being enjoyable once he realized the pole was cold enough for frost to begin forming on his tongue. That's right, some people really are as stupid as classic comedy characters.
Oh.
Lamborghinis may cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, but if this owner is anything to go by, perhaps they should invest a little more into stronger windshields. This guy is so desperate for the attention his wheels are getting that he clambers upward, cracking the windscreen in the process. Worst of all, he pretends not to notice while his female companion winces in embarrassment. I doubt she's a stranger to his cringeworthy antics. In Chile in 2014, this cretinous criminal tried to double bluff his way out of a failed robbery attempt. After failing to snatch a passenger's bag, he plays it off as a joke, before trying and failing again. The bus driver doesn't suffer these types of fools, however, and locks the door as he tries escaping, before whipping out a bat for strike one and strike two. The thief starts crying, falsely claiming that his almost victim was actually his Aunt Maria, but it's all just hot air to the officer who escorts him away shortly after. Unfortunately for this dim-witted criminal, the phrase, "It's just a prank, bro," doesn't tend to hold up in court. Never bite off more than you can chew, especially living things. This phrase was totally ignored in early 2019 when a Chinese influencer filmed herself eating a live octopus. The octopus isn't best pleased and grips with full sucker force on her face, sending her from playful to panicked in seconds. But unbelievably, after she manages to pull it off, she promises to eat it in her next video. The octopus isn't the only thing that sucks, but it is the only thing with an ounce of intelligence in that video. When Mark Bow's laptop was stolen, he was grateful for the remote access software he'd installed, allowing him to access his files from another computer. But better than any work-related file or family photo was this video, which Mark stumbled upon. The video features the man who stole the laptop celebrating his crime with a joyful dance. In the ultimate revenge move, Mark uploaded the dance video to YouTube, where it went viral. Despite the thief getting in contact with Mark directly asking him to take the embarrassing video down, Mark refused. It's generated over 2 million views in the 8 years it's been online. Doesn't it suck to have something stolen from you, Mr. Thief? Like, oh, I don't know, your dignity? In this video, shared in July 2019, a 65-year-old Oklahoma resident is pulled over to sign an $80 ticket for a broken taillight. It could all be so simple, but she refuses to sign.
Step out.
No.
You're under arrest.
No, I'm not.
The situation escalates and the officer instructs her to step out of the vehicle, because she's now under arrest. She refuses again, and things get crazy.
You better leave me.
After a lot of shouting, kicking, and eventually a taser shot, the surprisingly resistant lady gives up the fight.
Do you realize you just got yourself in a whole lot more trouble?
What?
For running?
But it's too late for her, and her aggressive stupidity turned an $80 ticket into a felony charge. In this CCTV footage from August 2019, a Washington local parks up his red truck and heads across the street to rob a store. He must have assumed it'd be a quick in and out job because he leaves his keys in the unlocked truck. But he's not the only criminal in the area, and as he returns, his getaway vehicle is stolen before his very eyes. The unlucky robber foolishly called the police, who soon realized the man calling them had just robbed the nearby store, adding 2 counts of utter embarrassment to his sentence. What could possibly go wrong by lighting a sled on fire inside your parents' home and riding it down the stairs? One hero took it upon himself to find out. Granted, this is probably the most original way to light your house on fire, but the cameraman does his noble duty and continues to film despite the flames. Heroes don't all have to be smart, right? Up next, we have the queen of not thinking it through. While attempting to complete the inherently stupid 100-layer challenge, Andrea Jimenez films herself learning in real time exactly why people usually opt for 1 or 2 layers of clothing.
Oh my god! Oh no!
The heat hits and panic sets in as she struggles to get free. She did get free eventually, but layered clothing is probably a no-go for her now. In July 2019, in a Walmart in Lufkin, Texas, an innocent tub of Bluebell ice cream experienced a licking that would cost the licker way more than the tub's price. A young woman was filmed licking the dessert and putting it back in the freezer, and the online video was soon picked up by authorities. Thanks to the seriousness with which the food industry treats contamination risk like this, she now potentially faces 20 years in jail and up to a $10,000 fine. It seems her sentence will be anything but a soft serve. Universal traffic law states that anyone taking up 2 parking spots forfeits their human rights. And in this clip, vigilante justice is dealt against this heinous crime committed by the owner of a silver sedan. The keeper of justice in the red car parks mere inches away from the space-hogging car, making it impossible to access the driver's door. It's a minor inconvenience, but an important one nonetheless. Please sign my petition for driving schools to play this video and demonstrations of how to get vengeance on parking lot idiots. Overseas in Russia, a man settles a parking spot dispute in a slightly more extreme and typically Russian fashion. After their neighbor's car encroaches upon their space one too many times, the mad lad takes a power saw and straight up carves a chunk off the car. If something needs doing, you may as well do it properly, I guess. Now for some stupidity that was so potent, it tore a family apart. In 2013, Jennifer Connell received a hug from her 8-year-old nephew Sean after he saw her arrive at his birthday party. Like most 8-year-olds, Sean wasn't expecting his hug to result in him being the defendant in a lawsuit brought about by his very own aunt. But Connell claimed Sean was negligent when he leapt in her arms for a hug as he knocked her over and she broke her wrist. Connell attempted to sue her 8-year-old nephew for $127,000. Just let that sink in. It only took 20 minutes for the jury to decide that Connell had no grounds for her civil claim against her young relative, and if she hated hugs that much, she could have just said. The phrase, "play stupid games, win stupid prizes," has never been more suitable than in this next video. This guy's unique and dangerous take on recycling involves batting beer bottles off into the distance, but in the slippery residue of his previous efforts, he slips off the ledge and into the garbage graveyard below. I think this might need some revisions before it replaces the current garbage removal systems the first world has in place. Combining drunkenness, stupidity, and an inability to open doors is a dangerous mix. In this clip, a man returns a keg long after the place he bought it from is shut and runs into some issues when the door refuses to open. But Kegman doesn't take no for an answer. He repeatedly hurls the keg at the door, eventually making a keg-sized hole in the glass, and attempts to enter feet first. That doesn't work, so he tries head first. And despite what must be a very painful glass-on-skin scrape sesh, he makes it in. Ironically, the door frame actually busted open on his first throw. If he'd only pulled and not pushed, he would have saved himself the effort and embarrassment. But he also would have prevented us enjoying his stupidity, not to mention that killer headstand. So maybe it's all for the best. As most people know, texting while driving a car is one of the stupidest things a person can do. But texting while driving a tram might be even worse, since your passengers' lives are also in your hands. In this clip, a tram driver decides she's got more important things to focus on than, say, making sure she doesn't crash. Turns out, mashing the brakes at the last second isn't enough to stop a 40-ton tram car from plowing into the one in front of it. Who'd have guessed? Now for an off-the-rails encounter of a different kind. This zombie-like drug fiend caught on a doorbell camera in 2018 desperately wants to break into this home, for reasons unknown. Totally unaware he's being filmed or how loud he's being, he knocks himself into a daze after attempting to break down the door. Then, like a tortoise with zero dignity, he gets stuck on his back as he tumbles over the porch railing, trying and failing to swing himself back up. Or maybe he's just a trainee chiropractor. There are many potential outcomes to sticking a lit firecracker inside the trunk of a car, but I'm not sure these doofuses quite anticipated the display they received. Although the maniacal laughter that follows seems to suggest that, even if it was a shock, they're a little too dumb to care. Ever seen pallbearers freestyle dance while carrying a coffin? There's a reason you probably haven't. These 5 pallbearers balance a coffin equally on their shoulders while busting some moves. But things soon turn morbid when one dancer gets carried away and drops the coffin, spilling grandma out of it. That's a comeback nobody at the funeral was expecting. That's gonna be dangerous, especially for the dim-witted. Case in point, this Reddit user who shared an endoscopy picture of a dice stuck inside his esophagus. He'd made a bet with a friend for €5 that he could swallow a dice, but when he put his money where his mouth was, it got caught in his lower esophagus. But honestly, I'd much rather have it removed from my throat via endoscopy than passing it out the other end. Kids usually get a free pass for dumb decisions, but these boys are an exception. The lads dare their friend to hide in a trash can while they close the lid. Unfortunately for them, the trash can in question has a trapdoor that opens when the lid closes, and down the kid goes into the trash collection chamber below. Luckily, the kid was freed soon afterwards and didn't end up compacted into a cube. Or worse, encountering this guy.
I'm the trash man!
A bright object being held by a not-so-bright person is a recipe for disaster. Sure, by all means, check out how bright your new flashlight is, but maybe shining it directly into your eyes isn't the best method. His common sense is clearly long gone, and now he's losing the sense of sight too. Next, he'll probably want to see what fire smells like, or how lava tastes. Man versus nature. It's a tale as old as time. But in this video, nature wins after a Louisiana man attempts to punch a carp. He unknowingly triggers a fear reaction in the rest of the mud pond's carp and is quickly defeated when they swarm him in a fishy frenzy. Power in numbers. Attacking inanimate objects is rarely the mark of a genius, but occasionally, like the category of dummy this fellow falls into, is met with worthier opponents than expected. He should have known wild traffic lights are known for their aggression during mating season. Of all the things it's okay to do down at the skate park, surrounding a firework with bottles of liquid fuel before letting rip isn't one of them. Thankfully, these rules of etiquette are forced upon this pyromaniac, who manages to Molotov cocktail himself during the explosion. The gods of idiot punishment clearly have superb aim. So, do you think the punishments fit the crimes for these idiotic individuals? Let me know in the comments section below. Thanks for watching. Edison, Da Vinci, Dyson, all people with amazing ideas and revolutionary designs. But I have a feeling if any of them saw this list, they'd be pretty angry, or at least very amused at the absurd imagination of people around the world. Here are 10 of the most useless inventions ever created. Number 10. Sleeping bag with legs. Camping equipment is a market where a lot of money is spent. This is because when you camp out under the stars, you need a myriad of things in order to survive in comfort. You need a tent in order to shelter yourself from extreme weather and animals. You may also need a small gas stove if you're going to want to eat something before you go to sleep. However, some outdoor wear designers went too far. Someone has designed a sleeping bag with leg holes. That's right, looks like a perfectly normal sleeping bag at the top, but it has 2 strange protrusions where the legs are. It truly is a horrifying sight to behold. This is pretty useless, right? I mean, how hard is it to get out of a sleeping bag? I think I'll stick with unzipping the bag and getting out of it, rather than walking around in this monstrosity. Number 9. iPotty. Teaching your child to use the toilet is a strange experience. It is one of the main landmarks that indicate that your child is growing up, but you have to deal with a whole lot of mess before you get to the point where they're ready to do their business on their own. But all that practice makes all the difference. Well, unfortunately, it looks like someone has decided that once your child does learn how to use the potty, they might be a bit bored on there. So they've designed a potty with a built-in tablet holder. What makes this useless is that it's a pairing of two things that should definitely be kept apart: your very expensive gadgets and your young child's newly made toilet methods. Think of the mess. Hygiene didn't really come into the designer's head when this was thought up. Number 8. Butter stick. Toast is the savior of so many people's mornings. It's the staple breakfast of people around the world. You can't beat a bit of toast, and it's made even better when it has a nice spread of melted butter on it. But you know how it is sometimes. You get up on the wrong side of your bed, try and butter your toast, and it doesn't spread quite right. Or you haven't toasted for long enough and a bit breaks off or something. It's a bit of a downer in the morning, right? Well, fear uneven spreading no longer, because someone has come along and provided a thing that nobody really needs when you think about it. Presenting the butter stick. This is a replacement of something that really doesn't cause too much trouble. Does anyone really struggle to butter their bread so much so that they need a push-up stick to do it? We're talking about a stick that emits a cylinder of butter rather than glue. Just imagine, you wake up in the morning and rub this stick on your toast like you're gluing a piece of paper. Something about that just doesn't seem right. Number 7. Male bras. Bras are a necessity for some women. They help support females in an area that they need it and help fight against back pain or any discomfort a woman might feel from being weighed down in a particular area. But it is possible that this love and appreciation for bras may have tipped too far. Introducing male bras. This is surely the definition of something being pointless, right? Why do you need a method of support for something that isn't there? Most websites that sell the bras say it's for those guys that feel a bit girly. Of course, I can understand if the man is a cross-dresser or something like that, but other than that, why is this needed? Some men don't seem to realize that a lot of women think of their chest as a frustration rather than something they wish they had. Number 6. Car exhaust grill. Have you ever looked at your car and thought, I wish I could utilize that heat and energy coming out of the back of my car in a good way? No, I don't think many people have. But a team in Iran have captured the essence of the word useless with their new invention, the car exhaust grill. What you do is stick it into your car's exhaust, it soaks up all the heat that is being created by the car and uses it to cook food. Apparently you don't have to worry about all those poisonous fumes from your car because the way the grill is designed. Even so, the thought of carbon monoxide grilled burgers just doesn't sound great. Number 5. Pet rock. This next useless invention is actually pretty genius. It made its inventor Gary Dahl quite a lot of money when he invented it or conceived it back in the 70s. The pet rock is just what it says. They were originally rocks from Mexico's Rosarito Beach, but the ingenious element came from the fact that they were marketed just like regular pets. They came in a cute little carrier with breathing holes, and of course this fad was somewhat short-lived as the sales dropped the Christmas after they released. But Gary probably didn't mind. He sold them for $4 each and actually became a millionaire off of the back of them. You've got to give Gary some credit for this one. I don't need to tell you why this one is useless. It's exactly that. But that's what made it so popular. Out of all the useless inventions in this video, this one probably made the most money. Now I wonder if I could start selling pet cow pats. Number 4. Cat wigs. Cats are often solitary creatures. They play by their own rules, run on their own clock. Their owners sometimes won't see them for hours on end, only for the cat to come slinking back home. My point being that they're very proud animals. They like to have their own space a lot of the time. Well, this next invention will annoy this cat trait and help you embarrass your pet without it really even knowing. Cat wigs come in a variation of styles from rainbow colored hair to afros to long, luxurious locks. If you've ever even seen a cat, you know that they will hate this. Or do you have a dog and feel like you're missing out on the fun? Well, don't worry about that. You can indulge in dog masks, like this duck-faced dog mask for instance, or this scary werewolf muzzle. As funny and cute as these may be, is anyone else getting a slight feeling of animal cruelty? Or is that just me? Number 3. Remote Wrangler. Anybody else fed up of losing the remote? Yeah, it's the bane of many people's existence. Try down the sofa is my best suggestion. It always falls down there. But evidently someone lost their remote one too many times and had a brainwave half fueled by frustration. The Remote Wrangler is a Velcro creation that you wear on your head. What you do is you stick Velcro pieces to your remote controls and then you stick them to your head. That's it. The only thing I'm thinking is, wouldn't that make it hard to watch TV or to relax at all? The design on this thing is pretty darn flawed if you ask me. Well, at least it's not as bad as the head-mounted toilet paper dispenser. There's nothing that gets you more friends than having toilet paper mounted on your head. Number 2, gold poo pills. I know what you're thinking. I've put all these items in my basket, Mr. Be Amazed narrator. They all sound wonderful, but what I'm really looking for is something to spruce up my bathroom experience when nature calls. Well, wonder no more, thoughtful viewer. For a mere 370 pounds, from aptly named thisiswhyimbroke.com, you can purchase a set of gold pills. What do these do? Well, let's say they make your excretion shine. They make your time on the toilet a little more classy. Basically, they make your poo turn gold. I know. Which genius thought this up? So just because there are so many silly inventors in the world, I thought I'd give a few honorable mentions to the inventions that didn't make the cut. The privacy scarf is worth a mention because it's a scarf that hides your computer screen by cutting off your vision completely. How did you live without it? Oh, and while you're doing your studying with your privacy scarf on, why not treat yourself to some diet water? That's right, they've taken something that doesn't even have any calories and made a diet version. Next up, the 2-person sweater. For all of you who may want to know what it feels like to have a Siamese twin. Then there's toilet golf, which was just about edged out of the running. What else do you think of when nature calls but getting a quick 9 holes in? And to carry on the obsession some people have with that part of the anatomy, we have rectum chocolates. Chocolates shaped like your back door. Finally! And if that isn't enough, feel free to get your pet a butt cover too. Number 1. Proposed food helmet. Have you ever thought what it would be like to be a flower? To gather your nutrients from the sunlight rather than eating that burger and chips? Well, Michael Burton and Michiko Nita have an idea that is questionable at the very least. They've designed a suit fit with a helmet that lets humans absorb nutrients in a photosynthesis-like way. They maintain that they predict a future where a suit like this will be worn by everyone and that gradually the human race will adapt and evolve new ways of getting the nutrients they need. The tubes you see protruding from the mouth are connected to tanks full of algae that help the human to be semi-photosynthetic. Thank you, Michael and Michiko, but I think I'm good. Not being a flower, you know? Which contraption did you think was the most useless? Or did you actually think any were genius? Let me know what you think in the comments down below, and thanks for watching.
It's a scary thought, but our planet is full of chemicals that can kill you before you even figure out how to pronounce them. Some are so volatile, they'll explode without even being touched, while others are so deadly, a single gram is enough to kill 1 million people. So grab some protective eyewear, and let's check out the deadliest substances on Earth. Ethylene glycol. If ingested, ethylene glycol will kill you slowly and painfully over the course of several days by systematically shutting down your internal organs. But on the bright side, it reportedly has a sweet taste. Commonly used in antifreeze, when this chemical is ingested, it reacts inside your body, eventually forming oxalic acid, which is really bad news. The ensuing chemical combo takes out your central nervous system, then your kidneys and heart. Several fatalities are reported as a result of ethylene glycol ingestion every year in the US, mostly in the form of antifreeze. With its bright color and sweet taste, many countries require the addition of a bitter flavoring to antifreeze to stop kids mistaking the stuff for soda. Strychnine. Originally used as a pesticide, strychnine turned out to be pretty effective at killing human beings as well. If you inhale, swallow, or even get some in your eyes, it can cause agonizing muscular convulsions and asphyxiation. It targets the spinal cord, which is the big hub for nerve communication, and overrides the cells responsible for muscle control. Signals are sent throughout your nervous system with no regulation, causing sudden jolts of activity in the form of spasms. Eventually, all the muscles in your body begin convulsing uncontrollably, like an unbelievably painful full-body cramp. Then, finally, your lung seize up and death occurs. Nasty stuff. Tavin. Known for being a component in illegal nerve gas that's been used for various war crimes, Tavin disrupts the nervous system and causes constant full-body muscle contractions. But its other symptoms are more unusual. The nerve agent causes your eyes to uncontrollably run with tears and also triggers excess mucus production, leading to uncontrollable drooling.
Tobin can be neutralized with bleach powder, but that comes at a price. When Tobin reacts with bleach, it produces a poisonous gas called cyanogen chloride, so one problem only shifts into another. In 1993, the creation or stockpiling of Tobin was banned by the Chemical Weapons Convention. As of 2015, all known stockpiles in the world have been destroyed. But on the off chance you encounter Tobin, do yourself a favor and run far away. TCDD 2378 tetrachlorodibenzo-P-dioxin, or TCDD for short, is even less fun to encounter than it is to pronounce. This chemical was one of the main ingredients in Agent Orange, a toxic defoliant used by the US military during the Vietnam War. The military used it to remove the leaves from trees in the jungles of the region, increasing visibility. Unfortunately, getting rid of tree cover is just one of this chemical's abilities. It also caused widespread birth defects for years in the areas it was used. TCDD can also give you cancer, not directly, but by promoting the cancer-causing traits of other compounds that are already in your body. So it's not exactly killing you itself, it's more like an evil accomplice. Asbestos. To quote Toby Flenderson, asbestos is the silent killer. This soft, stringy material is likely not what most people think of when they picture building materials, and it's certainly surprising to learn that this strange synthetic-looking substance is actually mined from the earth. Asbestos was commonly used in construction for years, but seeing as it causes deadly lung conditions, most countries, except the USA and a few others, have outright banned its use. Asbestos fibers are so tiny that they're able to wrap themselves around your chromosomes, making them malfunction, causing tumors to form. Asbestos can also give you asbestosis, when those fibers get into your lungs, causing scar tissue and shortness of breath. Unfortunately, there's no known treatment for asbestosis, so listen to Toby's advice and stay well away. Azidoazide. Considered to be the most volatile and explosive compound in the world, even more so than Christian Bale before his morning coffee, azidoazide does not mess around. Almost anything, heat, radiation, or minimal physical contact can cause it to explode. It's so sensitive that sometimes scientists don't even know why it explodes, as there's no obvious stimuli. Even running different tests on it using nothing but light can trigger it to explode. The reason for this remains something of a mystery to science to this day. Thanks to its ridiculous explosivity, analysis is almost impossible. Chlorine trifluoride. If mythical firewater had a scientific counterpart, it'd be chlorine trifluoride. The chemical is poisonous, corrosive, and can combust almost anything, even normally non-flammable materials like glass and titanium, without any source of ignition like a spark. It's so reactive, when scientists work with it, they have to immaculately clean anything it touches, because any leftover particles could burn right through their equipment. But it doesn't just react with things like glass, it also reacts with organic material, such as human beings like yourself. So unless you want to be set alight, exploded and corroded all at once, steer clear of chlorine trifluoride. Dimethyl cadmium. If you ever have the misfortune of ingesting some dimethyl cadmium, buckle up, because you're in for a real awful ride. The compound will steal electrons from your cell's molecules, which will cause them to self-destruct, and one by one, your organs will stop working. There's also a chance that it will have an explosive reaction when it comes into contact with you. Not only will it ignite, but the smoke it gives off will be highly toxic too. Should you be lucky enough to survive this ordeal, you'll most likely later get an aggressive type of cancer, since dimethyl cadmium is also extremely carcinogenic. Talk about a buzzkill. VX. Venomous Agent X, or VX, was initially sold as a pesticide before people realized how incredibly lethal it was and how awful your death would be if you inhaled any. What makes it particularly dangerous is that it stays in the air where it's been sprayed for so long that it's actually considered an area denial weapon, just like a landmine. If you inhaled even the tiniest amount of VX, the networks of neurons in your brain would become overstimulated to the point of exhaustion. You'd suffer violent full-body muscle contractions, seizures, paralysis, and eventually death by asphyxiation. I think most people would prefer to step on a landmine. Amatoxin. Amatoxin is found in the mushrooms of the Amanita family, also known as death caps, which is an appropriate name since they're poisonous to everything except themselves. Amatoxin stops your body from being able to form proteins, and your cells begin to die as a result. This comes with a horrible list of symptoms including insomnia, diarrhea, excessive urination, liver damage, and death. So unless you want an agonizing death, don't go picking mushrooms in the forest unless you really know what you're doing. Anatoxin. Not to be confused with amatoxin, anatoxin is a seriously deadly substance produced by certain cyanobacteria. Because these cyanobacteria are found in water all around the world, the risk of them appearing in drinking water sources is very real. Scientists warn that higher global temperatures could contribute to an increase in cyanobacteria and thus an increased risk of anatoxin appearing in our drinking water. Coming into contact with anatoxin leads to your muscular system shutting down, beginning with loss of coordination, followed by respiratory arrest, convulsions, and later, death. Pretty scary for something that could be present in the next glass of water you drink. Thioacetone. This next chemical won't kill you, but it'll certainly cause some involuntary action in your body. Thought to be the worst smelling thing on earth, when a factory in Freiburg, Germany distilled some thioacetone in 1889, the chemical could be smelled from half a mile away. The scent was so horrible that people who caught a whiff in the nearby city began fainting and vomiting uncontrollably. But sometimes scientists just don't know when to leave things alone, and in 1967 some chemists near Oxford gave distilling thioacetone another go. In the process, the cap from a bottle they were working with briefly came off. Despite quickly putting it back on, there were immediate complaints of nausea and vomiting from people in the building next door. Hopefully this will put things into perspective next time you have to use the bathroom after someone who has really let it rip. Nicotine. Everyone knows nicotine is dangerous because it's addictive, and the tobacco it usually comes with has a lot of nasty stuff in it. But what you probably don't know is that touching nicotine in its pure form can kill you within a matter of hours. Indeed, coming into contact with as little as 30 milligrams worth, which is about the same as 6 grains of sand, can be deadly even if it's only skin contact. Purified nicotine is even occasionally used as an insecticide. In concentrated amounts, nicotine can cause a neuromuscular blockade, preventing nerves from communicating with muscles. Without anything telling your muscles what to do, you're paralyzed. While the risks from nicotine are much worse in its purified forms, in rare instances, you can even die from smoking huge quantities of tobacco. 2 brothers were fatally poisoned after smoking 17 and 18 pipes worth of tobacco respectively. So if you must smoke, be sure to keep a tally. Ricin. A favorite of terrorists, ricin is a naturally occurring poison found in castor beans that's effectiveness lies in its undetectability. Ricin slowly kills you by stopping the production of proteins in your body, which are vital for life, and your body very gradually begins to die. A dose of purified ricin the size of only a few grains of table salt is lethal. But even if you did ingest ricin, symptoms can take days to appear. Once they finally show up, your symptoms would be a lot of pain, inflammation, and internal bleeding, and would soon progress to disorientation, excessive thirst, shock, and organ failure. By the time you know you're ill, it's usually too late, and once your organs fail, death's not far behind. Castor beans, not even once. Fluoroantimonic acid. Fluoroantimonic acid is the strongest acid in the world. It's so strong that it's actually difficult to study because it'll dissolve almost anything you try and store it in, emitting toxic vapors as it does so. The acid is 20 quintillion, which is 20 with this many zeros, times stronger than pure sulfuric acid. The only way to store the stuff is in containers lined with polytetrafluoroethylene, also known as Teflon. Like most strong acids, fluoroantimonic acid works by rapidly stripping key components from other molecules to the extent that whatever the acid is in contact with eventually disintegrates. This gallium alloy spoon reacting with water gives a pretty good visual representation of what fluoroantimonic acid could do to even the strongest metals. That being said, you'd never be able to store it in a standard glass beaker like that. It'd eat through it almost instantly. And if you tried to lift up a glass beaker full of fluoroantimonic acid, you could say goodbye to your hand as well. Botulinum toxin. When it comes to deadly substances, it doesn't get much more potent than botulinum toxin. Produced by Clostridium botulinum bacteria, this toxin is so deadly that a single centimeter cube droplet like this is enough to kill 1 million people. If you were to consume a lethal amount, your nerves would stop being able to communicate with each other. You'd become paralyzed, and you'd eventually die as your heart and lungs ceased functioning. But unlike most of the substances I've mentioned, in minuscule doses, botulinum has a variety of other uses besides killing people, such as treating migraines and excessive underarm sweating. One specific variety of botulinum, called botulinum toxin A, also happens to be the active ingredient in Botox. When used in minute, diluted doses, the toxin can be injected to relax facial muscles and reduce wrinkles. But if you ask me, willingly injecting the most poisonous substance known to man into your face seems like playing with fire. Which of these deadly substances sounds the worst to you? Let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching.
Introducing the revolutionary Sauna Pants, the at-home sauna experience that you can enjoy when you want to and where you want to.
And this is exactly why no one takes As Seen on TV products seriously. We've all caught ourselves watching late-night infomercials trying to justify the need for some of the ridiculous products we see just so we can buy something. Fortunately, this urge is usually suspended by our better judgment. Although some of the items being sold aren't half bad, that doesn't negate the slew of absurd contraptions that make it to air. Here are the 10 worst As Seen on TV products I can't believe people actually thought were good ideas. Number 10. Perfect Polly.
The parakeet. So beautiful, great to look at, and what a wonderful companion. But live birds can be a lot of work. Well, now you can share that beauty without the mess. With Perfect Polly, the singing parakeet.
On the surface, it does seem to kill multiple birds with one stone, if you pardon the pun. It's cheaper than a real bird and doesn't require the upkeep. But unless you're some sort of sociopath, a cheap toy cannot replace a real living animal. Perfect Polly chirps and sings when you walk into the room and displays creepy head and tail movements.
Perfect Polly is so lifelike, it's the world's perfect pet. And it never needs feeding. It's motion activated, so any movement makes Perfect Polly come to life. Watch as Perfect Polly's head moves back and forth, along with its tail feathers.
It's ridiculous and a bit depressing to think that an entire family would gather around a plastic toy like they advertise and treat it like a real pet. Likewise, it's hard to believe that anyone would be okay with it constantly tweeting over his or her shoulder and smiling incessantly as it does.
Her cheerful lilting song can keep you company all day long.
As if the cheesy displays of affection weren't bad enough, the infomercial goes so far as to claim that a real parakeet can't tell the difference, and they're clutching at straws for good uses of this toy.
In fact, even this live parakeet can't tell the difference. Enjoy Perfect Polly's company while you're making dinner or relaxing with a good book.
If you're looking for an annoying pet with a power switch, then search no further. But if a real-life companion is what you crave, then keep on moving. Number 9. The Air Curler.
Does it take forever to get that perfect curl in your hair? And curling irons damage hair.
Advertised as able to create luscious curls in seconds. This may be a cheaper way to achieve beautiful curls without the hassle of using curlers or other damaging products. But it mostly just creates a massive knot in your hair. Basically a cheap bucket with a tube attached to it. It's only really useful if you want to be the laughingstock of all your friends.
It's never been so easy to create hair that looks so good.
The contraption itself looks stupid, and the overly giddy women in the infomercial display unrealistically perfect hair after every seamless attempt. It's almost as if they used an actual curling iron. The contraption whips hair around like cotton candy, creating a tornado effect, which I'm sure you already guessed, doesn't result in the perfect curl. It's well worth the extra money to get a product that works, but if you're really on a budget, it might be best just to let your tresses go au natural. Otherwise, you could end up with hair like this poor girl.
This is just not what I think it should look like. Does this look like an elegant curl to you?
Number 8. Tater Mitts.
Peeling potatoes can take forever. Oh no, not with a knife, that's dangerous. Now there's a better way. Introducing Tater Mitts.
Peeling potatoes isn't nearly as difficult as this infomercial makes it seem, but this funny looking glove is supposed to make the tedious task easier and less wasteful. Perhaps its biggest claim is that it effortlessly peels potatoes in less than 8 seconds. The bumpy glove is designed to scrape away the skin, resulting in a clean, ready-to-cook potato.
The innovative new kitchen gloves. Simply rub, and with a few quick strokes, look, just 8 seconds of actual time, and presto, a perfectly peeled potato.
The thing is, those mitts must take a lot of time to clean properly, so you probably don't end up saving any time at all. If you really want to peel a potato quickly without possibly getting cut by a knife, just use a peeler. The ad even throws in an apple that gets unrealistically peeled in no time by the mitts. It's a nice idea, but it clearly didn't go through any rigorous testing before making it to air. This guy shows us just how useless the tater mitts actually are when he puts them through an 8-second test.
It didn't peel any of it. It didn't peel one bit. They don't work. And tater mitts are a total scam. Don't spend $20 on them, all right?
My guess is the potato in the advert had been boiled and then immediately cooled in ice water, as you can then peel it by hand afterwards. No need for expensive gloves. I guess we'll stick to peeling potatoes the old-fashioned way. Number 7. The Better Marriage Blanket.
Offending molecules are absorbed before anyone knows they're there.
The fact that this exists says a lot about our culture.
Wait. Oh man, I've got skills. I've got game.
Precisely what we've all been searching for. A comforter that absorbs farts to save your relationship by minimizing gassy smells in the bedroom. If your wind smells so bad it's literally blowing your relationship apart, you should get your stomach checked out.
Whether you or your spouse suffers from a health issue or just the occasional disagreeable meal, you owe it to your marriage to try the Better Marriage Blanket.
It even claims to achieve this patented odor defense using military-grade fabric.
The same type of fabric used by the military to protect against chemical weapons.
That seems a bit excessive, don't you think? It seems like something that started out as a joke and just went too far. They even suggest you get it as a wedding or anniversary gift, which would probably end up scaring the recipient more than pleasing them. I don't know about you, but that idea sounds like it's more likely to cause a breakup than the occasional indigestion. Number 6. Skinny's Instant Arm Lift.
Introducing Instant Arm Lift, a Hollywood fashion secret now available to you.
I may not know much about celebrity trends, but this degrading tool used for minimizing the appearance of a completely healthy body feature is definitely not one of Hollywood's fashion secrets. It's essentially a glorified piece of tape designed to keep sagging skin a secret. But don't worry, it's created by a woman, for women.
This specially designed adhesive was created by a woman for women to wear comfortably on our sensitive skin.
They also sell a version for your thighs, so you don't get ridiculed out in public for natural-looking skin. I'd love to know if whoever invented this actually walks around with taped arms and legs all the time. My guess is no. Besides looking insanely uncomfortable, this product does little more than perpetuate the idea that imperfections should be hidden. Even if women were going to start taping their skin to hide their arms, I think a roll of duct tape would do the trick without costing you $19.95. Just saying. Number 5. The Hawaii Chair.
If you can sit, you can get fit. The Hawaii Chair.
Well, it doesn't get much lazier than this. It's a chair that claims to tone your waistline while you just sit there.
Oh my gosh, this is amazing.
That feels great on my abs.
The Hawaii chair is primarily marketed towards office workers, because who doesn't love trying to use a computer while your body's being forced into a hula dance? So if you're dying to look completely ridiculous behind your desk while experiencing a decrease in productivity, this might just be the useless invention for you.
You can hardly call this work. With the Hawaii chair, it takes the work out of your workday.
Infamous talk show host Ellen demonstrated just how difficult it would be to do anything while sitting in this chair. Even answering the phone would be an ordeal when your lower body is getting whirled around in a circle. I think it's safe to say that the only abs you'd get from this chair would be from laughter. According to one review, it does work some magic on your digestive system though. Just what we all need. A chair for work that has a laxative effect. I guess the Hawaii chair does have one thing going for it.
I can really feel this working.
Number 4. Euro Club.
Introducing the Euro Club, the discreet sanitary solution for your urgent relief.
The Euro Club is sadly exactly what you might suspect and fear. A golf club and urinal all in one, because apparently golfers have some issues with making it to the bathroom or a bush.
When you really have to go, it's a lifesaver.
There's definitely nothing weird about that. The ad features a man talking in a strangely monotone voice about the inconvenience of having to use the bathroom while golfing.
Drank a lot of water. I really have to go.
Plus, it's awkwardly advertised as the only golf club that's guaranteed to keep you out of the woods. Get it? Because you can urinate right into your hollowed golf club without anyone noticing, at least according to whoever made this.
The Euro Club, the only club in your bag guaranteed to keep you out of the woods.
With this awful product, you can forget about wasting precious tea time going to the bathroom like a normal human, and let it all go right there on the green, using the handy towel they provide for coverage.
The Euro Club comes with a special towel to keep your privacy.
Although they claim a board-certified urologist created it, this club is neither classy nor efficient when you think about having to clean it out later. I wonder why they don't go into detail about that in the infomercial. Number 3. Neckline Slimmer.
It does for your neckline what exercise does for your body.
Who knew there were so many positively absurd products out there designed specifically for your chin? The Neckline Slimmer allegedly helps you lose fat from your neck while achieving a chiseled jawline without any surgery necessary. All you have to do is spend 2 minutes each day looking like a total idiot, doing crunches for your face.
And none of them had cosmetic surgery.
Sounds too good to be true? That's because it is. There's no amount of innovative technology that can virtually redefine bone structure in your chin without hardly any effort. There's even this botched before and after photo that shows the use of Photoshop to fake results.
And none of them had cosmetic surgery.
Okay, I'm not buying it either. But if you're looking for another pathetic gadget to support your face, check out the Neck Magic Air Cushion.
You'd probably wonder why your stalker was being so detailed and upfront about his plans.
It's a claustrophobic airbag that's supposed to lengthen your spine while giving you an anxiety attack. If this strange torture device isn't quite tickling your fancy either, consider giving the old chin pillow a whirl.
The Chin Pillow provides the chin support you need for the comfort and rest you want.
You'll look insane, but at least you won't be drooling all over yourself, because that's something we all really worry about. Number 2. Sauna Pants.
Introducing the revolutionary Sauna Pants.
A bulky pair of pants that require a thermostat and a power cord? Where do I sign up? Sauna pants were invented as a way to melt the pounds off your lower body, but they may have overlooked some minor details. For starters, you risk burning your nether regions while getting the constant sensation that you've peed yourself. But at least this guy still looks happy while his lower half melts away.
You instantly feel invigorated.
Another tiny oversight is the need to be within 5 feet of an outlet while wearing them. So you're pretty much just confined to one spot, unable to go anywhere. All that for the sake of maybe sweating out some water weight doesn't sound like a good idea. Not to mention, who decided that strapping a heating pad to your groin was ever a wise choice?
All you do is wrap, adjust heat level, and relax.
I think it's fair to say that these bun bakers aren't such a great idea for getting fit, or anything else for that matter. Before we move on to reveal the worst as seen on TV items ever, here are a few honorable mentions that simply missed the mark. First up, hot stamps. If your friends won't talk to you, try putting glitter shapes in your hair to impress them. Or if you have trouble using a cotton swab without jamming it too far in your ear, then try vacuuming the wax out with WaxVac. Yeah, I doubt it works well, except to maybe deflate your self-esteem. Or how about great looking hair that comes in a can and never gets old? Just spray my secret hair enhancer onto your bald spots and enjoy running your fingers through, well, paint. Number 1. Poo Trap.
Introducing Poo Trap, an amazing new innovation that eliminates the need of picking up after your dog.
This has to be the most absurd way to embarrass your dog yet. It's a complex-looking apparatus that holds a plastic bag under your dog's tail to collect poop, so you don't have to. Not only would your dog have to wear this around all the time, but also you have to deal with getting this complex harness on them in the first place.
It's easy to install on your dog and makes your walking experience fun.
Easy to install? Do you think dogs are just electronics you can add attachments to upgrade them? And also fun? Have they seen this thing? Not to mention, it doesn't look very comfortable for anyone involved. In an attempt to make their point, the infomercial comically makes other methods for handling pet waste seem far more difficult than they really are.
Are you tired of using grocery bags or products that are heavy and not useful?
I'm not sure how fond my dog would be of a plastic bag poop harness that doesn't even appear to work and trails behind them like an anchor made of poop.
I don't think it worked like it was supposed.
Everyone knows it can get annoying to bend down and pick up dog poop, but if cleaning up after your dog is that big of a hassle, maybe it's time you got Perfect Polly! Just joking, don't do that. So which product do you think was the most ridiculous? Or do you know any that should have made the list instead? Let me know your thoughts by leaving a comment down below, and thanks for watching.
Is there anything worse than finding a hair in your burger? I'm sorry to tell you that there absolutely is. Every day around the world, the most horrendous things are being done to the food you eat, and a lot of it's done on purpose. So with that, let's take a look at some of the worst people doing the most unhygienic things to food. Gutter oil. Walking through the streets of Shenzhen, China, you might be mistaken for thinking this woman is cleaning the sewers. What she's actually doing is harvesting the main ingredient for China's black market gutter oil. This disgusting foodstuff is made by scooping up mounds of refuse oil from behind cooking establishments that's solidified in the sewers. Then it's processed and combined with other animal fat and dirty oils to make a recycled cooking oil. It's an illegal and cheap alternative to new clean oil, which is in high demand around China. Food safety experts have recognized that a polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon found in these oils can cause major gastrointestinal damage and trigger cancers in cases of long-term consumption. At its peak, it's thought that 1/10 of all cooking oil in China was a form of gutter oil. And they wonder how a certain virus started. Casu marzu. Cheese has many different and delicious forms, except for one of those forms which is illegal for what people have done to it. This is Casu marzu, made in Sardinia, Italy. It's a cheese comprised of sheep's milk and maggots. You heard that right. Casu marzu literally means rotten cheese. After the fermentation process, which sees the curds of milk separated from the whey, residents of Sardinia just leave this abomination outside until it's infested with eggs from the Pyophilia casei fly. The resulting maggots then eat the cheese and poop it out to give it a softer texture. Yep, this cheese is literally maggot poop. It's considered to be a traditional delicacy in Sardinia, but the rest of the world has seen reason, and it's illegal to sell for obvious health reasons. One being that the maggots are not removed from the cheese when it's consumed, which has put several people in the hospital with cases of pseudomyosis. In English, that means insect eggs being laid in the skin of the intestine. Excuse me while I throw up in my own mouth. Medium rare chicken strips. There are some pretty obvious reasons why we cook food. In some cases it tastes better and improves texture, but in others it stops us from contracting serious diseases from foods like raw meat. However, this is a memo that seems to have missed some people, like the creator of medium rare chicken strips.
Sadly, this chicken isn't any kind of gourmet, and simply braising the bird isn't going to stop the eater from potentially catching salmonella. Although in Japan, a similar dish called chicken sashimi is served on the same principle. The main difference is that specific parts of the chicken known to carry the lowest risk of salmonella contamination are used instead. Regardless of this, I can't express this clearly enough. If you don't want to get sick, cook your damn chicken.
Foot dough. Traditional bread making methods don't always involve the use of machinery or hands. And as gross as it may seem, sometimes the whole operation relies on a worker's feet. In some of these places, batches of dough are made in such huge quantities that it's easier to knead the bread in this manner. The purpose of kneading bread dough is to form gluten, which is a combination of water and proteins. The more bread is moved around, the more gluten is formed, which in turn helps the bread to rise. Most recipes don't call for any foot fungus to be added in though. This gag-worthy method is still popular in India, but not many people tend to appreciate it, which was found out by the famous Kakida Hotel eatery back in 2017 when one of their workers was spotted kneading bread with his feet on the roof of the establishment. I don't care if it's tradition, keep your feet away from my food. Burger King foot lettuce. Number 15. Burger King foot lettuce. Actually, this is number 5, but I can't resist a good meme. In 2012, a Burger King employee had a light bulb moment and decided to take a photo of himself standing on the lettuce that Burger King puts in its customers' burgers. Shoes on and zero f***s given. There's no end to the gross possibilities of what was transferred from this Cretan shoes to people's food. Taking it one literal step further, he decided to show off by posting the image anonymously on the image board site 4chan. But if there's one thing you don't mess with, it's the food of internet nerds. Understandably furious that they could be chowing down on this themselves, anonymous members of the message board revealed the EXIF information of the photo and discovered it was probably taken at the Burger King of Maryland Heights, Ohio. Anons claims to have pulled a Karen and demanded to speak to the manager, which resulted in the faceless employee's termination. Remember kids, 4chan is never your friend. Street food. Sometimes it's not the food you're eating that makes you sick, but the plate you're eating off of. A prime example of this comes from someone spying on the Raj Banana restaurant in Kuala Lumpur. Just watch as workers clean the restaurant's canteen trays in the dirty water of a sinkhole in the street. There is no knowing what kind of chemicals and filth could be lurking in that dirty puddle. A recent study on the microbiology of puddles found they contain a wide variety of bacterial taxa, which can cause serious human diseases. Fortunately, the Federal Territories Health Department shut this restaurant down after this video went viral. I mean, I love me some dirty Indian food, but this is going too far. Bee mochi. The only time you should be working with this many bees is if you're a beekeeper. But if you're a bakery stall in China, this is apparently just another day in the office. This vendor is rolling out mochi cakes, a sweet treat with layers of sugar and black sesame seeds, which has accidentally attracted a huge swarm of honeybees. But that's not stopping this worker. If anything, they're rolling the occasional bee into the mixture. In some cultures, swarms of bees like this aren't seen as a nuisance, but indicate the produce is fresh and sweet to consumers. Although that fails to take into consideration that bees land on a wide variety of surfaces, and as their legs touch the mochi, whatever is on their legs is transferred over, which could contain anything from pollen to poop. Suddenly, this treat doesn't seem too sweet. Jaggery making. Most of you won't have heard of jaggery before, and after this you may never want to hear its name again. Jaggery is a type of traditional, non-centrifugal cane sugar that originated in Asia. Sugar canes are crushed to extract their juice, which is then placed in a large flat-bottom pan and boiled until the juice becomes a solid, sugary mass. Once it's thick enough to mold, it's scooped up from the pan.
This is usually done with scoops that have an extended handle. But if you're this incredibly unhygienic worker, you just get right on into that pan without your shoes.
These guys are scooping up product around their clearly filthy feet. His co-worker at least has a pair of sandals on, but somehow that just makes this whole process worse. This isn't a traditional delicacy I'll be trying anytime soon. Costco Egg Supplier. At Costco, you can buy 15 dozen eggs for less than $20. That's unbelievable until you learn about the real price. An undercover investigation back in 2015 infiltrated Hilldale Farms' Gettysburg facility, a large egg supplier of Costco. The harrowing footage released to the world shows chickens in inhumane and unhygienic conditions where their eggs fall past the corpses of long-dead mummified chickens into small collection baskets. A lot of the time, the eggs appear to end up on the floor. In these cage conditions, studies have shown that there's a significantly higher chance these eggs carry the salmonella virus. In 2015, Costco pledged to remove caged egg products from its supply chain, yet we're here in 2020 seeing a lot of cage-use egg products listed on its website. Maybe it's time Costco took a hint from its own internal slogan, "Do the right thing." Hot dog pink taco. If you're ever eating out, make sure you're nice to your server. If you're not, you never know what they might do to your food. This is Nora Bryant, a waitress at the Dime Cafe in Minnesota, California. One afternoon, a particularly rude customer drove her to dispatch justice in one of the most unhygienic ways possible. She shoved the customer's hot dog up her, pink taco. She then removed the hot dog and served it up. A weird move considering there's already enough yeast in the bun. You'll be glad to know that since this CCTV footage leaked, she was fired from the Dime Cafe. With those standards of hygiene, she's probably now working at a Burger King. Checkers Burgers. It's not news that fast food workers aren't always the cleanest of staff, but an employee working at Checkers cranked that claim up a notch. This video, taken inside the restaurant in Baltimore, Maryland, shows the employee purposefully dropping the bun onto the floor and giving it a good wipe over the tiles before preparing the burger for consumption. Before any of you say 5-second rule, enough bacteria has transferred during that time to make someone very sick. A busy kitchen environment like this is bound to have hair and skin cells all over the floor, not to mention whatever has been brought in on the bottom of the worker's shoes. Did you order that with a sign of Ebola? Pita spit. There's nothing wrong with getting a late night snack, unless you're trying to get that snack from Pita Pit. This video shows a Pita Pit employee in Missoula, Montana trying to deal with a difficult 3 a.m. customer. After the customer dares the sandwich maker to spit in her food, the employee leans down and hacks loudly into the customer's sandwich. She then throws the sandwich at the customer before trying to clamber over the counter. This is incredibly gross on several levels, but people spitting and licking food consumed by an unknowing customer could spread any communicable diseases they have. Fortunately for this customer, crazy isn't contagious. KFC exposed. But if you thought Pita Pit was bad, just wait till you find out about KFC. With over 20,000 locations across the globe, KFC is the world's 4th largest food chain, so you'd expect standards to be much better than this. What you're seeing is a Chinese KFC employee reserving fries that had previously been thrown into the trash. Doing this at all is disgusting, but in clear view of customers is just another level of filth. But KFC's unhygienic practices don't end there. This footage from an anonymous source in South Africa allegedly shows KFC workers washing chicken by throwing it onto the ground outside and jetting it with a hose. It's unclear if it's just water or a chemical disinfectant solution. Either way, this is definitely not the right way to be preparing anyone's meal. Did you think I was done? Sorry, but I saved the best for last. Another branch of KFC in America was exposed by 2 disgruntled employees back in 2017. This video shows their daily work practices of dumping uneaten food back into storage containers when it's clearly gone past its expiration date.
And then we feed it to the customers again.
So the same food, so you mean to tell me that the same stuff that you had in those cans all day, you put it back in there, put it in the freezer?
That right there is a tub of gray green beans swimming in a vile-looking liquid, which the employee then claims have been in there for 3 or 4 days.
Green beans. These green beans have been in there for 3 to 4 days.
Chicken cooked at 1:30 p.m. was placed in a container to be reheated and resold the next day. More like finger-licking should have gone to McDonald's. So what would you do if you saw any of these people contaminating your food? And which of these people do you think was the worst? Let me know in the comments below, and thanks for watching.